This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The alarm rang, and Luo Qingtian suddenly opened her eyes. A familiar classroom, familiar faces. What happened? Why was she still alive? July 2nd, 3050, origin year. Was she reborn? In the forest, she exhausted all her strength, but failed to break free. Horrible mutants and zombies surrounded her, and she was eventually torn apart and devoured. In her final moments, she looked up at the high wall and saw a man and woman embracing and kissing. Were they celebrating their own deaths? A deep, unforgettable pain instantly spread throughout Luo Qingtian's body, and she began to tremble. "Student, you look off. Are you feeling unwell?" A gentle male voice boomed from the podium, and Luo Qingtian finally realized she was in class. She looked in the direction of the voice. Han Shuo, the who betrayed himself to his mortal enemy during the apocalypse. 10 years of companionship during the apocalypse ultimately led to his death in that battle. Luo Qingtian looked at Han Shuo, his eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Han Shuo, perched on the podium, was startled by Luo Qingtian's gaze. Although he was Luo Qingtian's teacher, they were a couple outside of class. Although it wasn't public, Luo Qingtian treated him very well. He always went along with him. But just now, the look Luo Qingtian had given him was so cold, even murderous. "Classmate, if you're not feeling well you can." Before Han Shuo could finish, Luo Qingtian abruptly stood up and strode out the door. Running out of the classroom, Luo Qingtian breathed in greedily. The air was fresh, the sun was warm, and the people around her were friendly. There were no zombies, no mutated beasts, and no mutated plants invading. Everything felt like a dream. But Luo Qingtian knew it wasn't a dream. She had truly been reborn. Luo Qingtian left school and took a taxi straight to her home. It was July 2nd, 3050, 3 months before the apocalypse. She had to prepare everything within those 3 months. Since God had given her another chance at rebirth, she must survive well in this apocalypse. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian finally returned home. She took out her house deed and her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Manager Zhang. Last time you said someone was offering 30 million for my house, right?" The agency manager was stunned when he received Luo Qingtian's call, then immediately smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes." The buyer also said that if Miss Luo agrees, he can raise the price to 32 million. "Okay, I agree, but there's one condition. It must be paid in full, directly transferred. As long as I have the money, I can transfer the ownership at any time." The agent was surprised and delighted to hear Luo Qingtian's ready agreement. Okay, Miss Luo, I discussed this with the buyer right away." The agency manager quickly hung up the phone and went to discuss it with the buyer. Luo Qingtian took out a pen and paper and began writing down what he needed to prepare. Luo Qingtian's apartment had 3 bedrooms and a living room, and was located in the city center. In high city, downtown properties are generally unsold. Finding a buyer at a higher price wouldn't be difficult, but Luo Qingtian only had 3 months, and she couldn't afford to waste time. In her previous life, the area she lived in was the first to fall. An acid rainstorm heralded the apocalypse. After the rain, those who survived had the potential to evolve special abilities, while those who didn't became zombies. At that time, zombies were rampant. Plant and animal life also underwent mutations. It seemed as if God showed great favor to all creatures other than humans. Back then, even rats and cockroaches could kill people. So, staying in this house was a dead end. After the phone call, Luo Qingtian began to pack her things. She remembered that the suburbs of Xiqing district had survived the invasion, and the government had even established its first base there. So she planned to find a better property there to settle down temporarily. Luo Qingtian's parents disappeared when she was very young, leaving behind only a considerable fortune, monthly dividends, and this house in the city center. Over the years, many people have approached Luo Qingtian to buy this property, but Luo Qingtian has never considered selling it. But now, with the end of the world approaching, Luo Qingtian has decided to sell it to gain some resources. As far as she can remember, she had always lived with her grandmother until she was in high school, when her grandmother's health reached its limit and she passed away. She was left alone. Before her death, her grandmother had said that if she ever left, she must take a black jade tablet in her study with her. It was an ancestral jade tablet in their Luo family. Luo Qingtian walked into the study and headed straight for the bookcase. After groping around for a while, she found the button. Luo Qingtian pressed lightly. A small secret compartment immediately appeared on the bookcase. Luo Qingtian opened it. A translucent black jade token appeared before him. Luo Qingtian looked at it. Grandma's words echoed in her mind. Shao Qing'er, if you ever find yourself in dire straits, or encounter a calamity, drop your blood on it, and you have to walk the rest of the way on your own. In her previous life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, she was possessed and sought out Han Shuo. During their conversation, she had accidentally told him about the jade token. However, at the time, she had no idea about her parents, and since it was already the end of the world, keeping the token would be a burden. So, it ultimately ended up in Han Shuo's hands. Back then, Han Shuo wore the token on his chest every day, and she had thought he was being overly concerned about her. Now, thinking about it, it was clear that the token held some secret she didn't know about. In this life, she would no longer be foolish. She wanted revenge for her past life. Thinking of herself being devoured, she felt a tearing pain in her body. Luo Qingtian. Her nails dug deeply into her flesh. Blood flowed from her palm, and she quickly dripped it onto the jade token. The blood vanished the instant it touched the token. The next moment, Luo Qingtian appeared in a vast open space. The space was about the size of a football field, and there were many packaged supplies. Rice, flour, and oil. They took up half the space, and they looked fresh. There were also many fresh green vegetables growing on the fertile black soil. In the center of the space stood a wooden hut. Is this the secret of the jade token? Luo Qingtian wondered, walking straight into the small wooden hut. Inside was a table. On the table was what looked like a small crystal shard, and beneath it lay a letter. Luo Qingtian removed the jade token and opened the letter to read. A letter to Shao Qing'er. Chapter 2. Qingtian, by the time you see this letter, it means you activated the jade token. Mom and Dad have something to tell you. The end of the world is coming. This space is the last guarantee Mom and Dad can leave you. The supplies within it were also prepared for you in a tight time frame. While they're incomplete, the money we left should be enough for you to purchase more. Also, to give you the ability to protect yourself, Mom and Dad have prepared another gift for you. Activate the chip. It will help you survive this apocalypse. My dear daughter, become strong. Your mother and I will be waiting for you at the future base. The letter was short, and after reading it, Luo Qingtian felt a mixture of emotions. After being an orphan for so long, she suddenly realized she had parents. She felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Joy, sadness, resentment, and anticipation. So she wasn't abandoned, nor an orphan. And, did Mom and Dad know about the apocalypse all along? In her previous life, she had never heard of a place called the Future Base. Did I miss it? As she pondered this, Luo Qingtian noticed the small fragment on the table flickering. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched it. It whizzed into Luo Qingtian's arm. The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt something surge into her body. Then, Luo Qingtian felt her body surge with power, her awareness of her surroundings becoming acute. She was certain that even if she didn't move, she could still see everything around her. Awakening superpowers, Hunter. These words appeared in Luo Qingtian's mind. Once again, Luo Qingtian was utterly shocked. Hunter? Is this a superpower? In her previous life, powerful offensive attributes were all natural, like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, metal, wood, water, and fire. Those with good luck would also awaken powers, like strength and speed. Some superpowers awakened by superpowers were rather useless. Some had dust-sweeping abilities, comparable to vacuum cleaners. Some had glaring abilities, and they made anyone cry. And there was even a more disgusting superpower. If you imagined someone pulling their pants pocket, that person would instantly have diarrhea. But what kind of superpower was a hunter? As Luo Qingtian pondered this, another explanation popped up in her mind. Hunter superpower 1. Hit the target from 100 paces. Can fire 3 arrows simultaneously. Attributes to be determined. Superpower 2. Traps. Superpower 3. Psychic perception. Luo Qingtian emerged from the space excitedly. While her superpowers weren't natural, she felt they were definitely not bad. Hitting the target from 100 paces away? Luo Qingtian attempted a shooting motion against the wall. 3 indistinct arrows instantly struck the wall, disappearing a moment later, leaving behind 3 small holes. Luo Qingtian watched the scene in shock. She even ran over to the wall and touched the 3 holes. Is this the hunter's ability? Luo Qingtian stared at her hands in disbelief. She was now certain her strength had increased. She wanted to continue researching her ability. At that moment, her cell phone rang. Miss Luo, it's me. The buyer wants the house. 32 million. It will be deposited into your account later. The buyer said you have 5 days to move after the transfer. Miss Luo, what do you think? Luo Qingtian hadn't expected the buyer to update so quickly. Okay, we set a transfer date once the money arrives. Manager Zhang, suppressing his excitement, said, Okay, then, can we set a date for tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.? Yes, Manager Zhang, after I buy my house. Could you help me find a property in the suburbs of Xiqing District? I plan to rent it until I graduate from university. The rent will be 1/3 of the deposit. It needs to be a bigger place. Upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Manager Zhang immediately said, Sure. I happen to have a rental property over there. It's a 3-story villa, over 300 square meters in total, with a large yard, also 300 square meters. The rent is reasonable. If Miss Luo is interested, you could come take a look. Okay, I come take a look tomorrow after the transfer is complete. If everything looks okay, I book it. After hanging up the phone, Luo Qingtian began to sprint around the house. Luo Qingtian packed everything from furniture to kitchen utensils into his space, and he also sorted through almost everything in the study. In the end, only the bed remained in the room. Just then, a transfer message popped up on her phone. It arrived so quickly. It seemed the buyer was anxious too. Luo Qingtian smiled and, in a good mood, headed out for the night market. 10 years after the apocalypse, she hadn't had anything decent to eat in ages. Arriving at the night market, Luo Qingtian randomly found a food stall, ordered a table full of dishes and dozens of skewers, and began to devour them. 10 years had passed since Luo Qingtian had eaten proper food. Just as she was devouring her meal, a voice rang out from not far away. Hey, isn't that Qingtian? Qingtian, you're eating here? And you ordered so much? As soon as she finished speaking, a pretty figure sat down in front of her. Luo Qingtian suppressed her impatience and frowned across from her. Lu Shiqi, her best friend from her past life. On the surface, she was always good to her, even setting Han Shuo up with her. But she never imagined that after the apocalypse, Lu Shiqi and Han Shuo would sleep in the same bed without her knowing. Afterwards, they both came to her and explained that it was unintentional. Later, they kissed in front of her as she died. Now that she thought about it, they might have been together before the apocalypse. She was the only one who was still fooled by them. Luo Qingtian looked up at Lu Shiqi across from her, then at Han Shuo standing to the side. Swallowing the hatred in her heart, she ate slowly. Lu Shiqi seemed to have thought of something, and pulled Han Shuo over to sit down with her. Qingtian, did you and Han Shuo have a fight? You ran away from class, and Han Shuo came to me right after class to find out how you were doing. Han Shuo now looked at Luo Qing cautiously. Qingtian, is there some misunderstanding between us? Luo Qingtian frowned at the two of them, and said, What misunderstanding? Is it that you two are out on a date so late at night, or did you know I was here all along? I don't even remember telling anyone I was coming here. Even she herself had decided to eat at this restaurant on a whim. It was obvious that these two were out on a date alone. Does he really think she's as foolish as before? Luo Qingtian glanced up at the two of them sarcastically, then picked up a kebab and began to eat, oblivious to the crowd. Chapter 3. Lu Shiqi smiled awkwardly and said, Qingtian, what are you thinking? We really came here to see you. You can't finish all the food you ordered, so why don't we eat together? Lu Shiqi said, reaching for the kebabs on the table. Luo Qingtian grabbed Lu Shiqi's wrist and said coldly, If you want to eat, go ahead and order it yourself. What's wrong? You've been taking advantage of others all day, and it's become a habit? Do you really want to be a beggar? Get out of here, don't you? You're getting in my way. Luo Qingtian's voice was loud, and everyone around looked over. When they saw Lu Shiqi, their eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Lu Shiqi didn't expect Luo Qingtian to lose face in front of so many people, and she instantly became angry. Luo Qingtian, what? If Han Shuo hadn't come to beg me, do you think I would come to see you? Come to see me? And dress so extravagantly? This looks like a date, right? You two are truly my best friends and boyfriends. Stop disgusting me. Stay away from me, both of you. The mere sight of you makes me sick. Luo Qing's body trembled imperceptibly. She couldn't get along with these two normally. Hate, so much hate. She was afraid that if they continued like this, she would strangle them to death. But this was still an era of rule of law. She had to suppress her murderous intent before the end of the world. Lu Shiqi's chest heaved with rage. She pointed at Luo Qingtian, speechless, and turned to look at Han Shuo. It's all your fault. You two were arguing and quarreling, but why am I the one who got hurt in the end? Lu Shiqi gave Han Shuo a look, signaling him to talk to Luo Qing. Han Shuo immediately understood and said, Qingtian, what nonsense are you talking about? You suddenly left the classroom today, and I was worried about you, so I went to find Shichi. Before Han Shuo could finish his words, Luo Qingtian interrupted him. You're worried about me, but you didn't even call me, and you went straight to my best friend? You're really smart. Han Shuo, I feel sick just looking at you now, so don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, I don't know what I'd do to you. Luo Qingtian's eyes once again blazed with intense hatred and murderous intent, and Han Shuo was once again frightened by his gaze. His body trembled involuntarily. For a moment, he forgot what he wanted to say. Luo Qingtian then stood up. This is so disgusting. Boss, pack it up. The owner, who had been busy at the barbecue stall, hurried over upon hearing Luo Qingtian's voice. Little girl, you haven't eaten for long. Well, I'm done. Take it up. And add 50 more skewers. The owner, hearing Luo Qingtian's words, became more excited and quickly packed Luo Qingtian's food. Luo Qingtian paid and turned to leave, not even glancing at Lu Shiqi and Han Shuo. She didn't want to be associated with these two scumbags now. She remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse, neither she nor Han Shuo had awakened their special powers. Even if Han Shuo had taken her Jade token, he still didn't obtain the Doomsday game system. Later, when she went to the base, someone approached her, offering to help her awaken her superpowers. She foolishly told Han Shuo about this, and he replied, As my woman, you should be protected by me. Leave the superpowers to me. I form a team later, and you can just stay home and enjoy yourself. When Han Shuo said this, she felt incredibly happy. Without a second thought, she gave him the opportunity. The team was eventually formed, but Han Shuo grew increasingly cold towards her, even the members of the team looking at her with disdain. To find her match with Han Shuo, she once again sought out the man who offered to help her. She wanted him to help her one more time, awakening her powers, but he said there was no way, only one chance. But he could help her train her body and skills. For the next few days, she followed him, learning various weapons and skills. Later, when she had developed some self-defense skills, she began accompanying Han Shuo on missions. She wondered if, without her and the Jade token, Han Shuo would still live as carefree in this life as he had in his previous one. And Lu Shiqi, hadn't she finally awakened her healing powers? She wondered if she would still cling to the useless Han Shuo as she had in her previous life. Luo Qingtian walked back in a good mood. When she reached a deserted area, she put all the food she had packed into her space. Tomorrow she had to transfer the ownership of the house, so after eating and drinking, she needed to rest quickly. That night, Luo Qingtian slept soundly. She hadn't slept so comfortably in ages. If it weren't for the transfer, she would have liked to sleep a little longer. Luo Qingtian got up, tucked the last bed in the house into her space, then took a taxi to the housing authority. The transfer went smoothly. The buyer didn't come in person, but instead sent a lawyer. After the transfer was completed, Luo Qingtian and the agent headed to the outskirts of High City Xiqing District. Manager Zhang recommended a villa to Luo Qingtian. It was beautifully decorated, move-in ready, and had a large yard. But Luo Qingtian, thinking of the heavy rains expected in the months after the apocalypse, which would flood the villas, ultimately decided not to rent it. She looked up at the high-rise building behind the villa complex and asked, Is there anything available there? Manager Zhang turned and said apologetically, Miss Luo, that's the Huan residential complex. They don't rent there, they only buy. And going to the apartment, there would require a check on your assets. Since you just sold your house, there's a vacant rooftop villa on the 33rd floor. It's over 300 square meters. It would cost about 30 million yuan. At this point, Manager Zhang wanted to introduce the villa behind him to Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian pointed to the tall building and said, That's it. Luo Qingtian wasn't poor. She had a bank card left by her grandmother, or more precisely, by her parents. But before that, except for daily necessities, her grandmother never allowed her to touch the extra money. She said she used it when absolutely necessary. And now, that necessary must be the impending end of the world. Manager Zhang looked at Luo Qing in shock. Miss Luo, are you really going to buy it? Well, let's go. Take me to see it. I don't have much time. Manager Zhang was instantly thrilled when he heard Luo Qingtian's words. If Luo Qingtian really bought the top-floor villa, his sales for the year would be guaranteed. Manager Zhang quickly retrieved the key and took Luo Qingtian to the top floor. The 33rd floor villa was a duplex with 5 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. The kitchen was spacious, with room for 3 large double-door refrigerators. Chapter 4. 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 1st floor. It's beautifully decorated. The bedrooms are spacious enough. Luo Qingtian fell in love with it after just a quick look. Luo Qingtian immediately decided it was the right one. Arriving at the real estate agency, she paid the full price. Manager Zhang, seeing Luo Qingtian's prompt payment, excitedly handed her a gift box of company sales prizes. Miss Luo, congratulations on becoming a new homeowner in Huang community. This commemorative coin is made of 24K pure gold, and these ornaments are also made of fine Hitian jade. These are gifts from our company. Please accept them. Luo Qingtian looked at the items Manager Zhang handed her, and her body trembled slightly. Of course, she wasn't deliberately trembling. It was simply the space within her body that was leaping with joy. She could clearly sense the space's desire for these items. Thank you. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth, suppressing his excitement. He picked up the gift box, nodded to Manager Zhang, and left. Not long after leaving, Luo Qingtian tossed the gift box into the space. Luo Qingtian kept an eye on the gift box until he saw the commemorative coins and several jade ornaments gradually disappear. Luo Qingtian almost jumped up. This space also consumes jade and gold? Before Luo Qingtian could recover from his shock, he saw the space begin to undergo earth-shattering changes. A vast expanse of grass appeared on the once bare plain. The small wooden house became a large bungalow, and the once small farmland instantly expanded by over 10 acres. The entire space also expanded dozens of times its original size. At first, Luo Qingtian had worried that the excessive purchases would fill up the space, but now it seemed that such worries were completely unfounded. Luo Qingtian didn't even bother to be happy, as she headed straight to the 4S dealership to buy a car. The black card receives a large sum of money every month. She had just checked and found over 2 billion yuan in it. The sight of this figure shocked Luo Qingtian. At the 4S dealership, she specifically ordered 3 different SUVs with large capacity and high chassis. She also ordered an RV. After paying the deposit, she went to the used market to buy a van and headed straight to the grain and oil market. It was already noon when she arrived at the grain and oil market. Luo Qingtian remembered the food she had put into the space yesterday and took it out of the car. Luo Qingtian discovered that the food was still warm after she took it out. It seemed that this space really could preserve food. Luo Qingtian was overjoyed and quickly ate some food before going back to stock up. Although there were still many supplies left by her parents in the space, no one knew how long the apocalypse would last. Of course, the more supplies, the better. Besides, in the apocalypse, all money would be worthless, so she had to spend it all within these 3 months. Driving to the grain and oil market, 2 entire streets were lined with wholesale rice, flour, and oil shops. Luo Qingtian circled the market before finally entering the largest store. The shopkeeper, a bald, middle-aged man, stood up with a smile upon seeing Luo Qingtian enter. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Luo Qingtian pointed at the oil on the shelf and said, "Boss, I'm opening a large warehouse-style supermarket and need to stock up. Give me 100 tons of each of these oils. This bag of rice weighs 50 kilograms. And this bag of oil weighs 20 kilograms. Give me 10,000 bags of each style. And flour too. 10,000 bags of each." Luo Qing then pointed to the red beans, barley, millet, black beans, soybeans, and various grains nearby. 3,000 kilograms of each will do. Luo Qing continued to order a few more grains, until the boss, listening intently, chuckled. "Little girl, are you teasing me? Even if you really want to open a supermarket, you don't need to buy so much, right?" Luo Qingtian pulled out her phone. "Show me your account number. I pay the deposit right away. I need it urgently. If they're out of stock, I can look for other stores." Luo Qingtian was serious. The boss was instantly intimidated by Luo Qingtian's aura. It looked like this little girl wasn't trying to cause trouble. He nodded immediately. "Yes, we have stock, but you want a lot, so we need to arrange for it. Just pay the 200,000 yuan deposit. I contact you when the stock arrives." The boss was beaming. This was a big deal. If this order went through, I can rest up all year. Luo Qingtian readily paid, exchanged contact information, and was about to leave when the boss quickly said, "Sir, since you run a warehouse supermarket, do you need any salt, spices, or kitchen supplies? I can get them from you." Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up slightly, and he stopped immediately and said, "If you can help me contact a good manufacturer, that would be great. But my supermarket is still under renovation, and I'm wondering if there's any large warehouse around here. I'm planning to rent one for 3 months. The boss was immediately delighted when he heard this. "Yes, yes, yes. We have a designated warehouse in our market. I show you around. If you rent one, I can ship the goods directly to you when they arrive. The current boss, completely treating Luo Qingtian like a god of wealth, politely led him straight to the warehouse. He helped Luo Qingtian find a warehouse manager. He helped Luo Qingtian rent 3 large warehouses. While Luo Qingtian was paying, he made a point of calling his business partners. Once Luo Qingtian received the warehouse keys, he was surrounded by a group of shop owners. Ownerships from seafood, vegetables, spices, daily necessities, drinking water, pig farms, cattle farms, chicken farms, and sheep farms had all arrived. Luo Qingtian was deeply impressed by the power of this rice, flour, and oil business. And then, amidst the crowd's expectant gaze, he placed orders for tens of tons of goods from all the shop owners. They exchanged contact information again and paid a deposit. Luo Qingtian left the grain and oil market and headed straight for the Walmart, High City's largest supermarket. Luo Qingtian approached the supermarket warehouse manager and handed over his shopping list. He left his warehouse address and contact information and headed straight for High City's largest security company. It was already evening when Luo Qingtian arrived at the security company, just as they were closing. However, when the general manager of the security company saw Luo Qingtian, he was immediately surprised and asked, "Little Qingtian? Why are you here? Uncle Qi? Why are you here?" It was then that Luo Qingtian discovered that the general manager was a former colleague of his parents. According to his grandmother, Uncle Qi had resigned after their parents disappeared. In the days after his resignation, Uncle Qi had helped the family search for their parents. Afterwards, nothing was found. Chapter 5. Qi Jian wasn't in a rush to leave work at this point. He opened the office door and walked in with Luo Qingtian. "Qing, right? Why are you here?" Luo Qingtian had a good impression of Qi Jian and said, "Uncle Qi, I want to build a safe house. I want the highest level of security." Qi Jian looked at Luo Qingtian in shock. "Little Qingtian, tell me the truth. Did something happen?" Qi Jian's first reaction was that Luo Qingtian had offended someone. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "No, uncle. I've been feeling like someone's following me lately. I also discovered my boyfriend is cheating on me, and my second and third uncles are both trying to borrow money from me. So many things are making me uneasy, so I'm thinking of building a safe house with a security company." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Qi Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He handed Luo Qingtian a tablet and said, Okay. Choose the materials and tell me your requirements. I arranged for someone to come directly and reinforce your house. By the way, Qingtian, are you still living in your old place?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "No, I moved. I send the address to uncle later." Luo Qingtian looked down at the materials on the tablet and selected aerospace materials for the walls, ceiling, and floor. This material has a unique characteristic. Although it's an alloy, it's lightweight and dozens of times stronger than ordinary houses. The glass used is the same explosion-proof glass used on the Tiangong-1 spacecraft. This glass is heat-resistant, cold-resistant, and has excellent light absorption and strength, comparable to alloys. Of course, the price was also very high. As for the doors, Luo Qingtian requested that all the upstairs and downstairs doors be replaced with heavy, burglar-proof doors like those found in bank vaults. He also requested that these doors be embedded in the inner room, and that an additional alloy door be added to the outer door. Luo Qingtian's residence has a rooftop. She had the security company install solar panels and a water tank on the rooftop to prevent anyone from using the rooftop for a sneak attack. Luo Qingtian specifically requested that her section of the rooftop be raised, completely enclosed in an alloy iron cage, and equipped with an electrical grid. She also specifically requested 10 generators. Hydraulic, household wind, diesel, gasoline, and so on, every kind was needed. Luo Qingtian recounted her demands, and Qi Jian felt a tingling sensation as he listened. "Qingtian, are you sure you want this?" Luo Qingtian looked at Qi Jian in confusion. "Uncle, is there a problem? Or is my request a bit difficult?" Qi Jian, seeing Luo Qingtian's serious expression, swallowed the words of advice that were about to come out of his mouth. "No problem, Qingtian, our company can indeed meet your requirements, but they cost at least over 100 million yuan, with a 20 million yuan deposit. You have to pay that first." Luo Qingtian nodded matter-of-factly. "No problem, but uncle, how long will the reinforcement of this house be completed? If it takes longer, I'm afraid we have to lower some of the requirements." Qi Jian glanced at the checkboxes on the tablet and said, "About 2 months. We draft the contract first, and then you pay the deposit, and we start work. After completion, You can inspect the work. If it's okay, you can pay the balance. Hearing 2 months, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The solar panels, power grid, and alloy cage on the rooftop can be installed after everything else is finished. That will be exactly 3 months later. When the apocalypse arrives, I doubt I have to pay the balance myself. Okay. I draft the contract now. After signing the contract and leaving the address, Luo Qingtian left. It was already midnight when she returned home. Luo Qingtian was exhausted from the day's work. She took some food she bought from outside out of her space, ate a quick meal, and went to sleep. She slept soundly until a knock on the door the next day. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected Qi Jian to hire a construction team so quickly. After buying the house, Luo Qingtian had only put in a bed. The rest of her belongings hadn't been put in yet. She briefly explained her requirements to the renovation team and hurried off. Luo Qingtian first went to the warehouse. The goods from Walmart were already waiting there. When Luo Qingtian arrived, she saw 4 17-meter-long heavy-duty trucks waiting outside. Luo Qingtian greeted the drivers, then opened the warehouse door and began unloading the goods. Thankfully, the warehouse was large enough. By noon, the goods were finally unloaded. After inspecting the goods, Luo Qingtian called the Walmart manager and arranged to meet there that afternoon for the final payment. However, Luo Qingtian requested that after the final payment, she continue to inspect the warehouse's inventory. The manager assumed Luo Qingtian still wanted to purchase more goods and agreed without further ado. After Luo Qingtian finished her checkout that afternoon, she began pacing the warehouse. She quietly activated her third skill. Because it was only at level 1, Luo Qingtian could only get a general overview of the area around her, about 100 meters in radius. To memorize the entire warehouse's topography and corridors, Luo Qingtian walked around for 3 hours. Another 3,000 bags of toilet paper, 3,000 bags of sanitary napkins, and 30,000 bags of tissue paper and wet wipes were ordered from outside the city. The Walmart warehouse manager was overjoyed upon receiving this order. He agreed with Luo Qingtian on a delivery date and hurried off to stock up. Luo Qingtian had her own plans for coming to the warehouse. After leaving Walmart, Luo Qingtian went straight to the bank and bought a large quantity of gold bars. 2 full boxes. The bank manager was initially concerned that Luo Qingtian wouldn't be able to carry them and wanted to arrange for someone to escort him, but Luo Qingtian refused. Under their stunned gazes, he grabbed the gold bars and got into the van and drove away. Luo Qingtian found a deserted spot and tossed the gold bars directly into the space. Luo Qingtian sat in the van, closely observing the changes in the space. After a while, the gold bars began to be absorbed bit by bit, and the space began to become foggy. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian felt her head begin to spin. She had been watching the changes in the space, but now her vision blurred. She couldn't see the space anymore even if she tried. Just as Luo Qingtian was stunned and nervous, the space appeared in her mind again. The space had completely changed. The empty land was now covered with green grass. Hundreds of acres of fertile farmland had been added, and one direction of the space seemed endless. And in the distance, on the other side of the space, several large mountains appeared. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could still vaguely hear the sound of flowing water on the mountains. And her original cabin had become a 2-story Western-style building. Seeing this transformation, Luo Qingtian's body trembled with excitement. Chapter 6. Originally, she entered the Walmart warehouse, intending to wait for the apocalypse to arrive and make a $0 purchase. Then, she'd be able to fill up the space, but she hadn't expected it to be so full. Now that she knew the space could be upgraded in this way, Luo Qingtian instantly had a new plan. She didn't rush home, but headed straight for the used car market. She knew the owners there usually had connections to buy large quantities of gasoline and diesel. The used car market owner initially denied it. "I don't have any here. There's a gas station over there. Go get whatever you want." "Boss, I need a lot. I take whatever you have." The owner looked at Luo Qingtian with disdain. "You take it all? I have dozens of tons here. Can you handle it? Really? That much?" Luo Qingtian stared at the owner in shock. At first, the owner thought Luo Qingtian was intimidated by the amount he secretly stored. But Luo Qingtian simply pulled out his phone and said, "I check it out. If it's really that much, I pay for it today." With that, he was stunned. This time, it was the owner's turn to be stunned, but he still took Luo Qingtian to the warehouse in the back. There were several 3,000-liter plastic barrels in the warehouse, just sitting there. Luo Qingtian activated his hunter's third skill again and checked all the barrels. confirming they were gasoline and diesel. He then readily transferred the money. Then he asked for the warehouse key and said he sent a truck to pick up the goods tomorrow. The boss didn't realize until he left the warehouse that all this contraband had been sold like that, but then something struck him. He turned to look at Luo Qingtian, who was still counting the goods in the warehouse, and then he remembered that he still had a key to the warehouse in his drawer. A sneer played on his lips. Since you can't pick up the goods until tomorrow, I come over tonight to get some backup. That's not too much, right? The boss, thinking this, immediately quickened his pace and ran towards his office. After the boss left, Luo Qingtian activated his third skill and looked around to make sure no one was around. Luo Qingtian then placed all the oil drums in front of him into the space. He brushed the dust off his hands and happily left. It was already night, and Luo Qingtian hadn't returned home. After all, the security company was still reinforcing the house, and it wasn't convenient for her. Thinking that the end of the world was imminent, Luo Qingtian stopped saving money and went straight to the largest hotel in High City. He booked the best and largest room and paid for 2 months' rent. Satisfied, he went to dinner. The hotel's second floor was a 3-star Michelin restaurant. A single meal would cost at least 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Luo Qingtian sat down, not even checking the prices, and immediately ordered the most expensive dish before digging in. After a busy day, Luo Qingtian was exhausted and hungry, unconcerned about what others thought of him, and his eating was rather wild. The waiter brought Luo Qingtian several more dishes before he was finally full. After finishing the last bite of foie gras, Luo Qingtian was about to get up when he heard another unwanted voice from the restaurant entrance. "Qingtian, you're here?" Lu Shiqi waved at him in surprise. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, but ignored it and stood up to leave. Lu Shiqi was about to rush in anxiously. The waiter quickly stopped her. "Excuse me, would you like to eat?" Lu Shiqi glanced at Luo Qingtian's table and swallowed. "My friend is there, we're together." The waiter then looked at Luo Qingtian with a questioning look in his eyes. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "I don't know you. Call your manager over. I need something." Lu Shiqi nearly went berserk upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words. "Luo Qingtian doesn't recognize me?" Lu Shiqi started shouting at the door, but Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at her. Until Lu Shiqi was dragged out by security, a young man approached Luo Qingtian. "Miss, are you dissatisfied with your meal?" Luo Qingtian picked up the ordering guide on the table and said, "I don't want this, and this. The rest will be made 50 times a day and delivered to the presidential suite on the top floor for 2 months. The manager initially thought Luo Qingtian was teasing him, until Luo Qingtian pulled out his black card. "I pay half first. I pay the rest at the end of next month. Is that a problem?" The manager was still confused. He blankly took the POS machine, swiped the money, and stiffly exchanged contact information with Luo Qingtian. Even after Luo Qingtian left, the manager couldn't believe his ears. After finishing his meal, Luo Qingtian didn't go back to the rooftop to rest. Instead, he went to the night market again. He ordered hundreds of his favorite foods, drinks, and entertainment, leaving his contact information and address. Only then did he walk back, contented. Not far behind, Lu Shiqi had been following him closely. Seeing Luo Qingtian trying to return to the hotel, Lu Shiqi finally couldn't help but rush to Luo Qingtian's side. "Qingtian, what's going on? Is there a misunderstanding between us? I know you're still thinking about Han Shu, but Han Shu and I are really not what you think." "What am I thinking?" Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Shiqi with a half smile. She actually been aware of her presence for a while, but she just wanted to see what she'd do with her. Usually, her presence at school wasn't very noticeable, and everyone at school thought she was a poor student, a follower of Lu Shiqi's. But only Lu Shiqi knew that many of her expenses were paid for by her, Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian knew she wasn't poor. Even if she didn't use her parents' money, the wealth her grandmother left her was more than enough for her to live comfortably. Lu Shiqi used to say that as an orphan, without her parents, she needed to keep her wealth to herself for safety. So, she lived a very tight life. And Lu Shiqi would find all sorts of excuses to get her to pay the bills. And so, compared to Lu Shiqi, Luo Qingtian became the ugly duckling next to the white swan. "Qingtian, don't be angry. I know you like Han Shu. Han Shu and I are truly innocent. And then? Is it related to me? I don't care whether you're innocent or not. I just hope you won't bother me again. By the way, please pay me back the money I advanced you within a week. I send you the bill later. If you don't pay it back within a week, I sue you." Luo Qing finished. She walked past Lu Shiqi and into the hotel. Lu Shiqi was so angry she couldn't speak. She glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely as he left. She hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to ask her for money? And to ask her to pay it back within a month? An orphan dared to challenge her. Luo Qingtian, just wait. You want to pay me back? Dream on. Luo Qingtian could hear these words. She narrowed her eyes and suppressed the hatred in her heart. Now is not the time yet. As soon as the end of the world comes, she will repay the pain they inflicted on her in her previous life, tenfold. Chapter 7. Luo Qingtian returned to the hotel and reviewed all the items he had prepared over the past few days. Realizing he still had some things to buy, he set an alarm and prepared for bed. The next morning, Luo Qingtian was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It was the grain and oil store owners calling. Miss Luo, our goods are ready. When do you think you can come inspect them? So soon? I'd be there later. Luo Qingtian forced herself to get up, wash, and pack. He went downstairs and drove his minivan straight to the rice, flour, and oil market. Arriving at the market, the entire market supply chain was waiting excitedly outside the warehouse. Luo Qingtian quickly got out of the car and greeted everyone. Everyone gathered around Luo Qingtian like stars surrounding the moon, remarking on how hard it was to get their goods. Luo Qingtian nodded and arranged for everyone to put everything in his warehouse in an orderly manner. When there was no more room, Luo Qingtian negotiated with the other bosses and asked them to move the goods directly into his warehouse. He would arrange for someone to pick them up that evening. Once the goods were nearly inspected, he would settle the bill. The bosses, unsuspecting of Luo Qingtian, left their addresses and departed. After they left, Luo Qingtian entered the warehouse and stored everything in his storage space. It took Luo Qingtian 3 full days. He collected all the orders from the rice, flour, and oil market and promptly settled the bill. After a month of hard work, Luo Qingtian finally had nearly everything he needed. In the remaining days, Luo Qingtian planned to order some of his favorite food, toys, clothes, and daily necessities. The 3 SUVs he had ordered also arrived. Luo Qingtian had almost finished preparing all sorts of things, so he stopped going to the rice, flour, and oil market and instead visited antique markets and gold shops. After a few days of stockpiling, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that his space was becoming saturated. He had initially thought that the previous upgrade had rendered his space unable to avoid obstacles, but now it seemed that it still needed a large amount of gold to nourish it. Luo Qingtian had originally considered buying gold bars directly, but he had already bought a lot at the bank, and buying more would cause unnecessary trouble. Luo Qingtian decided to settle for the next best thing and nourish his space with gold jewelry and jade from the antique market. While at the antique market, Luo Qingtian discovered that his space could actually identify the authenticity of jade in the market. Luo Qingtian left the antique market feeling very satisfied. However, as Luo Qingtian left, a pair of eyes stared at her closely until she got into the van and left. Brother, is this the girl who came to order from you? I can't tell. Not long after Luo Qingtian left, 2 men emerged from the antique market's main entrance. One of them was none other than Sun Chong, the owner of the used car market. Sun Chong glanced at the man beside him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Follow her." Soon, the 2 men got into an SUV and followed Luo Qingtian. After giving Luo Qingtian the key, Sun Chong used another key to open the warehouse that evening. He figured that Luo Qingtian had requested so much goods, and even if he moved a little, Luo Qingtian, no matter how powerful, wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But when he led his men into the warehouse, he was stunned. The entire warehouse was completely empty. Not only was there no gasoline, but not even a single gasoline barrel. At first, he assumed Luo Qingtian didn't trust him and had sent someone over early. But after checking the surveillance footage, he discovered only Luo Qingtian leaving. He didn't see any vehicles arriving to take the goods. And yet, the warehouse full of gasoline had simply vanished. This was incredibly suspicious. Because Luo Qingtian had previously owned a car, he quickly tracked down his identity and address. What he didn't expect was that by the time he found Luo Qingtian's address, he had already moved. It wasn't until today, while he was looking for a bargain at the antique market, that he finally saw Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was in high spirits, having bought so many great things, that she didn't notice the little figure behind her. Back at the hotel, Luo Qingtian couldn't wait to return to her room and lock the door. She immediately put all the jade accessories she had bought into her space. The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt a wave of dizziness in her head. She endured the discomfort and focused all her attention on the space. After absorbing all the jade and gold, the space underwent another drastic transformation. Originally, only one direction of the space had no visible boundary. The remaining directions could clearly feel bounded by something. This change also made the other side of the space seem endless. A small river appeared between two newly added mountains not far away. The water was crystal clear. Seeing this scene, Luo Qitian was thrilled. This time, she had stockpiled a lot of mineral water. In the afternoon, she was still wondering if she should stock up on more water. Now that she had the river, even if her water ran out someday, she wouldn't have to worry about running out of it. Luo Qitian had originally wanted to stay in this space a little longer, but suddenly there was a commotion at the door. Alarm bells rang, and Luo Qitian quickly left the space and activated her hunter's third skill, perception. At the door, Sun Chong and his accomplices were milling around. There was only one room on the top floor. He didn't believe Luo Qitian lived in such a place. The top floor of this hotel was notoriously expensive. A night there could cost an average person half a year's salary. Luo Qitian was an orphan, so she probably didn't have that much money. But as he got into the elevator, he paid special attention to Luo Qingqian's floor. It was indeed the top floor. Thinking over it all, Sun Chong lingered at the door. Luo Qitian, from inside, had clearly seen Sun Chong's movements. She hadn't expected Sun Chong to target her. She had no idea how much Sun Chong knew about her actions, so she already harbored murderous intent. Calculating the time, she realized the apocalypse was still over a month away, so she couldn't act yet. However, she absolutely couldn't allow such a hidden danger to follow her. Luo Qitian immediately called the front desk, informing them that someone was lurking at the door, and asking them to quickly dispatch someone. Luo Qitian had a 2-month reservation at the hotel, and was considered a VIP. Shortly after receiving Luo Qingqian's call, hotel security arrived at the top floor, and before Sun Chong could say anything, they escorted the two away. After being taken away, the hotel manager specifically knocked on Luo Qingqian's door. "Miss Luo, I'm sorry, it's our hotel's poor management that frightened you." The hotel manager looked at Luo Qitian with trepidation, fearing that Luo Qitian would check out if she got upset. Chapter 8. Luo Qitian waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay, but you still have to be careful. I don't want this to happen again." The hotel manager breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Luo Qitian, assuring him that it wouldn't happen again. Luo Qitian finally nodded. "Well, it's getting late. I need to go to bed." After saying that, Luo Qitian closed the door under the hotel manager's respectful gaze. Outside the room, the manager breathed a sigh of relief and hurried downstairs to deal with Sun Chong's matter. After making sure the hotel manager had left, Luo Qitian quietly opened the door. After avoiding the cameras, she headed straight for the restaurant's stairs. Since awakening her hunter skills, Luo Qingqian's body has been growing stronger day by day. Even her vision has become clearer than before. She quickly rushed to the stairs, all the way to the restaurant's back door, avoiding the cameras and finding a quiet corner to wait. Half an hour later, Sun Chong and his companions cursed as they left the hotel, only to be escorted out by several security guards. The two men climbed into the car, glaring angrily at the hotel's security guards, who escorted them out. He got into the car with a furious look on his face. Finding Luo Qitian today was impossible, but as long as Luo Qitian was still staying at this restaurant, he would eventually find him. The car quickly drove onto the road. Luo Qitian, staring at the car's direction through the window, narrowed his eyes until it began to accelerate. Luo Qitian fiercely unleashed his hunter's first skill at the car. 3 arrows were fired simultaneously. 3 indistinct arrows flew straight towards Sun Chong. Sun Chong's car had just begun to accelerate. Suddenly, he felt the rear wheels begin to drift. Sun Chong instinctively slammed on the brakes to stop. Just then, a truck drove towards him from the opposite direction. Bang! Sun Chong's car collided with the truck. At the moment the two cars collided, Luo Qitian once again aimed his arrow at Sun Chong's head. The arrow pierced the airbag in Sun Chong's car and struck him directly in the temple. Luo Qitian didn't bother to see if Sun Chong was alive or dead. Instead, he turned and entered the restaurant, climbing the stairs to the rooftop. Luo Qitian didn't care what happened to Sun Chong. No matter what, he was certain that he wouldn't face any future trouble. Through this skill, Luo Qitian discovered that his skill had a significant range limitation. After much reflection, he concluded that it was due to his lack of weapons. After a night's rest, Luo Qitian went to the arena the next day to customize a number of bows and arrows. Now that her space had fresh water, Luo Qingtian ordered some live pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. She also set aside a separate area within the space to raise a large number of live fish and seafood. Time passed, and Luo Qingtian's house was renovated. 3 months later, Luo Qingtian finally moved into her own home. The room was beautifully decorated, with both floor heating and air conditioning, and a separate electrical system. Surveillance cameras were installed inside and outside the room, and throughout the entire building, allowing Luo Qingtian to monitor what was happening outside. Qi Jian didn't rush Luo Qingtian into paying the balance, but instead allowed her to stay for a while. Of course, Luo Qingtian was happy with this. The apocalypse was still a few days away. Luo Qingtian hadn't left the house. Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi had visited her several times. They tried to explain, but Luo Qingtian ignored them. It was already September. But the temperature remained around 40 degrees Celsius, and she received daily high-temperature warnings on her phone. The neighborhood chat group began to groan, complaining about the awful weather. Luo Qingtian silently observed the complaints, smiling and remaining silent. Because she knew this was a sign of the impending apocalypse. She locked herself in her room and began her daily training. Each time, she pushed herself to the limit, stopping only when her body could no longer bear it. She had her own training method taught to her by the person who had taught her martial arts at the base in her previous life. And so, a few more days passed. Until this morning. The scorching weather suddenly turned cooler. And with it, the entire world was shrouded in a white mist. The damp mist from the white fog clung to the bodies of those rushing out, leaving a sticky impression. The community chat room erupted again. Oh my god, what kind of awful weather is this? It's so foggy I can't even see a single person walking down the street. Yeah. I don't know how many car accidents there have been along the way. I'm afraid to go out anymore, me too. I was planning to take my kids to school, but the fog was so thick, and there was a terrible smell. Something just didn't feel right, so I asked the teacher for leave. Everyone in the chat room chattered, and Luo Qingtian was already getting ready to go out. After this thick fog, acid rain arrived. This acid rain mutated 70% of all life on Earth. This acid rain marked the beginning of the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian stood by the window, quietly gazing at the white world. An hour later, the fog gradually dissipated, and then heavy rain began to pour down. The entire world was engulfed in rain. Luo Qingtian donned his raincoat and helmet and left the house. Luo Qingtian retrieved his SUV and activated his hunter's third skill. He drove through the pouring rain. He headed straight for the largest Walmart in the area. Because of the fog and rain, the Walmart was sparsely populated. When Luo Qingtian arrived at the store, he didn't rush in. He simply sat in his car and waited. The rain intensified. Some of those caught in the rain began to notice something was amiss. Everyone who was caught in the rain began to feel dizzy and feverish to varying degrees. Some even fainted after being caught in the rain. What's with this rain? It's so sour and smelly. It's really unpleasant to get wet. Yeah. I just saw someone faint after being caught in the rain. Could it be poisonous? In the parking lot, 2 men, holding umbrellas, hurried toward the lot. They stopped in front of the car next to Luo Qingtian's. One of them took out his car keys, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat, while the other man stood quietly at the passenger door. The man in the driver's seat saw his companion show no intention of getting in the car and frowned, asking, "Get in. What are you daydreaming about?" After he said this, the man's companion suddenly looked up and stared at him silently. Luo Qingtian turned to look at the dazed man. Noticing his pupils gradually turning grayish-white, his eyes froze. Is this a sudden change? Luo Qingtian was all too familiar with this scene. This was the precursor to the transformation of the zombies. In previous lives, most people who were exposed to acid rain began to experience changes in their eyes. Chapter 9. Luo Qingtian rolled down his car window and said to the man, "Go." The man in the driver's seat turned his head at Luo Qingtian's words, ignored him, and prepared to get up to pull his companion. But just as he approached his companion, he suddenly jumped up, hugged him, and began biting his neck. "Ah, hurry, help me!" An ear-piercing scream rang out. The man struggled and waved at Luo Qingtian, hoping that Luo Qingtian would come to his aid. Luo Qingtian sighed, and slowly raised the car window, completely blocking out the screams. Meanwhile, chaos ensued in the parking lot. The bitten man quickly transformed, and the 2 men, completely transformed into zombies, began to rush madly towards the other people running in the parking lot. Observing this, Luo Qingtian put her helmet back on. She quietly opened the car door and walked out. She ran all the way to the Walmart. The supermarket was now in chaos. Staff, supermarket employees, and the few remaining customers rushed outside. Luo Qingtian walked straight inside, heading toward the crowd. When she reached the stairs, she turned inside. Her target was the large row of warehouses behind Walmart. These warehouses, totaling over 1 million square meters, served as the main warehouse for the East China region. The last time Luo Qingtian came here to pick up some goods, she had paid special attention to the surrounding area. Using the stairs, Luo Qingtian traced her memory and found the warehouse. The warehouse door was locked with double doors. Entry required an ID card. Luo Qingtian paused at the door and looked around. Suddenly, alarm bells blared in Luo Qingtian's mind, and he leaned forward slightly, dodging the sudden attack from behind. Ah, ha ha. The distinctive sounds of zombies echoed in Luo Qingtian's ears. A zombie dressed in Walmart warehouse clothing lunged towards him. A tang sword suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand, and he slashed directly at the zombie's neck as it charged. The next moment, the zombie's head rolled to the ground, and its body fell heavily, not far from Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly approached the zombie and searched its body. Sure enough, there was an access card in its pocket. Luo Qingtian took the card and inserted it into the warehouse's card slot. The door opened, and Luo Qingtian rushed into the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with a dazzling array of goods. It had everything you could buy. Even bicycles, tricycles, yachts, speedboats, and motorcycles were available. To save time, Luo Qingtian activated his hunter's third skill, took a quick look around, and after confirming there were no zombies nearby, he quickly moved through the warehouse. While collecting items, a few zombies occasionally wandered by slowly. Since there weren't many, Luo Qingtian chopped them down with his sword. Half an hour later, the entire warehouse, including the shelves, had been stored within Luo Qingtian's space. Luo Qingtian didn't pause, collecting everything and quickly leaving. When he returned to the Walmart supermarket, the silence was eerie. Occasionally, the sound of Donka's footsteps could be heard, and the supermarket floor was littered with blood and broken limbs. There were no more normal people walking around in the supermarket, only mutated zombies roaming around. The cackling footsteps were made by the zombies, who had completely lost their humanity. The zombies moved very slowly, with a few moving slightly faster, apparently searching for suitable prey. Luo Qingtian inched along the wall toward the main entrance. Occasionally, a zombie would turn around, and Luo Qingtian would hide in a corner where she could hide. As she reached the corner, several zombies from the other side slowly and unsteadily sauntered toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian tried to turn back, but several zombies were also following her. Luo Qingtian frowned. If she could help it, she really didn't want to face the zombies so soon. She had more things to do, but now there was nowhere to hide. A bow suddenly appeared in her hand, and she quickly fired 3 arrows at the zombies behind her. Then the tang sword reappeared. The moment a zombie turned around the corner, Luo Qingtian sprinted over, aiming for its head and slashing down. Because of the noise, the surrounding zombies all ran towards the sound. Luo Qingtian killed zombies as she rushed towards the main entrance. As she passed the supermarket storage bins, Luo Qingtian used her third skill to detect that the main entrance was already swarming with zombies, charging towards her. Luo Qingtian tightened her grip on her tang sword, debating whether to hide in the space. Suddenly, the storage bins moved, and a face appeared from behind a pile of boxes. "Hey, come here." Luo Qingtian turned and saw a man hiding behind a row of storage cabinets. Without thinking, Luo Qingtian took 2 steps at a time, flipped over, and leaped in. The moment Luo Qingtian jumped in, the man who had spoken quickly moved the outer storage box, completely trapping the 2 of them in the innermost area. Luo Qingtian took off his helmet and, looking at the man, mouthed, "Thank you." The man nodded at Luo Qingtian without saying anything. Instead, he nervously peered outside through the gap. Luo Qingtian took out his phone, turned it to silent, and began typing. "These zombies can't see. I have a way to lure them into the supermarket. We can take this opportunity to run to the parking lot." The man blinked at Luo Qingtian in surprise and mouthed 3 words. "How to do it?" Luo Qingtian reached into his backpack and pulled out a can of beer. The man instantly understood Luo Qingtian's intention. He pointed upward, then to the slightly open gap in front of him. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly and pressed the tang sword into the man's hand. The man held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Luo Qingtian quickly threw the can of beer in his hand into the supermarket. Clang! The beer deformed as it hit the ground, making a loud noise. The surrounding zombies, upon hearing the sound, quickly rushed in its direction. The man waited a minute, making sure the zombies had all fled. He carefully moved the storage box in front of him, and the two of them rushed out. The acid rain outside had completely stopped, and there were only a few zombies in the parking lot. As the two rushed out, they all rushed towards them. The man raised his tang sword and swung it desperately. His trembling hands made Luo Qingtian clearly understand how panicked he was. Chapter 10. Don't be nervous. The zombies aren't very strong in their early stages. Their weak spot is their heads. Just chop off their heads, and you kill them instantly. Luo Qingtian whispered soothingly. The man didn't turn around, nodding his head, as he stared at the zombies charging ahead. Luo Qingtian sighed, a bow materialized in her hand, and she aimed at the zombies ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows piercing the air echoed in the man's ears, and then he saw 3 long arrows pierce deep into the zombies' heads. The man in front was stunned for a moment, his gaze frozen behind him. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's movements didn't pause. She pulled out 3 more arrows from behind and fired. 4 or 5 more zombies were pierced by Luo Qingtian's arrows. The man was completely stunned by Luo Qingtian, speechless, and looked at Luo Qingtian with excitement. The arrows never missed their target, hitting the target from 100 paces away. The shooting movements were especially impressive and cool. He hadn't expected that in this day and age, he could still see the shadow of a female battlefield general in a girl. What are you still dazed about? Hurry and find your own car. Luo Qingtian's expression was serious. He drew out 3 more long arrows, and aimed them at the remaining zombies charging towards him. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows flew out, knocking down several zombies in their wake. By then, the man had found his car and drove it in front of Luo Qingtian. Come on, I take you. You can go on your own. I have my own car. Be careful on the road. At this time, the zombies in the supermarket had already rushed out. Luo Qingtian again drew out 3 arrows and fired at the zombies. This time, however, the 3 arrows instantly knocked down 7 or 8 zombies. Almost every arrow pierced several zombies in a row. Then, a voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows simultaneously. Level 2. Range increased by 100 meters. Total range, 800 meters. Trap level 1. Psychic perception level 1. Luo Qingtian was shocked. Killing zombies can level up? The man's voice echoed behind Luo Qingtian. Okay, I'm leaving now. My name is He Xiao. Remember me. I definitely repay you if we meet again. He Xiao said, and drove off. Watching He Xiao leave, Luo Qingtian set 3 traps in a row near the supermarket entrance. The zombies emerging from the entrance stepped on the traps, pausing for a moment. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to find his car, got in, and quickly drove away. Luo Qingtian didn't drive back, but instead drove directly to the seaside port. There was a pharmaceutical company near the port, and she wanted to seize all the medicine there while also acquiring a few empty ships. The highway was now teeming with biting zombies. As Luo Qingtian ran, many zombies followed her car. Luo Qingtian sped up, ramming into the road recklessly, knocking over numerous zombies along the way. When passing the accident scene, Luo Qingtian simply drove into the green belt and circumvented it. And so, less than an hour later, Luo Qingtian finally reached the dock. Originally, Luo Qingtian prepared for a fierce battle with the zombies at the dock, but as she approached, she realized that there weren't as many zombies at the dock as she had expected. Luo Qingtian parked her car and stored it in her space. She tied her hair up with a simple bunting, retrieved her hat and mask, and put them back on. Then she climbed onto a nearby rooftop. Near the dock were many ships docked, along with numerous cargo containers. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to the containers. She glided gracefully across the rooftops. Then she found a suitable spot, unsheathed her bow and arrow, and aimed at the zombies pacing the dock. Swish, 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 the long arrow pierced the air. The arrows continuously felled nearby zombies. In a short while, Luo Qingtian had eliminated most of the surrounding zombies. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and headed straight for the cargo containers, unconcerned with their contents. She stored the entire dock's massive containers in her space. Luo Qingtian ran to the beach, found a few empty boats, and stored them in her space. Then she headed straight for the rows of warehouses along the coast. These warehouses were Luo Qingtian's primary target at this moment. In High City, the largest pharmaceutical companies' drug inventories were stored in these rows of warehouses. Luo Qingtian climbed onto the rooftop again, unleashing his third skill to its full potential. Whenever he determined there was something in a warehouse, he would lightly leap over and then break open the door to collect it. This row of warehouses stored everything from seafood to bedding to clothing and shoes for all seasons. Luo Qingtian had already lost count of how much he had collected. Until the last long row of warehouses, Luo Qingtian finally found the medicine he was looking for. Some of the warehouses even held sophisticated medical equipment. As before, Luo Qingtian didn't even bother to check what medicine or equipment he was collecting. He stored everything in his space. Finally reaching the last warehouse, Luo Qingtian, hammer in hand, intended to break down the door. But when her hand touched the warehouse door, it wasn't locked, and she could clearly sense someone behind it. And more than one. Slowly, Luo Qingtian withdrew her hand and inched back. In the pharmacy, Di Jiang stood at the door with narrowed eyes. He had noticed someone approaching outside early in the morning. He was the youngest general in the Yin Kingdom. He had come here on a special mission to retrieve a potion. But he hadn't expected a strange rain to fall shortly after arriving. After the downpour, some people underwent a strange transformation right before his eyes, transforming into unconscious zombies. He and several of his subordinates killed some of the zombies, and then took refuge here. It seemed like problems were brewing with the troops as well. They had been unable to contact him, even with his superiors. Just as he was at his wit's end, he noticed the zombies near the dock were dwindling. Until he saw the arrows flying out, and the dark figure. Di Jiang didn't know if the approaching person was friend or foe. He and his comrades could only hide quietly behind the door. In the warehouse, everyone stared nervously toward the door. When Luo Qingtian found it, they all raised their weapons. Luo Qingtian activated her third skill, clearly seeing the person behind the door, weapons raised, waiting for her to open it. Luo Qingtian took a few steps back and turned to run, when suddenly the door behind them opened. Di Jiang and his men rushed out. "Stop!" Di Jiang's voice was gloomy. Although he didn't know who this person was, he knew it was best to capture this little person. Chapter 11. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected the people in the warehouse to chase her out at this moment. Not wanting to cause any trouble, she leaped onto a rooftop behind her, unsheathed 3 sharp arrows, and quickly turned and shot them backwards. 3 sharp arrows streaked through the sky, heading straight for Di Jiang and his men who were chasing them. Split up. Di Jiang hadn't expected the little figure in front of him to suddenly unleash his bow and arrows without a word. He shouted, and the people around him quickly dispersed. 3 arrows shot into the air, and Di Jiang tried to find Luo Qingtian, but there was no sign of him ahead. He shouldn't be far away. He must know something. "Split up and search," Di Jiang said, as he climbed onto the rooftop of the warehouse in front of him with his bare hands, then quickly moved across the rooftops in search of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian jumped off the rooftop just as Di Jiang had gotten away from her. She swiftly navigated the crisscrossing aisles, and when she saw the main road, she retrieved the car from her space, got in, and drove off. Her third skill also activated at this moment. Seeing the soldiers behind her still searching for her, Luo Qingtian accelerated and rushed onto the opposite road. As soon as Luo Qingtian's car hit the road, the surrounding zombies rushed towards her. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to stop, and stepped on the accelerator, knocking the incoming zombies away. However, what Luo Qingtian didn't expect was that there was an overturned bus ahead, surrounded by a circle of zombies. Luo Qingtian looked back at the zombies chasing her, then at the zombies in front of her rushing towards her car. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the opposite green belt. The car sprinted into the green belt. Luo Qingtian quickly got out and put it into the space. Then, she leaped onto a rooftop. Luo Qingtian's swift movements attracted a swarm of zombies, who followed closely behind her. Luo Qingtian ran across the rooftop for a while, before discovering a garden on the other side. Her third skill didn't indicate any zombies were around. Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief and jumped down. Luo Qingtian walked around the garden, looking around. Because she had run so quickly, and had lost her way, she had no idea where she had jumped. And not only was the garden empty, there weren't even any zombies. The silence was eerie. Luo Qingtian amplified her hunter's third skill, and cautiously walked forward. When she saw the sign not far away, she cursed inwardly, "What bad luck. How did I end up in the zoo? No wonder there's no one here." After the acid rain, over 70% of the world's creatures mutated, and animals were the most deadly. This was especially true of the ferocious beasts, which ate not only humans but also zombies. They even devoured each other. In the later stages, most of the earth was occupied by these creatures. Humanity was left with only a few pockets. The thought of this made Luo Qingtian feel incredibly overwhelmed. In her previous life, it was said that an evolved beast appeared in this city. It was a tiger that had devoured countless zombies and its own kind. Because of its ferociousness and incredibly tough hide, the tiger nearly wiped out all the humans in its vicinity. Every team that came to hunt this giant tiger was eventually killed by it. Luo Qingtian had only one thought at this moment: to get out of here as quickly as possible. Thankfully, she was no stranger to the zoo. She hurried through it, intending to take a shortcut and return home quickly. Passing the tiger enclosure, Luo Qingtian paused. The tempered glass inside the enclosure had shattered, and the two white tigers on Tiger Mountain had long since vanished. But as Luo Qingtian walked nearby, she felt her hair stand on end, a warning of danger. Without a second thought, Luo Qingtian leaped up and landed on a nearby tree. She turned back to where she had been. A giant white tiger suddenly leaped over to where she was. Its presence chilled Luo Qingtian's heart. This white tiger now looked significantly larger than a normal one. It had also clearly undergone a mutation, its fangs bared. Noticing Luo Qingtian's escape, it turned its head and pointed at the tree, howling wildly. Luo Qingtian's hands gripped the branch tightly, her palms sweating from nervousness. The tiger's strength was simply beyond her ability to counter. At that moment, a single word crossed Luo Qingtian's mind: escape. The white tiger seemed to sense Luo Qingtian's thoughts. Without giving her a moment to think, it lunged towards the tree again. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped down from the tree and dashed to the side. The white tiger behind her missed, and charged at Luo Qingtian again. Although Luo Qingtian possessed supernatural powers, she was no match for the white tiger behind her. In the blink of an eye, the tiger leaped in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was horrified. Had the white tiger's strength and speed evolved to this point? Thinking of the ferocious beast from her previous life, Luo Qingtian was certain it was the white tiger before her. Now her escape route blocked, Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth and pulled out a tang sword from her space. She squinted at the tiger in front of her. As Wu Song fought the tiger in ancient times, Luo Qingtian now fought the white tiger with all her might. Who will win? The outcome was uncertain. The white tiger's eyes flashed with surprise when it noticed Luo Qingtian's ability to produce a weapon out of thin air. Then, with a long roar, it lunged at Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian leaped forward, then knelt on the ground and slid forward. She slid directly under the white tiger, dodging its attack once again. As she slid, Luo Qingtian plunged her tang sword into the tiger's lower abdomen. However, the white tiger's hide was too thick, and Luo Qingtian's sword didn't penetrate deeply. Fortunately, the tiger was still injured. The white tiger wailed, leaping to the side with Luo Qingtian's sword. Bleeding now from its lower abdomen, it howled twice more at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian could hear the anger and shrillness in its voice. It seemed his sword had indeed caused it great pain. The white tiger was now completely enraged, and it tried to remove the sword from its abdomen. At this moment, Luo Qingtian had a bow in her hand. She retreated, firing arrows at the white tiger. The arrows streaked through the air, piercing the white tiger's body. The 3 arrows pierced the white tiger's body, and the tiger howled again. This scene shocked Luo Qingtian. She knew only too well how thick a tiger's fur was, and it was precisely because of this knowledge that she had risked attacking from beneath the tiger's body. Because the white tiger's abdomen is its most vulnerable point. But he didn't expect that his 3 arrows could actually pierce directly into the white tiger's body. Chapter 12. But Luo Qingtian didn't have time to rejoice for long before the white tiger on the opposite side charged at him recklessly. The white tiger looked completely enraged by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't dare delay. She turned and ran away. On the other side of Tiger Mountain was Monkey Mountain, which was higher than Tiger Mountain, making it difficult for the white tiger to run. Once inside Monkey Mountain, Luo Qingtian could find a safe place to stay by exploiting the terrain. Then she could use her bow and arrow against the white tiger and have a chance of victory. Luo Qingtian calculated, his pace increasing, nearly reaching the limit of his physical strength. The white tiger behind him stumbled and followed, its speed undiminished despite repeated injuries. Before Luo Qingtian could reach Monkey Mountain, the white tiger had already leaped in front of Luo Qingtian, its eyes wide open and mouth open as it charged at him. Luo Qingtian panicked and was about to escape into space. Suddenly, a white figure rushed out from the side, charging directly at the white tiger in front of him. When Luo Qingtian got a closer look, he realized that the one charging at the white tiger was none other than Tiger Mountain's other white tiger. However, this white tiger was noticeably smaller than the previous one. The smaller tiger's body was covered in scars, and its belly was bulging. It looked as if it was pregnant with a cub. Luo Qingtian had always remembered that the white tigers at Tiger Mountain were one male and one female. That meant the smaller female tiger was the wife of the larger one. But watching the two white tigers clinging to each other and biting each other, they didn't look like a married couple at all. Soon, the smaller white tiger began to fall below, and the male tiger had already bitten off countless pieces of the female tiger's flesh. The male tiger had already pinned the tigress, tearing at her. Luo Qingtian truly wanted to run, but she knew that if she did, she would miss her only chance to kill this future beast. Luo Qingtian's bow and arrows reappeared, and 3 more arrows pierced the white tiger's body. Ah, wow! The male tiger, enraged, abandoned the tigress and charged at Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian leaped up the mountain behind her, landing directly on a step, avoiding the male tiger's pounce. She drew her arrows again and fired 3 more. The moment the male tiger missed, it lunged towards the step, colliding with Luo Qingtian's arrows. The arrows pierced the white tiger's eyes, sending it tumbling to the ground with a howl. On the ground, the tigress staggered to her feet. The moment the white tiger fell, she lunged forward and attacked it, tearing and biting. The blind male tiger went berserk, attacking indiscriminately, biting or ramming anything that came near. Luo Qingtian, standing high above, tried to continue shooting arrows. But the tigress and the male tiger kept switching positions, leaving her powerless. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then drew her tang sword again, leaping down the steps toward the 2 tigers. The 2 tigers were now fighting to the limit. Now was the perfect time for her to strike. Both white tigers clearly sensed Luo Qingtian's approach, but the white tiger seemed unfazed, biting the male tiger's neck with all its might. Luo Qingtian quickly approached, seizing the opportunity to strike fiercely across the male tiger's neck. The male tiger struggled even more fiercely in pain. It lashed its claws desperately, slashing through the female tiger's body, and leaving a long wound on her belly. The female tiger gradually lost strength. Luo Qingtian was swept aside by the male tiger's tail. Luo Qingtian watched the female tiger fall and stagger to her feet. Now without the female tiger to resist, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and arrows again, unleashing countless arrows. The male tiger's body was pierced by Luo Qingtian's wounds, turning it into a hedgehog. Blood flowed all around him as the male tiger, unable to hold on any longer, fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian stood not far away, panting heavily. She dared not approach, so she could only wait from a distance. After making sure the male tiger was still, Luo Qingtian ran towards the female tiger. The female tiger's breath was very weak. Luo Qingtian knew these mutant beasts were dangerous, but at least the female tiger had helped him. Luo Qingtian decided to help it. If the tiger could truly survive, she could just keep it in the space. Luo Qingtian remembered that these mutant beasts could devour each other. She walked over to the male tiger with her tang sword, cut a small piece of flesh from it, and returned to the female tiger. You might survive if you eat this. The female tiger licked the tiger meat with her tongue, but didn't eat it. Her eyes turned to her belly. She pushed her belly forward. Then she licked Luo Qingtian's hand again. Luo Qingtian looked at the white tiger's belly. There was a huge wound there, and its belly was still wriggling. Are you saying you're worried about your child? A glint flashed in the white tiger's eyes. It moved its head again, licking Luo Qingtian's hand with its tongue. The hunter's supernatural power inherently allows for affinity with animals, the ability to understand their thoughts. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what the white tiger meant. It was asking him to cut open its body and rescue its child, because it no longer had the strength to bear another child. A flicker of emotion flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. A tang sword appeared in his hand. Then bear with it for a while. I help you get the child out, Luo Qingtian said, cutting along the wound on the white tiger's stomach and helping it extract the child. Then, the little white tiger was wrinkled, and its eyes were still closed. Luo Qingtian placed the little white tiger in front of him. The white tiger extended its tongue and gently licked the slime off the little white tiger. Then it held the little white tiger in its mouth and placed it in Luo Qingtian's hand. There was a pleading look in its eyes. You want me to take it away? The white tiger extended its tongue and licked Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian sighed. Okay. I promise. Luo Qingtian finally understood why the white tiger had helped him then. Many of her wounds weren't fresh. They were probably from the acid rain mutation, when the male tiger attacked her, attempting to devour her. To protect her cub, she desperately ran to Monkey Mountain for shelter. The male tiger devoured other animals in the zoo, and the tigress knew she would be eaten by him sooner or later. Seeing she could harm the male tiger, she chose him, intending to help him kill him. Even if she died, it didn't matter, as long as her cub lived. Looking at the lifeless tigress, Luo Qitian said, "You're lucky. At least you met me. You made the right bet." Chapter 13. For the tigress, this was truly a gamble. If the gamble worked out, as it did now, her cub would be taken away and raised well. If it went wrong, even if the male tiger was killed, she and her cub would die with him. Luo Qitian created a special area in her space and dumped the male tiger's body there. Then she dug a large pit near Monkey Mountain and buried the tigress. After completing all this, she picked up the white tiger cub, whose eyes had not yet opened, and walked towards the innermost part of the zoo. Luo Qitian climbed over the zoo wall and returned to the road. Perhaps because of the white tiger, there were not many zombies around. Luo Qitian got out of her car and drove towards home. After driving for an hour, Luo Qitian, despite another setback, finally made it back to the neighborhood safely. The neighborhood was deathly silent at night, with no lights on. And yet, a few zombies occasionally moved about. Luo Qitian tried to enter through the underground garage, but a pile of objects blocked his path, making it impossible to get through. Luo Qitian could only store the car and the little white tiger into his space. Then he walked into the residential complex. Luckily, the gate to the complex was open. Perhaps during the zombie outbreak, the security guards hadn't bothered to close the gate and had already fled. After entering, Luo Qitian ran straight towards his building. At night, the zombies moved more slowly, but they still noticed Luo Qitian's movements. A swarm of zombies rushed towards Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian didn't pause, and quickly closed the door after entering the residential complex. The lights in the corridor were voice-activated. The moment Luo Qitian entered, all the lights in the corridor came on. Luo Qitian was a little surprised. She hadn't expected the power outage to last in this neighborhood. However, zombies love light, and within moments, all the surrounding zombies were rushing towards the unit door. The door began to pound relentlessly against the zombies. Luo Qitian knew that if this continued, the door would eventually break. She stepped forward, opened it, and quickly ran upstairs. The zombies behind her rushed in the instant the door opened, closely following Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian was fast. She stopped on the third floor, bow and arrow in hand. As the zombies charged, she unleashed her arrows, 3 arrows instantly taking out 7 or 8 zombies. Luo Qitian continued running up without stopping. She stopped again on the 4th floor. She waited for the zombies to charge, repeating this several times. The number of zombies chasing her dwindled until Luo Qitian shot the last one dead. Luo Qitian ran to the 1st floor, closed the hallway door completely, retracted her arrow, and ran back home. Back home, Luo Qitian stripped off her clothes and burned them, then went into the bathroom to shower. The day's activities had truly exhausted her. After showering, Luo Qitian pulled out her phone and checked it. The community chat room had exploded. Someone had actually returned alive. Yes. I just saw it too. All the zombies are chasing that person, just downstairs from my house. The zombies seem to have already entered the hallway. Seriously, who was so disgusting as to bring zombies in? Such destructive creatures shouldn't have returned alive. Okay, shut up. I heard it too, but the zombies stopped moving after entering the door. As long as we stay quiet, the zombies won't be able to find us. Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? There are so many zombies in the neighborhood now. I'm out of food. The neighborhood chat room was buzzing with activity. Luo Qitian glanced briefly, seeing no response. She found some ready-made food in her space, ate a bit, and prepared to go back to sleep. Before falling asleep, Luo Qitian suddenly thought of the little white tiger sleeping soundly in her space. She put on her pajamas and prepared to go into her space to feed the little white tiger. Luo Qitian had placed the little white tiger in a room in this small Western-style building. She had even specially built a warm nest with a soft quilt. The little white tiger slept restlessly in the nest. It twisted and turned from time to time. It even made a broken humming sound. When Luo Qitian went to Walmart, she had picked up maternity and baby products. She found a pacifier and a can of baby formula, mixed them up, tested the temperature, and, to make sure it was right, placed it in the little white tiger's mouth. The little white tiger, about to continue howling, immediately quieted down as the pacifier entered its mouth. Instinctively, it began to suck on the pacifier. Luo Qitian resisted sleepiness until the little white tiger had finished half the bottle of milk. Luo Qitian took the bottle, then left the space and returned to his room to rest. He slept soundly, not opening his eyes until the sun was high in the sky the next day. As soon as Luo Qingtian woke up, he immediately went into the space to check on the tiger cub. The tiger cub was already awake, whimpering and writhing in its nest. Luo Qingtian made fresh milk powder and stuffed it into the tiger cub's mouth before returning to his room to wash up. After washing up, Luo Qingtian took out a few shengjian, stir-fried dumplings, and a cup of soy milk from his space and leisurely began to eat. Just then, the chat group started arguing again. Have you noticed? There seem to be fewer zombies in our neighborhood. Yeah, I noticed that too. When I went out this morning, I only saw 3 or 2 zombies. Did they all go into Unit 2? Last night, someone came back to the complex, and I saw them leading a group of zombies into Unit 2. Maybe they're all in the hallway there now. I'm from Unit 2. I just went downstairs and saw the stairs were covered in zombie corpses. Everyone in the group was shocked after hearing this. Could it be that the person from yesterday killed all the zombies? If that's the case, then isn't our complex safe? Oh, and who has more food? I'm out of food. Anyone with extra rice? Sell it to me. I give you 10,000 yuan a bag. Upstairs, what time is it now? Do you think money is still useful? You might as well go out and find some instead of asking. Behind them, the people in the complex began discussing how to find food. Luo Qingtian glanced at the chat thread and said nothing. She closed her phone, quickly devoured the fried bun in front of her, and then went to the gym to start her workout. Luo Qingtian trained diligently, stretching and training every movement to perfection. She sought to constantly surpass herself and maximize her potential. This battle with the white tiger had made Luo Qingtian even more aware of her own weakness. Thinking of a global mutated species invading humanity in the near future, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of crisis. It was already September, but the temperature hadn't dropped with the arrival of autumn. On the contrary, after yesterday's acid rain, the weather had warmed up again. Chapter 14. The temperature outside had already reached 40 degrees Celsius. Luo Qingtian's room had its own ventilation system. It also had its own cooling system, both state-of-the-art technologies used by security companies. Silent, quiet, and cool. So the temperature in the room was only about 25 degrees Celsius at most. It wasn't until the afternoon, after Luo Qingtian had pushed himself to the limit, that he finally left the gym. Luo Qingtian first entered the space to feed the little white tiger. Then he left the space and went to the bathroom to shower. When he came out, Luo Qingtian checked his phone again. He saw that the chat group was still clamoring. This weather is truly awful. Not only are there zombies outside, but the temperature is getting higher and higher every day. It seems like God is trying to kill us. Who said it wasn't? I just saw a few more zombies approaching the gate. This can't go on. Do you think we should close all the gates? Who dares to go? How about you go? After this person finished speaking, the people upstairs fell silent. He spoke so lightly. Who dares to go at this time? Luo Qingtian felt bored watching this conversation. He turned off his phone again and prepared to find something to eat. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Luo Qingtian frowned. This was the highest floor, and they were the only ones there. Why would someone come up here and knock? Luo Qingtian ignored it, getting up and going to the kitchen to fill the ice dispenser with some water to make some ice. Someone had just mentioned the weather, and Luo Qingtian suddenly realized that she was running low on ice. She planned to make some while she still had water and electricity. Just then, there was another knock on the door, and the sound was getting louder. This made Luo Qingtian very annoyed. Luo Qingtian walked to the main entrance and opened the innermost door. The outer iron mesh sliding door didn't open, but instead, the outermost door was ajar. Standing outside was an elderly woman in her 60s. Seeing Luo Qingtian open the door, she smiled. Then her eyes kept glancing towards Luo Qingtian's house. What's up? Luo Qingtian's tone was unfriendly. The elderly woman felt a chill in the temperature of Luo Qingtian's house as he opened the door. She was feeling happy, but upon hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, she immediately said, "Little girl, do you live alone?" Luo Qingtian frowned. This guy was clearly here to inquire about her, and without a second thought, he closed the door. The elderly woman at the door lived on the 32nd floor. She had recently run out of food at home, and her little grandson was constantly complaining of hunger. In the past, she could have gone out to buy food, but now the outside world was filled with zombies. Even if she wanted to leave, she didn't dare. So she thought of Luo Qingtian upstairs. She had always known about his renovations. She had even come up to check on him several times during the renovations, and found the duplex upstairs to be not only luxurious, but also very sturdy. This made her think. She thought of all sorts of excuses to get out, even considered throwing a tantrum and making a scene, but she never expected the man upstairs to not even give her a chance to speak. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks rang out again. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, murderous intent blazing in them. She opened the door again, knock again, and I kill you. Luo Qingtian's voice was so cold and icy that it frightened the old lady at the door. You little girl, how could you be so inhumane? I, the old lady, have no other options. Look, there are zombies everywhere downstairs. We run out of food, so I just wanted to ask if I could give you some. Luo Qingtian sneered. What makes you think I have food? Get out of here. If you dare knock on my door again, I won't mind chopping your hands off. Luo Qingtian slammed the door shut again, the clatter resounding loudly, echoing throughout the hallway. The zombies roaming downstairs seemed to have heard the sound as well, rushing towards Unit 2 in unison, reaching the door and pounding fiercely. The old lady was horrified by Luo Qingtian's actions. She could only glare at Luo Qingtian's door fiercely before quickly running back home. After the old lady left, Luo Qingtian opened the door again. She pulled out a large lock from her space and walked to the hallway door, locking it shut. The old lady went back home furious, but she didn't dare curse out loud. Furious and fearful, she hid in the inner room, clutching her grandson. The zombies downstairs banged on the door for a while, then realized the noise had subsided. Gradually, they left Unit 2. However, the zombies near the entrance began to grow in number. Luo Qingtian returned to the table and began to eat, checking her phone as she did so. The chat group erupted in curses again. Who are you, making such a commotion? Are you trying to kill us? It's the little girl on our floor. I didn't expect she could be so vicious. Luo Qingtian glanced at the phone and realized the person who said this was the old lady she had driven away. At that moment, someone in the chat group named Chushao said, "Why are you going to someone else's house for no reason? If it were me, I wouldn't even open the door for you." The old lady was instantly enraged by this and typed directly in the group chat, "How dare you talk like that? Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and cherish the young? I think you're in cahoots with that little bitch upstairs, equally selfish and heartless." The group chat was already abuzz with activity, but Luo Qingtian ignored it, closing WeChat and starting to read other news. The headline was about a zombie outbreak, urging residents to stay at home and await rescue. Luo Qingtian found this news ridiculous. In her previous life, there had been no rescue efforts at all. She and Han Shua had stolen a car to reach the base. Luo Qingtian continued to scroll through her phone. News on all major platforms were now focused on the location of the zombie outbreak. Some bloggers even posted photos and videos on various platforms. Some streamers even went to livestream near the zombies. Luo Qingtian checked several live streams and saw one streamer who seemed to be living upstairs. He had tied his phone to a rope and was slowly lowering it downstairs. As the phone froze in midair, the camera was focused on the face of a female zombie. The face was hideous, a wound ripped from the corner of her eye to the corner of her mouth. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in her neck. The blood was no longer flowing from the hole, and even the white bones could be seen. Luo Qingtian was eating at the time, and the sight was utterly disgusting. Just as he was about to exit the live stream, he heard the distinctive zombie-like roaring sound from the phone. Then the camera spun around. The blogger's phone had been seized. At this moment, the excited sounds of a group of zombies echoed from the phone. It seemed that the zombies had noticed the blogger's presence and were rushing towards his home. Chapter 15. Luo Qingtian shook her head. "If you don't commit suicide, you won't die." Luo Qingtian exited the live stream and lowered her head to concentrate on eating. Today's meal was still pan-fried dumplings and millet porridge. After finishing more than a dozen, Luo Qingtian went into the gym to continue her workout. The temperature outside had reached 45 degrees Celsius, but Luo Qingtian's room was still 25 degrees Celsius. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to stop, and she focused on her training. She continued training until the afternoon, pushing herself to the limit again. She reached her physical limit, until she broke through today's limit. Luo Qingtian finally stopped. She returned to her space to feed her little white tiger, then emerged for a nice bath. As she emerged from the bath, she heard a commotion downstairs. Luo Qingtian wiped her hair and walked to the window to look. She saw a Hummer appear downstairs out of nowhere. 5 men, each armed with guns, got out of the Hummer. As soon as they arrived, they wiped out all the zombies roaming the neighborhood. Then they picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "Dear survivors, we are the official rescue team, and we have now cleared out the zombies. We have established a safe base in the south. If any citizens would like to join us, please bring your belongings and we will escort you there." As soon as these words were spoken, several people in the neighborhood popped their heads out. "Are you soldiers? Why are you here so late? We're out of food. Do you have any?" "Yes, we don't have any at home." "I'd be right down." More and more people popped their heads out of the neighborhood. Someone in the community chat chatted, "Why don't I think these people are soldiers? Look at how fierce they look." Yeah. "I don't think they're soldiers either. Why don't we wait and see?" The chat chatter stopped there. At that moment, quite a few people had already come downstairs, carrying bags and small belongings and approaching the men. "Soldier brother, when will the car take us?" "We're ready." "And me." Just then, someone else jogged over from somewhere in the hallway. The man in the lead, armed with a gun, surveyed the group before him without saying anything. Instead, he picked up the megaphone and continued, "Anyone else want to join us at the safe base? This is the last rescue vehicle." With that, many in the neighborhood began to stir. Luo Qingtian looked coldly at the people downstairs. In his previous life, the largest safe base had been built near this neighborhood, yet those self-proclaimed soldiers downstairs didn't even know about it. It was obvious there was something fishy about these people. The people downstairs shouted for a while, and then, making sure no one was coming down, he suddenly raised his gun and fired at the people in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 shots were fired, and before the people in front of him could react, they collapsed to the ground. The survivors hiding in their homes watched the scene unfold. At this point, someone in the group chat said, "They're not soldiers, they're bandits. What should we do? It looks like they're trying to take over this place. What should we do? Oh my god, they're heading towards Building 1. What should I do? I feel like our neighborhood is in danger." The chat group became lively again. At this moment, from Building 1, cries, "Please for mercy," and even gunshots were heard. Behind the gunshots came the voices of women begging for mercy and pleading, and the laughter and scolding of men. Everyone knew what was happening, but no one dared to intervene. Luo Qingtian yawned and ignored it. He took out a plate of food and a bowl of rice from his space and began to eat. After an unknown amount of time, Building 1 fell completely silent. At this moment, someone named Yangwang in the chat group sent a message. "Dear residents, I live in Building 1. Brother Chong is saying that if we honestly hand over all our food to him for safekeeping, and hand over 2 women every day for Brother Chong to play with, he will protect us and keep us alive in this apocalypse." After this message, everyone in the community was shocked. The chat group fell silent for a long time. The person named Chu Xiao in the group chat spoke again. "You beast, are you speaking human language?" The person replied directly, "Why not human language? At this moment, surviving is human." Chu Xiao then sent another message. "Aren't you afraid that the real rescue team will arrive and arrest you all? Do you really think the country is gone?" Soon, the person named Yang Wang sent a voice message. "The country? Ha! Call the police if you dare. I don't believe anyone here hasn't called the police these days. I'm afraid even the phone can't get through now, right? Don't wait for rescue. I'm telling you this. The country can't even save itself now, so who's going to care about you? Get out of here now, or if I catch you, I kill you without you knowing how." After these words, the group chat fell silent. Everyone present knew the voicemail had come from the bandit below. As he had said, since the zombie outbreak began, residents of the complex had been calling the police non-stop, whether it was 110 or 119, countless times. But no one answered the phone. In fact, the calls simply weren't going through. The community was in a state of panic. People were already poking their heads out of windows, shouting, "Surrender?" At this moment, Chu Xiao sent another message. "Residents, there are only 5 of them. Are you really willing to be preyed upon by others? Our electricity and communications haven't been cut off yet, which means the country still exists, and we haven't been abandoned. I believe we will be rescued." Not long after Chu Xiao's message was sent, Yang Wang began to curse in the group chat. Perhaps Chu Xiao's words had worked, as not a single person from the complex came out. And the most terrifying thing was that, for some unknown reason, a horde of zombies suddenly rushed into the complex like crazy. Then, they headed straight for Building 1. Soon, screams emanated from the residential building. Someone in the chat group asked, "Why are the zombies rushing in all of a sudden?" Chu Xiao immediately replied, "That's because their earlier shots have already attracted the attention of the zombies outside. And look at all the blood spilled from those tragically dead bodies on the ground. The strong smell of blood will definitely attract the zombies. The residents suddenly realized what was happening. Everyone was thankful they hadn't rushed downstairs out of fear. Sometime later, on the third floor of Building 1, a man climbed out of a window. Chapter 16. The man climbed out and carefully moved downstairs, preparing to jump into the hallway when he reached the second floor. He was spotted by zombies, who then rushed toward the hallway. As they reached the second floor window, they all reached out. The man, seeing this, didn't care that he was still hanging on in midair. He let go and fell to the ground. Bang! The man landed hard and lay there for a long moment while the zombies upstairs began to rush downstairs. When he heard the zombies approaching, he ignored the pain and quickly climbed to his feet, limping towards the nearest building, Building 2. The residents of Building 2 were nervously watching from their windows. When the man ran in, everyone saw him clearly. This person was none other than Brother Chong, the leader from earlier. By then, Brother Chong had reached the door of Building 2. He wanted to charge in, but the door required a card from someone in the same unit to enter. Or, someone upstairs could press the door button at home. The door could also be opened. Brother Chong didn't have a card, and after pushing hard for a while, it wouldn't go in. He then began randomly pressing the buttons on each floor. But no one opened the door for him. The zombies behind him were closing in, and just when he thought he was doomed, the door suddenly opened with a click. Not knowing who had opened the door for him, Brother Chong quickly rushed into the hallway. The zombies behind him were banging on the door. At this moment, someone in the chat group started cursing, "Who is so mean as to open the door for this bandit? Do you want to die? Yeah, wouldn't it be better to just let him die outside? Why open the door?" The neighborhood chat room was filled with curses. At that moment, someone named Guai said, "I just think it's so pitiful that there are so many zombies chasing him outside. We can't be so cruel." From her tone and name, it was clear she was a female resident, but no one showed any sympathy these days. Someone was even outraged by her insane behavior. Chu Xiao then sent a voice message. "Cruel? Didn't you see him brutally murdering the residents of Building 1? Since you think it's cruel, then please take this murderer in." Guai fell silent this time. Several others in the chat group also fell silent after cursing her. Because outside, that Chong brother started knocking on every door. But no one opened the door for her. The residents of Building 2 in the community group started to grumble. "Where's that saint who let him in? Don't you feel bad for this robber? Just let him in." Then everyone started to criticize the resident named Guai. The resident named Guai remained silent, while the zombies downstairs continued to bang on the door mindlessly. Xiangzi stumbled and knocked on the door, unknowingly reaching the 10th floor. Wine Community is a wealthy area, with 2 units per floor and luxurious, sturdy interiors. Xiangzi walked for a long time, noticing that every house was beautifully decorated, especially the front doors, which were mostly made of alloy, making them impenetrable. On the 10th floor, he finally saw a standard security door. It looked like it was left behind by the previous developer and hadn't been properly renovated. Brother Chong, confident this time, rushed to the door and began pounding on it. The banging was so loud that the zombies downstairs heard it and began pounding on it frantically. And this time, after being pounded on several times by Xiangzi, the lock on the door had clearly begun to warp. "Open the door. If you don't, I break it down and kill you." Brother Chong's voice was piercingly cold, tinged with a desperate vehemence. The door finally opened. A petite woman poked her head out. "Stop banging. I opened the door for you." Brother Chong, seeing it was a woman, sneered, flung the door open, and rushed in. "You stinking bitch. You're just opening the door for me." Brother Chong's insults echoed, and then the woman's clothes were torn to shreds, followed by the sound of slaps. The zombies outside, after pounding on the door for a while, gradually lost their target and wandered aimlessly back and forth in front of building number 2. Seeing the zombies no longer pounding on the corridor door, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qingtian hadn't paid any attention to the events outside, especially after noticing the man called Brother Chong enter Unit 2. She sneered and entered the space. She first went to check on the little white tiger. But when she saw the little white tiger today, she didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that the little white tiger had grown considerably. She fed the white tiger again and helped it defecate. Luo Qingtian found a hoe and began to plant vegetables in the space. She had already harvested all the vegetables that had been in the space before, but thinking that she still had plenty of seeds, she decided to plant some. The space was large enough for planting, and Luo Qingtian simply focused on the work, unknowingly filling the entire field. When Luo Qingtian first bought the seeds, she had been so hasty that she accidentally mixed them all up. Now, with so many plants, Luo Qingtian didn't even know what she had planted. She returned to her room to feed the little white tiger again, but she was startled when she saw it. Not only had the little white tiger grown larger, it even opened its eyes when it saw Luo Qingtian enter. The little white tiger meowed at Luo Qingtian, its paws shaking the empty bottle. Luo Qingtian, delighted, hugged the little white tiger. I didn't expect you to grow so fast, and you're so white. From now on, you be called Dabai. Luo Qingtian didn't forget to extend her sinful claws and rub the little white tiger's head repeatedly. The little white tiger seemed to enjoy being kneaded like this, rubbing its head against Luo Qingtian's arms. The man and the tiger played in the space for a long time. Luo Qingtian reluctantly left the space. After leaving the space, she checked the time and realized that a whole day and a whole night had passed without her noticing. She had no idea that farming could take so long. She immediately grabbed some food to fill her stomach and prepared to continue her exercise. The weather outside was getting hotter. The thermometer had already passed 50 degrees. That day, some residents couldn't stand the heat and turned on the air conditioner. However, the air conditioner's outdoor unit immediately began to hum, quickly attracting the attention of the zombies. A large number of zombies swarmed towards the sound. These zombies seemed even more frenzied than those of the previous few days. The unit door was simply smashed down by a swarm of zombies. The zombies rushed into the hallway, searching in the direction of the sound. Chapter 17. The family who had originally turned on the air conditioner noticed this, and quickly turned it off. But it was too late. Some zombies had already found their home, and were banging on the door. Of course, this also reduced the burden on Building 2. Someone in the community chat started cursing again. Who's so stupid? Turning on the air conditioner at this time? Do you want to die? Alas, the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and there's not much food left at home. Even if we don't get mauled to death by zombies, we'd probably starve or die of heat stroke. If anyone has food, I'm willing to trade my gold bracelet. Just give me something to eat. It was already the 10th day of the zombie outbreak, and some families were running out of food. Some were even starting to panic. On the 10th floor of Building 2, Brother Chong dragged the woman out and began knocking on doors, demanding food. But none of the residents of Huayan community were fools. They all came from the business world. After someone knocked on the door, no one paid any attention. Brother Chong's expression grew increasingly gloomy as he continued this round. He kicked the woman to the ground. You're such a loser. You can't even bring out a little food. What's the point of keeping you here? The woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing softly. Out of sight of Brother Chong, a flicker of hatred flashed in her eyes. She had some food at home, and if that man hadn't suddenly barged in, she could have eaten for another 10 days. But this man had suddenly barged in, snatched her food, and devoured it. Now, her food supply was gone, and she had even been raped by this beast. Brother Chong frowned at her crying, annoyed, and said, If you keep crying, I throw you down to feed the zombies. There's not much point keeping you around anyway. You're nothing more than a waste of food. I'm throwing you down now. Brother Chong said this, dragging the woman toward the window. Seeing that Brother Chong had murderous intent, the woman struggled desperately. I can get some food. I know an old lady and her grandson live alone on the 32nd floor. They probably don't eat much. Take me up there, and I'm sure I can knock the door open. Brother Chong, who was about to attack, stopped when he heard the woman's words. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's go. If you can't give me any food, I show you how I deal with you. The two of them huffed and puffed their way up to the 30th floor. By the time they reached the 32nd floor, they were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. This is the house, the woman said, pointing to one of the doors. Brother Chong stepped aside and gestured for the woman to knock. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and soon the old woman's voice rang out from inside. Who is it? The woman gasped and said, Grandma Jiang, I'm Shen Yunran from the 10th floor. Grandma, please open the door. I'd like to trade water for some food. Shen Yunran tried her best to sound very kind. But the so-called Grandma Jiang didn't believe her at all. Although she didn't know why she come up, she still said, Shaoran, it's not that I don't want to trade, it's that I really don't have anything to trade with you. My little grandson at home hasn't had anything to eat for 3 or 4 days. Now we, the two of us, can only wait for death at home. How about this? You go to the young lady on the 33rd floor and exchange. She lives alone, and her house is not only cool but also air-conditioned. You two young ladies might have something to talk about. And she has a lot of stuff at home too. Grandma Jiang's words made Shen Yuran's eyes light up. Grandma Jiang, are you serious? A little girl lives on the 33rd floor? And they have food and air conditioning? Yes. I went there the day before yesterday, but that little girl didn't like me, an old woman, and kicked me out without a word. And her air conditioner, though silent, is always on. Hearing Grandma Jiang mention the air conditioner, Shen Yuran's face lit up with delight. She looked at Brother Chang, who was standing nearby, and he nodded. The two of them walked upstairs together. When they reached the entrance to the hallway, they found the door locked. This made them even more certain that the family on the 33rd floor had supplies. The two exchanged glances, and Brother Chang found another place to hide. Shen Yuran began knocking on the door. Hello? Can you open the door? Shen Yuran called, knocking. Luo Qingtian had just finished a day's exercise inside. After feeding Dubai, she gave herself a quick bath. Just as she was about to eat, she heard a noise in the hallway, but Luo Qingtian ignored it. She took out a hot dish and some rice, and was about to eat when a message came through her phone. Luo Qingtian opened it, and saw it was from a friend. Hello, I live in the East Unit on the 32nd floor. Do not open the door. The people downstairs want to harm you. 32nd floor, East Unit? Luo Qingtian approved the request, and as soon as she added him as a friend, he began typing frantically. Hello, I live downstairs. I just heard the old lady across the street ask the woman on the 10th floor to bring the bandit to the 33rd floor to find you. Do not open the door for them. This news surprised Luo Qingtian, but after hearing the banging in the hallway, he had no doubts. Thank you for telling me this. Don't worry, I'm fine. Luo Qingtian ignored the banging on the door. After a quick meal, he pulled out a dozen ice makers and began making ice cubes. He also found several large kettles and began boiling water. He placed all the ice cubes and water into the space. Over and over, Luo Qingtian busied himself in the kitchen. The two people in the hallway realized that Luo Qingtian had no intention of opening the door for them. Brother Chang, furious, dragged Shen Yuran back to the 32nd floor. He tried every possible means to get old lady Jiang to throw a hammer. Brother Chang returned to the 33rd floor and began banging on the door. The loud banging echoed throughout the hallway. Luo Qingtian stopped what she was doing, a murderous glint in her eyes. She opened the door and walked straight down, reaching the entrance to the hallway. What were you planning to do? Luo Qingtian's figure appeared on the other side of the door. Through the glass, she could just spot Shen Yuran standing there alone. When Shen Yuran saw Luo Qingtian, she quickly called out, Miss, could you please open the door? Just get to the point. If you have nothing else to say, get out. Luo Qingtian's tone was harsh, and her gaze, filled with murderous intent, frightened Shen Yuran to the point of stiffening. Miss, I haven't eaten in 3 or 4 days. Can you get me something to eat? No. If you knock on my door again, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Qingtian turned and walked back. Brother Chang, who had been hiding behind the door, finally lost his patience. He stood up and cursed, You bitch, open the door now, or I destroy it. Anyway, there are zombies gathering downstairs. If you don't let me live well, I will lure all the zombies here and make life difficult for you too. Chapter 18. Luo Qingtian was about to return when angry banging erupted again. This time even the doorframe began to crumble. This time, Luo Qingtian paused and turned to look at the door. She slowly walked over and unlocked the doorway. Then the door was violently slammed open, and a burly man rushed out. He reached out to grab Luo Qingtian's neck, but Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes and dodged, then grabbed the outstretched hand and squeezed it hard. Ah! Brother Chang screamed in pain. Grasping the hammer, he was swinging with his free hand and smashing it against Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qingtian's eyes froze. He stretched out his palm and slashed directly at Brother Chang's wrist, sending the hammer crashing to the ground. At some point, a tang sword appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian stabbed Chang's lower abdomen with her backhanded knife. Ah! Chang screamed in pain again. Luo Qingtian drew his tang sword and stabbed Chang several more times. He didn't stop until the robber was completely dead. Luo Qingtian's body was now covered in blood. She looked up at Shen Yuran, who was standing beside her. Shen Yuran was completely terrified. She screamed with wide eyes until Luo Qingtian said, If you scream again, I kill you. Shen Yuran immediately fell silent. Don't kill me. I was forced to do this. I really was. She broke into my house and forced me to do this. Wait here. Luo Qingtian turned and went back, emerging with a bucket and mop. Clean this place up and get out, or I kill you. Shen Yuran immediately grabbed the mop and bucket. Luo Qingtian bent down, lifted Brother Chang up with one hand, walked straight to the window, and casually threw him down. As soon as Brother Chang was thrown, the zombies below instantly swarmed over, and in the blink of an eye, Brother Chang was reduced to a pile of bones. Luo Qingtian's action was so effortless that in Xinyiran's eyes, he looked like a demon. She was about to scream again, but Luo Qingtian turned his head to look at her, and she immediately suppressed it. Luo Qingtian ignored her, clapped his hands, and turned back. After returning, Luo Qingtian first took a thorough bath, and then burned her clothes. After showering and changing clothes, she returned to the kitchen. She continued to boil water and make ice cubes for emergency use. Seeing Luo Qingtian leave, Shen Yuren didn't dare to slack off and diligently clean the hallway. Then she hurried back. This incident didn't cause any major stir, like a minor incident in life, but it terrified old lady Jian on the 32nd floor. While Luo Qingtian was fighting that Brother Chang, old lady Jian quietly opened the door and walked to the corridor to take a look. She happened to see Luo Qingtian stabbing Brother Chang with his tang sword, one cut after another. This scene truly terrified her. Her legs were shaking with fear, and she returned home trembling with fear. After returning home, she started sending messages to the group chat. "Ah, murder! There's a murderer living on the 33rd floor. I saw her hack a large man to death with her own sword. It's horrible. Let's call the police." "What police? Do you think the police can still be reached now? But with a murderer like this around, how dangerous is our building?" A resident named Sunshine Boy said. "I just took a look. The man thrown from the 33rd floor was that ruthless robber. Well done, I think. If I had the ability, I'd definitely kill him too." After this resident spoke, the other residents fell silent. After a long moment, the female resident named Guai said, "That man actually went up there to get some food, but he never came back." Chu Xiao then sent a voice message. "Guai, are you a saint? I saw it clearly from home. That robber was bashing down the door with a hammer. I'm sure everyone here heard it. If that robber hadn't died, we'd all be zombies' prey. If you can't talk, just shut up. It's disgusting to see people like you." Someone else followed up. "How can you talk like that? She's a woman after all." Chu Xiao sent another message. "It's the apocalypse. Who's still pampering you? You better understand one thing. There's no gender in the apocalypse." A few days passed, and the zombies downstairs began to appear more and more, while the weather kept getting hotter. People began to die from the heat in the community, and some residents upstairs began dumping bodies downstairs. Further despairing, the community's water and electricity finally went out. People in the group wailed, "What should I do? I haven't eaten in 4 or 5 days. This awful weather is killing us. Now the water and electricity are gone. What should I do? I forgot to charge my phone, and it's about to shut down. Anyone have a power bank? I trade my gold ring for it." Amidst the chatter, Luo Qingtian opened the group chat, took a look, and finding it insignificant, he turned off his phone and prepared to go exercise. After all, her room had everything she needed, especially electricity. After these days of training, Luo Qingtian felt her strength grow, and her senses were sharper. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to enter the training room, her phone vibrated. Luo Qingtian stopped and opened it, only to find that several people in the group chat were tagging her. 33rd floor, say something. That's right, people shouldn't be so selfish. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked through the chat logs. She saw that the old lady on the 32nd floor had said, "The 33rd floor has its own power supply, and the air conditioner is silent and can be left on all the time. And there's a young girl living there alone, with plenty of space. Why don't we go up and ask? I see she doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, so she should have plenty of food at home." The whole neighborhood became interested in her. So they asked her to open her house, so they could take turns living there. At this moment, someone else spoke up. "Users on the 33rd floor of Building 2, we're all waiting for your response. If you're worried about us doing something, why not just unplug your phone, so we can charge our phones?" Seeing these messages, Luo Qingtian burst into laughter. She sent a direct message. "Do I have to clean up the room and take you home to take good care of you?" The person immediately replied, "No need for that. It would be best if I could just rest at your house for a few days." Haha, idiot. After Luo Qingtian posted this, she immediately left the group, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. As soon as Luo Qingtian left, the group erupted. "Is this woman crazy?" Chapter 19. "Oh right, this woman has killed someone before. Such a dangerous person shouldn't be in our neighborhood. Everyone chatted with each other until they finally decided to head to the 33rd floor to find Luo Qingtian. After gathering together, they marched towards the 33rd floor in a mighty procession. Because there was no elevator, everyone was breathless, especially with the temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. Walking down the stairwell felt like a steamer. But thinking of Luo Qingtian's air conditioner and supplies at home, they gritted their teeth and climbed the stairs. Luo Qingtian was in the kitchen, making ice cubes and boiling water. The temperature at home was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, a message came through her phone. 33rd floor, they're gathering to find you. They're coming up soon. Lock the doors and windows. Don't go out. Luo Qingtian frowned at the message. She hadn't expected these people to actually come up. She went back to her room and put on a raincoat. Then she took out her tang sword and hung it at her waist, her bow and arrow also appearing in her hand. She sat quietly at the door, waiting for a sound. About an hour later, noisy footsteps were heard outside. Then, there was a loud knock on the door. 33rd floor, come out, you murderer. We won't allow selfish people like you to live in our community. Yes, come out if you dare. The knocks grew louder. Because it was on the 33rd floor, a long distance from the ground, even if the people downstairs could hear them, they didn't think the zombies would rush up. Luo Qingtian then opened the first floor door. Then, through the alloy sliding door on the second floor, he directly opened the door on the first floor. As the door swung open, a refreshing cool breeze filled the air. The people closest to the door felt the cool breeze instantly. Sure enough, this home on the 33rd floor had electricity and air conditioning. When they got a good look at Luo Qingtian, they instantly believed that Luo Qingtian had supplies at home. Although Luo Qingtian was wearing a raincoat, his complexion was rosy, his lips were red, his teeth were white, and his complexion was rosy and tender, revealing that he had never experienced hunger. Especially his almond-shaped eyes, clear and bright, which made some of the male residents feel itchy. It seems that you do have food at home. Little girl, I advise you to open the door, otherwise we break in and you be in trouble. Luo Qingtian sneered at them. In trouble? How can I be in trouble? Luo Qingtian held the bow and arrow in his hand, and then Luo Qingtian loosened his grip. 3 arrows flew out through the gap in the sliding door, piercing the head of the person in front, and then the person behind. These 3 arrows instantly dispatched 4 or 5 people outside the door. Luo Qingtian frowned when he saw that his arrows had only killed 4 or 5 people. It seems that living people are harder to kill than zombies. But everyone present was stunned. What kind of devil was this? He just opened his bow and arrows, and killed so many people instantly. Ah! A woman in the crowd screamed. Luo Qingtian took out his bow and arrow again, aiming at the people outside and preparing to release. Quick, get out of the way. Because so many people had arrived, and even people from other buildings were rushing in desperately, the entrance was completely crowded. They couldn't even retreat. Arrows flew again, and some desperately dodged, but 3 arrows claimed 4 more lives. This time, everyone present was convinced that Luo Qingtian was truly daring to kill, and they fled desperately. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't be afraid of him. We find a way to get in. She's alone. There's no way she can defeat us. As long as we avoid being hit by arrows, as long as we break down this door." Since they had already planned to break down the door when they came up, they had brought hammers, stools, and baseball bats with them. So, at that person's instigation, they aimed their weapons at Luo Qingtian's door and began to smash it. Luo Qingtian began to shoot, and these people had learned the ropes. Whenever he raised his bows and arrows, they would duck aside, then, after a moment's hiding, rush back and smash at the door. Luo Qingtian didn't want her door to be broken down, nor did she want to delay it any longer and interrupt her training. She sheathed her bow and arrows, walked straight to the door, and opened it. Seeing Luo Qingtian open the door, everyone rushed in like crazy. But before they could even get through, the person in front was kicked away by Luo Qingtian. He really kicked him away. The person spun in midair when Luo Qingtian kicked him. No one had expected Luo Qingtian's strength. But thinking that he was alone, they still rushed towards him. Luo Qingtian went out and closed the door, unsheathing his tang sword. Since you're seeking death, then all of you stay. Luo Qingtian had lived in the apocalypse for 10 years in her previous life, killing countless zombies and countless people. In the end, she was betrayed by her lover. She had long since forgotten what compassion meant. She wielded her tang sword, deftly weaving through the crowd. In a matter of moments, Luo Qingtian had slaughtered half of the 40 or 50 men. The sight of Luo Qingtian, blood-soaked and resembling a murderous god, had already terrified the remaining men. They no longer had the will to fight Luo Qingtian, and one by one, they fled screaming from the 33rd floor. Luo Qingtian didn't pursue them. However, she spotted Shen Yunren, who had come up a few days ago, in the crowd. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed him, saying, "Don't go." Shen Yunren, terrified by Luo Qingtian's capture, immediately knelt down, saying, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to follow you up here to see what's going on. I really didn't do anything. Don't kill me." Luo Qingtian replied, "I won't kill you, but you have to wait here." Shen Yunren nodded at Luo Qingtian. Okay, I wait here." Luo Qingtian returned home and fetched a mop and bucket. She turned and walked out, handing the mop and bucket to Shen Yunren. "Mop it clean." Shen Yunren took the mop and bucket in a daze, stumbling to his feet and starting to mop. Luo Qingtian, each hand, picked up the bodies from the floor and walked towards the window. Then, skillfully, he threw them down. Luo Qingtian continued this way, one after another, and soon, all the bodies in the hallway had been swept away. Shen Yunren, who had been mopping the hallway, didn't dare raise his head, but could only continue to clean quietly. After discarding the bodies, Luo Qingtian didn't rush back, but went straight to the 32nd floor. She walked to Old Lady Zhang's door and kicked it. Bang! The door collapsed. The old lady, frightened, picked up her grandson and headed back to the inner room. Luo Qingtian quickly stepped forward and grabbed Old Lady Zhang's neck. "Did you tell them I had supplies? Did you let them come up?" Chapter 20. Old Mrs. Jiang shook her head in fear, while her little grandson beside her burst into tears. The old lady cried, "I was wrong, little girl, I was really wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please don't kill me. My grandson can't survive without me." Luo Qingtian sneered at old Mrs. Jiang. Now that she had destroyed the gate, and with the scorching weather, and the prospect of another disaster in a few days, Luo Qingtian was certain the old lady before her would not survive. She discarded old Mrs. Jiang like a rag. "Remember, next time I personally come down and chop off your head." Luo Qingtian walked straight back. When she passed the 33rd floor corridor, Shen Yunren was still there, obediently mopping the floor. Luo Qingtian didn't even glance at her before returning to her room. As soon as she returned, her phone rang. Luo Qingtian checked and saw it was an unfamiliar number. She immediately switched on speakerphone. "Hello, who's that?" Han Shu's voice rang from the other end. "Qingtian, I'm so glad you're still alive. Where are you? I come find you, okay? The zombies are running rampant these days, and I'm really worried about you being alone." Luo Qingtian felt sick to her stomach at the mere mention of Han Shu's voice. She coldly said, "Get lost." She immediately blocked the number. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to take off her raincoat and shower, her phone rang again. It was another unfamiliar number. Luo Qingtian hung up and blocked the new number as well. At that moment, WeChat on her phone started ringing. "Hey, are you okay? It looks like they're all gone. What happened?" Luo Qingtian saw it was from another resident on the 32nd floor. She replied directly, "Nothing, I chased them away, so they're afraid to come up." He Xiao, on the other end of the phone, was startled by the message. He stared at his phone in amazement. "Wow, there are so many female knights these days. I met one at Walmart, and another here. Amazing." He immediately replied, "Be careful then. That old lady just now was talking about you in the group chat again, saying you're terrifying. It's unsettling to have a murderer like you in the neighborhood." But no one paid any attention to her this time. Luo Qingtian sneered. Of course no one would pay any attention to her. After all, she killed so many people. She must have completely scared those people this time. Luo Qingtian didn't reply, put down his phone, and went to shower. The water and electricity were out, so Luo Qingtian was using the water he stored in his water tank and bucket. After a shower, Luo Qingtian felt refreshed and entered the training room to begin a new day of training. Downtown, Han Shu repeatedly called Luo Qingtian, but his number was eventually blocked. He angrily threw his phone onto the table. "Luo Qingtian, that bitch, actually didn't answer my call and even blocked me." Lu Shiqi, standing nearby, soothed him. "Brother Han Shu, don't worry. I think Luo Qingtian must have discovered something and sold the house. We look for Monkey later. He knows computers best, and I'm sure he'd be able to find Luo Qingtian." Han Shu gritted his teeth and said, "Well, if I find her, I kill her first." Luo Qingtian continued her training for another day, and she didn't emerge from the training room until evening. She first entered the space to feed Dubai, then went to the newly created mountain. She discovered that the chicks she had placed there had grown considerably, and there were freshly laid eggs scattered across the mountain. Luo Qingtian happily took a basket and began to collect eggs from the mountainside. After collecting a full basket of eggs, she left the space contentedly. For dinner tonight, Luo Qingtian planned to cook her own dishes: tomato egg drop soup, a braised pork belly, and rice. Luo Qingtian ate with great joy. Downstairs, the zombies were increasing in number, especially in Building 2. Because so many people had died, many zombies, attracted by the smell of blood, roamed around Building 2. About another week passed. Building 2 was remarkably quiet, perhaps because the residents had run out of electricity to power their phones. So the neighborhood fell completely silent. The temperature outside had already reached around 58 degrees Celsius. Luo Qingtian believed that few people were left alive in the community. One day, it began to rain outside. The rain was heavy, as if a hole had been torn open in the sky. The already high temperature was slowly cooling. The rain had everyone in the community abuzz with excitement. Some people even opened their windows to catch the rainwater. Luo Qingtian sneered as she watched through the window. She picked up her phone and sent a message to the east resident on the 32nd floor: "Don't catch rainwater, and don't drink it." The reply came quickly: "Oh, okay, why?" Luo Qingtian was surprised by the instant reply: "Because of a virus." The reply came again within seconds: "Huh? Really? What happens to people who drink rainwater?" Luo Qingtian called back again: "There's a 50% chance of becoming a zombie." But the message never got through, because the cell phone signal was gone. Luo Qingtian put the phone down without checking it again, instead going to the kitchen to continue making ice cubes and boiling water. He also cooked a few dishes. He shall soon realize the communication was down after not receiving any messages. He sighed and looked at his less than 3 days' worth of food. "I can't go out to drink rainwater, but I didn't say I can't go out in the rain, right?" He opened the window and wanted to go out and look for food, but the rain was so heavy that he couldn't see clearly what was happening to the zombies downstairs. He could only return to his room and stare blankly at the rain outside. Suddenly, He Shao remembered that he seemed to have an intercom in his room. He picked it up and ran out, knocking on Luo Qingtian's door. Then he put it down and ran away. Luo Qingtian thought it was another blind knocker, but when he realized it was only a single knock, he put down his work and looked outside. There was no one at the door, only a black intercom. Luo Qingtian picked up the intercom and turned it on. A voice soon rang out. "Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello, I'm from the 32nd floor, my name is He Shao." Hearing this name, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but think of the person he met at Walmart. From the voice, it was indeed the same person. However, Luo Qingtian didn't intend to acknowledge He Shao and simply turned off the intercom. He turned back to the kitchen and continued working. The rain continued to fall heavily, and because of it, the terrifying zombies seemed to have disappeared overnight. Some people took advantage of the rain to go out and search for supplies. The journey was safe, without encountering a single zombie, so they brought back a lot of supplies. Chapter 21. After learning this, He Shao immediately picked up the intercom and contacted Luo Qingtian. "The people on the 33rd floor are looking for me to go out and look for supplies. Do you want to come with me? I have a spare raincoat I can lend you." "No need." Luo Qingtian replied with just 2 words before hanging up the line. It was the first time He Shao had heard someone on the 33rd floor speak. Just as he was about to say something, he realized Luo Qingtian's line was already closed. He Shao could only wear his raincoat and go out with them to look for supplies. That evening, He Shao and the others returned with bags and bags of supplies. He struggled to carry the supplies he had found to the 32nd floor. The power was now completely out, and the heavy rain had brought the temperature down. When he returned, he felt terribly cold. Yesterday's temperature was 50 degrees Celsius, but today it had already dropped to over 20 degrees. The damp clothes clung to his body, making him uncomfortable. He Shao returned to his room, breathless. He immediately used his spare electricity to boil water and rubbed himself thoroughly with the hot water. Then he pulled out some thick clothes from home and put them on. From the supplies he gathered, he found a few self-heating hot pots, 2 bags of instant noodles, and some bread. He put them in his bag and headed straight for the 33rd floor. He knocked on the door again, hung the items on the doorknob, and headed back down. He really wanted to say hello to Luo Qingtian, but when he was searching for supplies with the people in the hallway today, they heard about Luo Qingtian. They said, she had single-handedly killed half the people in the hallway, that she looked terrifying, and that she was completely cold-blooded. So, he inexplicably felt a slight fear of Luo Qingtian. But considering that the occupant on the 33rd floor had committed murder in self-protection, he decided to send some supplies up there. That way, they could all team up to forage for supplies together in the future. When Luo Qingtian opened the door, he saw the small amount of supplies placed there. As he turned on the intercom, He Zhao's voice rang out. "Beautiful lady, I found quite a bit of supplies when I went out today. I know you don't need them, but you can't just sit there and do nothing, so I'm sending you some. Don't be offended. Next time I go for supplies, will you come with me?" Luo Qingtian looked at the small amount of items in the bag and felt a strange feeling. She hadn't wanted to go back down, but when she heard He Zhao's voice, she frowned and said, "Come up." He Zhao's whole body trembled at the sound of Luo Qingtian's voice. He cautiously asked, "Hey, beautiful lady, what are you asking me to do up here? Is the food I gave you not tasty?" Luo Qingtian didn't reply. Instead, he retrieved some fever-reducing medicine from his space, along with some anti-infection medication, and placed them on the doorknob. Then he went into the kitchen and began to work on his own affairs. He Zhao waited for a long time on the intercom, realizing that Luo Qingtian showed no sign of responding. Curiosity drove him to the 33rd floor again. Luo Qingtian wasn't waiting for him there, but he still noticed the bag hanging on the door. When he saw the bag's contents, He Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a warm feeling welled up inside. It seemed the residents of the 33rd floor weren't as cruel as they were made out to be. After returning from this trip, he did feel somewhat unwell. He had searched for cold medicine at home, but couldn't find any. He had originally planned to just endure it, but now that he saw medicine, he felt elated. He trotted back, took out his intercom, and called. But Luo Qingtian was busy playing with Dabai in the space, and couldn't hear anything from the intercom. Dabai no longer drank milk. Luo Qingtian now mashed up chunks of meat and fed it to Dabai every day, but she made him drink some, regardless of whether he liked it or not. Dabai had grown considerably. When he was first brought home, he was about the size of a kitten a few months old. Now he looked the size of a small adult dog. The tiger and the man chased each other around the space. Luo Qingtian played with Dabai for a long time, then began to busy herself with farming in the space. After that, she went back to the space to collect chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Before she knew it, Luo Qingtian had been busy in the space for another 2 or 3 days. Dabai followed Luo Qingtian around the time he was busy. When he was hungry, he would break up the remaining eggs from the ground and eat them. When he was full, he would continue to follow Luo Qingtian. It was 3 days later when Luo Qingtian left. She gave herself a quick shower and climbed into bed, snoring soundly. Outside, the heavy rain continued to fall. Luo Qingtian slept soundly and comfortably at home. But other residents in the community were having a harder time. On the 7th day of the heavy rain, the first floor began to flood. The residents on the first floor had no choice but to move their families upstairs. On the 10th day, the rain completely flooded the second floor as well. Residents on the first and second floors began moving upstairs. Many buildings were overcrowded, but Building 2 was a bit better, as half the residents there had died during the attack on Luo Qingtian. This left half the homes in the entire building vacant. So, the residents on the first and second floors quickly found suitable homes, pried open the doors, and moved in. Perhaps due to the heavy rain, the zombies were also drowned by the water. Without the zombies, the people were no longer restrained in their attempts to pry open doors. Even robberies and fights had begun to break out in the residential complex. However, no one in Building 2 considered going to the 33rd floor to cause trouble for Luo Qingtian. After all, compared to him, their actions were minor. Luo Qingtian had simply attacked with a knife, and the victims had no chance to fight back. The heavy rain continued for the 15th day. The water level had reached the 4th floor. Residents on the 4th floor were also forced to move to the 9th, while those on the 5th floor had already begun packing up their belongings and preparing to move upstairs. Even residents on the 6th and 7th floors were starting to get nervous. The water level was rising. No one dared go out to look for supplies anymore. Even He Zhao had spent the past few days holed up in his house, worried. The old lady across the street had been knocking on his door countless times, each time asking for food. On the first day, he had kindly given her a handful of noodles. A few days later, after finishing her meal, the old lady knocked again, demanding more. He Zhao, angry at her increasing demands, stopped opening the door. When Mrs. Jiang couldn't get what she wanted, she stood at the door all day, scolding He Xiao. He Xiao was so annoyed by the scolding that he simply put on headphones and listened to music on the few remaining batteries on his phone. After a few days of scolding, Mrs. Jiang realized that He Xiao ignored her, so she decided to break down the door. Chapter 22. That day, old lady Jiang took a hammer and smashed it hard against He Xiao's door. After the blow, He Xiao's door was fine, but old lady Jiang took several steps back. He Xiao's door was also made of alloy. After all, old lady Jiang was old and went hungry, so she had no energy to pound on it. Finally, old lady Jiang could only return home, cursing. The heavy rain continued for the 20th day. The water level reached the 6th floor. Residents on the 7th floor and above began to panic, as no one knew when the downpour would stop. The residents couldn't leave, so they ate, drank, and defecated in the hallway. The entire hallway was filled with a foul stench. Some residents on the 8th and 9th floors packed up their belongings and began searching for empty apartments. The apocalypse had already begun for half a year. Every household had almost used up their food reserves. The number of people left alive in the entire building was less than half the original number. Those who had fled to the 20th floor or so eventually found an empty house. Other residents in the hallway, seeing those who had found one, began searching one house at a time. Finding a house with fewer people, they simply broke in. After Brother Chang's death, Shen Yuren had enjoyed a few days of peace, but her door had been broken down long before. During this flood, her home was again broken into by 3 men. At first, the men didn't do anything to her, but later, their gazes became increasingly explicit, until they began to physically assault her. She fought back desperately, but in the end, she was powerless. She began to think about Luo Qingtian, wondering how he could be so powerful and kill so many people. And she was so weak. After being tormented for who knows how many times, Shen Yuren suddenly found strength. She picked up a ceramic vase from her side and smashed it down hard at the man on top of her. The man cried out in pain, rising to his feet and trying to hit her. Shen Yuren ran out of the house barefoot. She ran all the way to the 33rd floor. She knocked on Luo Qingtian's door, panting. Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yuren standing at the door with some surprise. Can you let me stay with you? I work for you. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Shen Yuren and slammed the door shut. Shen Yuren looked at the closed door and knocked again. Luo Qingtian frowned, opened it, and looked at Shen Yuren with an even colder gaze. Afraid that Luo Qingtian would close the door, Shen Yuren quickly said, "It's okay if I don't stay. Can you give me something to eat? Or a pair of shoes?" Shen Yuren's clothes were tattered. She was even barefoot, and because the floor was so cold, she stepped one foot on top of the other, looking quite utterly awful. Luo Qingtian stared at Shen Yuren intently, and closed the door again. Shen Yuren gave a wry smile. This girl on the 33rd floor had always been so cold and indifferent. How could she possibly help him? She turned desperately to leave, when Luo Qingtian suddenly opened the door again. This time, Luo Qingtian threw out a new pair of shoes, a windbreaker, 2 loaves of bread, and a bottle of water. It's the end of the world now. No one will be kind. If you want to survive, you must become strong. I hope this is the last time you knock on my door. If you do it again, I kill you. Luo Qingtian slammed the door shut. Shen Yuren never expected Luo Qingtian to give her so much. She licked her dry lips and rushed over to drink the water. Although it had been raining outside, someone had drunk a few sips of rainwater a few days ago and died the next day. Some even mutated, but luckily they were discovered early and killed and thrown down. Later, everyone knew that rainwater was poisonous and could not be drunk. Later, no one dared to drink rainwater anymore, so they just endured it. Shen Yuren opened the water and gulped down several mouthfuls before stopping. She picked up the clothes Luo Qingtian had given her and began to put them on. The clothes were a little too big. The shoes were also a little big, but it was better than nothing. She said to Luo Qingtian, "Thank you." Then she began to search the upper floors of the building, searching for an empty apartment. Before going downstairs, she even rushed into old lady Jiang's house and stole a hammer. Mrs. Jiang initially refused, but only after Shen Yuren gave her a sharp kick did she finally release the hammer. The heavy rain continued for the 29th day. The water level reached the 9th floor. The residents of the building began to move to the upper floors. At the same time, the rain outside began to gradually subside. Everyone cheered at this discovery. Luo Qingtian continued his daily routine, exercising, cooking, and boiling ice cubes as usual. He never stopped. Dubai also left the space and lived with Luo Qingtian at home. Luo Qingtian minced beef every day and mixed it with some minced meat from the mutant white tiger. In just 1 month, Dubai had grown to the size of a large adult dog. From a distance, it looked more like a short-haired Tibetan mastiff than a tiger. To help Dubai become stronger, Luo Qingtian dragged Dubai along on the treadmill every day. One day, just as Luo Qingtian finished preparing to eat, there were sounds of banging and smashing at the door. Luo Qingtian frowned and stood up to open the door. He found 4 unfamiliar men standing at the door. Behind them stood none other than old lady Jiang from the 32nd floor. Next to the old lady was her grandson. "Did you bully my mom?" One of the men pointed at Luo Qingtian and started yelling when he saw her. Old lady Jiang was quite pleased with herself. "Little girl, I urge you to open the door quickly. Give me the room. I know you're powerful, but my sons are all powerful. You can't beat them. Dad, this bad guy kicked down our door. Beat her to death." The little boy pointed at Luo Qingtian's nose and started yelling. Old Madame Jiang had 4 sons. Some were special forces soldiers. Some were business owners in the city. One ran an underground casino in the city. The last one was a mercenary. Because her 4 sons were too busy to care for her, they bought her a house here with a high safety factor. The eldest son even left his children here with her to take care of. Because her sons were so skilled, wealthy, and powerful, she was always unreasonable in the building, even in the neighborhood. These 4 had endured countless hardships during the apocalypse and finally survived. When the rain subsided, the 4 of them found each other and found a speedboat to travel to this neighborhood together. Luo Qingtian looked them over. They had a familiar aura. This aura was that of supernatural powers, but not entirely. After a brief thought, Luo Qingtian almost guessed that these people were probably in the early stages of awakening their powers. She determined their conditions. Luo Qingtian showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Now that he was here, he couldn't leave. Chapter 23. After all, leaving all 4 of them behind would leave her with a significant hidden danger. Luo Qingtian's favorite thing to do was to nip any potential danger in the bud. Luo Qingtian reached out and opened the sliding door. "You mean you want to come in?" Luo Qingtian looked at them with a smile. The 4th son of the Jiang family was constantly out on missions, carrying out assassinations and looting, living on the edge of a knife. Since the apocalypse began, he noticed his strength growing stronger day by day. After escaping death several times, he was more sensitive to danger than his brothers. From the moment Luo Qingtian appeared, he sensed a dangerous aura from him, especially the moment he opened the door, when he sensed a clear murderous intent. He extended his hand to protect his brothers and took 2 steps back. "Be careful, this woman is no ordinary woman," he whispered to the 3 brothers. The 2nd son was a special forces soldier. After the apocalypse began, he deserted the unit and has been trying to find a way back home. He shared the same sentiment as the 4th son. He whispered in agreement, "This woman is dangerous." Both the 2nd and 4th sons said this. When the eldest and 3rd sons looked at Luo Qingtian again, their eyes were filled with caution and wariness. "Weren't you going to come in? Why aren't you?" Luo Qingtian stepped aside and gestured for the 3 to enter, knowing that killing them would dirty the place. But to prevent them from escaping, Luo Qingtian finally decided to trick them into the house first. Old lady Jiang glanced at Luo Qingtian with disdain, then glanced at her sons and said, "You good-for-nothings. She's just a little girl. What are you afraid of?" The old lady said this and went straight into the house. The 4 sons saw their mother enter, and the little grandson followed suit. The eldest son saw his son enter and nervously followed him in. The remaining 3, no longer concerned, rushed in all at once. Luo Qingtian slowly closed the door. Turning around, he looked at them with a smile. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" The moment they entered, they felt the room was perfectly warm. It had been raining for days, and many homes were humid, but Luo Qingtian's was completely free of dampness. There was even electricity, and the aroma of stewing meat wafted from the kitchen. The smell made them swallow hard. "You little bastard, this is ours from now on. Get out of here." The old lady looked towards the kitchen with a salivating look, then, clutching her waist and pointing at Luo Qingtian, began to yell. Luo Qingtian wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "Okay. Here you go. I go clean it up." Luo Qingtian turned and left, going upstairs in front of everyone. As soon as Luo Qingtian left, everyone rushed into the kitchen to eat. Luo Qingtian returned to his room and changed into a raincoat. When he came out again, Luo Qingtian didn't go downstairs. Instead, he stood on the second floor and quietly watched the people in the kitchen. When they looked up, They saw Luo Qingtian holding a bow and arrow. "Get out of the way!" The fourth child was the first to shout, but he was still a step too late. Luo Qingtian fired 3 arrows simultaneously, piercing the eldest son and the youngest grandson's heads. As for the old lady, because the fourth child had helped her, the arrow didn't pierce her head, but directly penetrated her shoulder. "Ah!" The old lady screamed in pain. Her screams were piercing. The second, third, and fourth brothers hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to kill 2 of them with just 1 blow. "You bitch!" The second brother's hand reached back. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian fired 3 more arrows. The arrows pierced the second brother's shoulder, sending his pistol flying. The fourth and third brothers had already pointed their guns at her. Bang! 2 shots rang out, and Luo Qingtian vanished in the blink of an eye. The 3 brothers were horrified. They began searching for Luo Qingtian, when suddenly a tang sword pierced the second brother's chest. "Ah!" Old Lady Jiang screamed in fear. She was already injured, and seeing the deaths of 2 of her sons in a row, she began to regret it. "Little girl, we were wrong. Please let us go." The old lady begged Luo Qingtian for mercy. Meanwhile, the third and fourth brothers were firing their guns at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned. If this continued, his home would surely be destroyed by these 2. "Dabai!" Luo Qingtian shouted. Dabai suddenly appeared from nowhere, tackled the third brother, and bit his neck in half. Luo Qingtian had already rushed over to the fourth brother and engaged him in close combat. The fourth brother was extremely strong. After a few exchanges, Luo Qingtian realized that his strength was almost as strong as hers. It seemed that this guy's supernatural power had awakened. Luo Qingtian immediately set a trap under the fourth brother's feet. With each fierce attack, she forced him close to the trap. Crack! The fourth brother's foot was trapped. Luo Qingtian jumped back, and the bow and arrow appeared out of thin air. "Goodbye." As soon as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, hitting the fourth child's chest. The fourth child stared at Luo Qingtian with wide eyes. His eyes remained wide open until the 3 arrows pierced his chest. In a matter of moments, old Lady Jiang had lost 4 children and a grandson. She looked at Luo Qingtian like a demon. "Ah, you demon, you murderer! You killed my sons, I will fight you to the death." With these words, Dabai instantly pounced and bit off old Lady Jiang's head. Luo Qingtian frowned at Dabai and said, "Spit it out. You can't eat something this filthy." Dabai obediently spat out the head, making a U gesture towards the ground. Luo Qingtian sighed, opened the door, and began to drag the bodies out one by one. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shen Yuran standing near the corridor entrance. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, Shen Yuran cautiously asked, "Do you want me to clean the room?" Luo Qingtian thought about it. Her room was covered in blood, and much of the furniture was broken. She wondered how long it would take to clean up on her own. She sighed and said, "Well, come on in." Shen Yuran hurried to Luo Qingtian's house, then rushed to the bathroom, picked up a mop, and began cleaning. Dabai, standing nearby, suddenly stood up and glared at Shen Yuran with a fierce look in his eyes, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Shen Yuran frightened and sat down on the ground, his whole body frozen in fear, not daring to move. "Dabai, behave. If you eat her, you have to clean the whole house." Dabai immediately lost interest when he heard this. He found a clean spot and lay down, watching quietly. Chapter 24. Luo Qingtian began dragging the bodies out one by one, and then throwing them out the corridor window. Just as Luo Qingtian was throwing the bodies out the window, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Kill 4 psychics, hunter level up. 3 arrows at once, level 3. Range increased by 200 meters, total range 1000 meters. Trap level 2, mental perception level 1. Activate 4 skill, growth." When Luo Qingtian saw the 4 skill, she was completely perked up. So killing psychics could actually level up your skills? Isn't this just like killing zombies? She was eager to see what her 4th skill looked like. She hurried back and saw Shen Yuran still diligently cleaning. Luo Qingtian could only suppress her excitement and continue to carry the bodies. When they were almost done, Shen Yuran went to the bathroom and began rinsing the mop. To Shen Yuran's surprise, Luo Qingtian's house not only had running water, but also electricity. But Shen Yuran didn't dare dwell on it, much less look. She put down the mop and quickly ran out. She walked into the living room and looked at Luo Qingtian, who was sitting on the sofa. "That beautiful lady, I'm done cleaning. I'm leaving now." As Shen Yuran was about to leave, Luo Qingtian said, "Take that pot. Consider it your reward for cleaning." Shen Yuran was stunned, somewhat confused by Luo Qingqian's meaning. Take the food inside, and share it with the family on the east side of the 32nd floor. A few days ago, He Xiao asked her over the intercom when she could go out and look for supplies. It looks like there's nothing left to eat. It's not that Luo Qingqian is such a saint. It's just that the contents of that pot had been touched by old Madame Jiang and her sons. She felt disgusted. Throwing it away would be a waste, so she decided to let them eat it. Shen Yuran stared at Luo Qingqian for a moment, then, convinced he wasn't lying, stepped forward, picked up the pot, and thanked him repeatedly. Then he left. After Shen Yuran left, Luo Qingqian went straight into the space to check on her force skill. Of course, Luo Qingqian hadn't forgotten to bring Dabai with her when she entered the space, otherwise, if it were alone, Luo Qingqian was worried it would tear down the house. Back in the space, Luo Qingqian couldn't wait to unleash her skills. She first fired 3 arrows at the distant mountains. Luo Qingqian noticed that the speed and power of the 3-level arrows were much higher than before. She even saw sparks of fire on the 3 arrows. Then Luo Qingqian checked the trap skill. Previously, the trap skill only allowed 3 traps to temporarily trap prey. This time, the traps suddenly increased to 6, and the whole time was about 10 seconds longer than before. Luo Qingqian began to experiment with her force skill. When her force skill appeared, a brief green light appeared in Luo Qingqian's hand. Luo Qingqian broke off a small branch from the fruit tree and placed it on the green light. Instantly, the branch began to grow, sprouting new leaves and roots. Seeing this, Luo Qingqian was even more astonished. She used her force skill again on the crops she had planted. The crops, which had previously taken a long time to mature, ripened instantly. So my force skill is plant-based, but I remember in my previous life, someone used vines to fight. Why can't I do that? Luo Qingqian cast his skill again at the branch, and the branch instantly transformed into a long vine, just as he had planned. Luo Qingqian was delighted. This skill was his ultimate assist. When he couldn't defeat the enemy in battle, he could just throw out the vine and trap them, instantly killing them or escaping. This was simply too good to be true. Luo Qingqian's thoughts grew happier and happier. He decided not to leave the space anymore and took Dabai to the mountains to collect chicken, duck, and goose eggs. There were no spare ribs to eat today, so he had an egg feast. He Zhao's appetite had been sparse these days. The food at home was running low. And with the heavy rain still pounding outside, he didn't even dare to eat. Just as he was wondering how much food he would have to eat today, there was a knock at the door. He Xiao knew there had been constant vandalism in the building lately. Without the constraints of law, many people had let loose. Robbery and violence filled the entire hallway. If it weren't for Luo Qingqian's previous notoriety, these 30-plus floors would have been targeted long ago. Now, hearing the knock on the door, he was terrified and didn't even dare to answer. Shen Yuran knocked for a while, but no one seemed to open. She glanced anxiously at the ribs in the pot, wanting a piece, but then she remembered Luo Qingqian's cold eyes. Suppressing her hunger, she said, "The beauty from the 33rd floor sent me here to deliver something. Open the door." He Xiao, who was inside, heard the person at the door say the 33rd floor and immediately walked over to the door and asked tentatively, "What's that?" "Food." When the person outside mentioned food, he didn't care if they were lying and simply opened the door. When he saw Shen Yuran, he was stunned. "Who are you?" Shen Yuran had become so emaciated by the apocalypse that He Xiao didn't recognize her at all. "I'm on the 10th floor. I was helping that beautiful woman upstairs clean, and she gave me this, saying I should come down and eat with you." "Seriously? Go upstairs and ask if you don't believe me." He Xiao stared at Shen Yuran for a moment, then at the pot in his hand. The aroma of meat wafted from the pot, nearly paralyzing his thoughts. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Then come in, let's eat together." Shen Yuran had developed a certain resistance to men due to the repeated assaults, but because of Luo Qingqian, she had no resistance to He Xiao. She felt that anyone associated with Luo Qingqian couldn't be bad. After welcoming Shen Yuran into the house, He Xiao began to boil water and cook noodles. He Xiao used to tinker with electronics and work part-time as a programmer. Because he was always busy, he had a habit of stocking up at home. Especially the gas stove and gas, which he had stockpiled by the box, never expecting to need them in the apocalypse. After the noodles were cooked, the two of them devoured the whole bowl of spare ribs with them. This was the first full meal they had eaten since the apocalypse. They smiled knowingly at each other. Shen Yuran had originally lived on the 27th floor, but now that everyone in old lady Zhang's family on the 32nd floor had died, she decided to move upstairs. But old lady Zhang's door was broken, so he Xiao went with her to remove the door from the 27th floor and helped her put it back in place. Thus, the two became neighbors. On the 35th day after the rain, it finally stopped. By then, the number of people still alive in the building was less than a third of its original number. That day, he Xiao picked up the intercom and sent a message to Luo Qingtian. Beautiful girl, the rain has stopped. Do you want to go find some supplies? Chapter 25. No, Luo Qingtian said succinctly. Ever since the battle with old lady Zhang's 4 sons, Luo Qingtian had intensified her training. Now she had a 4th skill. Luo Qingtian really wanted to upgrade it quickly. However, from the last battle, she had discovered her serious shortcomings. Her strength and speed were insufficient. If she encountered a power or speed-based psychic, she would likely be defeated by them. He Xiao sighed. Although she had guessed Luo Qingtian wouldn't go, she was still a little disappointed. Let's go. She's not going. He Xiao glanced helplessly at Shen Yuren beside her. Shen Yuren nodded. She's always like this. Let's go first, and bring her something when we come back. He Xiao thought about it, and decided to leave with Shen Yuren. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's voice came over the intercom again. When you go out looking for things, don't eat anything that's been soaked in rain. Also, bring plenty of cold weather supplies. Luo Qingtian turned off the intercom after saying this. He Xiao looked outside, and saw that it was indeed getting a bit cold. He said to Shen Yuren beside him, then let's find some food first, and then some combustible materials for warmth. Shen Yuren nodded, okay. It's a good idea to listen to her. The two of them made their decision, packed a few clothes, and prepared to leave. They had a speedboat brought back by old lady Zhang's sons. Now that they were all dead, the speedboat became theirs. They also called on the families on the 31st and 30th floors to join them. No one from the 30th floor upwards had ever caused trouble. The last time the entire building had come to trouble Luo Qingtian, He Xiao, from the 30th, 31st, and 32nd floors, had chosen not to show up. Because they didn't go along, their family arguably had the most survivors from this natural disaster. The group took their speedboats and launched into the water. Luo Qingtian stood at the window, watching them leave, feeling a strange sense of loneliness. Thinking of the many boats he still had in his space, Luo Qingtian said to Dabai, who was lying at his feet, "Do you want to go out and play with me?" Dabai stared blankly at Luo Qingtian. Without waiting for Dabai's reaction, Luo Qingtian turned and ran back to his room, changed into a windbreaker, threw Dabai into his space, took out a speedboat, opened the door, and walked out. When Luo Qingtian came downstairs, he found that the 30th floor and below were almost completely occupied. The corridor, which had once occupied less than 1/3 of the space, had suddenly become filled with unfamiliar faces. The residents of Building 2, upon seeing Luo Qingtian coming downstairs, all made way for him. The unfamiliar faces looked Luo Qingtian up and down, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. After the apocalypse began, many people were starving and without running water or electricity. This resulted in nearly everyone being emaciated and sallow, their bodies reeking of stench. But when Luo Qingtian appeared, she carried the faint scent of shower gel, her complexion rosy, her hair jet black, and her eyes dark and bright. She clearly looked like she had never experienced hunger. This Luo Qingtian's presence caught the attention of the newcomers. The water level was currently stuck at the 9th floor. As Luo Qingtian made her way down, 3 men suddenly blocked her path. "Girl, you're quite pretty. Do you want to play with us?" One of the men spoke as he reached for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian leaned back, a tang sword appearing in his hand. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and then the man's hand dropped. The man looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. Luo Qingtian waved the tang sword and said, "Do you want to play?" The 3 men quickly retreated 2 steps. One of them clutched his hand and wailed. "You, how can you be so cruel?" Luo Qingtian wore a sinister smile, her lips curled gently. "Get out of the way." None of the 3 men tried to block Luo Qingtian's path. Instead, they quickly made way for him, as if they had seen a demon. Luo Qingtian slowly walked past them, making his way down. One of the men, watching Luo Qingtian from behind, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Suddenly, he raised a hammer and brought it down hard on the back of Luo Qingtian's head. "Hey!" The man screamed, and then his hand, gripping the hammer, suddenly separated from his body. Blood gushed out instantly, and then Luo Qingtian's tang sword plunged into the man's chest. "I hate people who attack me from behind. They're courting death." Luo Qingtian coldly withdrew his tang sword and continued his slow walk downstairs. One of the 3 men was instantly dead, and one was crippled. They had never imagined that such a seemingly fragile girl could be so brutal. The surrounding indigenous people looked at the 3 men with pity. They themselves didn't dare to provoke the evil spirit upstairs. They recalled that when the entire corridor went up to rob the house, most of the 40 or so people died. Only one of the 3 had died. This evil spirit had shown some mercy. But none of them said this. They simply hoped that there would be fewer people in this corridor, and fewer dead. That way, they would be more comfortable. Luo Qingtian left through a 9th floor window, which was just large enough for 1 person and 1 speedboat to pass through. Luo Qingtian started the motor of her speedboat and headed straight for the mountain behind them. She was out for a while, because she hadn't been out for a long time. Secondly, she wanted to confirm something in the mountain. Wine community was on the outskirts of the original city. The terrain was high, practically built on the mountain. Luo Qingtian only remembered that in her previous life, the government had established a base in the mountain behind them. Now that the rain had stopped, she wanted to go over and see if there were any signs of anyone approaching. Luo Qingtian increased the speedboat's speed. Heading up the mountain, she encountered quite a few people along the way. Some came out on wooden planks. Some came out on inflatable mattresses. Some even emerged from large plastic tubs. In short, most of the people she encountered along the way were survivors. When they saw Luo Qingtian, greed shone in their eyes. Some followed Luo Qingtian, eager to follow her. Others hid in the shadows, ready to attack her at any moment. Luo Qingtian accelerated along the way, her 3rd skill constantly active. She could see everything the people around her were thinking about her. Fortunately, they posed no threat to her. Until a pitch-black spear tip appeared in her perception. Chapter 26. Luo Qingtian's heart tightened. She hadn't expected someone in a place like this to have a sniper rifle. The most abominable thing was that the guy had pointed it at her. Someone had hidden himself on the nearby hillside. Luo Qingtian's 3rd skill remained activated. She could clearly see the undamaged area of the hillside. A man in camouflage was hiding behind a rock. Seeing the man's fingers moving to shoot, Luo Qingtian instantly vanished. The man, who was about to shoot, was startled when he saw Luo Qingtian was gone. He looked up at the spot where Luo Qingtian had disappeared. Only a speedboat remained, but the person had vanished without a trace. What had happened? The man stared at the scene in shock. Did the woman fall into the water? That's right, this speedboat is mine. The man smiled and stood up, running straight for it. But when he was halfway there, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He slowly lowered his head, and saw that his chest had been pierced by an arrow. He turned stiffly, and found that the woman who had disappeared had suddenly run behind him. Luo Qingtian had immediately entered the space after noticing the man was about to shoot. When the man stood up, she took the opportunity to exit the space, and, using vines, leapt directly onto the mountain. Then, like a monkey, she grabbed the vines that grew from her 4th skill, and leaped directly behind the man. The man never knew how he was killed until his death. After killing the man, Luo Qingtian kicked him into the water, then tossed his sniper rifle into the space. Returning to the water's edge, she also threw the assault boat into the space. Luo Qingtian headed straight for the top of the mountain. Since there were snipers on this mountain, did that mean there were other people nearby? Luo Qingtian kept her 3rd skill active, observing her surroundings until she spotted the group living in the caves on the mountain. It looked like no one had built a base on this mountain yet. Could it be that they had recently established a base? But in her previous life, she had heard that people had arrived a few days after the rain stopped. Could it be that her rebirth had changed things? Luo Qingtian stopped searching because she could sense a cold wind approaching. Before the temperature completely dropped, she had to get back quickly. Luo Qingtian returned to the water's edge, launched her speedboat, and began accelerating towards her residence. Again, they encountered many people with ill intentions along the way. Some even threw rocks at Luo Qingtian's speedboat. Luo Qingtian didn't tolerate them. She took out the pistol she had confiscated from the 4 Jiang brothers, and fired directly at the stone-throwing individuals. She killed 4 or 5 people in quick succession. This frightened the surrounding crowd. They finally realized that Luo Qingtian was no pushover. They immediately avoided her. Luo Qingtian walked smoothly toward her residential complex. As she neared the complex, she heard a heated argument. "We found this. Why are you taking it? Humph, whoever sees it owns it. Hand it over now. No, this is our food. Instead of stealing it here, why don't you go find it yourself?" Luo Qingtian had originally not intended to meddle, but upon hearing the noise, she immediately turned to look. They discovered that a dozen burly men had surrounded He Xiao, and the others. These men had a variety of transportation. Wooden tubs, wooden planks, everything. They gazed at Yishao and his companion's speedboat with lustful eyes. Then one of them stared at Shen Yuanran and said, "What's that in your arms? Take it out." Shen Yuanran immediately hugged the package in his arms. "You better not touch it. This is for the beautiful lady on the 33rd floor. She's terrifying, you all know." Not far away, Luo Qingtian listened to the conversation between Yishao and Shen Yuanran, and his mouth twitched. How terrifying was he? The smaller man across from them pointed at Shen Yuanran and cursed. "What 33rd floor? You're trying to trap us here. I don't care how terrifying the 33rd floor is. What I'm eyeing is mine." The smaller man was about to reach out to grab it, and the others, upon hearing the 33rd floor, involuntarily stepped back. Some even simply paddled away. The remaining few people weren't from Building 2, so naturally, they weren't aware of Luo Qingtian's notoriety. The short man saw some people leaving and spat at their backs, "Paw, cowards." Then he led his men to charge the assault boat. Shen Yuanran, hammer in hand, glared at the others present. "If you come up again, I kill you." On the 31st and 30th floors were a man and a woman, both clutching their supplies tightly, ready to fight at any moment. The short man didn't care about them. He only cared that these people had food. He had been hungry for a long time, and he could clearly see it on Shen Yuanran's body. The package in Shen Yuanran's arms contained chocolate. The smaller man boarded the assault boat and continued to fight with Shen Yuanran. Yishao stepped forward and pushed the smaller man. The smaller man's companions leaned over to grab Yishao. The assault boat was so small, and with so many people on board, it was about to sink. Shen Yuanran frantically shouted, "Why should I give you my things? I kill you, I kill you." Shen Yuanran swung his hammer indiscriminately at the smaller man in front of him. The smaller man had some martial arts experience, and when he saw the hammer being used, he dodged with incredible speed. He teased Shen Yuanran, his hand occasionally reaching for Shen Yuanran's chest. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced the smaller man's head. Before he could react, he fell into the water. Shocked, the men looked over to see Luo Qingtian standing on the assault boat a short distance away. "Beautiful woman?" Shen Yuanran didn't know Luo Qingtian's name, so he waved at her. Yishao was already stunned. That arrow, that force, that dashing figure, wasn't that the heroine from Walmart the other day? So the female demon on the 33rd floor was actually a heroine? Before Yishao could even recover from his shock, he heard Luo Qing say, "Didn't you say you had my stuff? Give it to me." Luo Qingtian held out his hand to the others. Shen Yuanran then realized, "Here, here." Shen Yuanran said, pulling out a small package and tossing it toward Luo Qingtian's speedboat. Luo Qingtian casually took it and discovered it contained some chocolate and Snickers bars. She raised an eyebrow at the others, surprised they actually brought her something. She glanced at the men not far away, glaring at them. She casually pulled out 2 weapons and tossed them over. "Take them. If you want to survive, you need these to get back on your own." Luo Qing then started the speedboat and headed straight for the residential complex. Chapter 27. As Luo Qingtian turned, a voice echoed in his mind. "Kill a speed-type psychic, skill level upgraded. 3 arrows simultaneously, level 4. Range increased by 100 meters. Total range, 1,000 meters. Trap level 2, mental perception level 1. Growth level 1. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian's body shuddered, a touch of disbelief. That little figure just now was a speed-type psychic? It seemed some psychics were slowly beginning to appear. In the apocalypse, everyone has the potential to awaken superpowers. It's just a matter of time. After all, the mutations of plants and animals have made them countless times more powerful. To select the new master of Blue Planet. Human superpowers are also Mother Earth's final gift. Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate, rushing all the way to Building 2 and disembarking from the assault boat. Luo Qingtian carried the assault boat into the building. The moment Luo Qingtian entered the hallway, the residents who had been arguing in the hallway suddenly fell silent upon seeing Luo Qingtian. Especially when they saw Luo Qingtian ascending, they involuntarily took 2 steps back, leaving him a clear path. Luo Qingtian kept her third skill active as she ascended the stairs. She didn't believe these people would abandon their hostility toward her out of fear. After all, when people are starving to the point of extreme hunger, they will do anything. Not far from Building 2. Yishao was still dazed by Luo Qingtian's identity. And the people surrounding them on the other side were already beginning to stir. Shen Yuanran nervously gripped his pistol. "Don't come near me. You saw our pistols were given to us by the sister on the 33rd floor. If you take another step forward, I kill you," Shen Yuanran said, nudging He Xiao with his arm. He Xiao finally reacted, gripping the pistol in both hands and looking around. Yes, if you come any closer, I kill you. He Xiao had never imagined that one day he would face so many people, armed with a firearm, just to survive. Bang! He Xiao was still thinking when the gun in his hand went off for some unknown reason. The pistol struck the man across from him squarely in the chest. The man stared at his chest in shock, then at He Xiao, before falling into the water with a splash. He Xiao's body was thrown back by the recoil of the pistol. He almost fell into the water, when the man on the 31st floor quickly grabbed his arm. This helped him steady himself. The people surrounding them were completely panicked. They assumed they were vulnerable, but they hadn't expected them to actually open fire. They didn't bother to surround He Xiao anymore, nor did they care about the dead little man or the man who had just been killed. They hurriedly paddled away, using the wooden planks and basins they were carrying. Seeing them all leave, He Xiao frightened and plopped down on the assault boat. I killed someone. I really did kill someone. I didn't mean to. I don't know how I accidentally fired the gun, He Xiao spoke, glancing at the people around him. As if trying to comfort himself or explain himself to them, Shen Yuren said angrily, if you don't kill them, we be the ones to die. The beautiful woman on the 33rd floor just said that if you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must fight back yourself. Don't be silly. Shen Yuren said, carefully tucking his pistol into his waistband, then walked over to the engine and started it. We're running low on gas, and we absolutely can't let anyone steal this speedboat. When we get back, the four of us must be careful around us. Shen Yuren had killed people before. These past few days, she'd been sneaking down and hacking down anyone stronger than her. So, she now approved of Luo Qingtian's approach. Instead of blindly seeking shelter, it's better to become stronger. The four of them finally returned to Building 2 with their supplies and the speedboat. Just as they expected, the people in Building 2 were all excited when they saw them. Shen Yuren killed 2 people in quick succession, finally deterring those who were trying to steal the food. From that moment on, everyone in Building 2 understood one thing: don't mess with anyone above the 30th floor. As soon as He Xiao returned, she began texting Luo Qingtian frantically. Lady, I didn't realize you were from the 33rd floor. Great. I knew we meet again sooner or later. Lady, when are you going out to find something to eat? We all follow you, okay? He Xiao, regardless of whether Luo Qingtian replied or not, kept messaging her, giving her a headache. He turned on the intercom and said, instead of wasting time here, you might as well prepare some warm clothes. Luo Qing then turned off the intercom. He Xiao was still excited, but upon hearing Luo Qing, he put down the intercom and began to take inventory of his belongings. Realizing that they didn't have much to keep warm, he called Shen Yuren and told her Luo Qingtian's instructions. Then, they ran downstairs. After making sure no one was home, he went in and moved the wooden furniture. Whatever couldn't be moved was simply smashed with an axe and taken away. On his way back, he didn't forget to warn the residents on the 30th and 31st floors. The next day, the water level began to recede, and those who had been hesitant to leave their homes began to cheer. They even felt that the natural disaster was over, and everything would return to normal. It was just that the weather began to cool down. Those autumn clothes were no longer wearable. At this time, those in the corridor began to frantically search for something to keep warm. After another 3 days, the water level dropped to the 3rd floor. Again, heavy snow began to fall, and the temperature plummeted rapidly, bringing a profound silence to the entire corridor. Everyone found a room to hide in, trying every way to keep warm. He Xiao and Shen Yuren, on the 32nd floor, moved in together. There was no romantic connection between them, only the support of companions. They simply wanted to survive. The heavy snow fell for 2 days before stopping, but the temperature outside had reached minus 30 degrees Celsius. He Xiao and Shen Yuren found a charcoal brazier at home and began to place some fire-starting materials inside to light it. Thick blankets were hung on all the windows in He Xiao's house. This made the already dim room even darker. But the two of them didn't care. Anything mattered as long as they were alive. All was fine at Luo Qingtian's home. The weather outside hadn't affected the temperature at all. She had a backup heating system in her room. By adding plenty of fuel to the furnace each day, she could keep the room at around 26 degrees Celsius. But Luo Qingtian didn't let the comfort of home make her slack off. She continued her daily training. Chapter 28. Since his last level upgrade, Luo Qingtian could clearly feel that his vision, speed, and strength had increased significantly. With this realization, Luo Qingtian insisted on training himself to the limit every day before stopping. Dubai had grown larger now, and his appetite was much greater than before. The meat of the mutant white tiger in the space had been eaten up. Dubai was no longer satisfied with the ordinary beef and pork Luo Qingtian gave him. Every day, he leaned against the window and stared out, occasionally catching sight of something. He would constantly scratch at the glass, sometimes even banging against it. He seemed extremely anxious. Dubai. What's wrong with you? Luo Qingtian came out of the bathroom and saw Dubai banging against the window. Luo Qingtian's window was space grade, but it couldn't withstand Dubai's ferocious pounding. But Dubai ignored Luo Qingtian and continued to bang against the glass with red eyes. Luo Qingtian frowned, stepped forward, and grabbed Dubai's head. He landed a powerful punch on Dubai. The blow knocked Dubai to the ground. Dubai regained consciousness, clutching his head and stealing glances at Luo Qingtian. He whimpered intermittently. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, touched the ground where he had struck, and whispered, Dubai, what's wrong with you? Dubai continued to whimper, his eyes occasionally glancing out the window. Luo Qingtian sighed and asked, do you want to go outside? Dubai nodded cautiously. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. Dubai was an animal, yearning for freedom. It was natural for him to want to go out. He shouldn't restrict his instincts. Then I pack up, and we go out together? Dubai was so happy upon hearing this that he rolled on the ground like a giant cat. Luo Qingtian packed up, put on warm clothes, a mask, and goggles, completely armored from head to toe, and then opened the door. Let's go. We can only play for a little while. Come back soon. The man and the tiger just walked out the door. He Xiao and Shen Yunren had heard Luo Qingtian open the door early in the morning and immediately opened it, wanting to go out with him. As soon as they opened the hallway door, they were greeted by a massive tiger head. He Xiao frightened and fell to the ground. Oh my god, a tiger! Shen Yunren had seen this white tiger before, and she simply took 2 steps back. Hey, beautiful lady, are you going out? Luo Qingtian glanced at the two of them and nodded. Yes, let's go walk the tiger. Luo Qingtian walked past them and continued downstairs. The two had initially thought Luo Qingtian was looking for supplies, but when they heard Luo Qingtian walking her tiger, their thoughts immediately quieted. After watching Luo Qingtian leave, they quickly returned to their rooms to warm themselves. As Luo Qingtian descended, many people popped their heads out to see who it was. Seeing the massive white beast stalking ahead, some of them flashed greedy glances. Is that a dog? Someone whispered. No. There's no way a dog that big could exist. Look carefully, it's a tiger. Someone exclaimed. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction of the voice, and Dubai also stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. The massive tiger's head was revealed, revealing Dubai's full form. It's really a tiger. Run, someone exclaimed, then slammed the door shut. The clatter of doors slammed repeatedly, but Luo Qingtian paid no attention, turning to pat Dubai's head. The man and the tiger continued downstairs. Outside was now a vast expanse of white, the entire world shrouded in white. Stepping on the thick snow, Luo Qingtian repeatedly found himself sinking into pits. Fortunately, Dubai was there, and he always managed to steady himself by grabbing onto Dubai's fur. At first, Dubai treaded cautiously, but after a while, his instincts gave way, and he began to run. Luo Qingtian, unwilling to fall into another pit, grabbed Dubai's neck and finally lay on top of him, letting him run across the snow. In this white world, a tiny human, crawling on the back of a large, white tiger, sped away. Soon, it blended into the snowy landscape. Dubai, run up the mountain, Luo Qingtian thought. Since this time he was out, he might as well go back up there and take a look. After all, the government officials should be here by now. Dubai, following Luo Qingtian's instructions, happily sprinted towards the back of the mountain. After running for an unknown amount of time, Dubai suddenly stopped. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked around. He saw a group of people not far away, digging into the ground. It looked like there was something they desperately needed down there. Hurry, I got it. Keep pushing harder. At that moment, a voice rang out. The men surrounding him increased their digging efforts. After an unknown amount of time, they pulled something out from under the ice. Although Luo Qingtian didn't go over, her third skill remained active. When she saw clearly what they were holding, she nearly vomited. It was a person who had been dead for who knows how long, and these people were actually eating the corpse. Although she had heard of cannibalism in her past life, seeing it in person still made Luo Qingtian feel unwell. She squinted at the people, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Whether in her past life or this one, anyone who has eaten human flesh will never be allowed to survive. Then Dubai, who was beside her, noticed Luo Qingtian's murderous intent. It roared to the sky, a tiger roar that resounded through the heavens. It hunched its body, poised to attack. The survivors, still clutching the corpse and gnawing frantically, also noticed Luo Qingtian and Dabai beside her. They dropped the pieces of flesh and turned to look. When they saw Luo Qingtian, greed filled their faces. After so long in the apocalypse, every normal person was pale, thin, and gray. But Luo Qingtian had rosy lips and white teeth, his skin as smooth as a baby's. His eyes were as bright as stardust. He looked like someone who had never experienced hunger or hardship. And so did the huge white tiger beside him. Although it was a tiger, they could tell it was still underage. There was tiger meat to eat. Someone had said that, but the others grabbed their weapons and headed towards Luo Qingtian. One of them, unable to contain himself any longer, charged at Luo Qingtian, his chisel raised. Luo Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back, a bow and arrow already appearing behind him. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to strike, bang! A gunshot pierced the man with the chisel's chest. He turned to look, but before he could see what was happening, he fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 29. Then the gunfire continued. Several of the people surrounding Luo Qingtian were killed, and the others also sensed the danger. Without caring about Luo Qingtian, they turned and ran. Soon, a group of men in camouflage uniforms burst out from behind Luo Qingtian and chased them. Luo Qingtian immediately hid the murderous intent on his face. Feigning extreme fear, he hugged Dabai's neck. "Are you a resident here?" From a distance, a man with a gun approached Luo Qingtian and began to sizing her up. Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing Luo Qingtian's fearful expression, the man quickly explained, "We're from the military." "Don't be afraid." Luo Qingtian had almost guessed their identities the moment she saw them. But she still feigned extreme fear and hugged Dabai's head tightly. Dabai wanted to pounce on the person in front of him and bite him, but his mother was holding him tightly, and so strong that he didn't even have the strength to lift his head. At that moment, a snowmobile drove up from a short distance and drove directly to Luo Qingtian's side. The car door opened, revealing a military boot, followed by a leg. Luo Qingtian slowly looked up and saw a man in a military green coat approaching him. The man's face was as firm as a stone, his figure was upright, and he exuded an imposing presence, possessing an unshakable aura. It was hard to ignore his presence. The man walked up to Luo Qingtian and looked down at him. "Where do you live?" The man's voice was deep, his eyes as deep as the sea, as he looked at Luo Qingtian with inquiry. Luo Qingtian cautiously pointed towards the Huang community. "I live there." "Are you a resident of Huang community? Why are you out at this hour? Is this a tiger you're raising?" Di Jiang bent down suspiciously and slowly approached Dabai. Luo Qingtian nervously pressed Dabai's head to the ground. "It's not a tiger, it's a mutated white cat." Luo Qingtian patted Dabai vigorously, and Dabai whimpered in response. Di Jiang frowned and looked at Luo Qing. "Don't be afraid. We're from the military district. We won't do anything to you." At this moment, a soldier who had been chasing the group ahead ran over. "General, those guys have been captured." "Yes." Di Jiang turned his head and looked into the distance. The group of people who had escaped earlier were squatting on the ground, surrounded by soldiers. Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qing, who was still standing there, and said, "Go back. It's dangerous to be out in this weather. Not for a girl like you." Luo Qingtian feigned fear and nodded timidly. "Yes, thank you, sir. We be leaving now." Luo Qing climbed onto Dabai's back and disappeared from Di Jiang's sight. Until Luo Qingtian disappeared, Di Jiang didn't even look away. The adjutant beside him smiled at Di Jiang's expression and said, "General, this girl is indeed pretty. Although she's timid and delicate, she's also delicate and fair. She's beautiful no matter how you look at her." Di Jiang let out a sneer. "Weak timid? How could someone who can still eat a full meal and dare to walk alone at this hour be timid?" The adjutant, upon hearing this, realized that when they arrived, the girl had faced so many people alone and hadn't even made a move to flee. At first, he thought the girl was frightened, but now he thought maybe she wasn't afraid, but... Adjutantly, thinking this, said nervously, "General, let's capture her. She shouldn't have gotten far." Di Jiang glanced coldly at Adjutantly and said, "Why capture her? She didn't eat humans. She must have food stored at home, otherwise why would she have raised her pet so fat?" Di Jiang said, as he turned and walked towards the cannibal team. He approached Luo Qingtian because he felt a strange familiarity with him. He couldn't explain where this familiarity came from. Recollecting his thoughts, He walked towards the cannibal team. Kill them all. People like them can't be spared. Having eaten humans, they are no longer considered human, and they can no longer return to normal human life. The very existence of such people is a danger. Luo Qingtian, riding Dubai, distanced himself from Di Jiang before dismounting from Dubai. Dubai, be careful from now on. We're going to build a base here, and the population will increase. Don't rush at anyone you see. Listen to me, understand. Dubai rubbed Luo Qingtian's hand, seeming to understand. A tiger and a human were walking slowly through the snowy landscape when suddenly a white, long-haired rabbit ran by, and Dubai happily rushed out. A short while later, Dubai returned, carrying a strange-looking rabbit. It had been mauled to death by Dubai, and blood was still oozing from its coat. Luo Qingtian picked up the rabbit and examined it. The rabbit wasn't plump, but its fur was tough, especially the grayish-white fur, which he touched, and which was covered in barbs. The 4 teeth at the front of the rabbit's mouth protruded and were very sharp. The sight of such a rabbit sent a chill through Luo Qingtian's body. Is this a mutant rabbit? But how could there be a rabbit here? Luo Qingtian glanced around and realized they had unknowingly reached the back of the mountain. A gust of wind blew by, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the temperature drop a bit. At this time, the nights were the coldest, and Luo Qingtian no longer had any intention of staying. He lowered his head and said, Dubai, I take this rabbit back and prepare it for you before eating. It's getting late now. We can't stay any longer. Let's go back first. With that, Luo Qingtian climbed onto Dubai's back again, and the two of them ran towards the Huan residential complex. Back in the room, Luo Qingtian comfortably poured himself a glass of red wine and grabbed a steak. Then he prepared the rabbit again and ground it together with the beef. The tiger and the man enjoyed a comfortable dinner. Outside the residential complex, a group of people shivered as they made their way inside. One of them cursed, Han Shuo, are you kidding us? Yeah. We come all this way here. I don't want to go home empty-handed. The two men angrily kicked Han Shuo. Han Shuo, already shivering from the cold, fell directly into the snow. Brother, I'm not kidding. Before I called, the location was right here. I think that bitch must have bought a house nearby. She's in the habit of stockpiling food. We're sure to have a treat this time. Han Shuo nudged Lu Shiqi, who was walking along, with his elbow. Lu Shiqi panted, yes, Brother Han, you're right. And before the apocalypse, I saw that bitch buying things everywhere. They must have been shipped here. Chapter 30. The leader said sinisterly, if we find it, we enjoy it together. If not, I eat you both. With that, the group stumbled into the residential complex. Without electricity, the neighborhood was pitch black. They first headed for the nearest building one. Let's spend the night there and continue searching tomorrow. The next morning, Luo Qingtian woke up early, washed, and prepared to go out. Seeing Luo Qingtian about to leave, Dubai excitedly ran to the door to wait. The tiger and the other two went out again. The people in Building 2 were no longer curious about the sounds outside. No one knew if they would suddenly encounter a tiger head when they went out. The living people shivered in their rooms. Luo Qingtian took the thermometer outside and took the temperature. 40 degrees below zero. A little lower than yesterday. Stepping onto the snow again, Dubai sprinted away, Luo Qingtian slowly following behind. Not long after, Dubai returned. It leaned forward, motioning for Luo Qingtian to proceed. The next moment, the tiger and the man ran again toward the back of the mountain. Dubai appeared incredibly excited as they ran. After an unknown amount of time, Dubai led Luo Qingtian directly to the top of the mountain. There were many dead trees on the summit, but occasionally a few green trees could be seen beneath the white snow. Nature always shows special favor to non-human creatures. In such cold temperatures, trees can still survive. Just as Luo Qingtian was sighing with emotion, gunshots were heard not far away, more precisely, the sound of gunfire. Luo Qingtian directed Dubai to carefully follow the sound. As they climbed to the top, Luo Qingtian soon spotted the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. One of the groups was the same group of soldiers Luo Qingtian had seen yesterday, while the other group was unfamiliar to Luo Qingtian. The group engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers was now hiding in a cave, a difficult to defend and easy to attack location. One of the soldiers was hiding at the very top of the cave. He aimed a sniper rifle at the enemy. Seeing the sniper rifle, Luo Qingtian was stunned. It was the same model as the one that had been used against him the previous time. Luo Qingtian instantly activated his third skill. He was then pleasantly surprised to discover that the cave contained over 100 firearms, despite the fact that there were at least 30 people inside. Luo Qingtian crouched down and found a good view. The bow and arrows appeared in her hand. She had just advanced to the 3 arrows skill a few days ago, and she hadn't yet checked the effects of the upgraded skill. 3 sharp arrows were then released. With a piercing sound, the arrows shot directly towards the cave entrance. The force was immense. He instantly skewered everyone in that direction like a candied hawes. Luo Qingtian watched the scene in shock. 7 people were killed in a flash. Goodness! If only zombies could be killed so quickly. The people in the cave were also utterly shocked. They looked at the direction the arrows came from, seemingly directly above the cave. Someone started shouting, "Who is it?" As soon as the words were spoken, 3 more arrows pierced the air, this time hitting the men around the person shouting. They died right before that man's eyes. "Ah! Who is it? Come out if you dare," Luo Qingtian sneered. He wasn't stupid, so how could he possibly leave? As the man raged, he fired 3 more arrows. After firing over 20 sharp arrows, the sound from the cave soon died down. Luo Qingtian used his 3rd skill to check the situation. He found everyone inside lying on the ground. Luo Qingtian threw Dabai into the space, and a branch appeared in his hand, activating his 4th skill, Growth. The branch instantly transformed into a vine, and Luo Qingtian, like a nimble monkey, swung directly into the cave, grasping the vine with one hand. At this moment, Di Jiang, on the opposite side, also noticed something. He picked up his binoculars and looked across, just in time to see Luo Qingtian enter the cave. But Luo Qingtian was so fast that he only caught a glimpse of his back. Something's wrong, Di Jiang frowned in thought. Adjutantly beside him asked, "General, what's wrong?" "Hey, why did they stop?" Di Jiang finally realized what was happening. "Hurry, follow me." Di Jiang leaped up and landed on the rocks opposite in just 2 steps. Adjutantly didn't dare to delay, shouting for his men and rushing after Di Jiang. After entering the cave, Luo Qingtian discovered that everyone inside had been shot dead. She began collecting her arrows one by one. Just as she came upon a prone figure, they suddenly leaped up and kicked Luo Qingtian in the face. Startled, Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. A middle-aged man leaped to his feet. "Even if you killed so many of my men, I take you down with me, even if I die." The man drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's tang sword instantly appeared, and the two quickly engaged in combat. Luo Qingtian fought cautiously, but she was surprised to find that the man's skin gradually turned yellow and hardened as he fought her. Yes, this is an earth-based ability. Just as he was thinking this, a wall of earth appeared between the two of them, directly blocking Luo Qingtian's tang sword attack. Luo Qingtian leaped up, pressing one hand against the wall, leaping over it behind the man, and thrusting his tang sword into his back. However, as the sword penetrated, a small patch of earth appeared on the man's chest, causing Luo Qingtian's tang sword to pause for a moment. "You can't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive white tiger appeared behind the man and bit off his head. The man fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian, panting, quickly retrieved his arrows, and in doing so, he also collected all the hot weapons in the cave into the space. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to leave, his 3rd skill indicated that someone was running towards him. That person was the general he had met yesterday. If he left now, he would run into him. Without a second thought, Luo Qingtian grabbed Dabai and entered the space. Di Jiang activated his mental power as he ran. He could clearly sense the presence of someone in the cave, and it was someone familiar to him. A strange feeling flashed through Di Jiang's mind, and he sped up, leaping to the edge of the cave in 2 or 3 leaps. He cautiously entered the cave, and found everyone dead. Even the weapons they had stolen from the armory were gone. Di Jiang's face darkened as he punched the wall. "Damn it! Who did this?" At this moment, Lieutenant Li finally climbed up and looked around in shock. "General, did you kill these people? Could our superior be so powerful?" Di Jiang gave Lieutenant Li a cold look. "What do you think? Quickly arrange for people to search everywhere. The man has taken all the lost weapons, so he can't get far." Chapter 31. Adjutant Li finally realized that someone had intercepted the weapons. Wow, so ruthless. No wonder the fight had stopped mid-fight. It seemed they had been intercepted here. Adjutant Li gnashed his teeth in rage and directed everyone to begin searching the surroundings. Luo Qingtian spent a full 2 hours in the space before emerging. After making sure no one was around, Luo Qingtian once again used the vines to return to the top of the mountain above. She released Dabai and sat on him, heading back. "Dabai, hurry, get out of here." Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, the weapons depot in High City had been robbed, and the military had managed to wrest them back from the thieves. The weapons she had obtained now were likely part of that stolen batch. The military was now searching for them, and Luo Qingtian suddenly regretted taking only half. But if she sent him back now, she'd likely expose herself. And that admiral, Luo Qingtian, had felt familiar since yesterday. Just now, as he was leaving the cave, Luo Qingtian suddenly realized that the man's back resembled the one he fought at the harbor that day. Luo Qingtian didn't dare stay any longer, wanting only to return quickly and get away from this man. This man was too dangerous. Dabai, sensing Luo Qingtian's nervousness, ran at breakneck speed, quickly leaving the mountain behind. Dijiang, sitting in the snowmobile, had never imagined that the weapon he worked so hard to find would be stolen. Admiral, look, isn't that the girl from yesterday? Dijiang was startled to see a large white tiger running desperately across the snow. A young girl sat on its back. The girl's hair flew, and from a distance, she looked like a snow elf. Drive over. Dijiang narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingtian. He had a feeling this girl was no ordinary girl. Adjutantly then obediently drove his car in front of Luo Qingtian. Dabai, seeing the snowmobile blocking him, showed no sign of stopping. He leaped up, bouncing on all fours, and flew over the snowmobile, landing steadily on the ground. Adjutantly stared at the scene, his eyes widening. Oh my goodness, is this really a cat? So fierce. With that, Luo Qingtian commanded Dabai to stop. Luo Qingtian sat on Dabai and watched Dijiang from a distance as he exited the car. What's wrong? As Dijiang approached, Dabai bared his teeth and arched his body, poised for attack. Luo Qingtian gently patted Dabai's head. Dabai then obediently lowered his head. Dijiang looked at Dabai in surprise, opened the car window, and looked at Luo Qingtian. Little thing, didn't you say it was a cat? Luo Qingtian said seriously, yes, it's a cat. Dabai meow. Dabai lay on the ground and meowed reluctantly. Dijiang's mouth twitched twice. This was the first time he had heard a tiger meow. Luo Qingtian then looked up at Dijiang and said, Captain, is there anything else? If not, we go back. Dijiang raised an eyebrow at Luo Qingtian, half smiled, and said, well, weren't you supposed to come here yesterday? Why are you here again? Luo Qingtian curled his lips. Is there something wrong with me coming out? Is there a ban on this mountain? Dijiang frowned and looked at Luo Qingtian, suspicion in his eyes. Luo Qingtian felt a little timid under Dijiang's gaze, and continued, my Dabai is hungry. There are mutant rabbits on this mountain that Dabai loves to eat. Dabai? Dijiang stared at the giant tiger before him for a moment, unable to make out anything, and lazily returned to his seat. He rolled up the car window. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes. He patted Dabai's head and said, let's go home. With that, Dabai rushed out like a gust of wind. Dabai was so fast that he immediately surpassed Dijiang's snowmobile. Adjutantly watched Dabai's retreating figure, a flicker of envy in his eyes. I didn't expect this cat to have mutated so well. If only our army had a mutant cat like this. Dijiang glanced at Adjutantly speechlessly. Adjutantly then continued, General, why are you so concerned about this little girl? Dijiang sighed. Nothing. I just wanted to confirm if she's the rat we're looking for. The rat who stole the weapons from the armory. Of course, it could also be a tiger. Luo Qingtian and Dabai sped along until they finally saw the Huan residential complex. After entering Building 2, one tiger and the other quickly ran towards the 33rd floor. In Building 1, Han Shuo had woken up early and begun searching door to door for Luo Qingtian's whereabouts. Having not eaten enough in days, climbing to the roof nearly cost them their lives. Lu Shiqi finally laid down in the hallway, refusing to go any further. Just as Lu Shiqi glanced out the window, she saw a petite figure enter Building 2. Why does the person who just entered look like Luo Qingtian to me? Lu Shiqi's words instantly cheered Han Shuo up. Where? Han Shuo scrambled to his feet, and rushed to Lu Shiqi's side. Lu Shiqi pointed in the direction of Building 2 and said, I saw someone who looked a lot like Luo Qingtian enter, but I'm not sure. At this moment, a burly man who had come up with Han Shuo said, whether it's true or not, it means someone is still alive in Building 2. We searched this building for so long, and there's not even a breath of air. Hurry, don't waste time, just go straight ahead. The man then called everyone downstairs. Luo Qingtian was unaware that Han Shuo and the others were already heading their way. She entered the space as soon as she returned. Today, she had killed another psychic, but there had been no notification of skill upgrades from the space. She wanted to enter the space to see how far she still needed to level up. But after entering the space, Luo Qingtian found she still couldn't tell how far she needed to level up. She suddenly remembered that when she activated the chip, it was embedded in her arm. She rolled up her sleeve and took a look. A mark resembling a bow, an arrow had appeared on her wrist. She reached out and touched it, and a green bar suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. It looked very much like an experience bar. Could it be that once this experience bar is full, I can level up? Luo Qingtian closed her eyes and quickly filtered through all 4 of her skills. Sure enough, there was an experience bar underneath each one. Luo Qingtian first checked the spiritual perception skill and found that the experience bar for that skill was barely there. The experience bar for the 3 arrows skill was already halfway full. It seemed that killing that psychic today had given quite a bit of experience. As for the traps and growth skill, the experience bar was only a third full. Chapter 32. Luo Qingtian had almost figured it out. As long as she killed psychics, or zombies and mutants, her skill levels would increase. Leveling up the space required constantly devouring gold and jade. It seemed she would have to go out and kill monsters again after the extreme cold passed. After figuring out the rules for leveling up her skills, Luo Qingtian felt a pang of hunger. Dabai was constantly rubbing against her feet, presumably hungry too. Luo Qingtian didn't rush out of the space, but headed directly to the nearby mountain. There were chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, horses, donkeys, and so on. Luo Qingtian led Dabai there, and quickly found the herd of livestock. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to catch a cow to bring back for Dabai to eat, she noticed that many of the cows had bulging bellies. Could this be a baby cow? Luo Qingtian was thrilled with this realization. She turned to Dabai and said, "Dabai, how about we skip the live meat today and eat the ones we prepared?" Dabai glanced longingly at the cows grazing nearby, then turned and began to walk back. Luo Qingtian quickly caught up with Dabai and gently soothed him. Okay. Let's make do with this for today. Tomorrow, I take you to catch mutant rabbits." Luo Qingtian prepared the beef in her space and then left. She made herself a beef brisket with potatoes. She also cooked some rice. While the rice was cooking, Luo Qingtian took out her boning knife and chopped the beef into pieces, placing them in a large bowl. When the rice and beef were cooked through, the man and the tiger began to eat. While eating, Luo Qingtian didn't forget to use his phone to cast the screen to the TV and play Empresses in the Palace. Eating and watching dramas like this instantly gave him the feeling of being transported back to the pre-apocalyptic era. Downstairs, Han Shu and the others were searching floor by floor. On the 10th floor, they finally saw someone alive. A group of armed men drove everyone out of the 10th floor. "What are you doing?" The survivors cried out in pain. The leader shouted, "Hand over the food." The man cried even harder, "Brother, we really have no food. How did you survive without food? And still look so fat and strong? Do you think we're blind?" The leader then commanded his men to rush into the man's home in search of food. Not long after they entered, they all rushed out. "Brother, there's no food." Han Shu came out with a pale face, as if he was about to vomit. Lu Shiqi rushed to the side and vomited. Having not eaten in days, she practically vomited all her bile. The leader, seeing this, almost guessed what was going on. He glanced at the man with disgust and said, "You're such a loser. You even ate your own family. People like you don't deserve to live." The man raised his pistol, ready to kill him. The man, terrified, screamed, "No, I didn't eat my family. Those were my friends. They froze to death. I was just eating their bodies. Eating corpses is equally damnable." Lu Shiqi had spoken these words. Thinking of what she had just witnessed, she felt sick and wanted to vomit again. The man kowtowed repeatedly to them. "Everyone, please don't kill me. I have no choice. By the way, aren't you looking for food? I know where I can find it." The leader was about to shoot when he heard the man's words and stopped instantly. "You know? If you really knew, why would you be hiding here eating all that food?" "I really do know. There's a female demon living on the 33rd floor. She has plenty of food at home, including a big dog. Big dogs are always fat and strong. I can't defeat him alone. Even the people in our building couldn't defeat him together. But you're different. You're more people, and you have pistols. You can definitely defeat him. Not only does his house have food, but it's said to have electricity." The leader narrowed his eyes at the person who spoke. "Are you sure you're not lying?" "I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, go ask around. There really is food on the 33rd floor." Lu Shiqi suddenly thought of the figure she had seen and said, "Han Shu, I remember when I saw Luo Qingtian. she seemed to be accompanied by some animal. It must be that big dog she was talking about. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look? The few of them looked at each other, and finally decided to go upstairs together. However, as they left, the man behind them looked at them with a mixture of pity and gloating in his eyes. Luo Qingtian was enjoying his meal, when suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. Luo Qingtian frowned. Who in this building would dare to knock on his door at this hour? Luo Qingtian activated his third skill, and saw that it was Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi outside. There were also quite a few people hiding nearby, seemingly ambushing him. Luo Qingtian's entire body trembled. Not out of fear, not out of terror, but out of excitement. She had assumed that if she wanted revenge on Han Shuo, she would have to wait until the base was built before confronting this scumbag and bitch. She hadn't expected these two to come to her door. Luo Qingtian trembled as she opened the innermost door, then opened the outermost door through the sliding door. Han Shuo stood at the doorway, looking at Luo Qingtian with a smile. Qingtian, I finally found you. Han Shuo stared at Luo Qingtian carefully. With her curvaceous figure, fair skin, and rosy cheeks, she looked even more beautiful than before. Han Shuo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Was this still the Luo Qingtian he knew? Compared to before, she was practically a celestial being. This also proved the truth of what the man downstairs had said. Luo Qingtian's house was full of food. And with a warm breeze blowing in from the door, Luo Qingtian's home was truly a paradise. Han Shuo, Luo Qingtian's voice was flat, unrecognizable, and she couldn't tell if she was happy or angry. But Han Shuo was incredibly excited. She pointed at the lock on the door and said, Qingtian, I missed you so much, I really did. I've been looking for you for so long, and now I finally see you. Hurry and open the door, so we can live happily together from now on. Luo Qingtian's whole body was trembling with excitement. She reached out and slowly pulled the sliding door open. Okay, come in. Luo Qingtian opened the door and took 2 steps back. If Han Shuo dared to come in, she would definitely crush his head. But the moment Luo Qingtian opened the door, the leading man pushed Han Shuo aside. He led 4 or 5 other men and burst into Luo Qingtian's house. Before Han Shuo could even enter, the door was slammed shut. The leading man exclaimed in delight upon entering Luo Qingtian's house. I never thought there would be such a cozy place at this hour. Chapter 33. The leading man looked at Luo Qingtian as he spoke. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of meat he hadn't smelled in a long time. He quickly looked behind Luo Qingtian. On the table behind him sat a plate of what looked like beef. The color, the flavor. The leader could no longer contain his craving for food. He rushed to Luo Qingtian's table, grabbed the food, and began to eat. The beef was tender and fragrant. The rice was even softer and more glutinous. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had a proper meal. He grabbed the food with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. After 2 bites, he ran to the kitchen and grabbed some more from the pot. Luo Qingtian was furious. She walked towards the door, trying to open it. But the remaining men blocked the entrance. The leader said, Little sister, stop struggling. That scumbag is better off leaving. I see you have a lot of stuff here. If you can serve me well, I let you stay here. Luo Qingtian smiled. How about you let Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi come in? I haven't seen them in a while. Let's chat together. Luo Qingtian tried to open the door again. A man blocking the door, seeing Luo Qingtian's reckless insistence on opening it, pushed her hard. You bitch. My brother's talking to you. Luo Qingtian staggered after being pushed, her whole body trembling. This was a desperate attempt to endure. She was afraid she might lose control and kill everyone in front of her. The man pushing Luo Qingtian thought she was afraid of him, so he pulled out a gun and gestured at her head. Little girl, I think you're quite good looking. Don't be so shameless. It's your good fortune that my big brother has taken a liking to you. With these words, the man at the door reached for Luo Qingtian's face. As Luo Qingtian watched the dirty hand approach, the string of forbearance in her mind snapped. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she waved her hand, and 6 traps appeared in the room. Luo Qingtian quickly grabbed the hand of the person who had pushed her. A crisp snap, the man's hand was forcibly torn off by Luo Qingtian. The scene stunned everyone present. Luo Qingtian didn't stop, and his tang sword appeared swiftly, dispatching the 2 men who followed behind him with a single blow. In a split second, 3 of the 5 men were dead. The remaining 2 realized that Luo Qingtian was no ordinary girl. Fuck. No wonder the people downstairs are calling you a female devil. The leader cursed, gritting his teeth. He didn't bother eating anymore, as he launched a fireball straight at Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian was startled, then delighted. This leader was actually a fire-powered user. If he killed him, wouldn't that mean his abilities could be upgraded again? Luo Qingtian reacted swiftly, dodging the fireball and running straight for the leader. At that moment, a man behind Luo Qingtian noticed Luo Qingtian chasing the leader and quickly drew his pistol, aiming it at Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian, however, hadn't noticed what was behind him. A vicious look flashed in the man's eyes. The moment he flicked the switch, a white tiger leaped from the second floor and pounced on the man. The man's gun missed. The man struggled to his feet, but Dabai bit his head off. Luo Qingtian had already rushed in front of the leader, who was shocked. He hadn't expected such a seemingly fragile girl to possess such skill. And the creature behind her wasn't a dog at all. It was a tiger, a mutated white tiger. He began to regret provoking this evil spirit. If only it had been Han Shuo who had come in first. But there was no regret medicine now. Before the apocalypse, he had been a bodyguard and was quite skilled. Additionally, he had awakened his fire ability, which meant he could just connect a few moves with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian swung his fist at his face. He crossed his arms to block his face, and Luo Qingtian delivered a sweeping kick. He fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and swung his fist towards the man's head. Then he dodged Luo Qingtian's blow with a somersault. Immediately, another fireball hurtled towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian leaped back, gathering strength in his hand and shooting an invisible arrow. It pierced the leader's throat. The leader froze, feeling a sharp pain in his throat. Then he felt the bloody hole in his throat. He opened his eyes wide and tried to breathe, but the blood blocked his trachea. His face flushed crimson, and he clutched his neck tightly with both hands. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and rushed to the man, tang sword in hand, stabbing him in the chest. Blood sprayed onto Luo Qingtian's face, but she paid no mind. She watched the man slowly fall to the ground with a sarcastic look. At that moment, a voice echoed in her head, "Kill a fire-type mutant, and your hunter skill will level up. 3 arrows at once, level 5, range 1000 meters. Activate the fire archery skill, rewarding a flying fire mysterious bow. Trap 2, spiritual perception level 1. Growth skill level 1. Hearing this news, Luo Qingtian's heart surged with joy. She wanted to see the so-called flying fire mysterious bow. But after searching the space with her spiritual power for a while, she couldn't find it. Just then, Han Shuo's voice called from the door. "Qingtian, big brother, open the door." Luo Qingtian then realized that Han Shuo had been waiting outside, hoping the person inside would let him in after having enough fun with him. Luo Qingtian quickly rushed to the bathroom, washed his face briefly, and then opened the door again. "Qingtian? You're out? Are you okay?" Luo Qingtian didn't open the door completely this time, only revealing half of her body. Han Shuo poked his head in, straining to peer inside. Luo Qingtian's smile grew gentler. "Han Shuo, how about you come in first?" Han Shuo felt an indescribable strangeness as he watched Luo Qingtian smile at him. In the past, Luo Qingtian had smiled at him, but that smile had come from the heart. But now, Luo Qingtian's smile gave him the feeling of wanting to devour him. After the apocalypse, he had developed a different sense of danger. "Hey, Qingtian, where are my brother and the others?" Luo Qingtian glanced back at the people lying in the living room. He continued to smile. "They're eating beef brisket with tomatoes in there. Do you want to join us?" Luo Qingtian's smile grew even gentler. Lu Shiqi, who had been leaning against the wall, swallowed her saliva. She wished she could just rush in and eat all of Luo Qingtian's food. But she didn't dare, because there were 4 people hiding behind her. Han Shuo involuntarily took 2 steps back. His gaze at Luo Qingtian began to become filled with fear. Chapter 34. He had clearly heard gunshots and screams, but why was Luo Qingtian fine, and where had his eldest brother gone? The remaining 4 men finally couldn't hold on any longer. Their eldest brother was enjoying himself inside, and they couldn't stand the cold outside. No longer bothering to hide, they all rushed into Luo Qingtian's house. The door opened, and Han Shuo's sharp eyes spotted several dead bodies in the living room. Frightened, he didn't bother looking for Luo Qingtian anymore, turning and running downstairs. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth as he stared at the 4 men before him. He unsheathed his tang sword. He dispatched them one by one. When they finished their slaughter and tried to chase Han Shuo, there was no one at the door. The whole house was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Qingtian walked over to the intercom and turned it on. "Come up." He Xiao and Shen Yu ran. Without a second thought, opened the door and rushed in. Seeing the bodies and Dabai in the room, a chill ran down their spines. Clean up. Once you're done, take that pot of beef. Luo Qingtian went upstairs with her clothes in her arms, ready to shower. Dabai had been staring at the corpses as Luo Qingtian went upstairs. Just as it was about to devour the corpse of the psychic, Luo Qingtian peeked in from the second floor. Dabai, you dare to eat people? You won't eat for 3 days. Dabai's mouth opened, but it immediately shut at Luo Qingtian's words. It took its food bowl aside and resumed eating. Luo Qingtian saw Dabai eating the beef and returned to her room. She went to the bathroom and gave herself a good shower. When she came out, He Xiao and Shinyiren had already cleaned the living room. The bloodstains and signs of a struggle were also wiped away by the two men. The body must have been dragged out and disposed of by them. Looking at the clean and tidy living room, Luo Qingtian's frown finally relaxed. After cleaning, the two stood in the living room, daring not even to sit down until Luo Qingtian emerged. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, He Xiao pointed to the clean floor and said, "Lady, we're done." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Take that pot away, and the bowls on the table too." Both items had been touched by the leader, and Luo Qingtian would never touch them again. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Shinyiren and He Xiao excitedly picked up the pot, not forgetting to take the bowls and chopsticks away as well. "Hey lady, is there anything else you need us to do?" Luo Qingtian pointed outside. "It's all right, you can leave." After hearing this, the two men didn't dare to say anything more and left with the pots and bowls. Luo Qingtian walked to the window and stared downstairs for a long time, but there was no sign of Han Shuo or Lu Shiqi. "You're lucky this time, but next time, it'd definitely be your doom." Luo Qingtian dragged Dabai, who was still eating, back to the space. She had to find the bow and arrow she'd been rewarded with. Back in the space, Luo Qingtian opened her skill bar and took a closer look. The skill level was indeed level 5. But even after searching the space with her mental power, she still couldn't find the reward bow. Didn't they say there was a reward weapon? You can't just summon it with your hand, right? Luo Qingtian cursed as she made the motion of shooting an arrow. In an instant, a red bow and arrow appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian stared at the suddenly appearing red bow in shock. "Is this the flying fire mysterious bow?" Luo Qingtian couldn't believe his eyes. This flying fire mysterious bow looked truly stunning, its entire shaft a vibrant red. A raised circle emanated a fiery sheen beneath the bow. The bow's lines flowed smoothly, the string taut and shimmering with a faint golden glow. Luo Qingtian reached out and tugged on the bowstring. 3 flaming arrows suddenly appeared, shooting straight into the distance. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian was ecstatic. "With this bow, it seemed I never have to prepare arrows again." Thinking this, Luo Qingtian aimed at the distance, drew the bow to its full draw, and released. The 3 fiery red arrows soared into the distance with a piercing sound. 1,000 meters away, a small explosion occurred as they landed. The power was far greater than before. Luo Qingtian gazed lovingly at the flying fire mysterious bow in his hand and tried to retract it. The flying fire mysterious bow vanished in an instant. She tried again, and it reappeared, repeating this process several times. Luo Qingtian finally left the space, feeling satisfied. Han Shuo ran downstairs, breathless. As he left the corridor, a gust of cold wind blew, and Han Shuo's initial steps were retracted. Lu Shiqi followed him downstairs. "Han Shuo, why are you running? Luo Qingtian's favorite is you. If you could just sacrifice a little, I doubt he wouldn't fall for it. Look, Big Brother and the others went in to eat, and you scared them off." Han Shuo looked at Lu Shiqi like she was stupid and said, "Did you really think Big Brother and the others went in to eat?" Lu Shiqi rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. "What else could we do? There are 9 people in there. Even if Luo Qingtian is so powerful, he can't kill that many at once, right? Listen to me, let's go back while there's still food. Even if there's no food, don't forget Luo Qingtian has electricity at home." Han Shuo didn't want to pay any attention to the idiot in front of him. Seeing Han Shuo ignoring her, Lu Shiqi was about to say something else. Bang! There was the sound of something heavy falling outside the door. Then came 3 more bangs. Bang, bang, bang. Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi stopped arguing and cautiously poked their heads out of the hallway. Then another heavy object fell, landing directly in front of them. This time, they finally saw clearly what had been dropped. Brother Haiyang? And Sun Chong and the others? Han Shuo pointed at the bodies before him, his mouth trembling. The ones who had been dropped were the same people who had entered Luo Qingtian's house. Lu Shiqi was now paralyzed with fear. How could they die? I already told you, Luo Qingtian is suspicious. Don't you understand? If we had gone in, we'd be the ones dead. At this point, the two of them no longer had the courage to go upstairs. To get away from Luo Qingtian, they rushed out of the hallway and headed straight for Building 3. Everyone in Building 1 was dead. They had nothing to gain. So, if they wanted to survive, they had to look for a chance in Building 3. He Xiao and Shen Yunran returned with their pots and pans and eagerly boiled water. Luo Qingtian had given them a pot of rice, a pot of tomato and beef brisket, and a set of bowls and chopsticks. They didn't plan to finish the rice all at once. They planned to soak the rice in hot water, and then eat it with the tomato and beef brisket. Since it was so cold, they could have 3 or 4 meals in a row. Chapter 35. Over the next few days, the temperature continued to drop. The entire hallway was practically frozen solid, and those who had intended to go out for supplies stayed away. Luo Qingtian, too, had stayed home for the past few days because of the low temperatures. Ice flakes had appeared on the windows of his house for some time. Luo Qingtian glanced at the thermometer outside. The temperature had dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. The temperature inside had also dropped to around 15 degrees Celsius. Summer clothes were probably out of the question. Luo Qingtian turned the heating up to full blast, changed into a simple workout outfit, and headed to the gym to start her workout. She had completely replaced the gym equipment. All the strength training equipment had been upgraded to high-intensity equipment. Because of the cold weather, Dubai stopped clamoring to go out and play. Instead, he felt a bit listless. He had no energy. After a day of exercise, Luo Qingtian emerged from the gym to find Dubai listlessly sprawled on the living room floor, fast asleep. Luo Qingtian walked over and tugged on Dubai's ears, then pinched his head. Dubai's ears moved slightly, but he didn't even bother to move his head. Seeing Dubai like this, Luo Qingtian almost guessed it was time for the animals to undergo a second mutation. Nature is truly partial. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but sigh. Luo Qingtian went into the kitchen and found a steak from the refrigerator to fry. Seeing Dubai still asleep, Luo Qingtian took out some canned pet food and poured it into Dubai's bowl. After the steak came out of the pot, Luo Qingtian poured himself a glass of juice and carried it into the living room to watch the unfinished empresses in the palace a few days ago. Just as Luo Qingtian was engrossed in her reading, there was a sudden, pounding sound on the glass. Luo Qingtian dried her hair and walked to the window. With a whoosh, a round, grayish-white object slammed into the glass. Then it flew away and crashed into the glass again. Luo Qingtian looked around and saw that the entire sky was filled with these creatures. She immediately activated her third skill. Soon, she could clearly see what was outside the window. It was an ice bat rat. How could there be an ice bat rat at this time? The ice bat rat is a species of rat that lives in extreme cold. In a previous life, scientists discovered that this type of ice bat rat evolved from a mutated rat that devoured a bat. After evolution, the ice bat rat gave birth to new life, and their offspring were ice bat rats. The ice bat rat is larger than both rats and bats, and with its wings spread, it is almost as big as a wash basin. It is extremely fast, making it difficult to catch. But when you're not trying to catch them, they come back to harass you. Ice bats prefer to move in extremely cold weather, when their prey is at its most sluggish. They have sharp claws and teeth. When they catch a human, they can tear off chunks of flesh with a single bite. Because Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared in front of the glass, the ice bats outside the window rushed into the glass of Luo Qingtian's house like crazy. However, all the glass in Luo Qingtian's house is space grade. It's 1,000 times stronger than ordinary glass, and it's made of 6 layers. When an ice bat hits the glass, it only leaves a faint mark on the outermost pane. This glass is really resistant. Luo Qingtian sighed again as he looked at the faint marks. Except for Luo Qingtian's home, every other home was completely devastated. Anywhere they saw anyone alive, the ice bat rats would smash through the glass and rush in to bite them. Many survivors were torn apart and devoured by the ice bat rats before they could even escape. When He Xiao and Shen Yunran discovered the ice bat rats, they hid in a closet, smearing the area with rotten food to avoid detection. But the ice bat rats still managed to shatter the windows in their home. A swarm of ice bat rats scurried frantically through the home. When they found no one alive, they quickly fled. Some survivors, seeking to escape the ice bat rats, rushed directly into the hallway. They didn't run outside, but instead continued upstairs. Even those on the 30th and 31st floors ended up running towards the 33rd. After Luo Qingtian was sure the ice bats couldn't harm her, she returned to the TV with a smile, leisurely watching a TV series with a snack in hand. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingtian, the corridor leading to the 33rd floor was already filled with survivors. The lucky survivors only received a scratch, while the unlucky ones had large chunks of flesh bitten off. Because of the winter, they were less sensitive to pain. These people desperately wanted to hide in Luo Qingtian's house, but none of them dared to knock on the door. But they didn't dare go down. The corridors leading down from the 33rd floor were filled with these monsters. But for some reason, the monsters wouldn't go to the 33rd floor. So these people could only curl up and carefully hide at the doorway of the 33rd floor. Luo Qingtian played for a while. Suddenly, he sensed someone at the door and activated his third skill again. Luo Qingtian was startled to see so many people gathered at his doorway. Luo Qingtian waved and took out a tang sword, heading for the main door. After opening it, the people outside noticed Luo Qingtian and backed away in fear. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingtian looked at them coldly, holding the tang sword in front of him. A man quickly stepped forward and said, "Lady, we're just here to take shelter. We won't do anything. Our building too is surrounded by monsters. They've been roaming downstairs, running rampant in the hallways, biting and eating people. We can't do anything about it." Followed by another woman, "Yes, yes, lady, we be quiet and won't disturb your rest." Luo Qingtian had some recollection of the two people he was talking about. They were the ones who had gone out with He Xiao to collect supplies that day. She searched the crowd, but seeing He Xiao and the girl who had been helping her clean up weren't there, she said nothing more, simply closing the door and ignoring them. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Luo Qingtian had no intention of chasing them away. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but even the air on the 33rd floor felt warm, much warmer than they'd been at home. He Xiao and Shen Yuren had been hiding in the closet. Even after sensing the monsters had fled, they didn't dare come out. A biting, cold wind blew in through the shattered window, making the already cold environment even colder. The two clung to each other tightly. "He Xiao, I feel like I'm dying." Shen Yuren leaned against He Xiao, saying weakly, Hold on. We endured so much hardship, we can definitely survive." Chapter 36. He Xiao said, as he reached out and rubbed Shen Yuren's body, hoping that the friction would warm Shen Yuren up a little. "He Xiao, I don't really want to die either. In the past, I always thought that as long as I behaved well, all men would cherish me. But the end of the world has arrived, and because of my chaste heart, I've been abused in every way. It was the beautiful woman upstairs who taught me to learn to resist. I resisted, and I survived. Not only did I learn to resist, I also learned to be brave. I endured so much, but now I'm going to die here. I really can't bear it." As Shen Yuren said this, his eyelids began to droop, and his body grew colder and colder. He Xiao noticed Shen Yuren was nearly fainting from the cold, so he quickly said, "Shen Yuren, your WeChat name is Guai Guai, right?" "I'm Chu Xiao. Remember, I was the first one to curse you in the group? Don't you want to settle the score with me?" Shen Yuren stirred slightly when she heard He Xiao say this, but her voice was only a soft whisper. "Ah, you're Chu Xiao. You're right. I'm indeed mentally retarded. If I weren't, I wouldn't have been killed by that bastard." He Xiao watched Shen Yuren grow weaker and weaker, then finally pulled out the intercom from her bosom. "Beautiful sister, heroine sister, please save us. Shen Yuren is dying. Don't you love her cleaning for you the most? If she dies, there's no one to do it for you. Hidame sister, please save us." Luo Qingtian was drinking hot cocoa when she heard He Xiao's voice message and was startled. Originally, she didn't want to respond, but with so many people at the door, she felt uneasy even leaving. She thought, perhaps asking them to watch the door would be an option. "Stop crying, come up on your own." He Xiao didn't actually hold out much hope. After sending the voice message, he hugged Shen Yuren and burst into tears. Just as he was about to give up hope, Luo Qingtian's voice came over the intercom. He Xiao's hope instantly ignited. He opened the closet door, picked up Shen Yuren, and rushed out of the house, heading straight for the 33rd floor. At the door, He Xiao burst into tears. "Sister Hero, open the door quickly." "Woohoo! I'm coming! He Xiao cried and shouted. Luo Qingtian wordlessly opened the door. "Shut up. If you cry again, I let Dabai bite you." Luo Qingtian glanced at Dabai, who was still sleeping on the ground. He Xiao immediately shut up. Luo Qingtian opened the door and let He Xiao in. The other survivors, seeing He Xiao actually enter the 33rd floor, gathered around excitedly. Heroine, can I come in?" "Wow, Heroine, let me in too." Luo Qingtian coldly looked at the people behind him. "Shut up." With that, He closed the door. The others stared at the door enviously, each one daring not to utter a word. He Xiao was still crying after entering. First, she sobbed softly, then burst into tears. Afraid He Xiao would wake Dabai, Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and said, "If you cry again, I throw her down." This time, He Xiao really stopped crying. Luo Qingtian pointed to the bathroom on the first floor and said, "Go give her a hot bath first. There's cold medicine on the table. There's hot water in the water dispenser." He Xiao nodded, rushed into the bathroom, and put Shen Yunran in the bathtub. He looked at Shen Yunran, unsure whether he should remove her clothes. But then, realizing that at this moment, there was no room for gender differences, he gritted his teeth and stripped Shen Yunran completely. When Shen Yunran woke up, she thought she arrived in heaven. A soft bed, a comfortable blanket, and a warm room. This didn't look like the end of the world at all. She sat up in surprise, the blanket slipping off her body, and she realized she was completely naked. Her clothes were gone. Just then, the door opened, and He Xiao walked in, carrying a set of clothes. Seeing Shen Yunran awake, he excitedly rushed to the bedside. "Shen Yunran, you're finally awake?" Shen Yunran stared at He Xiao in stunned silence, then looked back at herself. Her face flushed instantly. He Xiao quickly thrust the clothes into Shen Yunran's hands. "Hey, put this on. That chivalrous woman is waiting for us outside." Shen Yunran finally understood where she was. Knowing Luo Qingtian's temper, she knew if she laid down again, Luo Qingtian would likely throw her out. Shen Yunran didn't dare to delay, quickly putting on her clothes and leaving the room. On the first floor, Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa, looking at He Xiao. He Xiao stood there, bewildered, staring at Luo Qingtian. Seeing Shen Yunran emerge, He Xiao seemed relieved. "You live in my house, so you must obey my orders. First, you can use this first floor. You are absolutely not allowed to go upstairs without my permission. Second, from now on, the housekeeping is yours." Luo Qingtian looked at Shen Yunran. "Can you cook?" "I don't support idlers." Shen Yunran was stunned, then quickly nodded. "Yes, I used to be a food blogger. I can cook a lot of delicious food." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Okay, from today on, you be the one cooking at home. You can use whatever you want from the refrigerator and the vegetables, but you're not allowed to keep anything without my permission. If I find out you hidden food, I throw you both out of the building. Don't worry, we won't hide anything." Shen Yunran raised his finger in a gesture of oath. Luo Qingtian nodded. "That's good. That's my equipment room. Remember to clean it up after my workout every day. And be careful when you cook. If it doesn't taste good, I throw you out." Shen Yunran continued to nod. "I definitely do it." "Just kidding." With such a wonderful environment, she wouldn't leave again. She swore to protect Luo Qingtian's stomach and refused to be kicked out. Luo Qingtian nodded. "You guys can make do with yourselves today. I already eaten. Also, call me Luo Qingtian from now on, not heroin anymore." Luo Qingtian stood up, bent down, and scooped up Dabai from the ground. "Dabai, be good. Sleep upstairs with me from now on." Luo Qingtian then carried Dabai upstairs. He Xiao and Shen Yunran stared at Luo Qingtian's actions in shock. Was he still human? This big white tiger must have weighed at least 100 or 200 pounds. How come Luo Qingtian was holding it like it was a toy? But the two didn't dare to stare any longer, and went straight to the kitchen to find something to eat. The kitchen was full of ingredients, and the refrigerator even more. Not wanting to take the meat, they grabbed 2 eggs from the refrigerator. Then, they grabbed some noodles to make egg drop noodle soup. Soon, a full pot of egg drop noodle soup was ready. The two carefully found 2 large bowls, and divided the noodles evenly. Smelling the steaming noodles, they both almost cried. Chapter 37. Luo Qingtian placed Dabai in the small room across from her bedroom, then armed herself, picked up her tang sword, and prepared to go downstairs. This time, she planned to go out and meet the ice bat rats. She remembered that when the apocalypse began, she had gained a lot of experience by killing zombies and mutant white tigers. If she killed the ice bat rats herself, would she also gain a lot of experience? To quickly upgrade her skills, Luo Qingtian decided to go out and give it a try. When Luo Qingtian came downstairs, Shen Yunran and He Xiao had already finished all the noodles, leaving not even the soup. They carefully cleared the dishes. Seeing Luo Qingtian coming downstairs, they both stood up straight. "Qingtian, are you going out?" Shen Yunran asked with a smile. Luo Qingtian nodded. "Keep an eye on the house. If those people outside dare to break in, shoot them." Luo Qingtian threw a pistol and her bow and arrows onto the sofa, then opened the door and left under the gazes of the two men. The door. The survivors retreated in fear again upon seeing Luo Qingtian emerge. Luo Qingtian glanced at the people present calmly and said, "I go clean out those monsters now. Once I'm done, you can leave here." Luo Qingtian turned and headed downstairs. The others stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. This female demon was actually going to clean out those monsters? Could she be so kind? But they only thought about it in their minds. When Luo Qingtian reached the 32nd floor, the ice bat rats rushed towards her frantically. Luo Qingtian swung her tang sword, slicing through any ice bat rat that approached her. But the tang sword was made of ordinary material, after all. After a short while, the blade of the tang sword completely curled up. Luo Qingtian had no choice but to discard the sword and retrieve another from her space. Luo Qingtian swung her sword rapidly, slashing at the ice bat rats. More and more ice bat rats appeared, and those killed were eaten by the ones rushing up from behind. Soon, Luo Qingtian was trapped in a vicious cycle. The more ice bat rats she killed, the more new ones appeared. Luo Qingtian chopped for a while. She felt fatigued. Luo Qingtian sheathed the tang sword, and the flying fire mysterious moon bow suddenly appeared in her hand. She drew her bow. 3 flaming arrows shot directly at the ice bat rats in front of her. Soon, a gap appeared ahead. Every ice bat rat hit by the flaming arrows was instantly incinerated. Luo Qingtian was delighted. She drew her bow again. Flaming arrows were fired continuously, and the number of ice bat rats in the corridor began to dwindle. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to pursue them. In about an hour, Luo Qingtian had cleared the entire corridor of ice bat rats. Luo Qingtian retracted the flying fire mystic bow and reached out to touch the mark on his wrist. Experience bars for all his skills immediately appeared in his mind. Luo Qingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that, after killing so many ice bat rats, his experience bar had indeed increased by more than half. Especially with the 3 arrows fired simultaneously, it looked like he was about to level up again. The experience bar under the trap had also increased by 1/3, though his mental perception was still only a little. The growth level had reached 2/3. It seemed that killing these ice bat rats also gained experience. Confirming this, Luo Qingtian quickly rushed out of the corridor and headed straight for the center of the community. It was already nightfall. The entire Huan residential complex was filled with ice bats. They obscured the sun, making the night sky almost invisible. The moment Luo Qingtian appeared, all the ice bats rushed towards him like crazy. Luo Qingtian wielded the flying fire mysterious bow, his eyes piercing. He fiercely drew his bow and fired arrows at the swarm of ice bats before him. 3 flaming arrows streaked through the air, piercing the circle of ice bats. Boom! After the arrows flew out, they set off small explosions in midair, killing many ice bats. Luo Qingtian didn't dare waste time. She ran, turning back to shoot arrows. The ice bats followed in pursuit. As the pursuit progressed, someone would notice that the number of ice bats behind Luo Qingtian was dwindling. On the hill behind Huan residential complex, Di Jiang was commanding his troops to fight against the ice bats when suddenly, a continuous stream of flame shot up into the sky in the distance. Another explosion sounded. The entire sky was illuminated. Di Jiang's face lit up at the sight of the flames. That person over there must be a psychic. Let's quickly kill those ice bat rats and see. Di Jiang spoke as lightning flashed in his hands. Then, bolts of lightning burst forth, incinerating the surrounding ice bat rats into dust. The soldiers in the rear, armed with what looked like laser cannons, also fired continuously at the ice bat rats. For an unknown amount of time, the ice bat rats dwindled in number, until they had all vanished. Di Jiang climbed into Lieutenant Li's car and said, "Hurry, follow the flames. The base is under construction now, and we need talent. I must bring that psychic over to our side." Adjutant Li stepped on the accelerator upon hearing this. "Don't worry, General. This psychic can't get away. That's the Huan community. It might be someone from there." Luo Qingtian fired arrows into the sky until she felt her body growing heavier. She was ready to call it a day. She decided to use one more skill, and then go back to rest. She activated her 3rd skill again, quickly locking onto the ice bat rats in the sky. She drew her bow, and shot arrows into the sky again. The flaming arrows soared high into the sky, incinerating a row of ice bat rats, like a string of candied haws. At this moment, a voice called a skill upgrade echoed in her mind. Kill 636 mutant ice bat rats, and your hunter skill will be upgraded. 3 arrows at once. Level 6, range increased by 100 meters. Total range 1,100 meters. Trap level 2. Psychic perception level 1. Growth level 2. Activation area increased by 50 square meters. Transformed vines can transform into 2. Luo Qingtian listened carefully to the voice in her head, her heart filled with ecstasy. 3 arrows fired simultaneously, another upgrade. And the growth skill had also been upgraded. She was eager to see how powerful the upgraded skill would be. She drew her bow, and used the hunter's third skill to once again lock onto the few remaining ice bat rats. 3 more flaming arrows were fired. If the previous flaming arrows were the size of a baby's fist, these arrows were the size of an adult's fist. Both the explosion range and the arrow's speed were clearly much stronger than before. Luo Qingtian wanted to check the growth skill, but the third skill indicated someone approaching, someone she didn't particularly want to see. Luo Qingtian suppressed her curiosity and turned to run towards the corridor of Building 2. The moment Luo Qingtian entered the corridor, Di Zhang's car arrived outside the residential complex. Di Zhang got out and walked directly into the Huan residential complex. He looked up at the scattered ice bat rats and frowned, saying, "There aren't many ice bat rats here? Could they have been killed by that psychic?" Chapter 38. Adjutantly caught up at this moment. Several ice bats in the sky, sensing Adjutantly's presence, instantly charged towards him. Just as Adjutantly was about to draw his gun, he saw Di Zhang wave his hand slightly, unleashing lightning. The ice bats vanished in an instant. The sky darkened completely, and the wind blew bitterly. The entire community was silent except for the rustling of the wind. General, this community is eerily quiet. Along the way, every community we visited has been filled with either mutant rats or mutated insects. Why is there nothing here? Yes, it's indeed a bit strange. Let's go back and check back tomorrow. The temperature will drop even more later. The 2 men, well aware of this, restarted their snowmobiles and left the community. Luo Qingtian returned to the corridor and headed straight for the 33rd floor. On the 32nd floor corridor, she heard someone arguing outside her own door. "He Xiao, you know we're really running out of food right now. Just give us some now secretly. No one will notice. No, this isn't my house. The owner of the 33rd floor is being kind to me by letting me live here. Besides, she doesn't have much to eat. You better leave now." He Xiao tried to close the door, but just as he reached out to pull the doorknob, someone outside grabbed him. "He's really refusing to accept a toast. I asked you to take some leftovers, and you won't even give me that. Believe it or not, I kill you." He Xiao was getting anxious now. He grabbed the wall with one hand as he pulled his hand back. The man across the street hadn't eaten a full meal in days, and didn't have the strength to grab He Xiao. He shouted to the men around him, "Hurry! Get that bitch out before she comes back. That way we can have something to eat. If we grab the food and leave this neighborhood, she won't be able to find us." After the man finished speaking, the others echoed his sentiments and rushed forward, grabbing He Xiao's hand. He Xiao was truly furious this time. "You hooligans, bandits, I won't let you go." When Qingtian returns, the man across from him sneered, "Why do you think we came up here? You're so foolish. If you just handed us the food, wouldn't this have been so much trouble?" Just as He Xiao was being held against the sliding door by the men, a gunshot rang out. The man holding He Xiao back stared in disbelief. You, the man let go of He Xiao's hand before he could finish his words, then fell heavily to the ground. In his other hand, He Xiao held a pistol, which he shot through the gap in the sliding door and into the heart of the man in front. At this moment, Shen Yuren had just finished cleaning and hurried over. Seeing He Xiao's miserable condition, he grabbed another pistol from the table, stepped forward, and shot the remaining men. Bang! Gunshots rang out again, and another of the remaining men was killed. The rest of the group was completely panicked. Those connected to the people on the 33rd floor were clearly not good people. How could they not have anticipated that these 2 men might also have pistols? Shen Yuren's pistols were still firing. After 2 more people were killed, the remaining men didn't dare to stay any longer. They rushed downstairs in panic. But just as they reached the corridor, they happened to see Luo Qingtian standing there, staring at them with a half-smile. Although Luo Qingtian was smiling, his gaze was cold and icy, frightening them so much that they instinctively cried out, "Ah! Ghost!" Those people were so frightened they took off running, fearing they'd be hacked to death by Luo Qingtian if they were slow. Luo Qingtian truly wanted to kill them all, but there were only a few left alive in the entire building. Besides, the military would come to investigate the population, and she didn't want to attract their attention just because she was so few. So, she could only let them escape. At the entrance to the 33rd floor, He Xiao and Shen Yuren also noticed Luo Qingtian's return. They smiled awkwardly. Qingtian, we didn't share the food with him. He Xiao tried to explain, and Shen Yunren nodded in agreement from behind. Yes, yes. They wanted to take it, but we didn't give them the chance. Yes. I know. Remember to clean the entrance and wipe the door. Luo Qingtian knew the two hadn't shared the food, and was pleased with their performance. He nodded, then walked through the door, and headed straight for the second floor. Luo Qingtian first went to Dabai's room to check. Dabai was still sound asleep, and the can of snacks placed in front of him remained untouched. Luo Qingtian sighed. Twisting Dabai's ears, he forcibly woke him up. Dabai, eat this before you go back to sleep. In his previous life, animals needed a huge amount of energy to undergo a second mutation. During this period, many animals were devoured by those who woke first. Others, lacking the energy to sustain their deep sleep, starved to death. Luo Qingtian was worried about Dabai, so he forced him to eat the food, regardless of his will. Dabai opened his eyes, and saw Luo Qingtian. He glanced at the food in front of him, knowing that Luo Qingtian was worried about him, and he could only endure his sleepiness. He ate the food from his bowl bite by bite. After finishing his meal, Dabai couldn't hold back any longer and fell asleep again. Luo Qingtian watched Dabai like this, feeling inexpressibly worried. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian thought of something and tugged at Dabai's ear, whispering, Dabai, is the energy in the food I'm giving you now insufficient for your evolution? Woo! Dabai's voice uttered in grievance, and Luo Qingtian immediately confirmed that, as she had suspected, ordinary food could no longer provide the energy Dabai needed for his mutation. Okay. Then I catch mutant rabbits and ice bat rats for you tomorrow. Just hold on a little longer, okay? Luo Qingtian gently stroked Dabai's head. Dabai didn't respond, but she could feel it rubbing against her hand. She could even sense Dabai's inner joy. Luo Qingtian immediately stood up, and quickly returned to her bedroom. She took a shower, set the alarm, and went to bed. It was already late at night when Di Jiang returned to the camp. The so-called camp was actually a series of stone huts carved into a cave. He had just received news that scientists had discovered that plants and animals worldwide were rapidly mutating, with some plants, in particular, absorbing large quantities of the Earth's carbon dioxide to meet their needs. This was once again weakening the protective atmosphere. The temperature would drop significantly in the next few days, causing the entire Earth to enter a period of mini-ice age. The ground was frozen solid, and all efforts to establish a base had to be temporarily halted. Chapter 39. Upon receiving this order, Di Jiang felt a sense of powerlessness. Entering the Little Ice Age meant they would be trapped here for a long time. Now that he had awakened his superpowers, his body was growing stronger every day, allowing him to survive in this icy and snowy world. But what about his comrades behind him? Only a few of his brothers in the unit had awakened superpowers. Over the past few days, he had already lost many soldiers trying to recover the weapons depot and search for supplies. Di Jiang now looked towards the Huan community. He was certain there were superpowered individuals there, and it seemed many houses were vacant. If possible, could he take his soldiers and temporarily live in the Huan community? As for food, besides what he had brought with him this time, he thought he might be able to go hunting. Various mutant beasts had already appeared, and he could take a few of his brothers with superpowers with him tomorrow to search. Perhaps they could bring back some edible prey. The next morning, Luo Qingtian rose early. She dressed completely and went downstairs. The kitchen was filled with fragrant aromas. Shen Yunren had gotten up early to make breakfast. Seeing Luo Qingtian approach, she smiled and said, Qingtian, I made chestnut and ate treasure porridge this morning and fried some moon-shaped shrimp cakes. Yesterday, I saw some radish in the refrigerator, so I pickled some. Try some. Luo Qingtian looked at the dining table. On it lay a basket of fried dough sticks, 3 bowls of porridge, and a few side dishes. The mere smell of the food made Luo Qingtian's mouth water. How delicious! Luo Qingtian walked over to the table, picked up the fried dough sticks, and began to eat them with the porridge. Seeing Luo Qingtian start eating, Shen Yunren and Yi Xiao sat down across from him and joined in. Luo Qingtian enjoyed the meal very much. She took out a thermos and handed it to Shen Yunren. How much porridge did you make? Fill some up for me. I'm planning to go out today. Shen Yunren didn't ask any more questions. He quickly stood up with the thermos and said, I made a whole pot. I fill it up for you right away. As Shen Yunren spoke, he filled the pot, adding several moon-shaped shrimp cakes and pickled vegetables on top. Shen Yunren handed the lunch box to Luo Qingtian, who picked it up and prepared to leave. As they reached the door, Luo Qingtian suddenly turned and looked at them. The two looked somewhat bewildered by Luo Qingtian's gaze. Shen Yuren asked nervously, "What's wrong, Qingtian? What else do you need me to do?" Luo Qingtian pointed to the gym and said, "It's the end of the world. If you keep doing this, you won't survive the rest of the world. From now on, you two should go to this gym and work out for 2 or 3 hours every day." The two men's faces lit up with ecstasy when they heard this. Luo Qingtian let them work out in the gym. Did that mean she completely accepted them? The two men nodded excitedly to Luo Qingtian. "Okay, we be there soon." Luo Qingtian nodded, opened the door, and walked out. After Luo Qingtian left, He Xiao and Shen Yuren quickly finished their meal, cleaned the kitchen and living room, and then eagerly headed to the gym for another workout. After the apocalypse began, they felt that life with Luo Qingtian was truly living. They had also considered that Luo Qingtian, so powerful, might eventually abandon them, leaving them to face the hardships of the apocalypse once again. It's easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to frugality. After living with Luo Qingtian for so long, the two of them truly didn't want to leave. To avoid becoming a burden to Luo Qingtian and ultimately being abandoned, they truly yearned to become stronger. After leaving home, Luo Qingtian headed straight for the mountains behind. Now, the only place to find prey was in the mountains. Without Dubai for transportation, Luo Qingtian searched the space until she finally found an RV. The RV had a high floor and was capable of both mountain and snow travel. This RV was the latest development from XX Company, and Luo Qingtian had spent nearly 100 million yuan on it. The RV could be extended and automatically raised. It was also very sturdy. Having spent so much time in the safe house he had built, Luo Qingtian had almost forgotten the vehicle existed. Activating snow travel mode, Luo Qingtian drove the RV towards the mountains behind. This time, Luo Qingtian deliberately bypassed the troops on the Dijiang side and headed straight for a place outside the base. 2 hours later, Luo Qingtian finally reached the foot of the mountain. She packed up the RV, retrieved a backpack from her space, put some things in it, and began her hike. The snow on the mountain was thick, but this didn't hinder Luo Qingtian's movements. The moment she set foot on the mountain, her hunter's passive skill automatically activated. She discovered that as long as she approached the forested mountainous area, her senses, movements, and speed were much stronger than on flat ground. She even had the illusion that she belonged to these mountains. Luo Qingtian activated her third skill to its maximum power, carefully observing her surroundings. Finally, she discovered a nest of mutant snow rabbits beneath a tree. Luo Qingtian immediately rushed towards the tree. Using her third skill, Luo Qingtian quickly located the rabbit nest. But a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and this rabbit hole was too deep. Luo Qingtian had no chance of catching it. Luo Qingtian circled around the tree for a while. Unable to find a way to lure the rabbits, she tried to create a vine and reach directly into the rabbit hole to catch them. Green vines stretched continuously from the small hole into the interior. To Luo Qingtian's astonishment, this so-called rabbit hole had no visible bottom. Instantly, a sense of danger flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. Before she could completely avoid it, her feet were entangled by the vines. The vines wrapped around Luo Qingtian, and the next moment, Luo Qingtian was thrown into a pitch-black hole. Luo Qingtian felt her body falling. She activated the vines in her hand, extending them in all directions to slow her descent. In a matter of moments, it was gone. Luo Qingtian finally felt the ground, and 2 vines instantly appeared in her hands. The vines clung tightly to the walls on either side, slowing her descent even further, until she landed steadily on the ground. Standing on the flat ground, Luo Qingtian could sense the vastness of the surrounding area. Why was there such a large area in the mountains? Luo Qingtian took out her flashlight and illuminated the surroundings. When she took in the scene, she was startled. The walls were incredibly smooth, and the floor was tiled. This place looked man-made. But who could carve out such a large area in the mountains? What was she doing here? Luo Qingtian, flashing her flashlight, began to search for a way out. After a few steps, she heard the sounds of fighting not far away. Chapter 40. Luo Qingtian's Tang sword quickly appeared, and her mental perception was once again maximized. Soon, she spotted the running figure not far away, followed by a swarm of zombies. Luo Qingtian was shocked again. Zombies appeared again at this time? But in her past life, zombies only appeared after the end of the Little Ice Age, and the running figure in front of her made Luo Qingtian's heart tremble. Shen Hao, the master in her past life, who died in the zombie horde to save her, was the one who taught her all these skills, and helped her through those difficult days time and time again when she was most helpless. In her past life, Luo Qingtian had believed that Chen Hao loved her, even giving her the opportunity to awaken his own superpowers. It was not until his death that she realized this. He cared so much about her because of his sister. His sister looked so much like her, both in appearance and personality. So he treated her like his own sister and loved her dearly. In this cruel apocalypse, Chen Hao was her only source of warmth. Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate, activating his third skill and sprinting towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao quickly noticed Luo Qingtian running towards him and nervously shouted, "Run! There are zombies behind us!" But just as he finished speaking, a red, flaming bow and arrow appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. 3 flaming arrows shot directly at the zombies behind him. Like a string of candied haws, the arrows pierced through 7 or 8 zombies at once. In total, the 3 arrows killed over 20 zombies. Seeing this, Chen Hao was instantly shocked. Was this person a psychic? And such a powerful one at that? Chen Hao's face lit up with joy. He dragged his exhausted body straight behind Luo Qingtian. "Lady, can you kill all these zombies?" Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. She had forgotten that Chen Hao was still a young soldier at that moment. She kept firing at the zombies charging from the opposite direction. The slower zombies were quickly killed by Luo Qingtian. Some of the faster ones had already rushed to a point not far ahead of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pulled Chen Hao behind him. He instantly activated his second skill. 6 traps appeared simultaneously. Trapping the zombies that rushed to the front, Luo Qingtian's flying fire bow appeared again. Swish, swish, swish. 6 flaming arrows shot out in a row, piercing every zombie in front of him. Luo Qingtian then pulled Chen Hao and shouted, "Run! My bow can only fire from a distance." Chen Hao immediately charged forward, while Luo Qingtian fired arrows while searching for a good direction. Chen Hao ran a short distance before rushing back. "What are you doing back?" Chen Hao's voice trembled as he spoke. "There are zombies over there too." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian sensed a surge of zombies charging towards them from the other side. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and continuously set traps around him. His arrows shot faster and faster. In the pitch-black field, only the glow of Luo Qingtian's fire could be seen. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. "Kill 38 level 1 zombies, 49 level 2 zombies, upgrade your hunter skill to level 6 for triple arrows, level 3 for traps, and increase the number of traps by 3. Psychic perception level 1. Growth level 3. Can randomly spawn vines to adapt to its needs." Luo Qingtian hadn't expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise while fighting zombies. At this moment, more zombies rushed over from all around. Luo Qingtian cast her traps, and 9 of them appeared simultaneously, trapping the zombies in the front. Luo Qingtian's tang sword appeared, and she rushed forward, leaping to her feet and swinging her sword. She decapitated 6 zombies in one fell swoop. Then Luo Qingtian turned around, leaping to her feet, threw her traps, and swung her sword, decapitating 6 more zombies. Chen Hao, standing on the ground, was so shocked he couldn't speak. He had always thought his boss was the most powerful, but he hadn't expected to encounter a psychic with a similar ability here. The problem was, this psychic was also a beautiful woman. At this moment, several zombies rushed over from behind Chen Hao. Chen Hao nervously reached for his gun, but before he could, the zombies had already rushed in front of him. "Ah my!" Chen Hao cried out in shock. The next moment, a vine entangled his waist and sent him flying. Luo Qingtian used the vine to tightly wrap around Chen Hao, hanging him from the wall like a hanged man. Luo Qingtian then activated another vine in his hand, forming a massive ladder. Luo Qingtian stood atop the vine, looking down at the zombies on the ground. He unleashed another arrow from the flying fire bow. This time, Luo Qingtian drew the bowstring to full length, sending 3 fireballs hurtling toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The fully drawn arrows ignited the zombies, followed by 3 explosions that instantly reduced the zombies in a small area to ash. Hanging aside, Chen Hao was now even more shocked. What was this little girl's origin? At first, he thought Luo Qingtian was similar to his boss, but now, no matter how he looked at her, he felt she was a bit stronger. Luo Qingtian's movements were becoming increasingly swift. The arrows released from her flying fire mysterious bow, when not fully drawn, could pierce zombies with the released flames, but when the bowstring was fully drawn, the released flames would create a small explosion. The power was immense, enough to completely destroy these zombies. In less than an hour, Luo Qingtian had nearly eliminated all the zombies below. Luo Qingtian slowly landed, and the Tang sword in her hand reappeared. For the remaining zombies, Luo Qingtian planned to engage them at close range. If his guess was correct, the zombies should now have crystal cores in their brains. These crystal cores are essential for psychic upgrades. Acquiring them beforehand might also be beneficial for his own psychic abilities. Moreover, Luo Qingtian remembered that in her previous life, when she entered the base, zombie crystal cores had become one of the most important currencies in the base. Luo Qingtian carefully moved back and forth among the zombies. To avoid damaging the crystal cores, Luo Qingtian ensured that each strike would directly sever the zombie's head. Another half-hour later, Luo Qingtian had finally annihilated all the zombies. Luo Qingtian's body and face were now covered in black and red liquid. But Luo Qingtian didn't care. She pulled out a dagger and a flashlight from her back and began searching the zombies' heads for crystal cores. This scene made Chen Hao, who was hanging on the wall, almost vomit. "Ah! Lady, what are you doing? This is disgusting." Chapter 41. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at Chen Hao above, saying nothing. Has this guy's ability to withstand pressure been so low before? He was the one who taught him how to extract the crystal core. Luo Qingtian searched several heads in succession, finally finding a blue crystal core in a slightly larger one. "It's a water-type crystal core, really good." Luo Qingtian carefully washed the crystal core with mineral water from the space, then dropped it back into the space. Just as Luo Qingtian was happily searching for the crystal core, Chen Hao's voice rang out from above again. "Lady, how about you let me down first?" Luo Qingtian looked up and said, "Wait, I'm coming." Luo Qingtian's vine reappeared, and she grasped it with one hand. Gradually, her body rose into the air and moved towards Chen Hao. Just as Luo Qingtian approached Chen Hao, a giant zombie, using both hands and feet to scale the wall, rushed towards Chen Hao at breakneck speed. "Oh my god, what the hell is this thing? Oh my god, heroine, help! Don't come over here!" Chen Hao screamed in fear. Luo Qingtian's pupils narrowed when she saw the zombie. How could a level 3 zombie appear so quickly here? The zombie was so fast that before Luo Qingtian could even react, it was already in front of Chen Hao. "Ah, help!" Chen Hao screamed in fear as the zombie rushed in front of him, its jaws open, ready to bite his head. Luo Qingtian's heart ached so much that she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Chen Hao!" A dagger shot from Luo Qingtian's hand, striking the level 3 zombie's head. Followed by a bolt of lightning, it struck the zombie's head hard. The zombie, struck by both the dagger and the lightning, fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity, rushed over, grabbed Chen Hao, retracted the vines, and quickly descended with him. A tall figure appeared in their sight not far away. Chen Hao excitedly shouted upon seeing the figure, "Boss, I finally see you." Not far away, Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Hao's voice. "I'm glad you're still alive." Luo Qingtian frowned at the sound. How could it be him? Chen Hao's boss was actually this general? Di Jiang's hands flashed with lightning, and a massive bolt struck the level 3 zombie opposite. The zombie sizzled and burned. He quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Di Jiang. Di Jiang's hands flashed with lightning again, repeatedly striking the zombies charging towards him. Luo Qingtian's vines also rushed out. Just as the zombie was about to reach Di Jiang, Luo Qingtian's vines had already tightly entangled it. Di Jiang seized the opportunity to unleash another bolt of lightning, this time even thicker than before. It directly split the level 3 zombie's head sideways. Then Di Jiang unsheathed a saber from somewhere. He swung it across the level 3 zombie's neck, sending its head flying and landing, as luck would have it, at Luo Qingtian's feet. Seeing the level 3 zombie before her, Luo Qingtian was practically dying of laughter. She drew her own dagger and ripped the zombie's skull open. "Pa!" A transparent crystal core the size of a baby's fist fell out. Luo Qingtian was overjoyed when she saw the crystal core. She knew that level 3 zombies did indeed contain crystal cores. At this moment, Chen Hao and Di Jiang came over and, seeing the crystal core in Luo Qingtian's hand, asked, "What is this?" "This is a crystal core. The contents of a zombie's brain." Luo Qingtian unashamedly waved the crystal core in front of them. Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qingtian, took the crystal core from his hand, examined it, and asked, "What's this crystal core for?" "This can be used to upgrade psychics. Crystal cores have different attributes. For example, yellow crystal cores are for earth-type psychics, red ones for fire-type psychics, and this transparent crystal core can be used by any psychic. For example, your lightning-type psychic can absorb this attributeless crystal core." As soon as he finished speaking, the attributeless crystal core in Di Jiang's hand melted. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. He looked at Di Jiang speechlessly. Ah, I killed so many zombies just to get this attributeless crystal core, and it was consumed just like that? Di Jiang was also somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected this attributeless crystal core to merge into his body once it came into his hands. He looked at Luo Qing awkwardly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Luo Qingtian glanced at Di Jiang unhappily, but said nothing. It wasn't that she didn't believe it. After all, she had heard about it in her previous life. The more powerful the superpower, the faster it absorbs crystal cores, and it can even identify the crystal core it needs. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth as she looked up and down at the general before her. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. Good-looking, with a look of abstinence. This was clearly a typical male protagonist. The more this kind of person is, the more dangerous he is. And this guy had even fought me at the docks. If he knew I was the one at the docks, he'd probably guess that the disappearance of the medicine there was related to me. Luo Qingtian immediately decided to stay away from this person. He would have absolutely nothing to do with such a person again. Anyway, he had already found a lot of crystal cores and dumped them into space. The most urgent thing was to leave here and find prey for Dubai. Luo Qingtian ignored Di Jiang, activated his third skill, and walked forward. Chen Hao looked at Luo Qingtian, then at Di Jiang, and whispered, "General, even if you killed that zombie, it was still that little girl who got it. You're being too unkind." Di Jiang was furious. Didn't he say he didn't mean it? Why doesn't this guy believe him? Di Jiang grabbed Chen Hao by the collar and said, "Hurry up. Maybe there's an exit just up ahead." With that, Di Jiang quickened his pace to catch up with Luo Qingtian. As he caught up with Luo Qingtian, he didn't deliberately get too close. He simply followed closely behind. Chen Hao also followed, and the three of them remained silent. After walking for a while, they soon reached a corridor. It was then that they could clearly see they were in a laboratory. And many of the zombies here were from the laboratory. How could such a laboratory be built in this mountain? Luo Qingtian looked around curiously. Chen Hao then said, "Lady, how did you get in?" Luo Qingtian pointed upwards. "I found a nest of rabbits. I got tangled up in the vines while trying to catch them and fell down. What about you guys?" Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, "I think so too." Chapter 42. Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian simultaneously looked at Chen Hao. Di Jiang covered his face and asked, "What do you mean by maybe?" Chen Hao looked at Di Jiang seriously. "Boss, didn't you say this hunting operation had to be kept secret?" Di Jiang stared at Chen Hao speechlessly, angrily ignoring him. Luo Qingtian lowered her head and suppressed a laugh. In her memory, Chen Hao had always been taciturn. He exuded a gloomy aura, as if he had lost something important. But now Chen Hao was sunny and cheerful, looking silly and foolish. Luo Qingtian even began to doubt whether this Chen Hao was really the Chen Hao she knew. Luo Qingtian suppressed a smile as she looked at Di Jiang, whose face was ashen, and then at Chen Hao, who looked idiotic. She said, "Let's go. There might be an exit up ahead." The exit they had come in from couldn't be used. After all, no one knew what awaited them on the other side. The three of them walked forward together. Chen Hao's stomach growled. Chen Hao glanced awkwardly at Di Jiang. "Boss, I'm sorry. I lost my supply backpack on my way down." Chen Hao lowered his head and rubbed his stomach. At this moment, Di Jiang's stomach also growled. Di Jiang, looking embarrassed, put his fist to his lips and coughed softly. "It's okay. Let's go. We'd be fine once we get out." After Di Jiang finished speaking, Chen Hao's stomach began to growl again. In the empty lab, the growling sound was particularly prominent. Luo Qingtian looked around, pulled 4 buns and 2 bottles of water from his backpack, and handed them to the 2 men. "I brought a lot of stuff. You guys eat first." Chen Hao looked at the steamed buns, still warm, and his eyes widened. "Steamed buns?" Chen Hao swallowed, then seemed to think of something. No, we can't take them. I'm a soldier. I absolutely cannot take the people's things for free." Chen Hao glanced reluctantly at the buns in Luo Qingtian's hands, then glanced guiltily at Di Jiang. Luo Qingtian sighed and said, "Eat them. It's a gift between friends." Luo Qingtian, Chen Hao's heart was moved. He looked at Di Jiang again, who also felt a little embarrassed. "I never thought that a general would one day be in trouble over 2 buns. Take it. We don't know how long the journey ahead will take. In case it gets more dangerous, we need to conserve our strength," Di Jiang said, reaching out to take the buns from Luo Qingtian. Seeing that his boss had already taken one, Chen Hao took the buns without thinking and began to eat. With one bite, The broth from the buns instantly filled his mouth, filling his mouth with a lingering fragrance that was almost enough to make his mouth water. He hadn't eaten such delicious buns since the apocalypse. He ate his buns while grinning at Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, what's your name? Is this the first time we meet?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, my name is Luo Qingtian." Chen Hao stuffed the entire bun into his mouth, then sipped a little water, and continued, "This is the first time we meet. How did you know my name is Chen Hao?" Luo Qingtian stared at Chen Hao for a moment, and said, "Your name is Chen Hao, so that's for sure. I saw you on Chen Shishi's phone." Hearing Chen Shishi's name, Chen Hao explained in surprise. "So you're also a student at a university? No wonder. So you and my Xiao Xiao are classmates?" "I guess so. We've been in a class together before." Luo Qingtian glanced away, feeling somewhat guilty. Chen Hao chattered on non-stop. "I didn't expect to see my sister's classmate here. It seems you and my sister look a bit alike. But my sister isn't as capable as you. When the apocalypse struck, our eldest brother and I went to my house first and rescued my sister and my parents. Now I got them safe. I take you with me after we get out." Luo Qingtian said this, but continued to look away. She didn't want to talk to Chen Hao. Because, in her previous life, her family had already died by this time, seemingly shortly after they left. Di Jiang had also finished his meal. He could see what Luo Qing was saying and said, "Let's go. There's been no activity around here. I guess all the zombies are dead. Let's look for an exit up ahead." Luo Qingtian nodded, and the two continued walking forward together. Luo Qingtian's third ability remained active, and she couldn't detect any zombies or mutants. So she quickened her pace. When they reached the end of the laboratory, they saw a group of zombies in white coats locked inside. Through the glass, the zombies roared and pounded at Luo Qingtian and the others. But the glass seemed incredibly strong, resisting their pounding. Luo Qingtian recalled that in her previous life, the first base was the first to develop a superpower potion. Could it be that this base's origins lay in this laboratory? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Luo Qingtian's mind. How did these people become zombies? Luo Qing looked at the two people around her. Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian seemed to have the same idea. "Are you saying this might be the origin of the zombie virus?" "I'm not sure. If I want to know the answer, I'm afraid I can't leave these zombies alive." Luo Qing's eyes turned extremely cold. If this is the origin of the zombies, then there should be news of Mom and Dad here. She thought of the letter her parents left behind. It's as if they knew the apocalypse was coming. And Grandma said they were researchers. So much evidence points to them being connected to this laboratory before them. Di Jiang also noticed the change in Luo Qingtian's aura. He glanced at Chen Hao behind him and said, "Find a place to hide. Leave this to us." Knowing how powerful the two were, Chen Hao turned and ran back. Luo Qingtian frowned, staring at Chen Hao's back in confusion. "Why did you bring him out if he doesn't have any special abilities?" Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian and asked, "Who told you he doesn't have any?" Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang in surprise. "You mean he has special abilities? But I didn't see him use them when facing so many zombies just now." Di Jiang sighed. "His special abilities aren't very easy to use." As Di Jiang spoke, lightning flashed in his hand, and cracks began to appear on the glass opposite. Luo Qingtian sighed, watching the window shatter. If he wanted to get in, it seemed he couldn't do it without exposing his special abilities. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian raised his hand and made an archery motion, and the next moment, the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. Chapter 43. The moment the bow and arrow appeared, a flash of surprise crossed Di Jiang's eyes. Could this little girl actually use a bow and arrow as a supernatural power? Seeing her draw the bow with such heroic grace, he developed a certain admiration for Luo Qingtian. At that moment, the glass door shattered completely, and a swarm of zombies rushed towards Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. Purple lightning and red flame shot out simultaneously from their hands. Luo Qingtian's three flames whizzed through the air, whizzing towards the zombies in front. The arrows pierced the heads of the zombies in the front, sending the rest of the zombies flying backwards. Boom! A slight explosion shattered the surrounding zombies into dust. Di Jiang watched in shock. Luo Qingtian's three arrows had wiped out at least a dozen zombies. He continued to move, and the zombies that charged again were completely incinerated by the lightning he unleashed. They quickly cleared out most of the zombies. Zombies surrounded the two of them, and they stood back to back, carefully dealing with the oncoming zombies. Di Jiang killed the zombies, while keeping an eye on Luo Qingtian behind him. To his surprise, the young girl behind him was even more formidable than he imagined. Facing the oncoming zombies, she immediately switched to her long sword. With one strike, she chopped off the zombie's head. Luo Qingtian had no time to pay attention to Di Jiang behind her. Her full attention was focused on the zombies around her. Whenever a zombie approached, she would first cast a trap. The moment it trapped the zombie, she would either chop it down or burn it with arrows. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, filling the small space with a rain of fire and lightning. The surrounding zombies were reduced to a handful after the two's attacks. Suddenly, her telepathic senses detected an extremely fast zombie, charging towards them in a strange manner. As it approached them, Di Jiang shouted, "Be careful." He then lifted Luo Qingtian up with one hand and spun her around, Luo Qingtian supporting herself with both hands on Di Jiang's shoulders. As Di Jiang spun her around, she concentrated her strength on her feet, kicking the incoming zombies away, sending the remaining ones flying as well. The next moment, Luo Qingtian landed, and the two of them once again fought back-to-back against the remaining zombies. The surrounding zombies were completely annihilated by the two's attacks. In the end, only the incredibly fast zombie remained. At this moment, the two finally got a clear view of the zombie. Its body and head were covered in severed limbs. It looked like 3 or 4 people folded together, using the same body. The zombie, realizing it was exposed, roared unnaturally at Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. The next moment, a massive fireball erupted from the zombie's mouth. It hurtled directly towards Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian's faces. The two quickly separated, dodging in opposite directions. The next moment, Luo Qingtian fired another arrow, heading straight for the zombie's head. The zombie, however, showed no fear of Luo Qingtian's bow and arrow. One of its severed arms swung twice at the arrow. The zombie blasted the arrow away. A third-level fire-powered zombie. Damn! My power doesn't work on it. Luo Qingtian frowned. Di Jiang then unleashed 2 bolts of lightning at the fire-type zombie, sending it reeling back 2 steps. Di Jiang seized this opening and swiftly rushed in front of Luo Qingtian. He placed Luo Qingtian behind him. This action surprised Luo Qingtian, leaving him feeling a strange sense of unease. The zombie on the other side steadied itself, continuously unleashing fireballs at Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang unleashed his lightning powers to block the attacks while simultaneously unleashing lightning. The zombie, seeing it couldn't reach the two, abandoned its powers and charged directly at them. Luo Qingtian then leaned out from behind Di Jiang and, as the zombie neared them, unleashed 6 traps against the fire-type zombie. He successfully blocked the zombie's movements. Luo Qingtian then drew his bow and arrow again, aiming for the zombie's head. Di Jiang also unleashed 3 bolts of lightning at the zombie. The next moment, the zombie's head exploded, and the body of the level 3 zombie finally fell heavily to the ground. As the zombie fell, a red crystal core rolled to the ground. Luo Qingtian was instantly overjoyed upon seeing the crystal core. It was a level 3 fire-type crystal core. She excitedly ran over, picked it up, and pulled a nearly empty bottle of water from her backpack, carefully washing it. "This crystal core is mine. You can't take it from me." Luo Qingtian cleaned the crystal core and showed it to Di Jiang. Di Jiang smiled and nodded, "Yes, I won't take it from you." Satisfied, Luo Qingtian placed the crystal core in her backpack, effectively throwing it into the space. At this point, she took out a dagger, squatted down, and began to examine the zombies, whose heads were still intact. Di Jiang saw Luo Qingtian's movements, and knew the little girl was searching for crystal cores again. Seeing the look of surprise on Luo Qingtian's face every time she found a core, he suddenly thought she was quite adorable. He wasn't idle either. He pulled a dagger from his combat boots, and began searching for crystal cores with Luo Qingtian. Not far away, Chen Hao waited for a long time, making sure there was no more fighting ahead. He then cautiously ran back. Upon his return, he saw Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang squatting on the ground, disemboweling zombies. "Boss, Qingtian, you two actually killed so many zombies." "That's impressive." Di Jiang handed a few of the crystal cores he had found to Chen Hao, saying, "Keep them. They'd be helpful for our abilities. We share them with the other brothers when we get back." "Okay, boss, don't worry." Chen Hao happily wiped the crystal cores on his clothes, then put them away. Di Jiang then looked at Luo Qing. "The crystal cores are almost done. Let's go in and see what's inside." Luo Qingtian nodded, and the 3 of them entered the innermost laboratory. The laboratory was extremely messy, with bits of leftover data scattered across the floor and tables. Luo Qingtian activated his third ability, searching for clues. Finally, the group discovered the true purpose of this laboratory in a cabinet. This was actually a laboratory for studying human potential, and even contained experimental data on how to enable humans to acquire superpowers. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qing with extraordinary seriousness. This item is extremely important to humanity. Although it's not completely clear whether the appearance of this zombie is related to this laboratory, if it's true, as the data suggests, that normal humans can acquire superpowers, then I hope this item can be handed over to our military. Chapter 44. Luo Qingtian actually wanted this data, but as Di Jiang said, it might be better to give it to the military. Okay, but I hope after you develop the potion for awakening superpowers, you can give me some. I need it. Di Jiang looked Luo Qingtian up and down. I can't make that decision. Luo Qingtian frowned at Di Jiang. You must make the decision. Don't try to put me off with excuses. You may be from the military, but if I want this data, do you think you can stop me? Luo Qingtian's aura ignited, and she looked at Di Jiang sternly. Chen Hao rushed forward and said, Boss, heroine, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over. Boss, I know what you care about, but at this point, it's really unkind of you to do this. Luo Qingtian stared at Di Jiang motionlessly, and Di Jiang also looked a little guilty. That's not what I meant, Miss Luo. I'm just worried that you give your newly developed potion to the wrong people, Luo Qingtian sneered. Then who shouldn't use it? Sir, this is the end of the world, no longer bound by rules. The world today doesn't need rules. We just need life. Only with human survival can civilization and law emerge. Put away your so-called petty thoughts. If you don't want me to, I make a copy of this data and take it with me. Luo Qing quickly tossed the data reports in front of her into the space, then used her mental power to control the printer in the small building to quickly make a copy. Di Jiang didn't say anything else. It was true that what he had said earlier was a bit unkind, but he was also worried that those potions would be developed by those with ulterior motives. The three of them remained silent for the rest of the journey, and it was unknown how long they walked. Di Jiang said, I'm sorry, I was inconsiderate, Miss Luo. Once the base is established and the medicine is developed, I promise to keep a separate supply for you. Luo Qingtian continued walking in silence. Chen Hao, noticing the awkward atmosphere, chimed in, yes. Lady, don't be angry. My boss is used to being serious and hasn't fully accepted the apocalypse yet. Chen Hao chuckled as Luo Qingtian turned to look at him. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Hao's expression changed. Qingtian, run! Chen Hao shouted in fear, but he was still a step too late. Vines entangled Luo Qingtian's legs and waist. A black, round creature, before they could even see its shape, Luo Qingtian was carried away by it. Di Jiang and Chen Hao panicked, and they sped up to catch up with Luo Qingtian. But after a while, they realized they had completely lost track of Luo Qingtian. What should we do, boss? Chen Hao looked at Di Jiang nervously. Di Jiang then looked down at Chen Hao. What do you say? We can only rely on you now. I hope you're accurate this time. Chen Hao looked at Di Jiang with embarrassment. Boss, this isn't something I can decide. With this thing called precognition, I even doubt this supernatural power is playing tricks on me. Chen Hao crossed his arms over his chest, then knelt on one knee in front of Di Jiang, eyes closed tightly, as if praying devoutly. Chen Hao's supernatural power is precognition, but the future is unpredictable. It could change at any moment. So Chen Hao's precognition isn't very accurate. You could even say it's accurate only twice out of 10 times. Di Jiang stood aside, staring at Chen Hao. Beads of sweat gradually formed on Chen Hao's forehead. It was clear that he was truly putting his heart into activating his powers this time. Until he suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at Di Jiang with a panicked expression. What happened? Did he see something bad? Chen Hao didn't know what to say. The scene he had just witnessed was terrifying. It was of Luo Qingtian, standing expressionlessly atop a dark object. The black object was covered in tentacles, and Luo Qingtian was surrounded by tentacles as well. A black figure was on a rampage, slaughtering everyone around him. Luo Qingtian, on the other hand, wore an excited smile, like a demon. The most terrifying thing was that he and Di Jiang were standing not far from Luo Qingtian, watching silently. Di Jiang frowned at Chen Hao's horrified expression. Why don't you say something? Chen Hao shook his head. Boss, this way, it should be this way. His perception was never very accurate, and he thought he might be hallucinating. But the most urgent thing was to find Luo Qing. After being carried away by the vines, Luo Qingtian arrived directly in a room. Speechless, she stood up and looked around. This was the second time she hadn't detected any danger through her mental perception. The room looked like a cultivation room, filled with cylindrical glass containers. In these containers were round, black and green things that looked like seaweed. Luo Qingtian reached out and gently touched the glass containers. As if sensing something, the black seaweed balls sprouted tentacles, piercing through the glass containers and reaching directly towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly took a step back, cautiously eyeing the tentacles that appeared before her. The tentacles resembled the vines that had gripped her. No wonder my mental power couldn't sense you. Your true forms are here. Luo Qingtian instantly understood something. The flying fire mysterious bow immediately appeared in her hand, intending to smash all the vessels here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flame arrows shot out in all directions, and the black and green balls in the glass container fell out in unison. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to shoot all the seaweed balls to death, they suddenly rushed towards the innermost area. Luo Qingtian followed closely behind. At the far end of the room was a larger glass container, containing a black-green seaweed ball. The seaweed balls that Luo Qingtian had driven out jumped into the glass container containing the seaweed ball. The next moment, the seaweed ball devoured all the smaller ones, while the dark green one grew larger and larger until it broke through the container and leaped out. Luo Qingtian nervously watched the half-man-tall seaweed ball, his body slowly retreating backwards. After devouring so many of its companions, the seaweed ball gradually sprouted a pair of eyes at its very center. Those eyes, dark and luminous, stared intently at Luo Qingtian. The next moment, vines and tentacles sprouted all around Luo Qingtian, tightly enveloping him. What the hell? Luo Qingtian was speechless. The tentacles of this thing were so silent, even his mental senses couldn't detect them. Luo Qingtian now had nowhere to hide. Chapter 45. Numerous vines tightly wrapped around Luo Qingtian, pulling him toward the dark green seaweed ball. When they reached the opposite side of the seaweed ball, the ball retracted its vines. The seaweed ball itself approached Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's hunter passive skill activated at this moment, and she could clearly sense the seaweed ball's joy. It extended a vine and gently pinched Luo Qingtian's face, but the vine was barbed, and the blow directly cut Luo Qingtian's face open. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he reached out and punched the seaweed ball. What do you want? A wound at this time is extremely dangerous. Luo Qingtian drew clean water from his face to clean himself and disinfect. He then found a band-aid and applied it, matching his reflection on the glass. The seaweed ball opposite him now became even more emerald green, but Luo Qingtian somehow sensed a sense of grievance in its dark eyes. The seaweed ball didn't attack Luo Qingtian, but instead extended its vines in front of him again. This time, the vines lacked barbs. It simply stretched out its vines, as if waiting for Luo Qingtian's response. Luo Qingtian could now clearly sense that the seaweed ball had no intention of harming him. He reached out toward the seaweed ball. Then Luo Qingtian's force skill, growth, activated, and a green glow appeared on his hand. It also followed the seaweed ball's vines and entered its body. After absorbing the light, the seaweed ball let out a delighted sound and rubbed its body against Luo Qingtian in delight. Luo Qingtian now understood what was going on. It turned out the little creature was enjoying his growth skill. Luo Qingtian tried to unleash his force skill again, and a green light appeared. The seaweed ball swallowed it all. The seaweed ball was now even happier. It began circling around Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian no longer held such hostility towards the seaweed before him. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched the seaweed's round body, saying, "Do you want to follow me?" The seaweed couldn't speak, but Luo Qingtian could sense its happiness. It extended 7 or 8 tentacles to touch Luo Qingtian. But it was careful, retracting all its barbs. Luo Qingtian was now certain the little creature was willing to follow her. She smiled, patted Haizeo's head, and said, "I have a companion named Dabai, so from now on, you be called Xiaolu. I take you out of here, okay? But I have to find the exit first." Luo Qingtian looked around. After all this time here, she still hadn't found a way out. Xiaolu was now circling Luo Qingtian, its vines growing more and more, eventually consolidating into the shape of a chair. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaolu. "You want me to sit on it?" Xiaolu made a cheerful sound, and Luo Qingtian sat on it. The next moment, Luo Qingtian screamed, "Ah!" Xiaolu, carrying Luo Qingtian, rushed straight upwards. At this moment, Dijiang also heard Luo Qingtian's voice. He and Shenhao desperately chased after them, but they were still a step too late. Luo Qingtian was no longer in the room. Xiaolu and Luo Qingtian quickly reached the top. Luo Qingtian only discovered it as he rushed upward. It turned out that the entire laboratory was actually a large hole dug into the mountain, with the exit located at the top. Simply climb to the top, and you could leave. But before Luo Qingtian could get a clear view of the exit, Xiaolu was let out. Xiaolu excitedly circled Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian gave Xiaolu a soothing touch. With a thought, Xiaolu entered the space. Xiaolu didn't seem particularly panicked upon entering. On the contrary, upon discovering a small river within the space, Xiaolu dove in and began playing in the water. At this moment, a voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Subdue the future land, and Sea Lord, and receive the reward of unlocking your fifth skill, healing. Future land and Sea Lord? A huge black image suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtian's memory. It was a monster with thousands of tentacles, unidentified as either plant or animal, capable of moving both in water and on land. Wherever it went, no grass grew. In a previous life, this millipede monster devoured many people in the base. The government once mobilized a large number of psychics to strangle the monster, but they all failed. Eventually, humanity migrated en masse to avoid it. This monster has since dominated the northern coastal areas. Luo Qingtian remembered that Chen Hao had been one of them. Could Xiaolu be the legendary millipede monster? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more certain it was. It seemed as if he had met Chen Hao after that battle. But in this life, Xiaolu had followed him. Shouldn't he become a millipede monster again? Luo Qingtian reached for his arm, and saw the fifth skill listed in his skill bar. The skill's appearance depicted a hand wrapped in white light. Luo Qingtian tore off the bandage on his face, and activated a healing skill. The wound instantly vanished under the skill's influence. Luo Qingtian was excited again. With this skill, no matter how serious his injuries, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Just as he was thinking, a faint sound came from the cave entrance. Luo Qingtian then remembered that Di Jiang and Chen Hao were still in the laboratory. Luo Qingtian retrieved a branch from the space, placed it in his hand, and began to activate his fourth skill. The branch transformed into a vine as thick as his wrist, extending downwards, all the way to the ground. Di Jiang was still searching below for clues to Luo Qingtian's disappearance, when he suddenly saw a vine reaching down. He and Chen Hao exchanged a glance. They both climbed onto the vine. Luo Qingtian could also sense their presence. She controlled the vines to shrink little by little, and 20 minutes later, Chen Hao and Di Jiang both climbed out of the cave. Oh my god, they're out already? How exciting, Chen Hao wailed as he emerged. After climbing out, Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qingtian, making sure he was alright, before saying, "What pulled you away just now?" Luo Qingtian shook his head. "Nothing, just some seaweed-like creatures, but I burned them to death." Luo Qingtian leaned her backpack against her body, and pulled out the data report. "Here, I have to go find food for my Dubai, so I won't be with you. Just don't forget your promise when the time comes." Luo Qing turned and left. Chen Hao then shouted, "Qingtian, you're not coming with us? Our boss is so powerful, he can protect us, right?" Luo Qingtian stopped and turned to look at Chen Hao, smiling. "Don't worry, I definitely come find you later." Chapter 46. Luo Qingtian thought of something, and pulled 2 cartons of milk, and 4 steamed buns from her backpack. "These are all I have left. Take them." Chen Hao refused to take any of it this time. He already eaten Luo Qingtian's food in the lab. "No, you know how precious food is these days? Take this back. We 2 grown men won't be afraid of starvation." Luo Qingtian pointed down the mountain and said, "My RV is right down there. I still have some food in it. You be staying in the mountains for quite a while, won't you? Don't be so polite. I owe you this." Luo Qingtian spoke softly for the rest of the sentence, so Chen Hao didn't hear it. "Huh? What did you say?" Chen Hao asked curiously. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "Nothing. I'm leaving. Bye." Luo Qingtian smiled, turned around, waved, and disappeared from their sight. Di Jiang's eyes darkened as he watched Luo Qingtian leave. Chen Hao, standing beside him, handed him 2 steamed buns and a carton of milk. "Boss, eat this." Di Jiang didn't refuse. He took the bun, opened it, and ate one, then drank a carton of milk. "Haven't you seen her before?" This she naturally referred to Luo Qingtian. Chen Hao ate his bun and shook his head. "No, but she knows me. She must be my sister's classmate." As Chen Hao spoke, he thought of the scene he had seen. Could it be that Luo Qingtian in the future would do something harmful to humans? But in the scene in his mind, Luo Qingtian's expression was sad, as if he was doing it out of immense sorrow. He shook his head. No, his supernatural power was sometimes accurate, and sometimes not. That scene shouldn't happen. Luo Qingtian separated from Di Jiang and the others, and walked around the mountaintop in a good mood. With her third skill constantly active, Luo Qingtian quickly found a new nest of mutant rabbits, along with several other small mutant moles. Although she didn't know how the moles appeared at this time, Luo Qingtian didn't have time to dwell on it. She used the vines to grab them all and tossed them into the space. Then Luo Qingtian headed down the mountain. It was already late, and Luo Qingtian didn't dare linger outside for too long. Before it got completely dark, Luo Qingtian finally made it down the mountain. She took out her RV and quickly got inside. After opening the RV and turning on the heater, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. She began driving towards the Huan residential complex. It was completely dark by then, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel the wind constantly slowing her speed as she drove. As she reached the back of the car, Luo Qingtian's RV began to swerve. Luo Qingtian parked the RV and took it with her into the space. In the space, Xiaolu saw Luo Qingtian enter and excitedly spun around him. Luo Qingtian caressed Xiaolu's plump body and headed straight for his duplex. She first took a good bath, changed into pajamas, and climbed into bed, soundly slumbering. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian opened his eyes, dressed, and left the space with the RV. It was already bright outside. Luo Qingtian restarted the car and drove towards Huan Community. Not long after leaving, Dijiang and Chen Hao reunited with their fellow comrades from the mountain. All of the people who had come out this time were psychics, and they had agreed to act separately. However, before their tasks were assigned, Chen Hao fell into a pit. To avoid delaying their mission, Dijiang asked them to search for prey while he went to rescue the others. That's how they met Luo Qingtian. The wind was so strong at night that they couldn't continue searching for prey in the mountains. Finally, they were protected by an Earth-type psychic. Early in the morning, they brought their prey down the mountain, heading straight for the military camp. While driving, Chen Hao spotted an RV not far away. "Boss, is that Qing's RV?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Dijiang heard Chen Hao's words and looked up into the distance. Sure enough, an RV was slowly moving forward. Chen Hao had already sped up, chasing Luo Qingtian's RV. When he caught up, he saw Luo Qingtian driving, holding a steamed bun in one hand and the steering wheel with the other. Sunny day. Sunny day. Chen Hao opened the window and waved at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian also heard the voice at this moment, turned his head, and waved to him with a smile. "Good morning, we meet again." Chen Hao smiled and said, "Yes." "Qingtian, do you live in Huan Community?" Luo Qingtian didn't respond, but just smiled and said, "Well, I'm going home." "Bye." Luo Qingtian sped up. Soon, they passed Dijiang's car. Dijiang stared at Luo Qingtian's RV, frowning. "Chen Hao, I remember Luo Qingtian had plant-based abilities, right?" Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, "Probably plant and fire-based abilities." "Boss, you have no idea how amazing this little girl is. I used to admire you the most, boss, and now there's Luo Qingtian." Chen Hao rambled on to Dijiang about all the times he and Luo Qingtian had killed zombies alone. Dijiang began to ponder something. "Let's go back to camp and settle down. You can come with me to Huan Community later." Chen Hao was stunned, then exclaimed in delight, "Boss, are you going to look for Luo Qingtian? You think she's talented, right? If Luo Qingtian joins our team in the future, maybe we won't have to worry about food." Dijiang gave Chen Hao a sullen look without replying, closing his eyes and resting. At noon, Luo Qingtian arrived at Huan Community. She found a deserted spot, parked the RV in her space, and headed straight upstairs. When they got home, Shen Yunran and Yishao were still working out at the gym. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, they quickly got off the treadmills. "Qingtian, you're back. I stewed beef today and saved you plenty of rice. Oh, and I saw potatoes in the fridge, so I made some potato pancakes. Have some," Shen Yunran said as he ran out and brought out the warm food from the pot. Luo Qingtian sat down at the table and asked, "Has Dabai woken up yet?" "Not yet," Yishao said, wiping the sweat off his face. Luo Qingtian nodded and ate something. Then he took out a mutant rabbit, killed it, and handed it to Shen Yunran. "Cook it for a while and put it in the bowl. I take Dabai's meal." Shen Yunran quickly took it and began to prepare the rabbit. Yishao saw Shen Yunran doing so and smiled, "I help." The two hurried away, and Luo Qingtian continued to eat. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian took the prepared rabbit and added a generous amount of beef and went upstairs. Dabai was still sprawled on the floor, sleeping. When Luo Qingtian entered, it merely moved its ears and showed no other reaction. Luo Qingtian walked over, placed the bowl in front of Dabai, and said, "Dabai, get up and eat before you go back to sleep." Chapter 47. Dabai didn't respond, but he still twitched his ears. Speechless, Luo Qingtian found a glove, pried open Dabai's mouth, and with one hand, grabbed the meat from the bowl and stuffed it into Dabai's mouth. Under Luo Qingtian's pressure, Dabai finally opened his eyes and began to eat. It took him a full half-hour to finish the entire bowl of meat. After finishing, Dabai slumped down on the floor and slept soundly again. Seeing Dabai like this, Luo Qingtian sighed deeply, gently stroked Dabai's head, and said, "Dabai, get well soon. I'm waiting for you to take me out to play." Dabai's eyelids fluttered, as if he wanted to respond, but he was too sleepy, and soon his heavy breathing could be heard. Leaving Dabai's room, Luo Qingtian turned on the TV. He found 2 bags of snacks, and slowly began to eat. Before they knew it, it was afternoon, and there was a knock at the door. Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao both glanced nervously at Luo Qingtian, unsure whether to open the door. Luo Qingtian's third skill activated, and he jumped when he saw who was knocking. "Qingtian, what should we do?" Shen Yunran had already drawn his pistol, looking menacing. Yi Xiao also picked up his bow and arrow. It looked like the moment Luo Qingtian gave the order, the two would engage in direct combat. Luo Qingtian facepalmed. Open the door. There's no enemy outside." Shen Yunran glanced at Luo Qingtian with some surprise, then cautiously walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside were 2 men in military uniforms. "Hello, it's Dejiang. We're looking for Luo Qingtian to talk to." He looked at the girl who opened the door in surprise. The girl, dressed in clean sportswear, had fair skin and clear eyes, clearly showing she hadn't experienced much hunger. This further confirmed Dejiang's suspicions. Shen Yunran didn't open the door completely, but instead glanced at Luo Qingtian, who was sitting on the sofa. Luo Qingtian nodded. "Let them in, and remember to have them change their shoes." Shen Yunran then opened the door and took out disposable slippers, motioning for the two to change into them. Dejiang and Chen Hao were shocked by the scene in the room when they walked in. They had never imagined Luo Qingtian's home would be like this. It was no different from life before the apocalypse. The room not only had electricity, but also heating. Luo Qingtian was even watching TV, albeit through a projection screen, but this kind of life was nothing short of a dream. "Hello, Miss Luo, nice to see you again." Dejiang sat down on the sofa and smiled at Luo Qingtian. Chen Hao sat directly across from Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, your home is so nice." Luo Qingtian took out some snacks and pushed them towards Chen Hao. "Want some?" Chen Hao didn't hesitate, taking the chips Luo Qingtian offered and starting to eat. "Thank you." Dejiang glanced at Chen Hao, then at Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo, I'm here to seek cooperation." Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Dejiang. "Cooperation? I wonder if there's anything I can do with you, sir?" Dejiang smiled slightly. "I know Miss Luo is a psychic, with both fire and plant powers. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Luo should be able to stimulate plant growth. I understand your caution. But right now, our garrison is in urgent need of food and fodder to sustain itself. I hope Miss Luo can use your powers to collect some food for our military." Luo Qingtian didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "What? Even the military is starving now?" Dejiang gave an awkward smile and said, "With the temperature right now, even the crops in the experimental fields are almost dead. This time, we've been tasked with establishing humanity's first safe base here. We just didn't expect such extreme weather. Construction has been halted, and we completely lost contact with the higher-ups. We still have some food left to feed ourselves now, but soon, the Little Ice Age will begin. I'm afraid no one, but you, Miss Luo, will be able to produce food by then." Luo Qingtian didn't respond. Her space had indeed produced quite a bit of food in recent days, especially since her fourth skill appeared. She would release it into her fields whenever she entered her space. Combined with the food already in her space, it would be enough to feed a large base for hundreds of years, but Luo Qingtian didn't trust Dejiang. Dejiang noticed Luo Qingtian's hesitation and continued, "Miss Luo, don't worry. If you're willing to provide us with food, then once the potion is developed, we supply it unconditionally whenever Miss Luo needs it. Furthermore, any new products developed by the base, provided they're proven harmless, will be readily available to Miss Luo for use. If Miss Luo wishes, I can also provide you with the services you need within the base, including a position as a base leader." This offer was quite tempting, but Luo Qingtian knew she wouldn't stay at the base for long, so it was a minor consideration. "Commander D, these conditions you mentioned are indeed tempting, but that's all for the future. I can provide them for a while, but I can't always provide them for free, right?" Luo Qingtian smiled at Di Jiang, trying to promise her that she already enjoyed Han Shu's services in her past life. Yes, Miss Luo is right, but it's a bit difficult for us to pay her now. We only just learned about crystal cores. How about this? I can write you an IOU. Once the base is built, in addition to the conditions we promised Miss Luo, we can provide her with crystal cores or other valuables. What do you think? Luo Qingtian didn't rush to answer. She didn't really trust Di Jiang. She glanced at Chen Hao, whose eyes were also filled with longing. She thought of Chen Hao's careful guidance in her past life. Luo Qingtian decided to trust Di Jiang once, for Chen Hao's sake. Okay. But my skills have only recently awakened, so I can't produce that much food. The maximum I can provide you with is 2,000 kilograms of potatoes, sweet potatoes, or wheat. If you have seeds, you can send them to me. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Di Jiang was overjoyed. 2,000 kilograms of food was already much better than he expected. He smiled and nodded. Okay. Thank you, Miss Luo. We arranged for someone to come and contact Miss Luo later. Di Jiang stood up as he spoke. Seeing Di Jiang rise, Chen Hao reluctantly followed suit. Luo Qingtian glanced at Shen Yunran, potato pancakes. Shen Yunran was surprised for a moment, then turned back to the kitchen, found a large lunch box, and dumped all the potato pancakes in it. These are potato pancakes we made with potatoes. Take them for the journey, officers. Di Jiang didn't take them, but Chen Hao reached out and took them without hesitation. I haven't tasted anything this delicious in ages. Then we be more than polite. Chapter 48. Chen Hao took the potato pancakes and thanked Luo Qingtian and the others before reluctantly leaving with Di Jiang. Chen Hao followed Di Jiang out of Unit 2. Instead of rushing to leave, they headed straight for Building 1. They searched around Building 1 and discovered that everyone was dead. They briefly counted the vacant rooms in Building 1 before getting in their car and leaving. The next day, Luo Qingtian slept in, a rare opportunity. But early in the morning, someone knocked at the door. Shen Yuran went to open it, and saw it was Chen Hao from yesterday. She hadn't seen the other person before. Chen Hao raised the muted rabbit in his hand. Hello, Mississippi. I was here yesterday. Do you remember me? Shen Yuran nodded. Hello. Qingtian still asleep. I go get her now. You guys come in first. Remember to change your shoes. Shen Yuran greeted the two inside, and went upstairs to find Luo Qingtian. When Luo Qingtian heard Shen Yuran say this, she knew this was the person Di Jiang had sent to laze with her. She got up, dressed, and went downstairs. Chen Hao saw Luo Qingtian approaching and waved with a smile. Qingtian, we're here. This is the man in our unit who has awakened spatial abilities. His name is Ma Ji. Luo Qingtian nodded at Ma Ji. Ma Ji looked at Luo Qingtian with some surprise. He hadn't expected the Luo Qingtian Chen Hao was referring to as just a little girl. He extended his hand to Luo Qingtian. Hello, Miss Luo. I'm Ma Ji, and I be your liaison from now on. This is our walkie-talkie, not for external use. When you prepared the food, you can use it to call me over. Luo Qingtian took the walkie-talkie. Isn't the range of the walkie-talkie limited to 8 kilometers? From what I understand, your camp shouldn't be within that range, right? Shen Hao pointed out the window. Qingtian, when we left yesterday, we discovered that Building 1 was completely unoccupied. So our entire force moved in together. Now, there are vacant rooms in Buildings 2 and 3, and everyone in our unit has moved in. Luo Qingtian walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, the entire complex was filled with military snowmobiles parked inside and out, and many people from upstairs and downstairs popped their heads out to look at him. Many people from the community even followed him downstairs to greet the troops. Di Jiang was standing beside the convoy, watching the soldiers pack up. When Luo Qingtian looked over, he seemed to sense something. He looked up in Luo Qingtian's direction. Although they were far apart, they both felt each other's gaze. Luo Qingtian didn't feel very good about Di Jiang. She shrank back and drew the curtains. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian, who had returned in a huff, with a puzzled expression. He rubbed his nose and wondered, did I offend this girl? Just as Di Jiang was pondering this, a lucky person approached. Captain, you're soldiers, right? Are you here to save us? We're all having such a hard time here. The man began to sob. Di Jiang looked at him expressionlessly and said, we're soldiers, but we're not here to save you. You have to rely on yourselves to survive. The man's face was filled with disbelief. Di Jiang ignored him and directed everyone to repair the windows in each room they were staying in. At that moment, 3 people came down from Building 2. They cautiously peered upstairs. Then he walked over to Di Jiang and said, "Sir, we want to report this." Di Jiang frowned at the people before him and said, "Report what?" The men looked upstairs and said nervously, "Sir, that woman on the 33rd floor isn't human, she's a demon. She's killed people, so many people. She's killed so many people in our corridor. Sir, now that you're here, quickly arrest her." "Yes, sir, she killed my wife. Yes, yes, she killed my wife, too." As the three of them spoke, they covered their faces and burst into tears. Adjutantly, standing nearby, listened in shock, gazing angrily toward the 33rd floor. "Who is that person on the 33rd floor? How could they be so abominable and kill so many people?" "Boss, shall we go up and take a look?" Adjutantly touched the pistol at his waist as he spoke, but Di Jiang didn't move. Instead, he looked at the people complaining before him with a half smile. "You say that the person on the 33rd floor killed your wives? Tell me how they did it. Why did they kill your wives?" One of them thought for a moment and said, "She wanted to steal our things, and when my wife refused, she killed her." "Yes, yes, yes. My food was also stolen. Please help us get it back, sir." "Yes, yes, even my food?" The three of them began to wipe their tears. Di Jiang looked at them and smiled. "You said your food was stolen?" Di Jiang said, pulling out the pistol from his waistband. "Yes, yes, yes. Sir, that woman's house is full of stolen food. If you kill her, we give it all to you. Just leave a little for us." Adjutantly, listening to them, had almost grasped what was going on. Di Jiang, meanwhile, had already drawn his pistol and aimed it at the man closest to him. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the man clutched his pierced chest in disbelief. "Captain, you!" Di Jiang stepped forward and kicked him away, then aimed his gun at the remaining two men. "How did your wives die? Don't you know? You smell the stench of your own corpse, and you have the nerve to accuse others?" The remaining two men were now panicking, unable to argue, and turned and ran. Di Jiang coldly stared at their backs. Bang! 2 more shots. Both men were shot through the back, and they fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Adjutantly stared at Di Jiang in shock. "Captain, you! Them?" Adjutantly was at a loss for words. Although he had guessed something, he still refused to believe it. Di Jiang retracted his gun and said, "Don't believe these people's lies so easily. Look at their rags, but they're strong and healthy. They don't look starving at all. And they reek of corpses. It's easy to imagine how they survived. And Luo Qitian on the 33rd floor is the one who provided us with food. Do you think she needed to go out and steal food from others?" Adjutantly only then realized who the person on the 33rd floor was. "Isn't it the girl who rode out on the tiger? A girl like that certainly wouldn't steal food from others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have provided so much food to her superiors." 3 days later, Luo Qingtian called Ma Ji over via intercom and gave them 1,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, 500 kilograms of potatoes, 200 kilograms of flour, and 300 kilograms of rice. Chapter 49. Ma Ji was filled with excitement at the sheer amount of food before him. He gathered all the food and hurried back to Dijiang. After the arrival of these soldiers, the community began to see more people. They no longer feared plunder, and some even began going out hunting. After Dijiang and his men moved into the community, he would cook a large pot of porridge every day for those on the verge of starvation. While it wasn't enough, it at least kept them alive. Finally, the little ice age arrived. The atmospheric temperature plummeted to -40 degrees Celsius. The survivors who had been out hunting and roaming a few days before retreated to their homes. The only time anyone could be seen alive was when Di Jiang cooked the porridge. Some survivors would bundle themselves up and run to Building 1 to receive a bowl of porridge. Since the temperature dropped so sharply, Luo Qingtian hadn't left the house. Before this, Di Jiang had arranged for a number of mutant rabbits to be delivered to her. With these rabbits, Dubai had more than enough food to eat, and Luo Qingtian became even less likely to leave the house. The temperature outside had dropped to -40 degrees Celsius, but Luo Qingtian's home remained around 20 degrees Celsius. Luo Qingtian dressed coolly at home. After each day's exercise, Shen Yuren would place the prepared delicacies on the table. The days remained monotonous, yet the three of them never felt bored. Unable to leave the house, Luo Qingtian often ventured into the space, partly to plant new crops, and partly to study the effects of her crystal core. But when Luo Qingtian set out to search for her crystal core, she made a depressing discovery. All her crystal cores were gone. She thought for a long time. She had indeed thrown them into the space after killing the zombies last time. But how could they have disappeared? After noticing Luo Qingtian enter the space, Xiaolu happily circled around him. Luo Qingtian, remembering Xiaolu's identity, tentatively asked, Xiaolu, have you ever eaten my crystal cores? Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion, completely unaware of Luo Qingtian's situation. Luo Qingtian was speechless and distressed. Could it be that the space had swallowed her crystal cores? But the space hadn't changed at all. There was no other way, so Luo Qingtian could only leave the space, filled with confusion. Dijiang came to collect food every month. 4 months later, the temperature began to rise, and Luo Qingtian received news from Dijiang that day that the base construction was underway and would be completed in a few months. At that time, their community would be included in the base. Someone would come to paint the community buildings in the near future. Someone would also come to repair the electricity. Luo Qingtian wasn't surprised at all. After all, in her previous life, Huang community was already part of the first base. As for why the community was later rebuilt, it seemed like something had happened. Luo Qingtian couldn't remember any more details because she wasn't a psychic back then. Not only could she not enter the community, she didn't even have regular housing. She shared a large bunk bed with some of the survivors. A few days later, someone arrived to repair the community's electricity. The long-unused elevator was also powered on. The rising temperature and the burgeoning calls to the community made everyone think the apocalypse was almost over. Just as everyone was joyfully opening the elevator and preparing to try, 2 shrunken zombies burst out and charged directly at the nearest person. In a matter of moments, the person in front had been devoured by the zombies, leaving only bones. This scene terrified everyone present. They madly rushed toward the corridor. But the 2 zombies were incredibly fast, and in a matter of moments, everyone had been devoured by them. Luo Qingtian had been working out in her room when Shen Yuren suddenly rushed in. Oh no, Qingtian, there are zombies outside again. I heard the elevator has been restarted, and the trapped zombies have burst out and are mauling dozens of people. Luo Qingtian got off the treadmill, wiped her sweat with a towel, and said, I go check it out. With that, she left the gym, put on some warmer clothes, and prepared to go out. Shen Yuren said with some concern, Qingtian, be careful. I heard those zombies are very fast, unlike the ones before. Hearing Shen Yuren's words, Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. Different from the zombies before, so they have levels, don't they? Levels mean they have crystal cores. Luo Qingtian was in a good mood. She put on her clothes and shoes and hurried out the door. The 2 zombies had already rushed downstairs, and many people in Building 2 had been bitten by the zombies. Luo Qingtian had walked all the way, killing all the survivors who were about to transform. When they arrived at the community garden, the survivors were still running around, and some who had been bitten quickly mutated and were biting other survivors. Everyone in Building 2 knew Luo Qingtian, and when they saw him approaching, they ran towards him desperately. The people in the other buildings saw the people in Building 2 running and eventually followed suit. Then Luo Qingtian saw a group of people running towards him, followed by a group of zombies. Luo Qingtian leaped onto a nearby pillar. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming arrows shot directly at the zombies behind him, instantly incinerating the newly transformed zombies to ash. 2 zombies were still rushing towards Luo Qingtian at breakneck speed. Luo Qingtian frowned at the 2 zombies. 2 level 3 zombies? How could there be 2 level 3 zombies in this elevator? Luo Qingtian didn't dare to be too arrogant. He used the vines in his hand and quickly ran out of the residential complex. Although the temperature had risen significantly, it was still below 0. The ice on the ground was hard and slippery. Luo Qingtian took a few steps and stumbled twice. The zombies behind her also rushed forward. One of them suddenly grew an arm immensely longer, grabbing Luo Qingtian's arm directly. Luo Qingtian's 3rd skill remained active, and upon noticing the lengthened arm, she simply dropped to the ground and rolled several times. The zombies behind her also caught up. Luo Qingtian, Tang Dao in hand, emerged, and she cautiously engaged 2 level 3 zombies. During the battle, Luo Qingtian was surprised to discover that both zombies had awakened special abilities. One could constantly change the length of its hands and arms, while the other, even more terrifying, could actually perform the flying head technique. One zombie's head constantly flew around Luo Qingtian, occasionally attempting to lunge for a bite. This troubled Luo Qingtian greatly, and she carefully dodged the 2 zombies' scratches and bites with all her might. Suddenly, the zombie with the ability to grow arms and legs, clutching another zombie's head, charged at Luo Qingtian. Startled, Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, fetching a grenade from his space and throwing it. Chapter 50. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, and the smoke cleared. Luo Qingtian was dismayed to discover that the two zombies were completely unharmed. Then the two zombies charged toward Luo Qingtian again, and Luo Qingtian continued to run. Little Green, in the space, sensed Luo Qingtian's nervousness and began to jump back and forth. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then released Little Green and threw it at the two zombies. As soon as Little Green emerged, it stretched out its tentacles to grab the two zombies. Luo Qingtian put some distance between them and the zombies, finally having a moment to breathe. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand, and 3 sharp arrows pierced the zombies' heads. The zombies' heads were pierced, and they instantly stopped moving. Little Green took advantage of this opportunity to devour them one by one. "Hey, Little Green! Shut up!" Luo Qingtian shouted anxiously, but he was still a step too late. The two zombies were devoured by Little Green. Luo Qingtian was speechless. "Those are 2 zombies with special powers. How could you eat them? I haven't even gotten the crystal core yet." Luo Qingtian felt so overwhelmed that she wanted to cry. She had been thinking about studying the crystal core and then seeing if her space would absorb it. But now that Xiaolu had devoured both zombies, it seemed Xiaolu had taken all the crystal cores in her space. As Luo Qingtian pondered this, Xiaolu began to cough. Then, from Xiaolu's round body, 2 crystal cores emerged, one black, one light brown. Luo Qingtian stared at the 2 crystal cores in shock and picked them up. "Xiaolu, don't you eat crystal cores?" Luo Qingtian picked up the 2 crystal cores and placed them in front of Xiaolu. Xiaolu glanced at them with disdain. Then, with a look of disdain, she turned away, not looking. Luo Qingtian was speechless. Did Xiaolu disdain the crystal cores? So, the disappearance of the crystal cores in his dimension had nothing to do with Xiaolu? Could it be that his dimension was actually consuming the crystal cores? Luo Qingtian thought of this, and tried to place a crystal core into his dimension, then stared at the core status without blinking. A moment later, the crystal core disappeared bit by bit before Luo Qingtian's eyes. Okay, Luo Qingtian was now certain that it was indeed the dimension that was consuming the crystal cores. But what good was it if the dimension consumed the crystal cores? Luo Qingtian began to check the status of his dimension, but he saw no change. Xiaolu now circled around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian threw Xiaolu back into his dimension and prepared to leave. But Xiaolu was unusually happy after entering it. Then, under Luo Qingtian's watchful eye, he jumped directly into the river. Seeing Little Green playing in the water, Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered. When Little Green emerged, the river water seemed to have barely reached halfway up her body, but now it seemed to have submerged most of her body. Luo Qingtian had a few conjectures. Could it be that after absorbing the crystal core, this space would improve its shortcomings? Could this crystal core be made of gold or jade or something else? Could it upgrade the space? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian took out the last crystal core and first held it in her hand, attempting to absorb it. Finally, realizing that the crystal core was completely unabsorbable, she placed it back into the space. In less than a moment, the space absorbed the crystal core again. Luo Qingtian went to look at the river in the space again. This time, the water remained unchanged, but the grass in the space had become much greener than before. Now Luo Qingtian was absolutely certain that absorbing crystal cores in the space could improve it. Different crystal cores also had different effects on the space. This realization made Luo Qingtian very happy. Although she couldn't absorb crystal cores, her space could, even though her space still had 2 directions unopened. This had always made her feel a little strange. Now that she knew crystal cores could upgrade the space, all she had to do was kill zombies and get the crystal cores. Luo Qingtian was in a good mood. She regained her consciousness and looked around. The surroundings were quite empty, but in the distance, she could vaguely see some large machinery working on construction. Luo Qingtian had almost guessed her location. It seemed she had accidentally wandered to the campground. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction she wanted to go back, took out her RV, and prepared to drive back. Just as Luo Qingtian was leisurely driving back, a military jeep blocked her path. "Who's in that car? Get out!" Luo Qingtian stopped her RV and got out. A woman's voice was heard outside. Luo Qingtian got out and saw a woman standing outside in military green camouflage. The woman was tall, and although her clothing was heavy, it couldn't hide her beautiful figure. The woman looked Luo Qingtian up and down, noting that her face was rosy, her skin was fair, and she still had a hint of baby fat. Her jet black hair was simply tied up. She wore a neatly woven windbreaker, not a single wrinkle on her body, looking like a pampered little princess. The woman frowned at Luo Qingtian, pointed at his RV, and said, The military has requisitioned this car. Give me the keys. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, looked around, then at the woman. Why? The woman looked at Luo Qingtian arrogantly. Since you be a resident of our first base in the future, you must obey my orders unconditionally. In case of an emergency, as a citizen of the first base, you must unconditionally requisition your car for government use. I'm a member of the military. What do you think? Luo Qingtian sneered. You say you're a member of the military, right? Besides, requisitioning only works in emergencies. There's nothing around here, so why should I give it to you? And as the military, we have to consider whether the residents are willing to give it to us. If I'm not willing, are you going to take it away? Luo Qingtian sneered at the woman before him, his expression akin to, do whatever you want, but I won't give it to you. Seeing Luo Qingtian's reluctance, the woman gritted her teeth and said, You really won't give it to me? Aren't you afraid I leave you here and execute you on the spot? Luo Qingtian simply laughed. Why? I won't give it to you, and you want to take it? I see you're pretending to requisition it, but you're really interested in my car, right? The woman gritted her teeth and looked at Luo Qingtian, her hand already reaching for the gun at her waist. She looked at Luo Qingtian dangerously and coldly. Let me ask you one more question. Our military is requisitioning this car. As a future resident of the first base, will you hand it over? Luo Qingtian sneered. Are you dreaming? If you want to take it, just do it. You're not ashamed of yourself for all these high-sounding words. I find you disgusting. Luo Qingtian's mental focus was now on Shilu. If the woman dared to draw her gun, she would throw her out. Chapter 51. The two were about to fight, and just as the woman opposite was about to strike, she was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning. Then she heard Di Zhang's nervous voice. Wishiyu, what are you doing? Who allowed you to attack civilians? Not far away, Di Zhang got out of the car and quickly walked over to Luo Qingtian. Seeing that Luo Qingtian was indeed fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Wishiyu, who had been struck down by him, and stepped forward to help her up. Why are you attacking the survivors? Wishiyu was helped to her feet, her face aggrieved. Brother Di Zhang, why are you attacking me without any reason? It was clearly her who refused to cooperate first. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow sarcastically. Uncooperative? What do you mean by cooperation? Handing over my RV with both hands is cooperation. In my impression, soldiers never take even a penny of civilians lightly. I don't understand how you, the so-called military, are indiscriminately taking away the very tools I need to survive. How can you expect me to cooperate? Wishiyu choked for a moment after she said this, but then she shouted, Since you accepted our protection, you should unconditionally pay our military. After this, Di Zhang almost understood what was going on. Wishiyu must have set her sights on Luo Qingtian's RV and wanted to take it. Luo Qingtian refused. He shouted grimly, Enough, Wishiyu. Who told you to come here for no reason? Wishiyu said aggrievedly, I just heard there were zombies in Huang community, so I wanted to go over and help. Driving on this road was too inconvenient, so I wanted to requisition someone else's car. Who knew this person was so unreasonable? Wishiyu gritted her teeth as she glared at Luo Qingtian. Haha, is this why you requisitioned my car? Well, I don't think you need to, because there's no need. Someone like you would be eaten before you even touch a zombie. After all, those were 2 level 3 zombies. Luo Qingtian turned and returned to the RV, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and drove off right in front of the group. Di Zhang watched Luo Qingtian leave, his expression changing. Knowing her so well, she must have taken care of the zombies. And she hadn't even looked at him just now, so she must have been angry. Di Zhang looked at Wishiyu grimly and said, There's no need to go to Wine Community. The zombies there have been dealt with. As for you, hurry back to the barracks. Return to the base tomorrow. If you don't, I force someone to take you back. Di Zhang then turned and headed for his car. Wishiyu heard this and anxiously shouted, Brother Di Zhang, my father allowed me to come here. You can't just send me back so arbitrarily. I'm a psychic after all. Wishiyu chased after Di Zhang as he spoke. Di Zhang ignored him, got into the car, and looked at Adjutantly, who was waiting nearby. Adjutantly immediately understood and hurried back to the car. As he passed Wishiyu, he whispered, Miswa, you better obey the general's orders and return. You can't afford to offend that little girl. After all, everything you're eating is fueled by her psychic powers. Adjutantly hurriedly got into the car and drove Di Zhang towards the barracks. Wishiyu stood there in a daze. That man was the one who helped supply food to the military camp. No wonder he was so arrogant. It's just food, isn't it? Once the base is built, I see how you managed to survive there. I make sure you're in trouble. Luo Qingtian ignored Huixiu and Di Jiang's affairs and drove the RV back quickly, arriving at the residential complex soon. The elevator in the complex had been repaired, and the bodies had been cleared away by soldiers from Building 1. Luo Qingtian paid no attention to what happened next. She took the elevator straight to the 33rd floor. Luo Qingtian entered and headed straight for her room. Shen Yuran watched Luo Qingtian hurried back, a little anxious. Qingtian, you're back? What's wrong? Are you injured? Luo Qingtian waved his hand. No, I have to go out for something. Hurry, and make me some food. I'm going to take it with me for a few days. Luo Qingtian rushed upstairs to prepare. Shen Yuran had no idea what Luo Qingtian was going to do, but knowing he was going out, she called He Xiao, and they busied themselves in the kitchen. The incident with the two zombies in the elevator reminded Luo Qingtian of something. After the temperature rises, the zombies will reappear. By this time, having been baptized by the extreme weather, most of the zombies have crystal cores in their brains, and some have even gained intelligence. So, she wanted to find and kill these zombies before they fully awaken. That way, she could obtain zombie cores while also upgrading her skills. The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more convinced she was. She quickly prepared to leave and ran to Dabai's room. After Luo Qingtian opened the door, Dabai suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Luo Qingtian, and pounced directly at him. Awu! Dabai threw Luo Qingtian to the ground, humming and licking him. He was overjoyed. After waking up, he found himself much stronger, and had even developed superpowers. He longed to share his joy with Luo Qingtian, who was struggling to breathe under Dabai's pressure. She gritted her teeth and punched Dabai in the head. You're crushing me. Dabai was knocked aside by Luo Qingtian, and lay on the ground, howling in grievance. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked at his fist. Then he chuckled dryly and touched Dabai's head. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I can't stop. Dabai, you're finally awake? Ha ha, that's great. Dabai, expressing his displeasure, turned away, leaving only his butt to Luo Qingtian. Because Dabai's entire body was now so large that it practically filled the entire room. As he thrust his butt towards Luo Qingtian, he pushed him against the wall. Luo Qingtian scratched his head awkwardly and stepped forward to hug Dabai. Okay, Dabai, don't be angry anymore. Mom's just too excited. Dabai, I found a good friend for you. I take you to see him, okay? Dabai's ears twitched, but before he could react, Luo Qingtian dragged him into the dimension. Inside the dimension, Dabai stared in shock at Xiaolu, who had suddenly rolled in front of him. Xiaolu, seeing Luo Qingtian bring Dabai in, happily spun around Dabai and Luo Qingtian. Soon, Dabai and Xiaolu were playing together. Now that Dabai was awake, Luo Qingtian felt a little more confident in his zombie-slaying quest. They waited until nightfall. Luo Qingtian finally emerged from the dimension. Shen Yuran and He Xiao had prepared a ton of delicious food and helped Luo Qingtian pack it up. Chapter 52. Luo Qingtian first stuffed a lot of raw meat and vegetables into the refrigerator, then took 2 bags of rice and 1 bag of noodles to the kitchen. The two looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Qingtian, how long do you plan to be out with all this food? I don't know, maybe half a month, or maybe 10 days. If Di Jiang sends someone over, just tell them on the intercom that I'm away for the time being and I give them food when I return. If anyone else comes, remember, don't open the door. My door is the safest. Not even a cannon can blow it open. As long as you don't open the door, nothing will happen. Shen Yuran and He Xiao nodded heavily at Luo Qingtian. I understand, Qingtian, don't worry. We take good care of the house. I make you something delicious when you come back. Okay, then I'm leaving. I'm taking Dabai with me. You guys stay home. Wait for me to come back. Luo Qingtian smiled and gave these instructions before leaving the house under the two's gaze. Luo Qingtian left the complex and released Dabai. He jumped onto Dabai's back and said, Come on, Dabai, let's go downtown. At this time, the city center should be the most populated area for mutants and zombies. With the warmer weather, the water level has also dropped. The dormant zombies and mutants should have awakened by now, and this would be a perfect time to catch them off guard. After Dabai's evolution, both his strength and speed were much greater than before. Luo Qingtian sat on Dabai's back, and Dabai sprinted towards the city center like a gust of wind. An hour later, the man and the tiger finally reached the city center. Luo Qingtian gazed at the shattered city center, finding it hard to imagine this was the bustling, bustling city it once was. Luo Qingtian jumped off Dubai's body and walked through the dilapidated, chaotic streets. Tall buildings had been broken by something, crushing the surrounding low-rise buildings. The surrounding safety railings were covered in mottled rust and brown marks, and it was hard to tell whether they were blood or rust. The entire city was unusually quiet. Luo Qingtian patted Dubai on the back and said, "Dubai, jump up there. I want to take a look." Luo Qingtian pointed to a balcony at the end of a shopping mall. Dubai arched his body, gently leaped on his hind legs, and leaped up like a tiger, soaring 100 meters before landing steadily on the top of the tall building in front of him. Luo Qingtian had never expected this height. She stared in shock at the rooftop below, then at Dubai. "Dubai, it seems you made a lot of progress this evolution. But I'm going down by myself. You're so big, I'm afraid you can't even get through the door." Dubai held his head high, then, under Luo Qingtian's astonishment, slowly shrank. Its original size, after evolution, had grown from 2 or 3 meters to over 10 meters. Now, it had returned to its pre-evolutionary size. Even smaller than before, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but give Dubai a thumbs up. "Amazing. You actually evolved a skill. My Dubai is truly amazing. Since you shrunk, let's go down and explore. See if there's anything we can use in this building." Luo Qingtian led Dubai towards the rooftop entrance. From the moment Luo Qingtian reached the rooftop, he had activated his third skill. After making sure no one was there, he made sure the rooftop was clear. Luo Qingtian boldly kicked the door open. The moment it was kicked open, it collapsed with a resounding crash. Luo Qingtian continued down the stairs. The entire mall was remarkably quiet. As Luo Qingtian descended, she could occasionally hear and see water leaking from the ceiling. Luo Qingtian carefully treaded over the wreckage, and gradually, a number of shrunken corpses lay scattered before her. The mall's top floor contained electrical equipment. Because it was higher up, it didn't appear to have been flooded. Luo Qingtian circled the rooftop, confirming it was safe, and then stored all the appliances in her space. Then Luo Qingtian began to descend again. The lower floors were somewhat dark. Luo Qingtian's third skill was always active, allowing her to visualize everything around her. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian felt a sharp pain in her head. Then, a pale, terrifying face appeared in her mind's eye. Ah! Luo Qingtian quickly deactivated his third skill and crouched, clutching his head. Dubai's eyes widened. He glanced cautiously around. Suddenly, Dubai roared in one direction. The next moment, spiders of all sizes appeared on the roof and the surrounding ground. Behind each spider were what looked like human faces. They all rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Frightened, Luo Qingtian clutched his aching head and climbed onto Dubai's back. "Dubai, run!" Dubai suddenly grew in size and sprinted up the first floor, which housed clothing counters for various brands. As Dubai moved through the counters, Luo Qingtian realized that the clothing areas were already covered in spider webs. Beneath each web lay a few round, white eggs. Looking at the covered eggs, Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down her spine. "Dubai, there must be a mutant with psychic powers here. Be careful." Luo Qingtian's headache had begun to ease. She sat up straight and began to search. The spiders gathered in increasing numbers, soon surrounding Luo Qingtian and Dubai. Luo Qingtian stood up, atop Dubai, the flying fire mysterious bow appearing in her hand. Flaming arrows shot out continuously. Soon, the spiders were reduced to ash by Luo Qingtian's flames. But after each spider was consumed, a new one quickly emerged. Luo Qingtian didn't dare to stop. Flaming arrows rained down, like a rain of fire. From time to time, various explosions erupted. The surrounding spiders also realized how difficult Luo Qingtian was to deal with. They began to slowly retreat. But Luo Qingtian didn't intend to leave. She looked at the white, round eggs wrapped in spiderwebs, her flying fire bow drawn to full length. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of fire fell on the white eggs, instantly incinerating everything around them. This scene immediately enraged all the spiders around, and they rushed frantically towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian then retrieved 2 grenades from her space. Instructing Dubai to lead her, she sat on Dubai's back and threw 2 grenades in quick succession. The spiders that were chasing her were blown away again. Dubai, noticing the large number of spiders dead behind him, didn't leave. Instead, he turned and ran back inside. Chapter 53. Returning to the spider swarm, Luo Qingtian, wielding the flying fire mysterious bow, continuously unleashed flaming arrows. A large number of spiders were incinerated by Luo Qingtian. A voice immediately echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind. Kill 1,300 mutant spiders, and your hunter level will increase by 1, increasing your stamina by 1. 3 arrows at once. Level 7, skill power doubled, trap level 3. Psychic perception, level 1. Growth, level 3. Healing, level 1, can heal any wound. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian felt elated. I hadn't expected killing spiders to level up skills, and what was this so-called hunter stamina bonus of 1? But now wasn't the time to dwell on these matters. She shouted to Dabai beneath her, Dabai, don't be afraid, let's charge. We take care of all the spiders here today. At Luo Qingtian's command, Dabai's body grew several times larger, roaring like a tiger. Then, the tiger and the man charged towards the surrounding spiders. Luo Qingtian began to fire arrows furiously at the surrounding spiders. This time, his arrows were clearly twice as large as before. As the 3 arrows were released, a surge of heat was created. Any mutant spider that came into contact with the heat was instantly incinerated. Oh my god, is level 7 this powerful? Dabai, keep going. This time, Luo Qingtian simply stood on Dabai's back and placed 2 traps under his feet to completely immobilize himself. Dabai carried Luo Qingtian, dodging the spider's attacks while firing frantically. The spiders on the entire floor were quickly wiped out. The voice in his mind echoed again. Kill 2,400 mutant spiders. Hunter level upgrade. Triple arrow level 8, trap level 4, number of traps increased by 3. Time controllable. Psychic perception level 1. Growth level 3. Healing skill level 1. Luo Qingtian was ecstatic. She actually leveled up again. Looking at the remaining mutant spiders, she felt as if she had spotted something delicious. She gripped the flying fire mysterious bow tightly, her lips curling upwards. Dabai, we must kill all these spiders today. Keep charging. As she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian felt another sharp pain in her head. Unaware, she fell backward. Ah! Dabai, catch me, Luo Qingtian screamed. Dabai noticed he was falling towards the spider swarm. He quickly rushed towards Luo Qingtian and caught him the moment he fell. Luo Qingtian cast the trap again, firmly atop Dabai. There's definitely a creature with psychic powers here. After Luo Qing finished, he found 2 more grenades and threw them randomly around. Boom boom boom. The grenades exploded, shattering the surrounding buildings and obstructions. Then, Luo Qingtian spotted a gigantic spider near a large counter. The spider's surface bore over a dozen human faces, male and female, young and old. The faces howled frantically at Luo Qingtian. The giant spider seemed furious at Luo Qingtian's behavior, and began to spit out white silk at Dabai and Luo Qingtian. Dabai, move back. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the giant spider. It's you, you lousy spider, who's always releasing psychic power, right? It seems you've eaten a lot of people. But you didn't attack me continuously. There must be a gap between your psychic attacks. Luo Qingtian continued to draw his bow and fire arrows at the spider's body. The flame shot towards the human face on the spider's body. The spider spun silk to block the attack, and a group of smaller spiders followed suit. One of the smaller spiders even leaped towards Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian's hands continued to move at full speed, raining down flaming arrows like a rain of fire. The smaller spiders were burned to death, and then new spiders leaped over, even spinning silk towards Luo Qingtian's face. Luo Qingtian felt extremely disgusted by the sticky white spider silk. She immediately pulled Xiaolu out of the space. Xiaolu, kill them! Xiaolu appeared and spun around. After noticing the surrounding spiders, hundreds of tentacles emerged from Xiaolu's body and grabbed the mutated spiders. The smaller spider's target instantly became Xiaolu. This time, Luo Qingtian finally had time to deal with the mutated spiders. She commanded Dabai to charge the giant spider, then jumped off Dabai's back. Finding a secluded spot, she began to draw her bow and shoot arrows. Dabai rushed the spider and bit its belly hard. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to draw his bow and shoot again, this time hitting the human face on the spider's body. The spider's entire body bucked in pain. Dabai seized the opportunity to bite, and the spider struggled desperately in pain, throwing Dabai violently. Dabai? Luo Qingtian leaped out from the corner and charged directly at Dabai. Dabai crawled out of the rubble. It shook its head in anger, and upon noticing Luo Qingtian charging towards it, its eyes flashed red. Luo Qingtian, who had been running, suddenly fell to all fours. What's wrong with me? Before Luo Qingtian could figure out what was happening to her, she saw her nails slowly transform into the sharp claws of a wild beast, and she, like a leopard, swiftly and nimbly rushed towards the spider opposite. Ah! What's going on? I don't want to go over there. I don't want to go over there, Luo Qingtian screamed in shock, and by then, she and Dabai had already rushed in front of the giant spider. Dabai bit the spider's belly, and Luo Qingtian, her mouth now full of fangs, opened her mouth wide and bit the spider's head. For words echoed in her mind. White tiger's skill sharing, paw paw paw. Dabai, you're the one who did this, right? I don't want to share skills with you, Before Luo Qingtian could finish her words, she pounced and bit, biting off half of the mutant spider's head. I'm vomiting. Dabai, I'm going to kill you. Luo Qingtian wailed, vomiting furiously. The giant spider, its head bitten off, and its stomach ripped apart by Dabai, could no longer hold on, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Dabai also terminated his skill sharing with Luo Qingtian. As soon as Luo Qingtian did, he immediately ran to the side and vomited. He then retrieved a toothbrush and toothbrush holder from the space, and began to rinse his mouth and brush his teeth. On the other side, Xiaolu was still furiously dispatching the small spiders. Luo Qingtian finished brushing his teeth, making sure his mouth was no longer tasted, and then the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. He and Xiaolu joined forces to deal with the last few spiders. After an unknown amount of fighting, no more small spiders appeared on this floor. Luo Qingtian finally sat down exhausted. Looking back at Dabai, he saw that the giant spider had been nearly devoured by Dabai. Xiaolu scurried over, wrapped his tentacles around the remaining giant spiders, and swallowed them all in one gulp. Chapter 54. Finally, only the giant spider's 8 legs remained. Luo Qingtian walked forward to take a look. Those 8 legs looked hard and sharp. It would have been a waste to just throw them away, so she tossed them all into the space. After Xiaolu finished eating the remaining spider, he coughed twice, and the next moment, he spat out a blue-gray crystal core. Luo Qingtian picked up the core and examined it. It was actually a level 4 crystal core. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. It seems the mutants in the city center are even more troublesome than we thought. Luo Qingtian tossed the core into the space, and also retrieved Xiaolu. At this moment, she walked over to Dabai and gently stroked his head. Dabai, how many skills have you awakened? Why didn't you tell me about this skill sharing? Dabai looked at Luo Qingtian with a confused look on his face. Luo Qingtian smiled and stroked Dabai's head. If you keep asking me to chew on random things, I beat you to death. Luo Qingtian punched Dabai's head hard. The punch knocked Dabai to the ground. Dabai lay there in pain, clutching his head with his paws and howling. It was then that Luo Qingtian realized. His physique, speed, and strength were much stronger than before. Could this be the effect of the hunter-level physical upgrade? Luo Qingtian reached out and touched his arm. Luo Qingtian noticed a number 1 at the top of all the skill bars. So hunter is a skill too? But it took him so long to level up. This skill must be much harder to level up than the others. And his own mental perception skill had remained at level 1 for so long. Luo Qingtian was just thinking when another voice echoed through his mind. Absorb a spiritual power crystal core, and your spiritual power perception level 2. Perception range increased by 100 meters. Wow, so the third skill requires absorbing a spiritual power crystal core? Luo Qingtian was speechless after hearing this answer. All these skills combined were truly difficult for her. Dabai was still lying on the ground. Luo Qingtian touched Dabai cheerfully. Okay, Dabai, I was wrong. I won't hit you anymore. Let's go down and search again, see if there's anything else. Dabai glanced at Luo Qingtian cautiously, making sure Luo Qingtian was no longer angry with it, and then lay down, waiting for Luo Qingtian to come up. Luo Qingtian touched Dabai and said, No rush, shrink, and let's go down. Luo Qingtian walked straight towards the stairs. The light grew dimmer as he descended. The further down he went, the more he could hear a ticking sound. Luo Qingtian activated her third ability to sense her surroundings, only to discover a complete absence of living creatures. That made sense. With so many spiders on the upper floor, all the other living creatures must have been eaten by them. Luo Qingtian continued walking downstairs, when the name of a gold shop suddenly popped into her mind. Overjoyed, she quickly ran towards it with Dabai. The gold shop was on the 3rd floor of the building. The counter had been smashed to pieces. Most of the gold had been taken. Luo Qingtian searched the gold shop and then the warehouse. Just when she thought she had found nothing, a gentle voice echoed from behind her. You want gold? I can give it to you, but can you give me something to eat? Luo Qingtian turned his head and saw a woman rising from a box behind him. Luo Qingtian thought about how he had sensed this place earlier, but hadn't looked at this particular box. Do you know where the gold is? The woman nodded. Do you have any food? I'm so hungry. The girl looked pale and thin, her face and body covered in scratches. How did you survive with so many spiders up there? Luo Qingtian pulled a steamed bun from his backpack and handed it to her. The girl took it and stuffed it into her mouth with big mouthfuls. I was originally hiding on the lower floor, where there's a snack bar and a supermarket, but it was recently occupied, so I come here to hide. Those spiders haven't come down yet. The girl devoured the bun without a word. She hadn't had any decent food since the apocalypse began. Now, this bun was a delicacy to her. Where's the gold you're talking about? Luo Qingtian watched the girl finish her bun and held out his hand. The girl swallowed, patted her chest, swallowed the bun, and climbed out of the box. She bent down again and pulled out a large package. But the girl didn't hold it firmly, and the package fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian stepped forward to pick it up. Inside was a pile of packaged gold jewelry, bracelets, bangles, necklaces, and earrings. Luo Qingtian put the jewelry in his backpack and nodded to the girl. Okay, you keep hiding. I'm going down, Luo Qingtian said, intending to go to the next floor to check. The girl heard Luo Qing was going down and stepped forward to pull Luo Qingtian down. Luo Qingtian dodged the girl's hand. What are you doing? The girl held up a finger and whispered, Don't go down there. The people down there are dangerous. I barely escaped, and you easily get caught if you go down. Luo Qingtian looked the girl up and down and said, Who are those people down there? The girl shook her head. I only know there's a guy named Zhang Hao in there. He used to be a gangster, and was often arrested by the police. I don't know the rest. What's your relationship with Zhang Hao? The girl pursed her lips. He was my boyfriend before the apocalypse. Afterward, he and I hid here. Later, a group broke in, and he sent me out. Later, they captured a lot of women, and I escaped while they were sleeping. There were so many spiders upstairs. They didn't dare come up, so they left me to fend for myself. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. Okay, I get it. Do they have superpowers? The girl thought for a moment and said, You mean the superpower who can conjure weapons out of thin air? Their boss can conjure up a lot of weapons out of thin air. And that guy can even create weapons with his bare hands. I saw him transform an iron rod into a pistol. Luo Qingtian frowned. There's such a superpower? She had never heard of it in her previous life. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian grew even more curious about this boss. Thank you for telling me. Do they have other superpowers? The girl nodded quickly. Yes, they have a water-type one. That boss has to get water from the water-type woman every day for washing. They also have a flying superpower, and that superpower is very fast. In short, they're very powerful. You're so beautiful, you better not go down. Chapter 55. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected such a small organization to contain so many people with special abilities. It seemed many had already awakened their special abilities. Although it was somewhat dangerous, Luo Qingtian decided to quietly go down and take a look. The girl standing nearby saw Luo Qingtian's movements, and a hint of pity flashed in her eyes. She didn't try to stop Luo Qingtian, but returned to the box she had taken shelter in and crawled back inside. Luo Qingtian cautiously descended the stairs. After a few steps, he heard the sound of a woman crying downstairs. Kill me, you beasts! Ah! A woman's miserable scream echoed, followed by a man's curse. You bitch, dying isn't that easy. Dare to bite me. I beat you to a pulp. Then, there was the sound of clanging and knocking, followed by another man's voice. Old third, be gentle. There are some spiders up there. It would be bad if they were attracted down there. Okay, I get it. This bitch is so ungrateful she even wants to die. I just want her to know that, in my place, living is more terrifying than dying. Ha ha ha. The man laughed, and then the sound of a man beating and a woman whimpering could be heard again from downstairs. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill. He saw the entire scene downstairs. Especially when he saw the man called Old Third trampling a naked woman and beating her, a murderous intent flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. And then Luo Qingtian did just that. She walked silently to the junction of the lower and upper floors. Someone was patrolling the corridor entrance. Seeing Luo Qingtian suddenly appear, just as he was about to shout, a dagger flew from Luo Qingtian's hand, piercing the man's throat. The man stared at Luo Qingtian in shock, staggering to the ground. Luo Qingtian didn't pause, commanding the Bai to quickly descend and find shelter. Flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand, and she stood at a high corner, bowstring fully drawn. Anyone approaching the corner would be instantly killed by Luo Qingtian. Finally, the men noticed something was amiss, and quickly gathered to investigate. Soon, they located Luo Qingtian not far away. Luo Qingtian had already killed nearly half of their men, and the men were furious. They all drew their weapons to fight Luo Qingtian. The men on the opposite side were all armed. They didn't care if they could hit him or not, just fired in Luo Qingtian's direction. Luo Qingtian, holding onto the vines with one hand, dodged carefully in the air like a nimble monkey. Gunfire rang out continuously, hitting Luo Qingtian all around. Luo Qingtian didn't dare stop, connecting the vines around her while searching for favorable terrain. The men on the other side, seeing how easily Luo Qingtian dodged, fired at a frenzied pace. One of them even unleashed a continuous stream of machine gun fire at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowly escaped being shot several times. This floor wasn't large, and Luo Qingtian quickly reached the end of the hall. There was no escape route ahead, and the entire floor was ravaged by the gunfire and ammunition from the opposing forces. At this point, someone on the other side shouted, "You bitch, are you looking for death? You're looking for trouble here? Come here and serve us well from now on, or I turn you into a hornet's nest." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the people across from him, a sarcastic smile on his face. The next moment, a giant white tiger descended from nowhere, crushing the group. In one gulp, it bit off the head of the man who had spoken first. "Second brother." As the man died, the people behind him began to cry out. The gunshots rang out again. Some aimed at Dabai, others at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian retrieved a bank-grade door from his space and placed it in front of him for cover. The incoming bullets slammed into the door. At that moment, a man suddenly rushed out of midair, a whirlwind swirling around him. He rode the wind and waves, swiftly rushing towards Luo Qingtian. As he approached Luo Qingtian, he suddenly pulled out a submachine gun and, aiming downward at Luo Qingtian, began to fire. Luo Qingtian's face paled slightly. Was this the flying man the woman upstairs had mentioned? It turned out to be a wind-type psychic. Luo Qingtian dodged again, but the wind-type psychic quickly located Luo Qingtian. Every time Luo Qingtian tried to attack the psychic, it flew away, driving her a little frantic. She immediately released Xiaolu from the space. "Xiaolu, see if you can catch that wind-type psychic." Xiaolu's body began to spin in place, gradually growing larger and taller. Then, as if with eyes, the vines around her grabbed the mid-air psychic from all directions. The man had never imagined Luo Qingtian possessed such a power. He quickly turned and tried to escape, but Xiaolu's tentacles quickly grabbed him. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and shot at the wind-type user. The dagger pierced the user's throat. Then he died within Xiaolu's grasp. Xiaolu excitedly pulled the wind-type user toward her, and the next moment, Luo Qingtian watched as Xiaolu swallowed the wind-type user. Xiaolu's tentacles formed a platform in front of Luo Qingtian, and Luo Qingtian stepped onto it. Xiaolu then slowly lifted Luo Qingtian up. Luo Qingtian stood high, looking down at the people below. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. He drew his bow and released his arrows, which rained down like a blazing rain. The men still shooting at Dabai were pierced by Luo Qingtian's arrows. The ordinary people were not strong enough, and some were incinerated by the flames of the arrows. The remaining few, terrified by this scene, stopped fighting Luo Qingtian and turned to run outside. Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting these arsonists, murderers, and looters go. "Dabai, stop them!" Luo Qingtian shouted into the distance. Dabai immediately leaped up, throwing himself in front of the group, blocking their path. Among the remaining men, one man suddenly grew immensely larger. He swung his fist at Dabai's tiger head. But before he could strike Dabai, Dabai leaped up and bit off his arm. 3 arrows flew in, piercing his heart. He endured the excruciating pain and turned, just in time to see Luo Qingtian, watching from above. The man fell heavily to the ground, and the next moment, he saw Xiaolu's tentacles tightly enveloping him. Then, Xiaolu swallowed him whole. Xiaolu's body began to wriggle slightly, and then it lowered Luo Qingtian back to the ground. Its own body began to change. Chapter 56. Luo Qingtian stared at Xiaolu nervously. Xiaolu grew, then shrank, until Xiaolu became the size of a billiard ball, and suddenly leaped into Luo Qingtian's palm. Luo Qingtian stared at Xiaolu blankly. She remembered that Xiaolu had just devoured the enlarged psychic. Could Xiaolu be able to absorb psychic abilities? Just as she was thinking this, she saw Xiaolu begin to spin in her palm. Suddenly, Xiaolu's tentacles grew wildly, condensing into a shield that tightly enveloped Luo Qingtian. The next moment, a water arrow struck Xiaolu's condensed shield. Luo Qingtian remained unharmed. With a grim expression, she looked in the direction of the water arrow. There, a man was condensing another water arrow towards her. Water element? Luo Qingtian remembered that the woman upstairs said the water element was a woman. And the boss who transformed his bare hands into pistols hadn't appeared since the battle began. Luo Qingtian's flying fire bow appeared in his hand. As the water arrows flew towards him, he drew his bow and released them. 3 flames shot out. The water arrows that had burned the water esper dry also pierced this esper's heart. The esper opened his mouth and fell heavily to the ground. The moment the man fell, a group of ragged women rushed out from behind him. They rushed over the fallen man and smashed his body with their fists. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Luo Qingtian's mind again. Kill 3 second-level espers, and your hunter level will be upgraded. 3 arrows at level 9, increasing range by 100 meters. Total range, 1,200 meters. Trap level 4, mental perception level 2. Growth level 3. Healing skill level 1. Luo Qingtian listened to the voice in his head, and instantly felt something was amiss. The number of psychics seemed normal, yet also abnormal. At this moment, a woman approached Luo Qingtian. Are you here to save us? Luo Qingtian stopped talking and looked around. So far, the so-called boss hadn't appeared. Did he escape early? Luo Qingtian activated her third skill to its maximum. Finally, she turned and walked towards the corridor. The woman behind her wanted to follow, but Luo Qingtian turned and looked at them. On the outskirts of Xiqing District, near the mountains, the military is establishing a safe base. If you want to survive, go there. With the military there, perhaps you can still survive. As Luo Qingtian was about to leave, the women behind her asked, It's so far out on the outskirts of Xiqing District, how can we get there? Besides, it's so dangerous out there, and you're so strong, can you take us there? Otherwise, how will we survive? Luo Qingtian stopped and turned, a hint of sarcasm on his face. What do your lives have to do with me? Go if you want. Luo Qingtian ran upstairs. Dabai, noticing Luo Qingtian's movements, followed suit. Upstairs, the woman hiding in the box stood up and looked around. After making sure it was quiet and clear, she emerged from the box and ran towards the roof. Where are you going? Luo Qingtian's voice echoed behind the woman. The woman froze, and she turned stiffly to look at Luo Qingtian. Little girl, you're still alive. That's great. Where are those people? Luo Qingtian looked at the woman with a half smile. Don't you know? They're all dead, so now it's just you and me in this building. Boss, where are you going? The woman's face darkened, her gaze turning to Luo Qingtian in a sudden, gloomy tone. How did you find out? The woman stopped pretending and picked up a broken iron rod from the ground. After fumbling with it for a moment, it instantly transformed into a pistol. She toyed with the pistol in her hand, then raised it as she looked at Luo Qingtian. How did you know it was mine? Luo Qingtian shrugged. When I met that water-type psychic, I guess you weren't telling me the truth. I think the real leader of this group must be that strength-type psychic. He also has the ability to change a person's size. The woman gritted her teeth and said, Yes, he's my boyfriend. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he delivered me to the men downstairs, and I watched me being tortured. Later, he awakened 2 powers, and his status gradually changed. I also awakened my superpowers. I can create weapons. That jerk originally wanted to kill me, but seeing my powers were useful, he let me stay. They didn't torture me every day, but they never gave me enough to eat. I hate them. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. So you were just watching from nearby while I fought the mutant spiders? The woman shrugged. Yeah. Otherwise, why didn't anyone hear anything downstairs when you were fighting so fiercely up there? It's because I used my powers to turn this floor into a soundproof room. My powers don't just allow me to create weapons. I can create anything I want. Luo Qingtian nodded in admiration. It's a truly remarkable superpower. It's just a shame. You shouldn't have schemed against me. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. The woman's face paled with fear at this sight. She gripped the pistol with both hands and said nervously, You want to kill me? You shouldn't do that. I didn't plot against you. You're so powerful, I was just using you to escape those people's clutches. Luo Qingtian sneered. Is that so? But I don't think you ever intended for me to leave here alive. Otherwise, why would this floor be so full of traps? You even planted a bomb at the doorway behind you. Your ability is truly too dangerous. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and fired, and 3 streaks of red flame streaked through the sky, shooting directly towards the woman. for thick walls instantly appeared around the woman. From the other side of the wall, the woman's hysterical voice echoed, "You can't hit me. As long as I leave here, my ability will transport me to a stronger position." Before she could finish her words, Luo Qingtian's arrow pierced the wall and pierced the woman's heart. The wall vanished in an instant, and the woman stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. She would never know why she died. "Why is this happening? Why did your arrow do that?" Luo Qingtian sighed. "Why did my arrow pierce your iron wall? Please, don't you know that superpowers are divided into levels? Yours is powerful, but even the most powerful is only a beginner-level power. And mine is already level 10. Although Luo Qingtian didn't know if her powers were comparable to those of other superpower users, she was certain of one thing: that her powers were definitely much higher than those of many current superpower users. The woman looked at Luo Qingtian unwillingly, her gaze gradually blurring as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57. The woman died. A voice echoed through his mind: "Kill the future master of Villain Island. Successfully recover the creative power. Reward: Hunter skill upgrade. Hunter stamina +1. Weapon slot +1. Triple arrow level 10. Unlock the triple arrow ultimate skill, Meteor Shower. Unlock the ice attribute of triple arrow. Reward: Amos Ice Bow, switchable. Trap level 4, Mental Perception level 2. Growth level 3. Healing skill level 1. Luo Qingtian was surprised and delighted to hear these words. He hadn't expected killing this woman to bring him so many benefits. What exactly is Villain Island? The name sounded very familiar. Could this woman be a future overlord? And recovering the creative power? What does that mean? Luo Qingtian reached out and touched his arm. A series of skill columns appeared in his mind. At the very edge of the skill column, a row of life skills appeared, and the creative power was among them. The creative ability was still gray, completely unusable. Luo Qingtian thought of his new reward, the Amos Ice Bow. He tried to mentally switch to the ice element, and a blue and white bow appeared in his hand. This ice bow looked very similar to the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow, but the Amos bowstring was a white with an icy aura. Luo Qingtian reached out and drew the bow, sending 3 ice arrows whizzing out. Not far ahead, the areas struck by the ice arrows were frozen in a large area. Luo Qingtian tried to switch to the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow again, and it immediately appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian glanced at the new weapon slot next to his skill bar. The Amos Ice Bow wasn't there. Couldn't this weapon slot be for an ice bow? Luo Qingtian thought, and found a Tang sword and placed it in the slot. The sword simply stuck to the slot. Luo Qingtian was shocked again. Luo Qingtian reached out and summoned the sword, which immediately replaced the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow in her hand. Luo Qingtian was now certain that this so-called weapon slot actually gave her another weapon type. For now, the Tang sword was the only long-handled weapon she could use. If she had the chance, she would definitely acquire a peerless sword. Luo Qingtian was in a good mood and prepared to leave the building to try something else. At one point, Xiaolu had emerged from her pocket and was coughing non-stop at the ground. The next moment, Xiaolu saw the dead woman being vomited out intact by Xiaolu, coughing several times as she did so. Then, Xiaolu had once again transformed into the size of a billiard ball and returned to Luo Qingtian's pocket. Huh? Xiaolu won't eat the corpse of a psychic whose powers have been reclaimed. Luo Qingtian curled his lips, beckoned Dabai over, jumped onto Dabai's back, and directed Dabai to leap toward the large French window. The next moment, the sound of shattering glass rang out, and Dabai and Luo Qingtian left the building. After leaving the building, Dabai continued to run wildly through the streets. This battle lasted all day. It was now completely dark. Night was when the zombies were most active. The women who had escaped from the corridor were now running frantically forward. Behind them was a group of zombies emerging from nowhere. Luo Qingtian sat on Dabai's back and patted him. "Dabai, go over there. I see if those zombies can dig up the crystal core." Dabai spun around and immediately ran after the zombies, stopping atop a dilapidated building. Looking at the zombies chasing the woman, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't tried out the meteor shower he just upgraded today. He mentally summoned his skill bar and selected a skill. The Flying Fire Mysterious Bow appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian used it to target a zombie running in the distance, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. Then Luo Qingtian was shocked to see thousands of arrows erupt from the area he'd chosen, blazing like rain. The rain of fire, like fireworks, illuminated the entire area. The zombies that ran into it were reduced to ash in a matter of moments. The running women stopped in their tracks, staring in shock. Luo Qingtian, perched on the high wall, leaped down after the rain of fire ended. She gazed with heartache at the incinerated zombies. Ah, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If I'd known, I should have just used a bow and arrow. Not a single crystal core was left, Luo Qingtian muttered softly as she squatted on the ground, carefully searching. When she found an intact head, she took out her dagger and pried it open. Another long sigh followed. At this point, the women nearby also reacted. They turned around and continued running, but one woman remained. She approached Luo Qingtian and asked, "Hello, can I follow you?" Luo Qingtian looked up at the woman and instantly recognized her. She was the one being pinned to the ground and beaten by the man called Lao San. Even in that situation, the woman didn't give up her resistance, which actually made Luo Qingtian admire her a little. "No, if you don't run with him, staying here will only make you a zombie picnic. Do you know that?" The woman looked at Luo Qingtian firmly. "I know, but I want to become stronger. I want to learn from you and become stronger." She looked down at herself and realized her clothes were barely covering her, her legs exposed. Although the temperature had begun to rise, she was still shivering from the cold. Luo Qingtian found a set of one-size-fits-all clothes from his space and gave them to her. He also found a tang sword and some compressed biscuits and tossed them to her. "These are the apocalypse. You can only become strong on your own. Don't expect others to help you. This is all I can do for you. Whether you survive is up to you." Luo Qingtian stood up and waved to Dabai, who was standing on the wall. Dabai jumped to Luo Qingtian's side again. Luo Qingtian jumped onto Dabai's back and left without looking back. The woman watched Luo Qingtian's retreating figure, her eyes flashing with envy, yearning and longing. "One day, I'd be as powerful as you." The woman quickly dressed, picked up the tang sword Luo Qingtian had given her, and went after the women ahead. Luo Qingtian had fought all day and was truly exhausted. She found a secluded spot, glanced around to make sure no one was around, and then entered the space with Dabai. The air in the space was much fresher than the streets outside. Luo Qingtian returned to her duplex and gave herself a nice bath. Then she fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep. When Luo Qingtian woke, she had no idea how long she had slept. First, she had a hearty meal. Then she cleaned herself up briefly. Then she left the space. As soon as she left, she was stunned. Chapter 58. Outside the space, machine gun fire swept through. Many zombies were marching towards the opposite side, one step at a time. Luo Qingtian appeared in the groove in the center of the battlefield. Luo Qingtian was speechless. Was this how he entered the space yesterday? And now, a zombie had already noticed Luo Qingtian's presence. Ignoring the humans across from him firing their weapons, they charged straight at Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang, on the opposite side, also noticed Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance. Shocked, he stood up and tried to stop his troops from firing. But he was too late. The soldiers' bullets continued to blaze at Luo Qingtian. "Luo Qingtian, get down!" Di Jiang screamed hysterically. Zombies on the other side had already rushed to the two Luo Qingtians. "Bullets, zombies!" Di Jiang almost anticipated Luo Qingtian's death, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He called a halt to his troops' movements, and with a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian knew she was being attacked from both sides. As bullets and zombies attacked her, the little green in her pocket instantly formed a huge shield around Luo Qingtian, protecting her. Then, the little green's vine stretched out towards the oncoming zombies. In a flash, all the zombies were controlled by the little green. As Di Jiang rushed out, the soldiers stopped firing, and Di Jiang's hands flew with lightning. In an instant, Luo Qingtian was surrounded by lightning, and the zombies rushing around were instantly incinerated by the lightning. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang in shock. This skill was comparable to her own level 10 ultimate. Luo Qingtian felt a little jealous. Did this guy's lightning ability advance so quickly? Just as he was thinking about this, Di Jiang approached Luo Qingtian and scolded him. "Are you willing to risk your life for the crystal core? Even if you want it, can't you wait until we're done fighting?" Luo Qingtian was speechless. So Di Jiang thought he just suddenly appeared to seize the crystal core. Did he look like someone who would risk his life for it? "Well, no, actually I am." Luo Qingtian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He couldn't just say he just emerged from space. Just then, zombies appeared again, charging towards them. Di Jiang didn't listen to Luo Qingtian's explanation. He grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand and rushed towards the troops. Luo Qingtian looked at her hand being held and tried to break free for a moment. But Di Jiang's strength was so immense that she couldn't even struggle. She could only let Di Jiang pull her towards the troops. As Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian charged into the camp, the soldiers opened fire again, blasting the advancing zombies. Only then did Di Jiang release Luo Qingtian's hand. "I'm sorry, my tone was a bit harsh." Luo Qingtian put his hands behind his back and shook his head. "I know you care about us civilians. But why are you here, General?" Luo Qingtian calmly glanced at his watch. Seeing the time, Luo Qingtian was speechless. He slept for almost a whole day. "A number of shelters have been established at the first base, so I came here to search for survivors and eliminate some mutants." Of course, Di Jiang wouldn't say he heard Luo Qingtian had gone out. Fearing something might have happened, he brought his men to investigate, under the pretext of searching for survivors. Luo Qingtian nodded, unquestioning. At this moment, Adjutant Li's voice rang out. "General, there's something wrong with these zombies. How come some of them can dodge bullets?" After this, Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang's expressions changed. "Zombies that can dodge bullets, does that mean they're intelligent?" As they spoke, someone shouted, "Look, what's that?" Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang turned quickly. They saw a zombie charging towards them at breakneck speed. The zombie had no arms, and its head was tilted sideways, yet its speed and movements were swift and agile. It was clearly a zombie with awakened powers. It must be a speed-type zombie. Luo Qing's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. He drew his bow and released 3 flaming arrows, whizzing towards the zombies opposite. But the zombie was too fast. Luo Qingtian's arrows could only dart past it, blasting away most of the ordinary zombies behind it. So fast, Luo Qingtian retracted his Fei Hui Xian bow, frowning as he watched the dodging superpowered zombies ahead. Behind him, Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian with shock. Has this little girl gotten stronger again? He remembered that the last time they fought in the cave, this little girl's fire bow wasn't this powerful. As he spoke, the superpowered zombie had already rushed into their camp, charging at the nearest soldier holding a rifle. Ah! The soldier was so frightened by this that he forgot to continue firing. He fell heavily to the ground. The zombie then opened its mouth and bit directly at the soldier's neck. It happened so quickly that no one reacted. "Xiaolu, catch it," Luo Qingtian suddenly shouted. Then a tentacle appeared from Luo Qingtian's body, trapping the zombie just as it was about to bite the young soldier's neck. The flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingtian's hand vanished, and a tang sword instantly appeared. Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed towards the zombie, and slashed fiercely at its neck. The zombie's neck made a crisp metallic sound with this single blow, and the zombie remained intact. But a gaping hole appeared on Luo Qingtian's tang sword. What a tough neck, Luo Qingtian gasped as he looked at the completely broken tang sword. The zombie was now struggling desperately. Di Jiang also rushed over, his hand surging with electricity. He aimed at the zombie, and released 2 bolts of lightning in quick succession. The zombie's struggles instantly slowed. Luo Qingtian wanted to draw her tang sword, but then thought of the one she just destroyed. She hesitated again. Suddenly, she remembered the 8 spider legs. The front of the legs were sharp. Luo Qingtian immediately unsheathed them, and slashed the zombie's neck with the bladed end. This time, the zombie's brain was successfully chopped off. Surprised, Luo Qingtian stepped forward and hugged the chopped head. "It's mine," Luo Qingtian said to Di Jiang behind him after hugging the zombie's head. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. "Yes, it's yours." Di Jiang had just finished speaking when Adjutant Li shouted again, "General, something's wrong. Look around. More zombies are rushing out." The 2 men looked around again. This time, zombies were slowly approaching them from all directions. Chapter 59. Something's wrong. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked around. Zombies were everywhere, even those in the distance, swarming towards him. They were like being controlled by something, and a name suddenly popped into Luo Qingtian's mind. Zombie King. Only the Zombie King could control the zombies so easily. Could it be possible that a Zombie King existed at this time? But Luo Qingtian remembered the Zombie King appearing 5 years after the apocalypse. It shouldn't be that early now, only a year later. At this moment, there was a vibration in Luo Qingtian's pocket. Luo Qingtian felt it. He discovered that Xiaolu had devoured the zombie he had just encountered. Thinking of the zombie's ability, did that mean the shield Xiaolu had created for him was stronger than before? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang. These zombies must be controlled by something. "Commander Di, I go look over there. I leave this place to you." Luo Qingtian turned and was about to leave when Di Jiang stepped forward to hold her back. "Wouldn't it be too dangerous if you went alone? How about I arrange for someone to accompany you? Dijiang actually wanted to accompany Luo Qingtian, but he knew that wasn't possible. He wanted to stay and command the battle. Luo Qingtian smiled and shook his head. No, I can do it myself. In reality, Luo Qingtian had her own selfish motives. The Zombie King was a level 5 or higher zombie. If she was lucky, she could still fight one. If she encountered one higher than that, she could just hide in the space. If Dijiang arranged for someone to accompany her, she wouldn't be able to fully exert herself. Luo Qingtian waved at the sky, and Dabai jumped down from somewhere. Luo Qingtian leaped onto Dabai's body, the flying fire bow appearing in his hand, the bowstring fully drawn. 3 long arrows of fire roared forward, piercing the first zombie and continuing onward through its body. After carrying off a large number of zombies, the 3 rockets exploded with a loud bang, incinerating the surrounding zombies. In a split second, they had cleared out a large number of zombies, a scene that astonished everyone present. So powerful, the soldiers behind him murmured in a low voice. Luo Qingtian gently patted Dabai's head. Go! Dabai exerted force with his hind legs. The tiger and the man leaped out of the zombie encirclement. At this moment, Dijiang's hand flashed with lightning. He once again used his previous skill, and immediately all the zombies that approached were engulfed in a massive electric net. The net crackled with lightning, instantly clearing out the approaching zombies. The remaining soldiers, weapons in hand, continuously fired in all directions. Unnoticed, the incoming wave of zombies was quickly dispatched. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another wave of zombies appeared. Lieutenant Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Boss, these zombies are endless. It looks like there are no survivors left in the city. Should we retreat? Dijiang also considered leaving, but Luo Qingtian had already gone to find the source of these zombies. Would retreating be detrimental to her? If they kept fighting like this, their ammunition would eventually run out. Dijiang thought for a moment, looked in the direction Luo Qingtian had left, and said, Lieutenant Li, take your men and retreat first. I go see Miss Luo. Adjutant Li was anxious upon hearing this. General, you already unleashed your superpowers many times today. If you continue, your body won't be able to withstand it. Otherwise, retreat with us. He knew that superpowers have a time limit. Although his boss's superpowers are stronger than others, they also consume more energy. If this continues, the boss will definitely be in trouble. Adjutant Li refused without hesitation. Dijiang turned to look at Adjutant Li and said, This is a military order. I will open a breakthrough for you now. You must retreat. Dijiang looked around. He identified a direction, and began unleashing his superpowers in that direction. Boom boom boom. The surrounding zombies quickly gathered around them, incinerating them into ash upon entering Dijiang's electric grid. Dijiang shouted, Go! The soldiers gritted their teeth and leaped onto military trucks, charging forward amidst a barrage of machine gun fire. Dijiang released his supernatural powers for a moment, then turned and leaped toward a nearby building. The zombies didn't pursue the departing soldiers. After Dijiang left, all the zombies swarmed toward him. So you're coming for me? Come on! Dijiang said, leaping up again and running forward. Luo Qingtian, perched on Dabai's back, searched everywhere, but couldn't find the zombie king he was looking for. Luo Qingtian activated his third skill to its maximum. Every corner of his surroundings came into view. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian spotted a figure hiding in a dilapidated room. The figure was small and short. Could there be survivors here? Watching the small figure cautiously evade, Luo Qingtian decided not to intervene. She prepared to continue forward, searching for the zombie king. Since it could control so many zombies, it must be nearby. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to continue her search, the little green thing in her pocket suddenly fell out. Then it fell through the window below. Startled, Luo Qingtian could only control Dabai to fall to the ground. The area where the small figure was too narrow, so Luo Qingtian asked Dabai to wait nearby while she went down to search. As soon as Luo Qingtian landed, a swarm of zombies rushed over from all around. A spider leg appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She began to cautiously fight the zombies. Thankfully, the zombies were not very powerful, and Luo Qingtian cleared them out in just a few rounds. She turned and continued walking towards the small room. After opening the door, Luo Qingtian called out to the corner, Xiao Lu, come out. But after that shout, there was no movement from inside. Luo Qingtian frowned. She knew Xiao Lu's abilities. If she didn't come out, something was definitely wrong. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian activated her third skill again and walked into the room. She cautiously stopped in a corner piled with boxes. Then, she kicked the boxes aside. Xiao Lu. Luo Qingqian's voice abruptly stopped as she kicked the boxes away. She saw the small figure in her perception clutching Xiao Lu tightly, even lowering its head and biting it. Xiao Lu's tentacles were constantly tugged at the little figure. At this moment, the little figure raised its head. Luo Qingqian finally got a good look at the little creature. Its hollow eyes were devoid of emotion, and its face was pale, devoid of any color. It was even covered in various cracks. Chapter 60. Seeing this, Luo Qingqian was completely confused. This wasn't a human child at all. This was a zombie, a level 1 at that. Luo Qingqian's heartbeat quickened, and he leaped backwards. A large hole instantly ripped open in the roof, where he had jumped. The broken rocks crashed down onto the spot where Luo Qingqian had been standing. Luo Qingqian's heart trembled violently. This zombie child was quite high level, and it seemed Xiaolu had deliberately jumped down, having sensed its presence. As Luo Qingqian thought of this, the Amos ice bow instantly appeared in his hand, activating its third skill. Luo Qingqian fired 3 arrows directly into the house. The 3 ice arrows shot towards the child's head. To Luo Qingqian's astonishment, they stopped only half a meter away. Control ability? In other words, Xiaolu hadn't fallen on his own. The zombie had noticed him, and was controlling his fall. Luo Qingqian hadn't expected this little creature to possess a control-type ability. Even more surprising was its ability to withstand his ice arrows. Luo Qingqian's ice arrows transformed into a flying fire bow. Then he fired them into the house. Just a moment ago Luo Qingqian had worried about setting her surroundings on fire. Now she didn't hesitate at all. 3 rockets whizzed past. Then he switched to ice arrows and fired again. This time, Luo Qingqian wasn't aiming at the little zombie, but instead raking its surroundings with fire, forcing the little creature to continuously use its abilities. If memory serves, in their previous life, zombies were still humans, and their abilities were limited. Luo Qingqian's own powers, for some unknown reason, remained unrestricted. So she planned to engage in a war of attrition with the little zombie. Just as Luo Qingqian had imagined, the little zombie struggled to control the incoming arrows, while also wrestling with Xiao Lu. From this back and forth, Luo Qingqian could clearly feel the little zombie's powers weakening. Seeing this, Luo Qingqian switched to the Amos ice bow again. The bowstring was drawn to its fullest. 3 ice arrows flew directly into the little zombie's face. Bang! A huge explosion erupted inside the house, shattering it to pieces. Luo Qingqian quickly jumped behind her. The little zombie inside leaped out from the rubble, and charged directly toward Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian drew his bowstring to its fullest, and fired another arrow at the little zombie. The little zombie dodged quickly in midair. He stretched out his hands, and waved at Luo Qingqian. The surrounding debris slowly rose into the air, and the next moment, it all shot towards Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian was startled. The vines in her hand surged, quickly forming a protective shield around her, just as Xiaolu had done. The debris flew towards her. It struck the shield, shattering the vines. Luo Qingqian's body was struck by the debris, and he fell backward. Luo Qingqian quickly climbed to his feet. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. A 4th-level control zombie. I hadn't expected this little creature to be so formidable. In fact, Luo Qingqian felt a little relieved. A 4th-level zombie was still manageable for her. But if she encountered a 5th-level one, she would have to think twice. Luo Qingqian stared at the small zombie in midair, and the flying fire mysterious bow reappeared in her hand. As the rocks flew towards her, she dodged and fired arrows. The little zombie saw Luo Qingqian running backwards, and thought he was trying to escape. It constantly caused trouble in Luo Qingqian's path. While dodging, Luo Qingqian kept observing the little zombie's condition. Noticing the little zombie's movements becoming increasingly sluggish, Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity, and suddenly threw a dozen traps around the little zombie. Then Luo Qingqian spun and leaped, his spider leg appearing in his hand, heading straight for the little zombie. The little zombie, seeing Luo Qingqian charging towards him, turned and tried to run. Luo Qingqian shouted, "Dabai, stop it!" Dabai dropped from the sky and blocked the little zombie's path. The little zombie turned, but after a few steps, it was pinned down by Luo Qingqian's trap. Luo Qingqian also rushed over and swung his spider leg. It struck the little zombie's head directly. However, halfway through the attack, Luo Qingqian's spider leg was suspended in midair, and the little zombie's other claw reached out for Luo Qingqian's chest. Luo Qingqian let go of his spider legs and leaped back. The Amos ice bow reappeared in his hand. Swoosh, 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 9 ice arrows were fired in quick succession. The little zombie, already drained of its remaining energy by Luo Qingtian, he struggled to turn and try to escape. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth. "Little Green, if you don't make a move, I give all the zombies I kill to Dubai." With that, Little Green, with a small piece missing from its body, suddenly grew larger, its tentacles rapidly expanding. The next moment, Little Green enveloped the little zombie. Luo Qingtian fired another ice arrow, piercing its chest. The little zombie struggled briefly, before Little Green shoved it into his body. The missing piece of Little Green's body disappeared the moment the zombie was devoured. It quickly grew back. The next moment, Xiaolu spat out a red gold crystal core. Luo Qingtian picked it up and examined it. "Is this the control system crystal core?" Luo Qingtian pondered this and tossed it into the space, wondering if the space would upgrade after absorbing it. Who knows what's happening to those zombies now? Luo Qingtian gestured for Xiaolu to conjure a chair. She sat down and began to release her healing powers. During the earlier battle with the zombies, she had been struck by flying rocks, suffering several fractures and numerous cuts. Luo Qingtian was now extremely grateful for her healing powers. Otherwise, these injuries would have taken a long time to heal. Luo Qingtian continuously released her healing powers. Small green balls of light danced around the wounds. Xiaolu also circled around Luo Qingtian, consuming a number of the green balls. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian stood up, and Xiaolu also shrank to the size of a small ball. Seeing Xiaolu slip into his pocket, Luo Qingtian said, "Xiaolu, it's too unsafe for you to be in my pocket like this. What if something unstable happens, and you get lost again? How about you become my belt or bracelet?" Xiaolu floated out of Luo Qingtian's pocket. 2 small tentacles instantly transformed into a hairpin and pierced Luo Qingtian's ponytail. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. "You're not at a disadvantage at all. I told you to become a bracelet or a belt, but you chose to become a hairpin and stay on my head. Luckily, when this thing changed size, its weight also disappeared. Otherwise, its head would have been crushed to pieces." At this point, Luo Qingtian suddenly realized something. She pulled out the hairpin and shouted, "Xiaolu, after you swallowed that little zombie, you can fly?" Chapter 61. Xiaolu immediately transformed her vines into a chair and motioned for Luo Qingtian to sit on it. As soon as Luo Qingtian sat on it, Xiaolu carried him high into the air. Luo Qingtian looked down in surprise. Dabai was stamping his feet anxiously below. Luo Qingtian smiled. He directed Xiaolu to fly forward. Dabai watched Xiaolu fly away and ran closely behind Xiaolu. Xiaolu had specially woven a flat surface on her head to make Luo Qingtian more comfortable. Luo Qingtian sat leisurely on the chair, occasionally standing up to look around. Suddenly, flashes of lightning in the distance caught Luo Qingtian's attention. "Xiaolu, go over there." Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to fly in the direction of the flashes. Soon, Luo Qingtian could clearly see the scene below. Di Jiang was currently battling a gigantic zombie, the size of a mutant elephant. The zombie was picking up a nearby boulder and throwing it at Di Jiang. Di Jiang panted, dodging the zombie's attacks. A group of ordinary zombies, controlled by the giant zombie, rushed towards Di Jiang. Luo Qingtian now had a clear view of the zombie's level. Level 5 zombie? Luo Qingtian suddenly realized something. The small, level 4 zombie he had found had been hiding in that corner from the beginning. Not waiting for prey, but to avoid this level 5 zombie. Or, in other words, from the very beginning, the zombies attacking Di Jiang and his men were, under the control of the level 5 zombie, searching for this small zombie. Di Jiang's presence meant that the previous troops had already left. Luo Qingtian also wanted to leave at this moment. A level 5 zombie, and one so large. She truly had no confidence in defeating it. But then, her mind suddenly shifted to Chen Hao's dim, empty eyes, his hopeless attitude towards life. Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered that when she appeared beside Chen Hao, he wasn't with Di Jiang, and he had no friends around. Could it be because Di Jiang and his friends had all perished at that time? Luo Qingtian felt a pang in her heart, and instantly abandoned the idea of leaving. She stood above Xiaolu's head, gazing sternly at the level 5 zombie across from Di Jiang. The Fei Wuxian bow was fully drawn. 3 flaming arrows flew out, piercing the level 5 zombie's body. Immediately, the arrows exploded, blasting a massive hole in its stomach. The level 5 zombie staggered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, followed by a loud clattering sound. But what shocked Luo Qingtian was that the giant hole in the zombie's stomach was healing at a visible speed. In less than a moment, The crater was back to normal. Watching this, Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly, KO. It's a regeneration ability. Luo Qingtian drew his bow again, and once again, the flame shot towards the 5th level zombie. Di Jiang was already panting, exhausted from repeatedly using his superpowers. After encountering this 5th level zombie, Di Jiang even briefly considered giving up. But if he did, what would happen to the troops behind him? What about the first base? Just when his physical and mental exhaustion had reached its limit, the appearance of 3 sharp arrows instantly rekindled his hope. Di Jiang turned his head to look in the direction of the arrow. In the air behind him, Luo Qingtian stood on a green sphere, his hair flying. He appeared before his eyes, like a god descending from heaven. Di Jiang felt he would never forget the scene. While he was stunned, Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot his arrow again, his movements graceful and handsome, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. It was dashing, beautiful, and agile. He could hardly look away. Luo Qingtian's movements became faster and faster, and a rain of fiery swords rained down around Di Jiang. Di Jiang's body began to stagger. Dabai, take him away. Luo Qingtian shouted from Xiaolu's body. Dabai then rushed out quickly, slapping Di Jiang on his back with a claw before he fell, and then ran towards Luo Qingtian. The zombies, repeatedly attacked by Luo Qingtian, became enraged, commanding the surrounding zombies to attack Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian unleashed a shower of meteor fire at the zombies that were pursuing him. A vast shower of fire pelted the ground, incinerating every zombie caught in its path. Even the level 5 zombie that entered the rain of fire suffered several burns. However, these holes healed at a visible rate. The massive zombie was running towards them at an incredibly terrifying speed, leaping as it ran. The height of its jump was enough to drag Xiaolu down. After firing several arrows, Luo Qingtian began to feel apprehensive. He said to Xiaolu, Xiaolu, get Dabai and Di Jiang up. Let's run. This was definitely not the time to confront this level 5 zombie head-on. I have a sick person here, and my current condition isn't very good. If I really want to deal with them, I have to wait until they fully recovered. Little Green's tentacles continued to extend downwards, and after capturing Dabai and Di Jiang, Little Green lifted the tiger and the other person off the ground. Luo Qingtian stood on Little Green's body, continuously drawing his bow and shooting arrows, hitting the 5th level zombie, dealing damage to the zombie. Finally, Little Green dragged the group of people and gradually distanced themselves from the zombies behind them. As Di Jiang was being carried atop Little Green, he lay limply on top of her head. I don't know if it was out of relief or reassurance. After a short while, he fell asleep on Little Green's body. Little Green flew in the air for an unknown amount of time. Luo Qingtian kept his 3rd skill activated. After making sure the surroundings were safe, Luo Qingtian directed Little Green to land on a rooftop. There weren't many zombies on the rooftop, and Luo Qingtian dispatched them with a few arrows. Luo Qingtian took out a vine and spun it into a woven mat, then took out a tent and placed it on top. Then he threw Di Jiang into the tent and went to prepare food. Di Jiang had been awakened by hunger, or more accurately by greed. Luo Qingtian had left a lot of meat porridge in her space, which Shen Yunren had prepared for her before she left. When Luo Qingtian came out, she only had to heat the porridge in the pot. Before leaving, Shen Yunren had also fried a lot of meat patties for her to eat with the porridge. As Luo Qingtian heated the porridge, the aroma filled the air, and Di Jiang could smell it from inside the tent. He opened his eyes and looked around, realizing he was inside the tent. He sat up and walked out of the tent. Seeing Luo Qingtian sitting by the pot, eating, he walked over. You're awake? Let's eat. Luo Qing pointed to the steaming pot in front of her, the bowl and spoon beside it, and the meat pie on the plate. Chapter 62. Di Jiang glanced at the sumptuous dinner and said with a smile, Are you always so well prepared before going out? Di Jiang walked over to the pots and pans, poured himself a bowl of porridge, took a meat pie, and sat down next to Luo Qingtian to eat. Luo Qingtian finished the last bite of the meat pie and looked at Di Jiang curiously. Where are your troops? How could you take on a level 5 zombie alone? Di Jiang took a sip of the porridge and whispered, I told them to retreat first. Then why didn't you retreat? Luo Qingtian looked Di Jiang up and down. Could this guy be trying to steal the crystal core from him? Di Jiang, not knowing what Luo Qingtian was thinking, smiled and said, You just said you were going to find the source of the zombie control. I was worried you wouldn't be able to find us when you returned, so I came to find you. This statement successfully pricked Luo Qingtian's conscience. So this guy had put himself in danger just to find him. It seemed he had overthought. Fortunately, he had returned to rescue him. A moment of silence passed between the two. Di Jiang conscientiously finished the remaining porridge and meat pie, then helped Luo Qingtian clean up the dishes. Di Jiang pointed at the tent and said, I already rested for the first half of the night. You go and rest for the second half, I keep watch. Luo Qingtian wasn't polite either. She put down the ingredients for tomorrow morning's meal, and went straight into the tent. Lying in the tent, Luo Qingtian placed her hand on the mark on her wrist to check her experience points. This check delighted Luo Qingtian. All her experience bars were over 3/4 full. If she kept this up, she'd be able to level up again in a few days. Luo Qingtian glanced at the creative skill in the life skills section. She didn't know when she'd be able to use it. She thought of the future island owner she killed, and wondered what she'd done in her future. It actually gave me so much experience. Luo Qingtian fell asleep while thinking. Dabai had been lying outside the tent, quietly guarding him since Luo Qingtian entered. Sensing Luo Qingtian's deep sleep, it stood up and began to cautiously move around. But its steps were so light that they were practically inaudible. Di Jiang, who was on night watch, noticed Dabai's cautiousness, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had never expected Luo Qingtian's pet to be so intelligent. The next day, Luo Qingtian woke up early to the aroma of a delicious meal wafting from outside the tent. Luo Qingtian walked out of the tent and saw Di Jiang cooking noodles. Seeing Luo Qingtian awake, he smiled and said, The noodles are ready. Come and eat. Luo Qingtian nodded and walked over to sit down. Di Jiang poured a bowl of noodles, added an egg and some shredded ham, and handed it to her. Where's the ham? Luo Qingtian took the noodles and slurped them. They were cooked perfectly, and the shredded ham and egg were just right. Di Jiang smiled and said, I brought this with me in case I'm separated from the troops and run out of supplies. Di Jiang then poured himself a bowl of noodles, added some shredded ham, and sat down next to Luo Qingtian to eat together. What are your plans after dinner? Go back or stay here? Luo Qingtian slurped down his bowl of noodles, wiped his mouth, and said, No, we weren't going back. We got chased like that by that level 5 zombie yesterday, and you don't want to get even? Di Jiang paused, looking at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. Are you sure? That's a level 5 zombie. Di Jiang had personally fought it. Not only could it control the zombies around it to obey its commands, but it also had no weaknesses. Even his most proud lightning and thunder were useless. Luo Qingtian smiled at Di Jiang. What? Are you scared? Di Jiang smiled helplessly. How could that be? I was originally planning to go back and gather all my psychics and vanguard troops to fight again. After all, it's a level 5 zombie. If it continues to develop like this, it might be detrimental in the future. Luo Qingtian patted Di Jiang on the shoulder and said, That's a good idea, but the psychics you find must be stronger than you and need to fight this level 5 zombie. If they're not strong enough, even if they come, they just be a supplement to the zombies. Di Jiang was clearly moved by Luo Qingtian. He nodded at Luo Qingtian and said, Okay, then let's pack up and go. Di Jiang thought about it. The psychics in his army were indeed very strong after his training, but compared to Luo Qingtian, they were far inferior. After thinking it over, he decided that working with Luo Qingtian was indeed more cost-effective. After the two men packed up their tent and belongings, Luo Qingtian tied them together and hung them on Dabai's back. Well, before that, we need to agree on who gets this 5th level crystal core, Di Jiang said helplessly. It's yours. I just need to get rid of these 5th level zombies. As for the crystal core, it's all yours. Hearing Di Jiang agree so readily, Luo Qingtian was overjoyed. Great, great. Boss, you're right. When we get back, I donate some rice and flour to the army. That be your reward for your help. Luo Qingtian jumped directly onto Dabai's back. Come on, Dabai's fast. Let him carry us over. Di Jiang didn't hesitate, leaping onto Dabai's back and placing his hands on Luo Qingtian's shoulders. Let's go. Luo Qingtian patted Dabai's head and directed him towards the spot where the level 5 zombie had been yesterday. Dabai swiftly ran and leaped across the rooftops. In about half an hour, he found the spot where he fought the level 5 zombie yesterday. However, there were only ordinary zombies nearby. The level 5 zombie from yesterday wasn't anywhere near. Luo Qingtian activated his 3rd skill. He searched everywhere for the level 5 zombie, but after a long search, he couldn't find it. Dabai had already landed on a rooftop. Luo Qingtian and the other man dismounted from Dabai's body. Should we split up and search? Di Jiang glanced around and asked in a low voice. Luo Qingtian shook his head. Actually, we don't need to look for it. We should just wait for it to come to us. Luo Qingtian winked at Di Jiang, who was puzzled. Luo Qingtian explained, this high-level zombie has a strong sense of territory. If someone, zombie, or animal disturbs its territory, it will definitely appear on its own. Luo Qingtian began to search for a suitable place to fight. Di Jiang followed behind Luo Qingtian and whispered, why do I feel like you know more about zombies than we do in the military? Luo Qingtian shrugged. Maybe it's because I fought more zombies than you all. Luo Qingtian happened to find an open space. Although there were many zombies there, the surrounding area was open and perfect for fighting. Chapter 63. Luo Qingtian leaped forward. Di Jiang followed closely behind. Upon his arrival, Luo Qingtian unleashed his second skill, Trap, all around him. At this point, the surrounding zombies also noticed Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang's presence. They all rushed towards them, but they were now standing high on the roof. Upon noticing them, the zombies gathered beneath the house. Some of the more intelligent ones even resorted to stacking forces. Slowly, they climbed up the roof. Luo Qingtian then said, Captain, if a level 5 zombie approaches, I'm afraid you need to charge forward and act as a human shield. I fire arrows from behind to protect you. Di Jiang nodded. No problem. I fought it yesterday. It should only be able to heal itself. Besides, it's stronger, so it probably doesn't have any other special abilities. Luo Qingtian looked Di Jiang up and down and said, these 2 points alone make it difficult to deal with. In short, you must be careful. Di Jiang smiled and said, okay, I got it. After Luo Qingtian set the trap, the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand. Drawing the bow, she unleashed an arrow, shooting down the zombie that had just climbed up. She then pulled a vine from her hand and found a good spot on the rooftop, using the vine's force to swing to the opposite rooftop. She fired 3 rockets, taking away a swarm of zombies. Luo Qingtian then unleashed a dozen more arrows in rapid succession. Arrows flew. Flames rained down from the sky. They blew away a large number of zombies, and destroyed the surrounding houses. The noise was so loud that it finally attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. Di Jiang remained silent, carefully observing the situation nearby. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtian was still diligently clearing out the zombies. As the zombies swarmed around, Luo Qingtian lured them to a spot and unleashed his ultimate skill, Meteor Shower. In just over 10 minutes, Luo Qingtian had completely eliminated all the ordinary zombies around him. At this moment, a voice echoed through Luo Qingtian's mind. 320 ordinary zombies killed. 36 level 2 zombies killed. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrows level 11, can switch between ice and fire attributes at will, meteor shower duration increased by 3 seconds. Trap level 4, mental perception level 2. Growth level 3. Healing skill level 2, increasing the healing area. After hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian felt even happier. She drew her bow and shot. She pulled the bowstring to its full length and shot at the nearest zombie. The zombie was incinerated the moment it came into contact with the rocket, while Luo Qingtian's arrows continued to advance, instantly incinerating any zombies that approached, or were struck by them. Luo Qingtian had completely eliminated the surrounding zombies. At this moment, Luo Qingtian lamented as he fired his arrows. So many zombie cores, and I didn't get any. Ugh. Di Jiang, who was nearby, happened to overhear these words. His mouth twitched, and he was somewhat speechless. What a money grubber this girl is, still thinking about cores at this hour. Suddenly, a vibration could be heard around them, followed by the sound of running feet approaching. Luo Qingtian glanced at Di Jiang. The 2 men's eyes met, each seeing caution and understanding in the others. Here it comes, Di Jiang whispered. Luo Qingtian patted his head. Xiaolu, take me up. Xiaolu immediately transformed into his true form, then condensed a flat platform around his body. And then, under Di Jiang's astonished gaze, Luo Qingtian gradually rose into the air and flew away. Dabai didn't follow him, but instead walked to Di Jiang's side, his eyes fiercely fixed. Finally, the zombie, as tall as a house, appeared before Di Jiang. The zombie looked at Di Jiang and let out a hoarse, unpleasant howl. Then, the zombie suddenly leaped up, ripping half the roof off the nearby house, and smashed it directly onto Di Jiang's head. Di Jiang quickly dodged the zombie's attack. Seeing Di Jiang dodge, the zombie gave chase, hopping after him. Di Jiang left a trail of electric current in his wake. The zombie howled as it pursued, its body soon emitting a foul, burnt odor. But the zombie refused to give up on Di Jiang. With its territory destroyed, and its own rations completely consumed, it now had only one thought: to devour Dejiang whole. Dejiang repeatedly weaved between the intricate houses, repeatedly trapping the zombies behind him. Then the house was violently demolished by the zombies. Just as the zombie was once again stuck in the distance, 3 arrows blazing with intense flame shot directly into its face. How? The zombie, shot in the eye, fell backward. Dabai, hiding in the shadows, seized the opportunity to advance and begin biting. The zombie then fell heavily to the ground. Dejiang saw the zombie fall and took the opportunity to rush over, unleashing his lightning ability on it. Crackling sounds echoed throughout the zombie's body, and the wounds on the 5th level zombie continued to grow. The smell of burning flesh continued to emanate, but soon the wounds disappeared, and the zombie's body was rapidly healing. As it healed, the zombie delivered a powerful punch to Dabai, who was biting him. Dabai quickly dodged, and together with Dejiang, he rushed back into the complex buildings. Luo Qingtian, meanwhile, continued to fire arrows at the zombie. Fire arrows streaked through the air, damaging the 5th level zombie. The zombie chased Dejiang while dodging Luo Qingtian's ranged attacks, perhaps because he was too annoyed by Luo Qingtian's annoyance. The zombie ripped a nearby electric pole from the ground. Then, like a javelin, it flung it directly in Luo Qingtian's direction. Seeing the rapidly approaching electric pole, Luo Qingtian was startled. "Xiao Lu, get out of the way!" Xiao Lu dodged quickly in midair, but the next moment, a huge rock followed. Xiao Lu continued to dodge. The zombies seemed to be determined to get back at Luo Qingtian, constantly throwing objects at them. This made it impossible for Luo Qingtian to properly fire his arrows. Fly upwards. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge rock was hurled at them. Xiao Lu didn't dodge, so she could only use her tentacles to form a protective shield to protect Luo Qingtian. But the rock's force was too great, and the residual force still injured Luo Qingtian, sending him flying. Xiao Lu's tentacles grabbed Luo Qingtian tightly as she flew. Holding her midair, Luo Qingtian's entire body tensed. Dejiang had been carefully observing Luo Qingtian, and his heart nearly leaped into his throat when he saw her being sent flying. Fortunately, Luo Qingtian was captured by his own mutant plant. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 64. But the level 5 zombie on the ground had no intention of giving up its attack on Luo Qingtian. It found another abandoned car and, with its arms raised high, prepared to throw it toward Luo Qingtian again. Xiaolu was just pulling Luo Qingtian back up above his head. Noticing the level 5 zombie's movements, it didn't bother to pull Luo Qingtian up, and quickly flew upwards. The level 5 zombie on the opposite side noticed Xiaolu was about to escape. It howled twice, waving its arms to throw the car. Suddenly, the zombie wailed in pain. Xiaolu stopped rising and looked down. He saw that the level 5 zombie's arm had been severed by something, though it was healing at a visible speed. Xiaolu seized the opportunity to quickly pull Luo Qingtian up above his head. After Luo Qingtian freed himself from the upside-down position, he lay on Xiaolu's head, retching. "Oh my god, Xiaolu! Why don't you put a safety belt on me? This is too dangerous." Luo Qingtian then looked back in Dejiang's direction. Dejiang was carefully dodging the attacks of a level 5 zombie. In his hand was a short blade flashing with lightning. If you looked closely, you could see that the short blade was actually formed by Dejiang using his own supernatural powers. Luo Qingtian had also recovered. The flying fire mysterious bow reappeared in her hand. As Dejiang and the level 5 zombie engaged in a fierce battle, her arrow once again flew towards the zombie's face. This time, the zombie's entire face was burned black by Luo Qingtian's flames. Dejiang seized the opportunity to use the lightning blade again to cut off the zombie's hand. The zombie's body retreated backward. His hand was healing at a visible speed. Luo Qingtian continued firing arrows while the 5th level zombie was recovering. Just as Luo Qingtian was absorbed in his shooting, he felt a sticky sensation under his feet. He looked down and saw green water oozing from Xiaolu's head. There was a huge hole where the green water was oozing out. Luo Qingtian was startled. "Xiaolu, are you hurt?" Luo Qingtian instantly remembered how Xiaolu had protected him earlier, using her body to block the impact of the electric pole. He could clearly sense the aggrieved feeling coming from Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian squatted down and unleashed 2 healing skills on Xiaolu. But Xiaolu wasn't human, and her skills were completely different from those of humans. Luo Qingtian's healing skills had little effect on Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian then unleashed his growth skill on Xiaolu, but while there was some effect, it wasn't significant. Luo Qingtian now looked at the 5th level zombie still fighting on the ground. To heal Xiaolu, she needed to utilize its regeneration ability. Luo Qingtian's aura intensified. She stood up and faced the zombie. Xiaolu, just wait. I won't let anything happen to you. Luo Qingtian pulled her bowstring to its full length and shot directly at the zombie's head. She had been carefully avoiding the zombie's head since before, fearing she might damage the 5th level crystal core. But now, Luo Qingtian simply wanted to finish the zombie off quickly and let Xiaolu devour it. Over a dozen arrows flew towards the zombie's head. The 5th level zombie, initially indifferent, then dodged, finally devoting all its strength to protecting its head. Di Jiang carefully dealt with the level 5 zombie until he saw the volley of arrows raining down like a blazing rain. He quickly leaped out of the explosion zone. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She had a feeling Luo Qingtian above her was angry. Now, with this attitude, it seemed as if she didn't care about the level 5 zombie's core at all. Di Jiang switched from a close combat stance to a ranged one. He watched the zombies from afar. Every time a zombie tried to escape, he would unleash his net to block the level 5 zombie's path. He didn't dare get too close. Luo Qingtian's arrows were too powerful. Any closer would have caught him in the blast, and Luo Qingtian's arrows were firing at an ever-increasing rate. He looked as if he wanted to incinerate the zombie. Di Jiang was thinking this when she saw the rain of fire blindly envelop the level 5 zombie. Ah, the zombie, trapped in the center of the rain, howled. Fiery holes, melted by the rain, continued to form on its body. His supernatural power activated naturally, and the fiery holes on his body quickly disappeared, then reappeared, repeating over and over again. Just as he was about to break free from the rain of fire, several traps suddenly appeared near the zombies, trapping him no matter which direction he went. Luo Qingtian's eyes were now filled with murderous intent and rage. She noticed the zombies' attempts to escape, and as the rain of fire fell on them, she seized the opportunity to switch to the Amos ice bow. 3 icicles shot out from the bow, piercing the zombie's heart. This scene once again shocked Di Jiang. This girl actually had ice powers? Luo Qingtian then switched to the Feihuaxian bow and continued firing. A voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on triggering a critical hit with anger. Congratulations on activating the primary creative ability. As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Qingtian saw the life skill bar light up. A faint glow emanated from the creative ability icon. Seeing this ability appear, Luo Qingtian was startled and immediately used his creative ability to create several iron walls around the 5th level zombie. This completely blocked the 5th level zombie's attempts to escape. This scene once again shocked Di Jiang. What kind of ability was this? Could it be a metal ability? But the army's metal abilities didn't seem to be like this. Di Jiang didn't dwell on it. While the zombie was being severely exhausted, the lightning flash in his hand appeared again. Utilizing the conductive ability of the iron wall, he unleashed a massive electrical skill. A crackling sound echoed through the iron wall, and cracks appeared continuously on the zombie's body. The combination of fire and electricity caused a continuous explosion from within the iron wall. Di Jiang was closest to the 5th level zombie. Sensing its life force fading, he leaped onto the iron wall, intending to deliver the final blow. The zombie, seemingly sensing Di Jiang's intention, suddenly leaped from the iron wall, charging directly at Di Jiang. Di Jiang retreated. The zombie still managed to grab Di Jiang's arm. Ah! A cry of intense pain emanated from Di Jiang's mouth. Luo Qingtian switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to the Amos ice bow. He drew his bow and released his arrows. 3 ice arrows pierced the 5th level zombie's neck, quickly leaving a large gash. Di Jiang, gripped by the zombie, convulsed in pain as he saw the gaping wound on the zombie's neck. The lightning blade in his hand suddenly lengthened. He gritted his teeth and swung it. The zombie's neck was severed in half. The 5th level zombie howled, dropped Di Jiang, and reached out to hug his neck, trying to return to his original position. Chapter 65. Luo Qingtian's 3 ice blade arrows shot forward again. They penetrated the gap between the zombies' necks. The 5th level zombie's head was completely blown off, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to fly quickly towards the 5th level zombie. The zombie's weak spot is its head, and now that the 5th level zombie's head has been blown off, it was Xiaolu's perfect opportunity to devour the zombie. As the 2 men and their balls flew over, Dubai limped out. In the previous battle with the 5th level zombie, Dubai had charged forward several times only to be knocked back by the zombie. Now that the zombie was dead and Luo Qingtian had arrived, he wanted nothing more than to run to Luo Qingtian's arms for comfort. Luo Qingtian watched Dubai approach and cast a healing spell on the injured area. Then he patted Dubai's head. Dubai performed well. I add beef to your meal when I get back. Dubai was finally satisfied. At this moment, Luo Qingtian approached Di Jiang, whose arm had been completely crushed by the zombies. Luo Qingtian walked over and unleashed his healing power on Di Jiang. Di Jiang's pale complexion gradually regained color under Luo Qingtian's treatment. Seeing Di Jiang able to swing his arm normally, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. It seems our deal has finally been reached. Di Jiang smiled and said, well, I wait for your rice and flour when I get home. As he spoke, Di Jiang moved his arm, which was aching and sore. It wasn't completely healed, but it was much better than before. It seemed he would need to rest for a while before returning home to recover. However, after awakening his superpowers, his physical condition recovered much faster than that of an ordinary person. Even his comrades who awakened with him couldn't heal their wounds as quickly as he did. Xiaolu started coughing. Luo Qingtian turned and saw Xiaolu spitting out a flesh-colored crystal core and a 5th-level zombie arm. Dubai, seeing the zombie arm, quickly leaped over, grabbed it in his mouth, and began chewing on it. The crystal core rolled on the ground, landing between Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. Di Jiang bent down, picked it up, and held it out to Luo Qingtian. Take this. Luo Qingtian smiled and reached out, about to take the crystal core, when it melted in Di Jiang's hand. Luo Qingtian's mouth dropped open in shock. Even Di Jiang was stunned. At that moment, he felt an indescribable warmth coursing through his body. Ah! Di Jiang, you bastard! Luo Qingtian howled in shock. That was his first 5th-level zombie crystal core, and a regenerated one at that. If he were to place it in space, who knows, the next skill he awakened might be related to regeneration. At worst, his healing skill, after upgrading, might even have the effect of turning bones into flesh. Now this crystal core has been absorbed. Thinking of how his first 3rd-level crystal core was also absorbed by Di Jiang, Luo Qingtian felt heartbroken. Why? Just because the man before him was so superior? He put so much effort into it, and it was gone just like that. Luo Qingtian wanted to howl, to scream, to crawl in a twisted, dark manner. Di Jiang looked at his hand awkwardly. It seemed he couldn't touch crystal cores anymore, especially Luo Qingtian's. He absolutely couldn't. The question was, how could he possibly absorb the regeneration core? Di Jiang realized at this moment that his shoulder, which had been aching a moment earlier, was completely pain-free. Even his strength and abilities were increasing. Luo Qingtian glared at Di Jiang with gritted teeth. She would occasionally bar her teeth and breathe on him. She was like a pissed-off wild cat, ready to pounce and bite Di Jiang at any moment. I'm sorry, Miss Luo. I didn't know it would be like this. Ah, shut up. I want to bite you to death the moment I see you. I guess we have a nemesis. If I ever cross your path, I definitely suffer. Luo Qingtian glared at Di Jiang with a grin, turned around, called Dubai, and jumped onto Dubai's back, ready to leave. Watching Luo Qingtian leave, Di Jiang stepped forward. Miss Luo, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Here's how. When I return, I give you all the crystal cores you can use in the army. After saying this, Luo Qingtian felt a little better. But now she truly didn't want to stay with Di Jiang anymore. For the sake of her crystal core, she gritted her teeth and threw her backpack to Di Jiang. Since you have the ability to regenerate now, let's go our separate ways. Luo Qing patted Dubai's head and prepared to leave. Di Jiang continued fearlessly. Then, Miss Luo, you promised to give the military rice and flour. Get lost. Luo Qingtian cursed angrily and vanished from Di Jiang's sight the next moment. Di Jiang touched his nose and watched Luo Qingtian leave in silence, feeling a sense of indescribable frustration. Even though he had the ability to regenerate, why did he feel so frustrated? He sighed and shouldered the backpack Luo Qingtian had thrown him. He had just checked and saw a few loaves of bread and a few bottles of water inside. These things will be enough to sustain him back to the army. Di Jiang thought, sighing as he walked towards the outskirts. Ah! I'm so angry. Luo Qingtian sat on Dubai's back, howling continuously. This caused the surrounding zombies to chase Dubai. Dubai, having eaten a zombie's arm, is now recovering well, as is Xiaolu. After devouring the zombie with the regenerative ability, all its wounds have healed automatically, and it is now a self-regenerating ball of seaweed. The man, the tiger, and the seaweed moved forward with varying emotions. When the three of them reached the heart of the city, the surrounding zombies had almost completely surrounded them. Luo Qingtian shouted, Xiaolu, get on! Xiaolu instantly appeared and grew larger. Then a vast plane materialized above him, carrying Luo Qingtian and Dubai directly into the air. Luo Qingtian's flying fire bow appeared, and he frantically fired arrows downwards. Then, the meteor shower ultimate skill was unleashed. Luo Qingtian completely eliminated all the zombies that rushed towards him. As the number of zombies dwindled, Luo Qingtian stopped firing fire arrows and switched to ice arrows, aiming at the zombies' heads and severing them one by one. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding zombies fell silent. With no more zombies approaching, Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu's body. He let Xiaolu devour all the zombies. Xiaolu was happy to do so. Hundreds of tentacles appeared simultaneously, swiftly devouring the zombies. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolu spat out more than 10 crystal cores. Chapter 66. The voice in his mind resurfaced. Kill 1 level 5 zombie, 930 ordinary zombies, 132 level 2 zombies, and 4 level 3 zombies. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrows level 12, can switch between ice and fire attributes. Ultimate skill, meteor shower duration increased by 2 seconds. Trap level 4, mental perception level 2. Growth level 4, release mode change to single and group. Healing skill level 2. Hearing the voice in his mind, Luo Qingtian's mood finally improved. Watching a group of zombies staggering in the distance, Luo Qingtian decided to temporarily abandon his zombie attacks for the day. I've been away from home for a few days, so I needed to go back and check on them. Luo Qingtian made Little Green grow larger. Then he and Dabai sat on Little Green's head and flew towards the Huan residential complex where he lived. Xiaolu was incredibly fast, carrying Luo Qingtian to a wide highway in a matter of moments. Having landed there, Luo Qingtian didn't want Xiaolu to be spotted. So, she had Xiaolu drop her off and tossed her and Dabai into the space. She retrieved an SUV from the space, got in the driver's seat, and headed home. Perhaps because the road had been cleared by the military, the journey was remarkably safe. On the way, they happened to see military personnel parked on the side of the road. As Luo Qingtian passed them, he caught the eye of Chen Hao, who had rushed over. Qingtian, over here. Luo Qingtian slowed down, turned his head, and was about to stop to greet Chen Hao when Dijiang's head popped out the window. Luo Qingtian's smile instantly froze upon seeing Dijiang. The car, which had just lowered, accelerated instantly, passing Chen Hao's convoy and heading straight ahead. Dijiang looked awkwardly in the direction Luo Qingtian had left, his lips twitching. Chen Hao stared at the rear of Luo Qingtian's car, bewildered, then glanced at his boss. Boss, what's going on? Didn't you say you were going to help Qingtian fight the zombies? Why does Qingtian treat you like an enemy? Dijiang remained silent, sitting silently in the passenger seat. Chen Hao continued desperately. Boss, you didn't steal Qingtian's crystal core, did you? In Chen Hao's impression, the crystal core seemed to be the only thing Luo Qingtian cared about. Dijiang glared at Chen Hao angrily. Shut up. Drive. Chen Hao's mouth dropped open in shock. Boss, you're not being so rude as to steal Luo Qingtian's crystal core, are you? She's our god of wealth, and you're stealing her things? Dijiang rubbed his brow in anger. I didn't mean to do that. The crystal core dissolved on its own in my hand. Chen Hao laughed at that. So that's why. Boss, you awakened your regenerative abilities this time because you absorbed the crystal core from Luo Qingtian and the other two? Then we need to go back and look for similar crystal cores. Chen Hao figured the army might still have quite a few crystal cores, so he could compensate them later. Dijiang said weakly, it's difficult. After all, it's the crystal core of a level 5 zombie. Level 5 zombies are rare, so even if you find one, it might not be easy to kill. And even if you do find and kill one, who knows, it might be taken by the military brass. Dijiang knitted his brows again at this thought. It seemed he had truly offended this girl this time. An hour later, Luo Qingtian finally saw the shadow of Huan community. Despite not having been home for a few days, a metal fence had been erected near the area. Also, large excavators could be seen working nearby. It looked as if they were going to cover the entire area. Luo Qingtian hadn't expected that this first base would already be established after only a few days of absence. Luo Qingtian drove towards Huan community, but was stopped halfway. Who? Luo Qingtian pointed to the Huan community ahead and said, go home. The gatekeeper looked Luo Qingtian up and down, then glanced at his car, a glint of greed in his eyes. How do you prove you're from Huan community? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and sneered at the man before her. Then how do you want me to prove it? The gatekeeper looked Luo Qingtian up and down, then turned to a man beside him and said, aren't you a resident of Huan community? Do you know her? The man next to him looked away guiltily, when he saw Luo Qingtian. I haven't seen her. She's not from our community. Luo Qingtian then noticed the man next to her. It was none other than Han Shuo. She suddenly smiled. Han Shuo, are you sure you're from wine community? Luo Qingtian hadn't expected to run into Han Shuo here. Her body was trembling. Every time she saw Han Shuo, she couldn't suppress the murderous intent within her, but now was not the time to act. She could only desperately suppress the trembling within her. She looked at the man who was speaking and continued, right now, regardless of whether you're from Huang community or not, the first base has been built, and it's time to accept survivors. You two are standing in the way. It's obvious you're trying to make things difficult for those fleeing. Aren't you afraid of being caught? The man opposite looked at Luo Qingtian's sullen face, as if afraid of making a big deal out of this. He pointed to a booklet and said, register here, and temporarily leave your car here. We return it to you after we investigate it thoroughly. Luo Qingtian looked at the man in front of him with understanding. So, he had his eye on her SUV. How dare he? These cars I ordered were all custom-made at great expense before the apocalypse. Now he's just opening his mouth and wanting to take them away. He's simply dreaming. You want my car? Luo Qingtian looked at the man in front of him with a half-smile. The man's expression faltered after Luo Qingtian exposed his secrets. But thinking about how he have a car in the future, making it easier to travel and go out, he gritted his teeth and said, it's not that I need your car, but your identity is uncertain, and we have to consider the safety of the base. Oh, so you mean by taking my car, you can guarantee the safety of the base? Luo Qingtian's hand tapped lightly on the steering wheel, and she showed no sign of getting out. The gatekeeper had lost all patience and pointed his gun at Luo Qingtian. Are you going to get out or not? Leave your car here. Or I kill you right here. Luo Qingtian's eyes were sullen, his brows cold. You mean if I don't give you the car, you kill me? This time, Luo Qingtian was truly furious and laughed. She got out of the car under the gaze of the men at the gate. Then, staring at the muzzle of the gun, she walked straight up to the man. Chapter 67. The man saw Luo Qingtian get out of the car and reached out to him, shouting, give me the keys. You can get in. Of course, if you need to get back to the car, you can find me at the second Ring Road Mountain building. Luo Qingtian looked at the dirty hand extended in front of him, and the malicious words. He smiled and said, okay. As long as you're still alive. With that, Luo Qingtian grasped the man's hand. There was a crack. The man's wrist bent awkwardly to the side. Ah! The man howled miserably. He looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, wanting to fire with his other hand. The moment he raised his hand, Luo Qingtian grabbed his other arm and squeezed it hard. Ah! Another scream, and both of the man's arms were crushed by Luo Qingtian. The man's entire body began to convulse with pain. Han Shuo, watching the scene nearby, looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. Luo Qingtian, what are you doing? This guy's a relative of the base leader. You're hurting him like this. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups? Han Shuo screamed at Luo Qingtian, not even noticing how trembling his voice was. Luo Qingtian chuckled at Han Shuo, who was losing his temper in front of him. What? You recognize me now? Why didn't you say you knew me just now? Luo Qingtian walked towards Han Shuo, his mind racing with memories of his past life, where Han Shuo and Lu Shiqi had murdered him. Han Shuo could see that Luo Qingtian had always harbored murderous intent towards him. He couldn't understand. Hadn't he and Lu Shiqi just done some romantic things behind her back? Why did Luo Qingtian hate him so much? Was it love turning into hate? Han Shuo's face immediately shifted to one of sorrow and sincerity. Qingtian, I know Lu Shiqi, and I did something wrong and hurt you, but I truly love you. Can you please forgive me? I missed you so much these past few days. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian chuckled instead, stepped forward, and slapped Han Shuo hard across the face. Han Shuo was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground far away. Luo Qingtian's Fei Xianbao appeared, ready to shoot Han Shuo dead. At this moment, a group of uniformed men approached. They stared at Luo Qingtian, their eyes brimming with anger. The wailing man on the ground yelled, Captain, this person is trying to break into the base and commit crimes. Kill her. Han Shuo then scrambled to his feet and said, Captain, I wouldn't let her in, and she attacked me. Han Shuo's face was swollen. Several of his teeth had been knocked out by Luo Qingtian's blow. At this moment, his words to the man calling him captain were leaking. But the captain still understood what was going on. He looked at Luo Qingtian with a dark gaze, his eyes etched with undisguised murderous intent. Anyway, the higher-ups had said that anyone causing trouble in the base or eating human flesh would be shot. The little creature before him clearly hadn't gone hungry, and the car looked so new and luxurious. It must have a lot of goodies in it. Besides, he hadn't seen Luo Qingtian among the connected people in the higher-ups, so killing her shouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, he directed the others, shouting, "Shoot! Avoid that bitch's car! I want it!" Upon hearing this, the people around him drew their guns and aimed them in Luo Qingtian's direction. Luo Qingtian had released Xiaolu from the space when these people appeared. Xiaolu was now swirling in Luo Qingtian's hair. At that moment, gunshots rang out, and bullets whizzed towards Luo Qingtian. The moment the bullets struck Luo Qingtian, a huge shield appeared around him, protecting him. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the people before him, and switched from the flying fire mysterious bow to the aimless ice bow. 3 wrist-thick icicles shot forward, freezing the shooters within. Looking at the people before him, Luo Qingtian switched to her spider legs. "You all want my car?" Luo Qingtian smiled grimly. Her spider legs were incredibly sharp. She walked up to the man and swung them fiercely, severing his arm. "Ah!" The man's miserable wail rang out. Luo Qingtian was about to continue his attack when a woman's voice from behind him shouted, "Stop!" Huishi rushed over and fired a shot in Luo Qingtian's direction before even reaching him. Xiaolu's shield quickly appeared, trapping the bullet firmly in its woven shield. Huishi then fired another shot. The bullet flew straight towards Luo Qingtian's face. Xiaolu's shield appeared at the perfect moment, blocking each incoming shot. Huishi had already rushed to Luo Qingtian's side. "You again? What? Are you trying to cause trouble in the base?" Huishi remembered Luo Qingtian. After all, she once set her eyes on Luo Qingtian's RV, but Luo Qingtian wouldn't give her anything. Ever since then, she held a grudge against Luo Qingtian. These past few days, she'd been searching for Luo Qingtian and the RV. She wanted to find a chance to seize the car. I wonder who it was. No wonder these people were so eager to snatch the car the moment they met, and would kill if they didn't give it to them. It all took their cues from the owner. Luo Qingtian glared at Huishi sarcastically. Huishi gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to go against the military? You die here today." Huishi pointed her pistol at Luo Qingtian, but before she could fire, Luo Qingtian had already kicked her in the chest, sending her flying. "I didn't know I had to be stopped by you scumbags from returning home. Since you don't want me to have a good life, then you all should die here." Luo Qingtian activated his third skill, and the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. She had originally used the aimless ice bow simply to teach these people a lesson. This time, she truly intended to kill. Luo Qingtian drew her bow to full strength and aimed directly forward. Boom! Flames flew out, exploding at the end. The explosion echoed, sending all the cars in the row ahead flying. Only then did Huishi fully grasp the terrifying power of Luo Qingtian before her. She was a multi-aspect Esper. Huishi was only a speed-type Esper, and she now knew clearly that she was no match for Luo Qingtian. She lost all desire to fight, and turned to flee. Luo Qingtian didn't chase her, but turned to look at Han Shuo. Today, she had to kill Han Shuo. But when she turned, she realized that Han Shuo had already vanished, and not far away, several men who looked like soldiers were rushing towards them. Chapter 68. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, each gesture imbued with solemnity and seriousness. Though they were running, their formation was not disrupted by the rush. On the contrary, their movements were clean and sharp, completely different from the uniformed group before them. Luo Qingtian coldly regarded the men charging towards him, many of whom he recognized. When the soldiers reached Luo Qingtian, they were stunned by the scene. "Miss Luo, what happened?" The speaker was Ma Ji. He was a space-based psychic, and the army's main source of food. He now managed the security surrounding the base. He had just received a message from a man saying that criminals were attempting to break into the base and cause trouble. Without a second thought, he brought his men. He hadn't expected the criminals the man was referring to be Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian sneered, "That man told me to leave my car behind before I could enter, or I'd die. He even shot me with a gun. To save my life, I chopped off his arm." Luo Qingtian glanced at the leading captain. "Oh, that guy attacked me right away, demanding I give him my car. I only have one car, Commander Ma. Who do you think I should give it to?" 2 people who came to Luo Qingtian for his car had their arms chopped off, and several others had their feet frozen by his ice bow, unable to move. The captain, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's not the case." She was trying to force her way in. The entrance was still under construction, so there were no surveillance cameras, let alone video footage. The half-dead captain refused to admit his evil deeds. Ma Ji trusted Luo Qingtian. He knew the situation at Luo Qingtian's home best. The people at the gate were all survivors from other places. The base didn't want to keep idle people. To maximize the use of these individuals, the higher-ups organized a civilian team. They were assigned to work and maintain order. They were also required to assist with peripheral construction. Because the team included all kinds of people, even some with connections, they had originally been reluctant to deal with them, but they hadn't expected them to abuse their power to provoke Luo Qingtian. Wishiyu then said, "Captain Ma, I can prove this. When I arrived, I saw this woman murdering a group of people. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I'm afraid she would have killed me too." Ma Ji was getting anxious. It wasn't that he didn't trust Luo Qingtian, but Wishiyu was the base commander's only daughter. He couldn't even take Luo Qingtian's side. "Ms. Hua, this Miss Luo is from the Huan community. There's nothing wrong with wanting to enter the community. Furthermore, the base is accepting survivors right now. It's wrong for these people to use their power to stop Miss Luo." Ma Ji was about to continue, but Wishiyu interrupted him. "Ma Ji, what do you mean? How dare you shield her? I'm telling you, if you want to let her go, I absolutely will not agree. I even tell my father about this." Wishiyu finished her arrogant remarks, only to hear a sneer. "Miss Hua, I don't know when my military will start obeying you. Not to mention you're not from the military. Even if the base commander comes, he has no right to interfere in the affairs of my troops." Not far away, Di Jiang strode towards them. Perhaps due to consuming the regeneration crystal core, he looked taller and more robust than before. As he approached, his gaze was deep, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and his brows held an imposing air of heroism. His voice was deep and rich, its tone brimming with undeniable resolve. In just a few seconds, he reached Luo Qingtian and positioned her behind him. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes at the man approaching him, taking 2 steps back slightly to put some distance between him and Di Jiang. When Wishiyu saw Di Jiang approach, a hint of guilt crossed her face, but the joy in her eyes was palpable to everyone present. "Brother Di Jiang, you're here." Di Jiang looked at Wishiyu grimly, not directly answering. Instead, he turned to Ma Ji. "Ma Ji, what happened?" Ma Ji glanced at the 2 nearly lifeless figures on the ground and said, "These 2 wanted Miss Luo's car, and when Miss Luo refused, they shot her." Hearing this, Di Jiang burst into laughter. He had been strongly against organizing an armed force from the beginning. But the base commander insisted, and other high-ranking officials even sent their relatives into the unit and armed them. Now, armed with guns, these people are brazenly trying to rob the survivors. Today, they run into Luo Qingtian and hit a wall. So how many people have robbed and how much more before this? The aura surrounding Di Jiang grew increasingly gloomy, and anyone could tell he was angry. Wishiyu naturally knew this, but she also knew that her father's intention to create an armed force was to create a private army for himself. It's just that this hadn't been completed when they ran into this. She was determined not to let this unit prove they were robbing the survivors' belongings. "Brother Di Jiang, that's not the case. It's clearly this woman trying to break into the base without registering." Di Jiang looked at Wishiyu with a half-smile and asked, "Did you see that?" Wishiyu choked, then puffed out her head and said, "Yes, I saw this woman trying to kill our troops when I arrived." Di Jiang's expression darkened even further. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Qingtian behind him suddenly laughed. "So, Miss Hua, are you saying that if I don't give you my things, I'd be trespassing?" Wishiyu said, "I'm only telling you what I saw. You were clearly killing people when I arrived. If you want to prove you're not wrong, then show me the evidence." Instead of hiding behind Commander D like a coward, Wishiyu looked at Luo Qingtian with a defiant look in her eyes. It was as if she was telling Luo Qingtian that there were no surveillance cameras, no witnesses, and she was determined to nail Luo Qingtian as an illegal intruder. Chen Hao, already near Luo Qingtian, said, "You said you have to believe us just because you see us? Miss Hua, how much truth is there in what you're saying? I'm afraid Miss Hua herself doesn't know." Wishiyu glared at Chen Hao angrily. "Chen Hao, what do you mean? You have no right to speak here." Chen Hao sneered. "I'm telling you, half of these people know you. Who here doesn't know that?" Luo Qingtian, not wanting Chen Hao to provoke Wishiyu by speaking up, patted him on the shoulder and looked at Di Jiang. "Captain D, are these people from your military?" Di Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "No. These people shouldn't be here in the first place." Luo Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. "That's great. Then I won't have to worry about your so-called military or higher-ups taking revenge on me after I present the evidence." Chapter 69. When Luo Qing arrived, she pointed to her car. Commander D, my car has been running a dashcam. Oh, and by the way, it has 4 cameras, which clearly record everything that happened and was said. After this, the expressions of those present varied. Huishiyu's face paled, and the 2 half-dead men on the ground trembled. Ma Ji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. No one had expected someone to have a camera in their car at this time. After enduring extreme cold, extreme heat, floods, mutant creatures, and zombies, no one had expected a car's dashcam to still be functioning. Di Jiang, without a word, walked directly to Luo Qingtian's car and reviewed the surveillance footage. After exiting the car, Di Jiang drew his pistol, aimed at the chests of several men, and fired 3 times. He killed the men who had attempted to harm Luo Qingtian. Brother Di Jiang, what are you doing? Huishiyu stared at Di Jiang's actions in shock. Di Jiang sneered. These kinds of people are out there with guns, committing crimes. We saw it today, but what about the survivors who didn't see it? What kind of harm will they suffer from these people? Miss Hu, I will personally speak to Captain Huiji about this matter. We don't need these incompetent troops guarding this place anymore. I will arrange for my military personnel to come personally. Di Jiang then looked at Luo Qingtian, a hint of apology on his face. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes. So, sir, can I go back now? Di Jiang nodded. Of course. Today's incident was our fault. I arranged for someone to bring gifts to Miss Luo to apologize later. Luo Qingtian nodded, turned back to his car, started the engine, released the brakes, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly drove through the gate under Huishiyu's resentful gaze. When Luo Qingtian returned to Wine Community, he found that the gate had been raised, and a new guardrail had been installed around the perimeter. There was even a security guard at the gate. Luo Qingtian was a little surprised. He had only been away for a few days, yet he felt as if he were in another world. The security guard looked familiar. He must be a resident of Huan Community. When Luo Qingtian drove in, the man tried to stop him. But when he saw that it was Luo Qingtian in the car, he instantly gave up the idea of stopping him, and quickly opened the gate to let Luo Qingtian in. When they got home, Shen Yuren practically jumped for joy when he saw Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, you're finally back, Shen Yuren said, as he helped Luo Qingtian with his slippers and belongings. Luo Qingtian walked into the room and looked around. Where's He Xiao? Shen Yuren smiled and said, He Xiao has been recruited to the base headquarters. The base is now in the middle stages of construction, and is divided into 3 ring roads. Our community is right at the edge of the mountains, belonging to the 2nd ring road of the city. Chen Xiao used to be a computer programmer, and also knows electronics. When the base was hiring, he went for an interview. He's now a core technical staff member in the 2nd ring road of our city. Luo Qingtian nodded. That's great. How's the salary? Shen Yuren smiled and said, they say it's 10 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and a bag of salt a month. At this time, money is worthless. Food is the foundation of everything. Compared to those who can't even afford to eat, He Xiao's treatment is already quite good. Yeah, quite good. Have you been home alone these days? Shen Yuren gave an awkward smile. Yes. Xiao, and I don't have a key to this house, and I only know how to cook. I'm just waiting for you to come back. While you were away, I took half of the beef you left and made it into beef jerky. I thought you could take some with you next time you go out. As they chatted, they sat down on the sofa, and Luo Qingtian settled comfortably in front of the TV. It's been several days since I've been home. I didn't expect the base to be built so quickly this time. It feels like a lifetime ago. Shen Yuren smiled and said, yes. I didn't expect so many buildings and high walls to appear overnight. And on that mountain over there, a very tall structure suddenly appeared, and it looks quite luxurious. I didn't expect such a luxurious building to be built even at this time. Luo Qingtian understood. He assumed that most of the construction work was done by those with earth and gold type abilities. With their help, some construction projects are truly a piece of cake. As the two were talking, there was a knock at the door. Shen Yuren quickly stood up and said, He Xiao should be back by now. I go open the door. Shen Yuren hurried to open the door, only to find that not only He Xiao was standing there, but also Chen Hao, Di Jiang, and Ma Ji. He Xiao looked at Shen Yuren awkwardly and said, they were already waiting at the door when I came back. In reality, He Xiao didn't particularly like those 3. Every time Luo Qingtian saw them, except for Chen Hao, the others made him unhappy. Shen Yuren glanced at Luo Qingtian behind him. Let them in. She'd still be at the base for a while anyway. There were things and people she couldn't ignore. Hearing Luo Qingtian's voice, Chen Hao was the first to enter the room. He deftly changed his shoes and ran to sit across from Luo Qingtian. "Qing, has my boss offended you again this time?" Luo Qingtian gave Chen Hao an unpleasant look, but without saying a word, he picked up the biscuits in front of him and began to eat. Seeing Luo Qingtian like this, Chen Hao knew his boss had deeply offended Luo Qingtian. Add to that the incident he encountered on his way back today. They were genuinely afraid Luo Qingtian would just leave in a fit of rage. Although the base wasn't short of food right now, the rice, flour, and other groceries Luo Qingtian had provided were far superior to what they could find on their own. Di Jiang sat down awkwardly next to Chen Hao. He glanced up at Ma Ji as he approached and winked at him. Ma Ji immediately pulled a box from his spaceship and placed it in front of Luo Qingtian. "Miss Luo, today's incident was caused by our military's mismanagement. This is our compensation to you." Ma Ji then opened the box, revealing the zombie cores. 1 third-tier core, 1 4th-tier core, and 3 second-tier cores. Luo Qingtian frowned at the cores, saying nothing. Ma Ji, knowing Luo Qingtian might not appreciate these, quickly added, "We know Miss Luo doesn't need them. These cores are our token of appreciation. Of course, these are also the highest level cores we have available right now." Ma Ji finished his words with an awkward smile. Chapter 70. Luo Qingtian put the crystal core away and looked at Ma Ji. "Captain Ma, what exactly are you doing here? If you're just giving me a crystal core, I won't believe you. Just tell me." Chen Hao curled his lips. "I told you long ago, Qingtian's so smart, he definitely guessed something. Let me tell you." Chen Hao took out a piece of paper and handed it to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, the base is still under construction, but we've been ordered to rescue survivors nearby. However, we don't have many espers in our unit, and even if we did, none are as experienced and powerful as you. So, we'd like you to form an adventure team at the base." Luo Qingtian immediately shook his head. "I refuse." Chen Hao looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "You're just refusing so outright? Qingtian, how about you reconsider? I was planning to wait until you formed a team, and then go with you to rescue my parents and sister." Hearing Chen Hao's words, Luo Qingtian's heart sank. Chen Hao still hadn't realized his parents and sister were gone. Although Luo Qingtian felt heartbroken, she also knew that some things Chen Hao needed to face on his own. She looked up at Chen Hao. "Do you want to go pick up your parents?" Chen Hao nodded excitedly. "Yes, now that the base is built, and I applied for housing for them, now's the perfect time to go pick them up. Qingtian, why don't you join us?" Even for a while, Chen Hao looked at Luo Qingtian with hope. Luo Qingtian sighed inwardly, nodded, and said, "Okay, I won't take the initiative to form a team. If you need any members, just let me know." This was Luo Qingtian's biggest concession. He turned to Di Jiang, who was sitting nearby. "What are you going to do about the situation at the gate?" Di Jiang said, "I decided to disband that so-called unit. I set up a mission board at the base, encouraging the public and those psychics who don't want to be constrained by the military to form their own psychic teams. We obtain food by taking on missions at the mission board. The military has already recruited some plant-based psychics to help us produce food. To further improve the base, some scientists are heading here. We're here to ask for your help in escorting a few scientists who are stranded along the way." Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at Chen Hao, who sat up straight. "I'm not lying. I was planning on having you accompany me to pick up my family, but scientists are crucial. The data we found in the lab is just one step away, and that requires Elder Tian's intervention. For the sake of the country and the people, I'm willing to wait." "Who is Elder Tian?" Luo Qingtian lowered his eyes, reflecting on his past life's memories. She didn't seem to have any impression of such a person. Di Jiang then continued, "Miss Luo, Mr. Tian is involved in the development of the supernatural potion. I wonder if you'd be willing to step in." Luo Qingtian thought of the supernatural potion, turned to look at Yishao and Shen Yunran, and finally relented. "Just call me when we're leaving." Hearing Luo Qingtian's complete reassurance, Di Jiang and Chen Hao laughed excitedly. "Qingtian, I knew you agree. We're leaving in 3 days, get ready." Chen Hao chuckled at Di Jiang after he finished speaking. "Boss, look, Qingtian is right." Neither Di Jiang nor Ma Ji spoke. Luo Qingtian? Was she kidding? Was she only nice to Chen Hao? Neither of them understood why Luo Qingtian was so tolerant of Chen Hao. Could it be love at first sight? Thinking of this, they both felt certain it couldn't be possible. Could this be the charm of the Xinyu? After much thought, this was the only possibility. After the others left, Shen Yuran began to work again. Shen Yurang cooked up all the food that had been saved at home over the past few days. In a short while, the table was completely filled with food. The three of them sat down to eat. He kept asking about Luo Qingtian's absence. Luo Qingtian told them about the situation outside. He talked about some apocalyptic mutant creatures. When it came to the fight with the mutant spider, their faces were filled with tension and worry. When they talked about fighting Dijiang against the 5th level zombies, they were both speechless. No wonder Commander D was so guilty the moment he arrived. So it's because he swallowed your 5th level crystal core? Shen Yuren found it amusing to think of Di Zhang's deflated expression when he arrived, wanting to speak to Luo Qing but afraid. Luo Qingtian nodded. Yeah, but I can't really blame him. He didn't know it would turn out this way. Besides, I couldn't kill that 5th level zombie without him. But the thought of finally agreeing on a 5th level crystal core now being as makes me choke. Shen Yuren handed Luo Qingtian a chicken leg and said, "Don't be angry. We still have 3 days. I prepare some extra delicious food for you to eat on the road?" Luo Qingtian nodded and looked at the two of them. "After I escort those scientists back this time, I apply for 2 houses for you two in the first Ring City area." Hearing this, both of them stopped what they were doing and looked at Luo Qingtian in confusion. "Qingtian, don't you want us to live with you? We can go back downstairs." Luo Qingtian shook his head. "The house downstairs has been taken over, and the security of the 2nd Ring Road isn't as good as the 1st Ring Road. You might be safe here while I'm around. But I leave sooner or later. How will you protect yourselves when I'm gone?" After saying this, both of them fell silent. Yes, it's the end of the world now. While Luo Qingtian is here, they can rely on him. But what if he's gone? Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang promised me that when this supernatural potion is developed, he give me 2 bottles first. I make sure you two have the ability to protect yourself before I leave. The two of them looked up at Luo Qingtian in shock, their eyes welling up. In this apocalypse, they were so lucky to have met Luo Qingtian. Everyone in the neighborhood called Luo Qingtian a devil, a demon, but they knew that was just a protective facade. Luo Qingtian then continued, "After dinner, you two should register your fingerprints on the door. I'd probably be gone for several days, so it's inconvenient for you two to leave. I don't want you bringing anyone home while I'm gone." Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, both of them were delighted and shocked. "Qingtian, are you completely confident in us now?" Shen Yuran was still a little incredulous. Luo Qingtian nodded, "Yes. Go ahead and register after dinner. Make me some extra beef and chicken these few days, so I can take them with me. Let me know if you need anything." Shen Yuran nodded immediately, "Okay. Don't worry." Chapter 71. After dinner, the two scrambled to clear the dishes. Then, with Luo Qingtian's approval, he entered his fingerprints. 3 days later, one morning, Shen Yuran woke early and began packing Luo Qingtian's luggage. Before leaving, Luo Qingtian restocked the household's rice, flour, groceries, and oil, even packing 7 or 8 cartons of mineral water. After making sure they wouldn't starve during his absence, Luo Qingtian gathered Shen Yuran's belongings and said, "I'm leaving." The two looked at Luo Qingtian reluctantly. "Okay. Be safe and come back soon." With that, Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked out. Outside the base's gate, 3 jeeps were parked. Standing in front of the front jeep were Di Jiang and Chen Hao. Across from Di Jiang stood Huishiyu, arguing with him. To be more precise, Huishiyu was constantly yelling at Di Jiang, but Di Jiang ignored her. As Luo Qingtian approached, Chen Hao was the first to notice her. He waved at her repeatedly, "Qingtian, over here." Luo Qingtian waved back. Di Jiang then looked up at Luo Qingtian and said, "Now that we're here, let's get ready to go." He then took the passenger seat of the first car. Then he looked up at Luo Qingtian, motioning for her to come over. Huishiyu gritted her teeth, glanced at Luo Qingtian, and rushed to Di Jiang's car first, even placing her backpack in the back seat, implying she didn't want Luo Qingtian to get in. At this moment, Ma Ji waved at Luo Qingtian, "Miss Luo, please sit over here." Over Ma Ji's side sat Adjutant Li and Ma Ji. Luo Qingtian nodded and got into Adjutant Ma's car. Chen Hao watched Luo Qingtian leave with an unpleasant expression, then glared at Huishiyu in the back seat with an unpleasant expression. He curled his lips. How inconsiderate. Huishiyu glared at Chen Hao fiercely, but this time she restrained herself from losing her temper. After all, she had come on a mission, and now she needed to cultivate a good relationship with Di Jiang. The private army her father had originally intended to create had been disbanded by Di Jiang with drastic measures. As for a few of her father's men, Di Jiang, while not completely wielding them, had merely assigned them to idle positions within the base. In other words, her father didn't have many people around him who could be of use. Furthermore, after the apocalypse, it became an era where the strong reigned supreme. The most powerful person in the entire base was Dejiang. While their abilities were only at the first or second level, Dejiang was already a fourth level Esper. He was also a dual-element Esper. Such a powerful being must not be made an enemy. Wuxi pulled 2 cans of Coke from her backpack. "Brother Dejiang, have a Coke," she said, handing them over. After the apocalypse, things like Coke and Sprite became luxuries. A single bottle of Coke could even cover a month's rent at the base. For Wuxi to pull out 2 bottles at once was quite a feat. But Dejiang didn't take them, simply saying, "No thanks. I don't like carbonated drinks." Wuxi pursed her lips and had to take the Coke back. But before she could, Chen Hao snatched it away. "Thank you, Miss Wu. I'm not as unromantic as the boss. If the boss doesn't drink, I drink." He opened the ring of the can with one hand and gulped it down. He even burped after finishing. "Wow, so refreshing. It's been ages since I had this drink. I wonder if there'll be a factory producing it after our base is fully built." Wuxi's heart ached. Chen Hao was a psychic too. He was a predictor of the future. But Chen Hao's powers were spotty. This guy was truly useless to her. Now that he drunk the Coke, she was furious but had no place to vent. Luo Qingtian was feeling more relaxed. There were 4 people in their car, and Ma Ji had offered the passenger seat to make it more comfortable for Luo Qingtian. The group chatted and laughed, the atmosphere relaxed. Luo Qingtian had gotten up early and skipped breakfast, so she felt hungry soon after getting in the car. She didn't shy away from it, taking out some steamed buns and starting to nibble on them. Of course, she didn't forget to share the buns with the others in the car. Adjutantly and the others initially declined, but after smelling the delicious buns and seeing Luo Qingtian's bulging backpack, they couldn't resist. They took the buns and devoured them. Sharing food brought the people in the car even closer. The only stranger soldier in the car stared at Luo Qingtian with starry eyes. "Miss Luo, do you produce all the flour for the buns yourself?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes." "What's wrong?" the soldier excitedly asked. "So your wood-type ability can help you grow plants?" Luo Qingtian nodded again. "Yes." The soldier was now extremely excited. "I'm also a wood-type ability user. Since you can help plants grow, does that mean I can do the same in the future? If I reach a higher level and can help you grow plants, then the base will have no shortage of food." At this thought, a hopeful look crossed the soldier's face. Luo Qingtian truly didn't want to shatter the soldier's rosy dreams. In reality, every psychic's abilities were different. Wood-based abilities were divided into plant-based, pure wood-based, and growth-based abilities. Even healing abilities were considered wood-based. Everyone's abilities were different, and their effects on plants varied. "I'm not entirely sure about yours. Maybe you can stimulate plant growth, or maybe not." It's hard to say. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, the psychic's expression immediately turned to disappointment. Then what kind of person could stimulate plant growth? Luo Qingtian pondered for a moment, and a branch appeared in her hand. In front of the others, she used it to stimulate germination. Then he handed it to the soldier and said, "This is the power that accelerates growth. You can try it. Charge your power into this branch. When it can make it sprout new buds, maybe it will work." The soldier took the branch and looked at Luo Qingtian firmly. "Thank you, Senior Luo. My name is Xiaohu. Can I still ask you for help in the future?" Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. "Of course." Xiaohu was delighted to hear Luo Qingtian's approval. After a few moments of chatting and laughing in the car, Luo Qingtian closed his eyes and began to catch up on some sleep. Luo Qingtian hadn't had a good rest since his last trip home. Seeing Luo Qingtian rest, the others shut up. The car suddenly fell silent. The car sped forward. Just as Luo Qingtian fell asleep, the little green creature on his head began to repeatedly tap on his skull. And it was acting very irritated. Luo Qingtian instantly opened his eyes. Chapter 72. Activate the third skill to patrol. Seeing the situation ahead, Luo Qingtian suddenly shouted, "Quick, stop the car! Contact Dejiang." "Stop the car!" Adjutantly was stunned, looking at Luo Qingtian with some confusion. Ma Ji knew Luo Qingtian well, and knew he wouldn't just say anything. He immediately punched adjutantly. "Stop the car! Go find the boss, and get them all out." Adjutantly knew Luo Qingtian must have discovered something. After stopping the car, he immediately contacted Dejiang. Dejiang learned that it was Luo Qingtian who ordered the car to stop, and immediately sent a message to all the cars. After all the cars stopped, everyone got out and gathered together. Luo Qingtian, what do you mean? Stop the car just like that. Do you think we're here for fun? As soon as Wishiyu got out of the car, she shouted at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian ignored her, frowning and looking ahead. Dijiang then whispered, what happened? There are 6 level 4s ahead. There's also a group of level 3 zombies. If we go over now, we run into them. Everyone present immediately paled. 6 level 4 zombies? And a group of level 3s? They have trouble dealing with level 3s, let alone 6 level 4s. Dijiang's expression was also grim. He said, let's take a different route. We better not go ahead. They were escorting someone this time, and couldn't afford to waste time, so they had to avoid the zombies for now. But Wishy wouldn't let them. She grabbed Dijiang and said, Brother Dijiang, she hasn't even been there, so how could she know what happened ahead? Is she just making it up? Dijiang frowned at Wishiyu and said, Wishiyu, we're here to carry out a mission. You insisted on coming along. Now that you're here, please obey my orders, or I have someone take you back. Get in the car. Dijiang had barely finished speaking when the car in front of them started to catch fire. Then the fuel tank exploded, until the entire car was engulfed in flames. Luo Qing said, it's too late. 3 4th-level mutant zombies are coming. Dijiang then shouted, get back in the car. Drive back. Everyone rushed towards the car behind them. Dijiang approached Luo Qingtian and looked ahead. You go with them. I cover your retreat. I catch up with you later. Luo Qingtian glanced at Dijiang. You want to keep the crystal core for yourself? I'm telling you, no way. Dijiang was speechless. He looked at Luo Qing with a frown. Then be careful. Although he knew Luo Qingtian was powerful, he couldn't help but give him a warning. Luo Qingtian glanced at him, and consciously distanced himself from him. At this moment, Chen Hao waved to the 2 men from a distance. Boss, Qingtian, we're waiting for you up ahead. Be careful. With that, Chen Hao and his men hurriedly drove away. In the car, Huishi watched Luo Qingtian's back, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. I know that woman is powerful, but if she stays, will she hinder Brother Dijiang's progress? Chen Hao didn't bother to pay attention. Hold him back? How could that be? My boss might not even be as powerful as Qingtian. Huishiyu, seeing no one in the car paying attention, grew even angrier. She looked outside, mentally cursing Luo Qingtian to death. Luo Qingtian then displayed the Amos ice bow in her hand. She narrowed her eyes, and fiercely glared at a point ahead. It was the first time Dijiang had seen the ice bow in Luo Qingtian's hand so clearly. Is this your ability? Luo Qingtian glanced at the ice bow in his hand and nodded, yes. What's wrong? Dijiang reached out to touch the Amos ice bow, but just as his hand approached, before it touched, it was quickly frozen by a layer of ice, which continued to climb up his wrist and arm. Dijiang withdrew his hand in shock. What a powerful weapon! Luo Qingtian hadn't expected this. When he held the weapon, he hadn't felt either cold or burning. It seemed that the weapon granted by the ability could only be touched by oneself. At this moment, the wrecked car behind them suddenly floated up and crashed directly towards Luo Qingtian and Dijiang. The two quickly separated to avoid it. Luo Qingtian dodged and fired 3 arrows at the burning car. The car was instantly frozen. Luo Qingtian kept his 3rd skill active, and soon spotted the zombie controlling the car. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Dijiang in the distance. 6 level 4s, 22 level 3s, the level 2s don't count. The crystal cores are split 30/70ths. I won't bother with you about the level 5 core. Dijiang thought for a moment and said, 20/80ths, you get 80, I get 20. I give you all the level 4 cores, and you give me 500 kilograms of rice. Deal. Luo Qingtian snapped his fingers. He touched the hairpin on his head. Xiaolu, get to work. Instantly, Xiaolu descended from Luo Qingtian's head and transformed into a giant black ball. Luo Qingtian landed on Xiaolu's head. Xiaolu immediately transformed his head into a flat surface. Luo Qingtian looked down at Dijiang, who was standing on the ground, and said, as usual, you're the tank. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu slowly ascended. At this moment, level 3 zombies appeared from all directions, charging towards Dijiang. Dijiang's hands flashed with lightning, and the moment the zombies approached him, a huge electric net formed around him. Luo Qingtian aimed his arrows at the surrounding zombies, and began to fire continuously. All the zombies that tried to approach Dijiang were shot through the heart by Luo Qingtian, freezing them to the ground. Dijiang remained unharmed, standing still and waiting. Luo Qingtian stood high, observing the surroundings. Now, the 6 level 4 zombies were lurking around Dijiang, ready to move, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the Amos Ice Bow to the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow. She directed Xiaolu to rise higher, then aimed at a zombie behind a boulder and fired directly. 6 arrows in a row. The speed was so fast that the zombie had no chance to dodge. The flames immediately surrounded the zombie. The zombie burst free from the boulder, attempting to extinguish the flames. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity, switched to the Amos Ice Bow, aimed at the zombie's neck, and unleashed 6 arrows in quick succession. The zombie's neck was abruptly severed. Its head rolled to the ground. The death of the first 4th level zombie enraged the others. They no longer hid in the shadows, biding their time, but instead rushed out from their corners, heading straight for Dijiang. Now only 5 4th level zombies remained. Luo Qingtian's movements quickened, aiming his arrows at the zombies. The fusion and collision of fire and ice overlapped within the purple electric net. Half the sky was painted ablaze with color by the 2 men. Dijiang's body was occasionally wounded, but with his regenerative abilities, he paid no heed to the zombies' injuries. Chapter 73. Now Dijiang was like a fighting machine, weaving through the zombie horde. The lightning in his hands flickered continuously, swiftly weaving a massive electric net that enveloped all the zombies. Luo Qingtian stood atop Xiaolu, his arrows constantly switching. Everywhere the arrows struck, they caused a massive explosion. The number of zombies trapped in the net rapidly dwindled under the bombardment of arrows. Until the last zombie remained, Dijiang's power reached its limit. His net began to destabilize. The last 4th level zombie seized the opportunity and charged out. Watching the fleeing zombie, Luo Qingtian became intrigued. He drew his bowstring to full length and unleashed 3 icy arrows, striking the zombie in the head, chest, and body. The zombie fell heavily to the ground. Luo Qingtian stood on Xiaolu and shouted, "Xiaolu, let's go!" Xiaolu quickly flew towards the fallen zombie, its body pierced by Luo Qingtian's arrow. When Luo Qingtian reached it, he found it still wriggling. There was a large hole in its head, though, giving it a sinister and disgusting appearance. A spider leg materialized in Luo Qingtian's hand, and he was about to chop off the zombie's head. The zombie suddenly leaped up and bit Luo Qingtian's neck. Luo Qingtian's body bounced back. Just as he was about to switch to bow and arrow, more than a dozen tentacles suddenly emerged from Xiaolu's body, tightly entangling the zombie, and then thrusting it directly into his mouth. A short moment later, Xiaolu spat out a crimson gold crystal core. A control-type crystal core? Really impressive. Luo Qingtian picked up the core and threw it into the space. Dijiang's voice rang out from behind him, "Luo Qingtian, help!" Luo Qingtian quickly turned around and saw a swarm of second-tier zombies surrounding Dijiang. Firing an arrow in this situation would undoubtedly injure Dijiang. Luo Qingtian switched to her spider legs and released Dabai. She rushed into the zombie swarm with Xiaolu and Dabai. Not since her hunter upgrade had Luo Qingtian fought so hard as she had today. She felt a surge of strength. She swiftly harvested the zombies. Xiaolu also expanded her body, sprouting hundreds of tentacles that spread outward, entangling and devouring any zombies she saw. Dabai bit off the zombies' heads one by one. In a matter of moments, the second-tier zombies were completely eliminated. Dijiang, exhausted, approached Dabai panting. Dabai was no stranger to him. Seeing him approach, he stood in front of him, offering protection. Dijiang breathed a sigh of relief at Dabai's loyalty. But suddenly, to his horror, he found his body stiffening. Then his hands transformed into claws, and fangs sprouted from his mouth. Then, he dropped to all fours and lunged at the zombies, just like Dabai. "Ah, what's going on, Luo Qingtian? What did your tiger do to me?" Seeing his predicament, Dijiang's first reaction was to think of what Dabai had done to him. Luo Qingtian had just finished chopping off the second-level zombies in front of him, and turned to see Dijiang gnawing on a zombie's head. Luo Qingtian facepalmed, "Dabai, cancel skill sharing." Dabai spat out the zombie's head, and Dijiang, standing beside him, did the same. Dabai canceled the skill sharing, and the next moment, Dijiang returned to his normal self, immediately running to the side and retching. Watching Dijiang like this, Luo Qingtian empathized with him. He retrieved a toothbrush holder and toothpaste from his space and handed them to him. Dijiang vomited, staring at Luo Qingtian in surprise. "You're carrying these things when you go out?" "No, what skill is your tiger's?" Luo Qingtian looked away. "It's just a mutant's awakened ability. You get used to it." Thinking back then, it was a spider. The thought of it brought a foul taste to his mouth, and Luo Qingtian wanted to pin Dabai to the ground and rub him. Dijiang was no longer in a mood to speak. He retched while brushing his teeth. The sight was truly unbearable. Luo Qingtian didn't interrupt Dijiang's brushing, but instead directed Xiaolu and Dabai to clean up the battlefield. Xiaolu was now happily devouring the zombie corpse. Then he spat out the crystal core cleanly. Luo Qingtian collected all the crystal cores Xiaolu had spat out, then picked out all the 4th level cores. That left only 22 3rd level cores and a dozen 2nd level cores. After Dijiang brushed his teeth several times, he stood up and walked towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian pointed at the crystal cores in front of him and said, "I collected all the 4th level cores. Now these are what we're going to divide." Dijiang looked and took 4 3rd level cores and 4 2nd level cores. "I take these. The rest are yours." Luo Qingtian nodded with great satisfaction. "Okay, since you're so generous, I let that 5th level core go." Luo Qingtian smiled and put all the cores into his backpack, or rather, into his space. Dijiang then looked at the little green behind Luo Qingtian. "Is this a mutant plant?" Because the little green looked so much like a ball of seaweed. Luo Qingtian didn't want Dijiang to know where the little green came from, so he said vaguely, "Yes. I found it by the water by chance. It liked to follow me, so I kept it with me." Dijiang nodded slightly. Dabai also came over at this time, walked up to Luo Qingtian, and rubbed Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian punched Dabai on the head. "Dabai, remember this. Never use skill sharing again. Do you understand?" Dabai lay on the ground, his paws covering his head, looking very aggrieved. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, touched Dabai, and said, "Remember, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, biting zombies with your mouth is really disgusting." After clearing the battlefield, the two men looked ahead and said, "I bet they're still waiting for us up ahead. Let's get going." Dijiang glanced at Xiaolu as he spoke. He saw Luo Qingtian standing on Xiaolu several times, and he was eager to try. But Xiaolu resisted, transforming into a hairpin and piercing Luo Qingtian's head. Luo Qingtian had no choice but to take out his RV. Seeing Luo Qingtian conjure up the RV out of thin air, Dijiang was shocked. "Are you a space-based psychic? Just how many psychic abilities do you have?" "Not many, just what you see." Of course, she didn't know if she would acquire other abilities in the future. For now, this was all she had. Luo Qingtian stretched and got into the RV. "You drive? I need to take a shower." Dijiang nodded without objection. As Dijiang got in, Luo Qingtian locked onto Dabai with his mental power and flung him into the space before getting into the RV. Chapter 74. Dijiang wasn't driving fast along the way. Luo Qingtian entered the bathroom, turned on the water, and entered the space. She quickly showered in the space and changed into fresh clothes before returning to the RV. When she emerged, she realized she hadn't caught up with Chen Hao and his friends yet, so she simply lay down in the car and fell asleep. 2 hours later, Dijiang finally caught up with Chen Hao's car. It looked like they had been waiting there for a long time. Adjutantly and Chen Hao spotted the RV from a distance and immediately stood up and rushed towards it. "Boss, you're finally back. Sir, is this Miss Luo's RV?" The two rushed to the RV, and Dijiang stopped and got out. Chen Hao liked the look of the RV and was about to get in. He was pulled back by Dijiang. Qingtian had fallen asleep. "You better not bother her." Hearing that Luo Qingtian had fallen asleep, Chen Hao stopped and glanced inside the car. Then he pulled Dijiang aside to talk. Huixiu, who had been standing in the crowd, watched Dijiang exit the RV, her eyes practically blazing. What was there left to wonder? The appearance of this RV meant that Luo Qingtian not only possessed the attributes of ice and fire, but also spatial abilities. Why did all the good things end up being claimed by Luo Qingtian alone? Could one person possess so many superpowers? And with this RV, how much supplies did Luo Qingtian have? Huixiu grew increasingly jealous. While everyone was sitting together discussing the road conditions ahead, she quietly approached Luo Qingtian's RV. As the RV door opened, Xiaolu immediately transformed into a ball of seaweed and floated away. Perhaps because of Xiaolu, Luo Qingtian slept soundly. So, at this moment, she didn't even notice someone had entered the RV. Huixiu walked cautiously inside. The RV itself was quite eye-catching from the outside, but once inside, Huixiu felt even more jealous. The interior was luxurious and comfortable, with a kitchen, food, bathroom, and water, everything you could possibly need. The RV's comprehensive features were fully reflected in its interior furnishings. Huixiu gently sat down on the sofa by the entrance. The sofa was soft and comfortable. It was even more comfortable than her current home. In front of the sofa was a smart coffee table that could also be used as a dining table. Further back was a separate room. It was obvious that Luo Qingtian was resting in that room. The more Wishiyu looked at the RV, the more she liked it. If she could have won, she wouldn't have to worry about going anywhere. It would also be convenient for her father to go out. Once she had captured Dijiang, it would only be herself, Dijiang, and my father in this car. Who in the base would dare to question her and my father? The more Wishiyu thought about it, the more greed grew in her eyes. By this point, she had already begun to murder Luo Qingtian. She glanced out the car window, and saw the people outside still discussing something. She pulled a dagger from her leg. Then she quietly pushed open Luo Qingtian's bedroom door. But the moment she pushed the door open, a green shadow slammed into her. Aya! Wishiyu screamed and was sent flying. Little Green knew the RV was Luo Qingtian's favorite car, so it didn't use much force. It floated out of the bedroom, carefully closing the door. Then it chased Wishiyu. As Wishiyu stood up, Xiaolu bumped into her again. This time, Wishiyu was knocked straight out of the RV. She wasn't satisfied with Xiaolu having knocked her away. This guy actually entered his master's room with a dagger. Damn it. It extended hundreds of vines, and began to lash out at Wishiyu, who had been knocked to the ground. Wishiyu was knocked away twice in a row, and then out of the car. She never saw who was attacking her. Now, being attacked by so many vines, she couldn't see clearly. Not far away, Dijiang, Chen Hao, and the others also noticed the movement from the RV. They rushed over and saw Wishiyu, whose face was bruised and swollen from Xiaolu's whip. Xiaolu's tentacles were still lashing at her. Only when Dijiang rushed over did Xiaolu retract her tentacles and slowly fly back to the RV. Xiaolu didn't forget to close the door before entering. In the bedroom, Luo Qingtian reluctantly opened his eyes. Xiaolu saw Luo Qingtian awake and flew to his face, nuzzling him affectionately. Luo Qingtian gently stroked Xiaolu's round body and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I get up now." Luo Qingtian reluctantly picked up his clothes, put them on, and walked out. Outside the RV, Dijiang frowned at Wishiyu, who was covered in bruises. "Wishiyu, what are you doing in the RV?" Wishiyu was in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up, not even the strength to speak. She looked at Dijiang with a wrong look, tears in her eyes. She looked as if someone around her had done something to hurt her. At that moment, the RV door opened, and Luo Qingtian emerged with a sullen face. He threw the dagger in his hand directly at Wishiyu's feet. "I'd like to ask, too, why did you bring this thing into my RV? Miss Hua, I don't remember ever offending you in any way. Or perhaps, because I didn't agree to your taking my RV, you're holding a grudge against me?" Everyone's expression instantly changed when they heard Luo Qingtian's name. Luo Qingtian was the main force in this mission to rescue the scientists. How could Wishiyu, for her own selfish reasons, disregard the overall situation and go to someone else's RV to assassinate her? This is simply outrageous. Wishiyu, you're outrageous and vicious, aren't you? If it weren't for Boss and Qingtian clearing out those zombies, we wouldn't know where we are now. Chen Hao pointed at Wishiyu and cursed. Wishiyu was in pain and anger. Every time she tried to stand, she felt a piercing pain. She couldn't sit down, and she couldn't even stand up. Dijiang's gaze grew increasingly gloomy as he looked at Wishiyu. He glanced behind the group, pointed at a man, and said, "Yang Rui, come and treat her." Soon, a young soldier emerged from behind them. His expressionless face, after receiving the order, he walked over to Wishiyu and began treating her. Soon, Wishiyu's pale complexion returned to color, and all the invisible injuries on her body healed. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, and glanced at the man named Yang Rui. He could tell this healing psychic was quite high level. Just as he was thinking, Wishiyu had already fully stood up. As soon as she stood, she ran to Dijiang, hugged his arm, and burst into tears. "Brother Dijiang, it's not what you think. I was just curious about what Luo Qingtian's RV looked like, so I wanted to go in and take a look." Chapter 75. Luo Qingtian asked sarcastically, "You brought a dagger into my RV? Are you curious?" Wishiyu gritted her teeth and said, "This dagger is just for self-defense. It fell out when I was hit by that thing in your car." Dijiang looked at Wishiyu in silence, as if pondering something. "Luo Qing, you said you had no ulterior motives when you entered my car. But what if I prove you're here to kill me? Commander D, I can't operate normally with someone like that in the team. I can't fight normally with someone like that ready to stab me in the back." Luo Qingtian's words were blunt. He was clearly telling Dijiang that he wouldn't participate in the battle while Wishiyu was around. Wishiyu was instantly furious. You have no evidence, so what right do you have to accuse me? Luo Qingtian, you have to understand that my father is the base commander. He asked me to participate in this operation. You have no right to kick me out. Luo Qingtian smiled. Really? The surveillance camera in my car is always on. Anyone can see what happened just now anytime they want. Since you won't leave, then I will leave. I will never be on the same team with someone like you. Luo Qingtian turned and walked away. Chen Hao saw Luo Qingtian about to leave and quickly rushed in front of her, blocking her way and saying, Qingtian, don't be angry. I believe you. I believe our boss will make the right judgment. Chen Hao said this, looking towards Di Jiang. Di Jiang looked at Hu Shiyu and asked, I ask you again, what are you doing in the RV? Hu Shiyu looked at Di Jiang guiltily, then at Luo Qingtian. She was absolutely certain there were surveillance cameras in Luo Qingtian's car. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm mad at Luo Qingtian for what she did to me last time, so I want to teach her a lesson. Brother Di Jiang, believe me, I'm not trying to kill her, I just want to go in and teach her a lesson. Di Jiang smiled. Really? Then admit that you went into the RV to do something to Luo Qingtian? Hu Shiyu remained silent. Di Jiang took a deep breath. In that case, Hu Shiyu, leave. Go back to base. Our team doesn't need a teammate like you. Hu Shiyu stared at Di Jiang in disbelief. Go back? How could she possibly do that? She still had to meet those scientists in person. If she went back now, how would she explain this to her father? Besides, the road was teeming with zombies. Wouldn't leaving just be suicide? Brother Di Jiang, what are you talking about? Are you trying to kick me out? Don't forget you promised my father to take good care of me. Di Jiang snorted. I promised the base commander I would protect you, but only if you didn't violate team discipline. Now that you violated it, I'm doing the base commander a favor by not court-martialing you. Hu Shiyu gritted her teeth and looked at the others around her. Seeing Hu Shiyu like this, the others looked away, not meeting her gaze. This was clearly an attempt to drive her away. But she absolutely couldn't leave the team. If she did, she wouldn't be able to return to base. She looked at Di Jiang with tears in her eyes. Brother Di Jiang, I know I was wrong. I won't act like this again. Please let me stay with you, okay? Miss Qingtian, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Hu Shiyu softened her tone and began to beg. But her heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but despite this, she could only humble herself and plead softly. The healing psychic from earlier, observing Hu Shiyu like this, said, Captain, if Miss Wu goes back now, she easily run into zombies. Why not keep her with the team for now? At most, I keep an eye on her and prevent her from doing anything wrong. Di Jiang remained silent. He didn't want to just send Hu Shiyu away. If anything happened to her, he feared he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Captain Hu Ji. But he knew Luo Qingtian's temper. Without Luo Qingtian, the team wouldn't be able to move forward. After all, the road ahead was difficult, and only Luo Qingtian's cooperation would be necessary. He then glanced at Luo Qingtian, hoping he would soften his stance. Luo Qingtian understood Di Jiang's intentions, but she refused to let Hu Shiyu go, repeatedly provoking him. Hu Shiyu had already challenged her limits, but she knew now was not the time to lose her temper. She whispered, you can stay, but this team is full of strong ones. I want to know, Miss Hu, what qualifications do you have to join them? Hu Shiyu gritted her teeth. I'm also a psychic, and a speed type one at that. I can protect myself in a critical moment, and I can protect you too. Luo Qingtian looked at Hu Shiyu with amusement. Speed type psychic? How fast? I'd love to see. Luo Qingtian said, and then he hooked his finger at Hu Shiyu. Hu Shiyu narrowed her eyes. You want to fight me? You're just a ranged shooter. Are you sure you want to fight a close-range speed-type psychic like me? Luo Qingtian looked at Hu Shiyu with a half-smile, but remained silent. Hu Shiyu felt a glare from Luo Qingtian's sarcastic gaze. You asked for it, don't blame me, he said viciously. Hu Shiyu drew 2 daggers from her waist and charged at Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang tried to stop her, but it was too late. He watched as Hu Shiyu rushed toward Luo Qingtian. Alas! Di Jiang sighed. Chen Hao nervously said, Boss, Qingtian will be fine. Di Jiang knew Luo Qingtian would be fine. Although Luo Qingtian was a ranged marksman, he had personally witnessed Luo Qingtian chopping down zombies with his bare hands. He sighed for Hu Shiyu. Before he could say anything, Hu Shiyu's screams rang out. Then everyone saw Luo Qingtian grab Hu Shiyu's wrist and rip her arm off. Another scream followed. Hu Shiyu's other arm was also ripped off by Luo Qingtian. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to kick Huishiyu's legs in half, Di Jiang quickly intervened. Qingtian, we can't carry her on our backs, can we? Let's just leave her legs. Luo Qingtian thought about it and agreed. He immediately withdrew his hands. Both of Huishiyu's arms were ripped off by Luo Qingtian. She lay helplessly on the ground, staring at Luo Qingtian in horror. Luo Qingtian looked down at Huishiyu and said, I hate having to worry about anything. Since you're following me, I temporarily cripple your arm, so you can't attack me from behind. Huishiyu's entire body was convulsing with pain. She looked at Di Jiang for help, but Di Jiang said coldly, let's leave it at that for now. I have your arm repaired when we get back. Di Jiang then turned to Adjutant Li and said, help her get her to the car, and we leave at daybreak. Adjutant Li nodded and stepped forward to help Huishiyu up. Huishiyu gritted her teeth and said to Di Jiang, you're going to let her do this to me? I hate you. Di Jiang turned back and gave her a cold look. Whatever. Chapter 76. Di Jiang followed Luo Qingtian back to the RV. Luo Qingtian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed slightly. What's going on up ahead? Di Jiang sat down across from Luo Qingtian, picked up a map, and began to speak. We need to head to this location now, but there's a necessary path ahead, now covered by vegetation, making it impassable for our vehicle. We just discussed this, and we probably need your fire arrows to clear the way. Luo Qingtian opened his eyes and looked at the map. Are you sure these are just ordinary plants? Such a large area of plants at this time could very well be mutants. You have to understand that mutant plants aren't zombies. They might even be scarier than zombies. Luo Qingtian remembered that in his previous life, these mutant plants were scarier than zombies and animals. Animal attacks are overt, but these plant attacks are silent. Many psychics have been devoured silently by plants while searching for supplies in the forest. Di Jiang frowned and said, I thought about this, but we have no choice but to take this path. Those scientists are waiting for us. We must bring them over. Only in this way can we strengthen humanity as a whole. Luo Qingtian understood. Let's go and take a look after daybreak. Whatever it is, since we're leaving, I'd like to ask Commander D to keep his men under control. Take that healing psychic, for example. I don't want someone stabbing me from behind while I'm fighting. If someone stabs me in the back, even if it's Commander D's men, I won't hold them back. Di Jiang nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I understand. Rest a while. I'll be back soon. Di Jiang got out of the RV. Luo Qingtian yawned and pulled a few bags of instant noodles and sausages from under the table, preparing for a quick meal. At this moment, Chenhao knocked on the door. Qingtian, can I come up? Luo Qingtian nodded. Of course, you can come to my RV anytime. What's going on? Chenhao smiled and said, well, I just wanted to come see you. Luo Qingtian glanced at the sausage in his hand and said with a smile, I was just about to make noodles. Do you want some? Together? Chenhao nodded immediately. Okay. Well, I didn't come to see you because I was hungry. I came because I was worried about you. They had only brought compressed biscuits this time, enough to fill them up, but they were too dry. They didn't bring much water with them. It would be nice to eat noodles with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Yeah, I know. Luo Qingtian began to boil water and cook noodles, thinking of her past life, when Chenhao always stuffed her with the snacks he had gathered. And he always said he didn't like this or that. Although I knew he said it on purpose, it now seemed that Chenhao was just as much of a foodie as me. A satisfied smile played on Luo Qingtian's lips. It was great. She was taking care of him in this life. After leaving the RV, Di Jiang went to see Huishiyu, just in time to see her pestering Yang Rui to treat her. Yang Rui looked at Huishiyu's arms drooping limply at her sides, a flicker of pity in his eyes. I can heal you, but you can't cause trouble for Luo Qingtian, and you can't hurt her behind her back. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Huishiyu nodded. Okay, I know. Don't worry, it's too uncomfortable for me. It's inconvenient for me to eat. Yang Rui thought about it and agreed, reaching out to heal Huishiyu. Seeing Yang Rui convinced by her words, Huishiyu's eyes flickered with triumph. As long as her arm healed, as long as she pretended it wasn't, she would wait until Luo Qingtian reached the critical moment of the fight. That would be the time for her to strike, no matter what. If Luo Qingtian dared to do this to her, she must die. A white halo lit up in Yang Rui's hand. He was about to treat Huishiyu when a slender hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Yang Rui, I remember I told you not to treat her until we returned to base. Are you trying to violate military discipline? Seeing Di Jiang suddenly appear, Yang Rui panicked. Sir, that's not the case. We all be eating soon. I just want to temporarily heal Miss Wa's hand so she can eat. No need. I have adjutantly feed her later. Yang Rui, I hope what happened today won't happen again, or I court-martial you. Yang Rui's heart sank as he met Di Jiang's icy gaze. Yes. I understand. Di Jiang gave Huixiu a cold look and turned to leave. Huixiu gritted her teeth as she stared at Di Jiang's back, her expression growing increasingly ferocious. She remembered all the hatred she received today. When she returned to base, she would avenge it 100-fold. She now looked at Yang Rui with red eyes. Brother Yang Rui, please help me. I really don't want this to happen. Can we keep this a secret? Yang Rui was about to speak when he saw adjutantly approaching with a bowl and a compressed biscuit. Miss Hua, the boss said you're having trouble eating, so he asked me to come and feed you. Seeing Lieutenant Li approach, Yang Rui took the opportunity to get out of the car. Huixiu could only watch Yang Rui leave. When Di Jiang returned to the RV, Luo Qingtian and Chen Hao had already started eating. Seeing Di Jiang enter, Chen Hao smiled and waved, Boss, you're back. I saved some for you when I cooked the noodles. There are 2 eggs right in the pot. Chen Hao pointed to the half-eaten egg in his bowl. Di Jiang nodded and looked at Luo Qing. Thank you. I already taken care of Yang Rui. Don't worry, I won't let Huixiu cause trouble again before I get back. Di Jiang found a bowl, poured out the noodles, and sat down next to Chen Hao to eat. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian felt sleepy again. She stood up and said, Well, I go back to sleep for a while. Just call me when we leave. Luo Qing went straight to the bedroom. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Qingtian felt unusually sleepy these past few days. As soon as he lay down, Luo Qingtian fell into a deep sleep. After Chen Hao finished his meal and washed his dishes, he went out to stand guard. Di Jiang took a nap on the sofa. The night wasn't long. When Luo Qingtian woke up in the morning, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt much stronger. At that moment, a voice came from his mind. Congratulations on killing 6 level 4 zombies. 22 level 3 zombies. 460 level 2 zombies. Hunter skill upgrades. +1 to hunter stamina, +1 to strength. Triple arrow level 12, can switch between ice and fire attributes at will. Trap level 4, mental perception level 2. Growth level 4. Healing skill level 2. Chapter 77. Luo Qingtian was stunned by the voice. This was the first time she heard of a hunter skill that could have power. No wonder she felt so full of energy when she woke up this morning. Now she longed to find someone to test her strength. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside the RV, followed by a knock on her bedroom door. Qingtian, get up and eat. We're leaving soon. The voice belonged to Chen Hao. Luo Qingtian stretched and quickly tidied herself. Then she opened the bedroom door and walked out. 3 bowls of noodles lay on the landlord's table. Di Jiang was frying eggs in the kitchen. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, he smiled and said, You're up. I put salt and pepper on the fried eggs. You probably like them. Luo Qingtian nodded and sat down at the table. She looked out the window, where her other teammates were also cooking noodles. Ma Ji even took out some sausages and shared them with everyone. Seeing the sausages, everyone smiled and began to eat. During the meal, Luo Qingtian noticed that, while his own bowl contained a fried egg, neither Di Jiang nor Chen Hao's had any. Why aren't you 2 eating eggs? Are there no more in the cupboard? Luo Qingtian now has Xiaolu collect the chicken, duck, and goose eggs in the space every day. She remembered she filled the cupboard with them. Chen Hao smiled and said, No, there's still plenty. It's just that, Qingtian, the boss, and I are lucky to be able to eat here, and you've given everyone so much. We can't always get special treatment. Now that our comrades aren't eating fried eggs, we certainly can't either. Chen Hao said, taking a bite of the sausage in his hand. Luo Qingtian looked at the fried egg in her bowl and instantly felt its aroma fade. She sighed and said, It's impossible for you to fry eggs again. Since we're all teammates, starting tomorrow, let's each have 1 boiled egg. After all, yesterday's incident had already made the team somewhat quiet. While she didn't want to get too close to these people, they were Chen Hao's teammates after all, and she didn't want to embarrass him. Di Jiang looked up at Luo Qingtian and said, Okay. Thank you. I give you an extra 10% of the crystal cores I find in the future. A deal was inexplicably struck. Everyone quickly finished breakfast, got into the car, and began driving forward. Half an hour later, they finally reached the meadow they'd been in yesterday. But now, it seemed more accurate to describe it as a forest. Everyone got out of the car. Ma Ji quickly packed up the 2 cars, and Luo Qingtian also packed up the RV. The group stood outside the woods. This is it. The woods here look so strange. Those who entered earlier haven't come out. But this is the only way we can pass. Di Jiang said this, and a lightning blade gleaming with a purple sheen appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian also held the flying fire mysterious bow. I try using fire to burn it. See if I can get through. Luo Qingtian drew the bowstring to full length and shot directly at a large tree in front of him. The flaming arrow pierced through the first tree and shot into the woods behind it. The trees behind him then burst into flames. But the flames were quickly extinguished by something. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and drew the flying fire mysterious bowstring to full length again. 9 arrows were released in a row. The arrows exploded with a loud bang as they entered the woods. Soon, flames erupted, accompanied by screams. Then, sharp branches flew out from the woods, piercing the crowd nearby. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to call out to Xiaolu to defend himself, a figure suddenly rushed out from in front of them and slammed the ground hard. Boom! A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the way. All the flying branches hit the wall. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Hao then said to the man in front, Jiang Ziyuan, as expected of a special forces soldier, your reactions are so quick. Jiang Ziyuan looked back, but said nothing. He stood silently waiting. Di Jiang glanced at Jiang Ziyuan with admiration, then walked over to Luo Qingtian and asked, what do you think? Luo Qing, it's a mutant plant, but we can't tell what it is yet. But one thing is certain, it's afraid of fire. Luo Qing walked around the earthen wall and fired another 9 arrows at the distant woods. The arrows flew into the woods and exploded again. This time, the entire forest trembled, and the trees began to disappear bit by bit. Then, everyone was shocked. The entire forest began to rapidly move toward them. Chen Hao opened his mouth wide, pointing ahead in disbelief, and shouted, oh my god, am I seeing things? That forest is moving. It's moving. It's coming towards us. Everyone was stunned. Ma Ji immediately took out the car, ready to get in at any moment. Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang, and Jiang Ziyuan did not move. Instead, they frowned as they watched the trees inching closer. At this moment, another man from the crowd approached and stood shoulder to shoulder with Di Jiang. He also appeared to possess psychic abilities. Di Jiang then said, Chen Hao, follow Ma Ji into the car and hide somewhere far away. After hearing this, Chen Hao quickly rushed to Lieutenant Li's car, and the 2 vehicles sped off into the distance. Luo Qingtian released Xiaolu, whose true form emerged, lifted Luo Qingtian overhead, and carried him into the air. Luo Qingtian drew her flying fire mysterious bow to full draw again. She then quickly fired arrows at the moving trees. The trees began to catch fire, and Luo Qingtian shouted to the ground, Jiang Ziyuan, when the trees approach us, block their front and rear. Jiang Ziyuan had no idea what Luo Qingtian was planning. But seeing his captain nod, he whispered, okay. As he spoke, the trees were about to reach the men. Now! Luo Qingtian shouted, and Jiang Ziyuan pounded the ground 4 times. For earthen walls rose up around the forest. Luo Qingtian had already chosen the forest's location. He unleashed his level 10 ultimate, Fire Meteor. A rain of fire descended upon the forest. The damage from the rain of fire was comparable to the explosive force of a fully drawn arrow. The forest stopped moving and began to struggle within the earthen wall. Boom! The vines in the forest completely disintegrated the wall. It withstood the rain of fire and rushed towards Luo Qingtian again. Di Jiang then said, why do I feel like it's angry? Luo Qingtian actually felt the same way, but for some reason, looking at such a behemoth, she didn't feel any fear. In fact, she felt a certain eagerness to try. Chapter 78. As Xiaolu, standing beneath her, saw the forest approaching, its entire body began to tremble. Luo Qingtian could clearly sense that Xiaolu's emotions mirrored his own. It was excited, even coveting the forest before it. Xiaolu no longer controlled its size, slowly growing larger until it transformed into a massive ball of seaweed. The forest now approached Di Jiang and the others, who had already drawn their weapons and prepared for battle. Suddenly, as if the forest had discovered something, it stopped moving forward and showed no intention of fighting. Instead, it turned and took off. Di Jiang and the others were stunned. What was going on? Could this mutant plant just be trying to scare them? But the most unwilling to accept this were Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu. Xiaolu, in particular, saw the forest flee, and her body instantly swelled to immense size. Hundreds of tentacles emerged, supporting her body as she pursued the forest at a strange, twisting speed. Luo Qingtian was now brimming with fighting spirit. She stood on Xiaolu's body, directing her to pursue the forest. 10 minutes later, Xiaolu finally caught up to the trees. Without a word, Luo Qingtian leaped from Xiaolu and dashed straight into the woods. Behind him, Di Jiang saw this scene, his heart trembling. Although he felt Luo Qingtian might be alright, he moved anyway. He sprinted towards the woods and charged in. The two psychics behind him, seeing their superior rush in, followed suit. Luo Qingtian activated her third skill as soon as she entered the woods. Soon, she found a strange vine in the very center of the forest. The vine's entire body was sunken into the ground. Then, like little green, a single vine split into numerous smaller vines. The thicker vines burst directly out of the ground, disguising themselves as large trees. In other words, this entire forest was actually just a single mutated plant with hundreds of vines. Luo Qingtian quickly and accurately leaped to the center of the vine. My little green seems to like you. Will you come with me, or will you be eaten by my little green? The vine, noticing Luo Qingtian's approach, quickly extended multiple vines from the ground, surrounding Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian tore the vines that approached her with her bare hands. Laughing, she said, "Since you don't want to come with me, I beat you until you do." Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian's fists pounded the vine, nearly knocking it off its perch in the forest. Luo Qingtian's beating became increasingly addictive, his hands gaining strength, even emitting faint sparks. Dong 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 dong. Luo Qingtian's punches flew faster and faster, each one slamming into the vines fiercely. Meanwhile, Xiaolu was unleashing his tentacles, repeatedly tearing off the mutant plant's vines and feeding them into his mouth. As each man tortured the mutant plant, the entire forest quickly began to vanish. When Di Jiang and his men arrived, they saw Luo Qingtian pinning a mutant plant to the ground and beating it violently. The intensity of his punches, the thud. It was as if Luo Qingtian's fist had landed on them. Several people shuddered involuntarily. Jiang Ziyuan whispered, "Boss, Luo Qingtian really went easy on Wishiyu, didn't he?" Di Jiang nodded, "Yeah." Another man said, "Boss, has Luo Qingtian always been this tough?" Di Jiang nodded again, "Yeah. I once saw her rip a zombie's head apart with her bare hands." After saying this, the two men couldn't help but hug each other tightly. I had originally thought that Luo Qingtian and Huishiyu were just a little girlish brawl, but now it seemed Huishiyu and Luo Qingtian were on a completely different level. Such a fierceness. Don't mess with her. Don't mess with her. Luo Qingtian was fighting with such gusto that the entire forest had vanished, leaving only the ball in Luo Qingtian's hand. It was a ball of plant matter that looked like a ball of yarn. It was the kind of yarn wrapped in thick yarn. But the ball of yarn still had a pair of black eyes. Little Green shrank and ran to Luo Qingtian, extending its tentacles to touch the yarn in Luo Qingtian's hand. "You can't eat it." Luo Qingtian gathered his energy, and a green ball of growth appeared in his hand. Little Green didn't look at the yarn again. Instead, it shrank and wrapped itself around Luo Qingtian's wrist, absorbing the small green balls of light. Luo Qingtian looked at the yarn in his hand, then at Little Green. They looked quite similar. But Little Green looked more like a ball of seaweed. "You follow me from now on." Luo Qingtian punched the yarn in his hand again. The yarn looked at Luo Qingtian aggrievedly. "Luo Qing, follow me from now on, okay?" The ball of wool stared at Luo Qingtian with a wronged expression, making no movement, but Luo Qingtian could sense it was giving in. Luo Qingtian pondered. "From now on, you be called Maochio. We have to buy at home, so you two should get along." Maochio looked at Luo Qingtian with a wronged expression, his eyes shimmering with a hint of innocent cuteness. Luo Qingtian couldn't stand it any longer, and threw the ball into the space. At that moment, she noticed the people standing behind her. Luo Qingtian turned and clapped her hands, all cleaned up. Luo Qingtian's smile was bright and sweet. But for some reason, the men behind her felt a chill down their spines when they saw Luo Qingtian's smile. Luo Qingtian stared at their expressions, puzzled, stretched, and released the RV. Then he walked straight towards the RV. "I'm tired of fighting. I better reunite with them soon." Luo Qingtian walked into the RV's bedroom. Jiang Ziyuan rubbed his hands upon seeing Luo Qingtian's RV. He had long wanted to take a look inside. But he never had the chance, and he'd been too embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he even gotten a ride in the RV this time, so he dove in without a second thought. Di Jiang and another psychic entered later. Di Jiang expertly took the driver's seat, and drove the RV to find Chen Hao and the others. Half an hour later, Di Jiang finally reunited with Chen Hao and the others. The group picked up speed and headed forward. The entire journey had been along the national highway, and they encountered quite a few zombies, All of them level 1 or 2, not many. Under these circumstances, no one stopped. They simply knocked the zombies away and continued driving. Over the past 2 days, Wishiyu had noticed something. Ever since Jiang Ziyuan and Bai Su returned, they had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding her. Chapter 79. Several times she had wanted to speak to the two of them alone. But when they saw her, they turned and left, like mice at the sight of a cat. Wishiyu was furious. She felt that Luo Qingtian must have said something to them. Otherwise, why would these two people, who had been fine before, now avoid her? How could Wishiyu have known that? Ever since she saw Luo Qingtian tearing off the vines of the mutant plant with his bare hands and rubbing it against the ground with his fists, the two of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw Wishiyu. They feared that if they interacted with Wishiyu too much, Luo Qingtian would rip their heads apart with his bare hands. Of course, they couldn't bring themselves to tell Wishiyu this thought in person, so they could only carefully avoid her. The road ahead was smooth. After encountering several waves of zombies, they finally arrived at a laboratory in Lincheng City. However, many soldiers with guns were standing outside the laboratory. When several of them tried to enter, they were stopped outside. "Who are you? We're not accepting any more people here. Get out of here." Di Jiang stepped forward to negotiate. "We're from the first base, and we've been ordered to pick up Elder Tian." The gatekeeper frowned. "We haven't heard of any orders from above. How could we just give Elder Tian, someone as precious as him, to you? Give up. Elder Tian has been reserved by Chaoyang Base." After saying this, Di Jiang's brows furrowed. "What do you mean? Elder Tian has been reserved? Do you know what Elder Tian means to humanity?" After saying this, the guard raised his gun and pointed it at Di Jiang. "I don't care if this is over or not. If you want Elder Tian to come, just trade him for food." Di Jiang's face was now utterly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at the guard. He reached out and grabbed the man's raised rifle. The next moment, the rifle's tip began to bend, startling the man. He fired reflexively. Bang! The tip of the rifle exploded, directly injuring the guard's eye. "Ah! They're here to cause trouble. Help!" With this furious cry, many people quickly rushed out of the laboratory and surrounded Di Jiang. Seeing Di Jiang surrounded, Chen Hao and the others quickly got out of the car and rushed to Di Jiang's side. Di Jiang looked at the men coldly and said, "I want to see your top leader." A man soon emerged. He was dressed like Di Jiang, except for a few missing stars on his shoulders. He was a burly man, tall and long, with a long scar running down his left cheek to the bottom of his eye. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes when he saw Di Jiang, but then he dispelled the chill and laughed heartily. "Long time no see, Di Jiang." "Oh no, General. Long time no see." "Ha ha ha." Di Jiang looked at the man with a serious expression. "Yen Hu, why are you here? And what do you mean?" Di Jiang said, gesturing at the men surrounding him. "Oh, my Lord General, it was just a joke. Why are you so serious?" "I'm here because I was sent here, but I didn't expect you to be sent again," Yen Hu said with a chuckle, striding over to Di Jiang and reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. Di Jiang narrowed his eyes at Yen Hu, and when Yen Hu's hand came towards him, he blocked it with his own hand. "I don't have time to talk to you here. Kyoto sent a letter asking me to come pick up Mr. Tian, and the others to go to the first base." "Where is he?" Yen Hu smiled and pointed to the laboratory in the back. "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Mr. Tian and the others are conducting experiments over there right now. You know Mr. Tian's temper. He loses track of time once he enters the lab. If you want to see him, you probably have to wait a while. You must all be tired after all this travel. Come on, let's go inside first," Yen Hu said, and was about to pull Di Jiang inside. Chen Hao stepped forward to separate Yen Hu and Di Jiang. He, Lieutenant General Yen Hu, you know my boss's temper. He's a misophobe. You can go in, but you have to let us get ready. Right?" As Chen Hao said this, he looked behind him. Jiang Ziyuan and the others had already parked their car. Luo Qingtian had parked the RV just as he got out of the car. So when Yen Hu looked in their direction, he only saw these people standing not far away. Yen Hu frowned. He had noticed their cars, especially Luo Qingtian's RV, which he had noticed while inside. A RV this fine wasn't something ordinary people could afford before the apocalypse. So he glanced at Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian didn't look at him. "Haha, these are all from the first base, right? Come in." Di Jiang glanced back at Jiang Ziyuan and Ma Ji. Seeing them nod, he followed Yen Hu into the laboratory. The laboratory occupied 16 acres. Although it wasn't a base, The special nature of the work meant a high level of safety. However, after the apocalypse, for safety reasons, the scientists reduced the original 16 acres of land to less than 10. The small room at the front of the laboratory had been converted into a lounge by Yen Hu. Yen Hu led everyone to a reception room and said with a smile, "Dijiang, it's been a long time since we last met. I never thought we'd meet here after the apocalypse." Dijiang said nothing, but Luo Qingtian could see that he was somewhat moved. But it was only for a moment before he remembered the purpose of his visit, and realized that this laboratory had probably long been controlled by Yen Hu. At this moment, a woman dressed in a glamorous outfit approached, holding a cup of brewed tea. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. This is the tea our commander specially ordered me to brew for you. Finding tea at this time is truly precious." But no one present drank, and they sat quietly. Yen Hu had originally hoped to win over people with the tea. However, he had no idea that these people didn't like tea at all. They even preferred the mineral water Luo Qingtian had brought from his car. Seeing that no one moved, Yen Hu smiled and took a sip from his teacup. Dijiang didn't intend to beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Yen Hu, what did that man at the door mean? What did you do to old Tian? Are you trying to monopolize him?" Seeing Dijiang's directness, Yen Hu stopped beating around the bush and said with a smile, "Yes. I do have that thought. You asked me if I knew old Tian's significance to humanity, and I tell you, I do. That's why I came to the lab to protect him." "Are you really protecting old Tian?" Dijiang didn't even try to hide his sarcasm. Yen Hu continued, "Dijiang, stop being so righteous. Don't you understand what time it is now?" Chapter 80. Dijiang looked at Yen Hu with a gloomy expression, waiting for him to continue. Yen Hu held out his hands. "Dijiang, I know you look down on me. When we were in the army, you were always so high and mighty, but so what? Now that Elder Tian is in my hands, you guys are no match for my men. Don't underestimate this, it's just a lab. Half of my people are psychics. And there will be even more in the future." Dijiang gritted his teeth and looked at Yen Hu, asking, "So, Elder Tian's research has been successful, and you want to monopolize it, right?" Yen Hu laughed. "So what, Dijiang? Think about it. If we control this psychic potion, we can have as many psychics as we want." Dijiang's expression grew increasingly grim. Luo Qingtian could even sense the surging energy emanating from him. "Yen Hu, what are you trying to say?" Yen Hu pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a drag, and then said, "Dijiang, I give you a chance. Stay and work with me. I believe it won't be long before you, and I won't have to listen to Kyoto anymore. As long as we have more psychics, what resources can we get? We can build our own country." Yen Hu said this. He became excited. "Dijiang, come with me? Once our base is built, you be the second in command. Once the country is established, I give you anything you want." Dijiang looked at Yen Hu and laughed at his brazen words. "Haha, Yen Hu, do you know what you're talking about? We graduated from the military academy, and you're giving back everything we learned? As soldiers, we must be loyal to the people and to our country. Now that the apocalypse has begun, we must prioritize the lives and property of the people. Our priority is to bring this apocalypse to a quick end, allowing the people to live and work in peace and contentment, rather than dwelling on becoming local tyrants." Yen Hu frowned at Dijiang and sarcastically said, "Put aside your righteous rhetoric. Do you dare say I'm the only one with this idea? I'm sure many others who possess Mr. Tian will share the same sentiment. Mr. Tian is truly a treasure. Why do you think the people of Kyoto asked you to come and fetch Mr. Tian? I'm telling you, Mr. Tian will be taken away by the people of Kyoto sooner or later." Dijiang pursed his lips. "I don't care what others think. For me, obeying orders and protecting the people are my bounden duty as a soldier." Yen Hu's patience ran out, and he pressed his cigar directly onto the table. "You're so stubborn. Since you want to be a soldier so badly, then leave. I won't kill you because we graduated together." Dijiang stared at Yen Hu and was about to speak when Chen Hao hurried forward and shouted, "Boss, Commander Yen has already said so. Don't be so quick to refuse. If I really were a local tyrant, it would actually be quite free and easy." Dijiang frowned at Chen Hao before him. Chen Hao grabbed Dijiang's hand and looked at Yen Hu. "Commander Yen, my boss is just a straightforward person. How about you let us think about it? Or maybe I can help you talk him down?" Yen Hu looked Chen Hao up and down and said with a smile, "Okay. Dijiang, don't underestimate your long career as a general. In the end, you're still less insightful than a young man." Dijiang remained silent, staring intently at Chen Hao, who felt a little intimidated by Dijiang's gaze. At this moment, Luo Qingtian stood up. "Commander, You said that Elder Tian could awaken superpowers, so why did you send Elder Tian to Chaoyang base? Aren't you afraid that Elder Tian might escape or be detained by someone from another base? Yin, who had been observing Luo Qitian since the group entered. With the apocalypse beginning, there weren't many women who could dress so neatly and have such a fair complexion. Luo Qitian clearly lived a comfortable life in the apocalypse, someone who had never experienced starvation. At first, he had thought Luo Qitian was Di Zhang's woman. But after Di Zhang entered, he treated Luo Qitian with great respect. Even the entire team treated Luo Qitian with great respect, especially when they entered and took their seats. They all waited until Luo Qitian was seated before they dared to sit down. This indicated that Luo Qitian must be someone special. He smiled and nodded. The girl is amazing indeed, but I'm not worried, because only Master Tian is going. The entire lab will stay. Not only does Master Tian have this technology, but everyone in the lab does. And their lives, and the lives of their families, are in my hands. As for your claim that the people at Chaoyang base will detain people, they wouldn't dare. Because this potion can only be developed in this lab, nowhere else. We have the most sophisticated instruments and purification systems in the world. Master Tian will become useless if he leaves here. The people at the other bases know all about this. They won't quarrel with me over this uncertainty. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding. I see. This technology is so amazing. When Master Tian leaves this afternoon, can we go with him to Chaoyang base to check it out? Luo Qitian smiled harmlessly. Yin, who had no doubts. Okay. But these people have to stay. Yin, who pointed at Jiang Ziyuan and the others beside Luo Qitian. Huishi gritted her teeth and looked at Luo Qitian. Why? What if Luo Qitian runs away? Won't we be the ones in trouble then? Di Jiang then gave Huishi a cold look and said, I agree. I want to go to Chaoyang base with Qitian this afternoon. I really want to know how an ordinary person awakens superpowers. Hearing Di Jiang's words, Yin, who looked at Luo Qitian with a hint of surprise and inquiry. He hadn't expected Di Jiang to change his mind for this girl named Luo Qitian. Perhaps after seeing this, Di Jiang would change his mind. Okay, old comrade, old classmate, I trust you. Since you want to see it, I leave it to you to escort Mr. Tian this afternoon. I know you awakened your powers after the apocalypse. When you bring Mr. Tian back, I make you deputy commander here. Di Jiang remained silent, his gaze directed outside toward the laboratory. The door had opened at some point, and Mr. Tian was being forced toward them by two men with rifles. Yin, who looked out the window and said with a smile, Put your guns down. How could you treat such a precious scientist like Mr. Tian so unreasonably? With these words, the two men outside led Mr. Tian through the door. Mr. Tian was dressed in a white lab coat, his face etched with a broken eye. His chin was covered in stubble, his hair was gray, and his face bore the vicissitudes and pallor of the apocalypse. Mr. Tian. Di Jiang watched Mr. Tian enter, and stood up immediately. Chapter 81. At the unfamiliar voice, Elder Tian looked up. Upon seeing Di Jiang, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. But it was fleeting, and soon the glint of light was extinguished. It was as if the hope in his eyes had been snuffed out, and he looked like a complete corpse. Elder Tian, haha, you knew you were going to Chaoyang base this afternoon, right? Yin, who smiled as he approached Elder Tian. Elder Tian nodded slightly, yes, sir. I know. Yin, who continued, General D will personally escort you there this afternoon. You must behave well and return early. I'm only allowing you to bring 10 potions this time. Mr. Tian nodded obediently, expressionless. I understand. Seeing Mr. Tian so obedient, Yin, whose face lit up with a satisfied smile. Very good, Mr. Tian, you performed well. Your son and daughter-in-law, even your grandchildren, can rest assured. As long as you return, I guarantee that no one in the lab will die. Even your students will be safe. Thank you, sir. Mr. Tian bowed. Yin, who looked at Mr. Tian, feeling even more satisfied. In the afternoon, Di Jiang took Mr. Tian, Luo Qitian, and several guards from the lab to prepare for the trip. After leaving the lab, Luo Qitian deliberately took out his RV. Mr. Tian, would you like to ride in my RV? Mr. Tian looked at the RV, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned back to Yin, who, but seeing that Yin, who hadn't nodded, he stood there without moving. Luo Qitian scoffed. Commander Yin wouldn't be worried about even such a small matter, would he? Could it be that Commander Yin is afraid we escape with Mr. Tian? Yin, who smiled and walked over to Luo Qitian's RV to take a look. This RV is quite nice. He smiled and said, of course. I spent over 100 million yuan custom-made it before the apocalypse. Of course, if Commander Yin likes it, I give this RV to our laboratory when I return. Yin Hu's eyes lit up. Really? Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. However, I only use this car twice. I hope Commander Yin won't be stingy with me when I need it in the future. Yin Hu laughed heartily. Of course, of course. In that case, Mr. Tian, you can stay in the RV. Yin Hu said, glancing at a man behind him, who immediately understood what he meant. 4 jeeps were summoned from the factory building behind the laboratory to follow. They would perfectly surround the RV from all sides. Luo Qingtian naturally understood Yin Hu's intention, but she wasn't in a hurry. She dragged Di Jiang and Mr. Tian into the RV under Yin Hu's watchful eye. After entering the RV, Luo Qingtian took Mr. Tian to the living room and thoughtfully placed snacks and a bottle of water on the table. Di Jiang drove quietly up ahead. Hello, Mr. Tian. We're from the first base. Our mission is to pick you up and the scientists from the lab. Can you tell us what's going on? Also, how many people in the lab need to be rescued? Mr. Tian looked at the snacks on the table, swallowed, and said, there are a total of 23 people from our lab who need to be taken away. 3 of them are my family. 20 are original members of the lab. These 20 people are vital to the future of our species. You can sacrifice my life, but you can't sacrifice the lives of those children. At this point, Mr. Tian began to cough with excitement. Luo Qingtian quickly unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and placed it before Elder Tian. Elder Tian glanced at him gratefully, then took a few sips. After finishing, he looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. He hadn't expected to find such pure mineral water at this hour. This water is truly precious. Thank you, young lady. Luo Qingtian shook his head. Elder Tian, you're welcome. We won't give up on any of your lives this time. After all, these people are crucial to the development of the supernatural potion, and she's been waiting for them. Di Jiang, driving ahead, chimed in. Elder Tian, don't worry. We're not Yin Hu. We haven't forgotten our military duty. Whether it's you or the rest of our lab mates, we won't give up on any of you. Elder Tian's eyes welled up with emotion as he heard the 2 men speak. Thank you. God knows how he managed to survive these days. Every time he considered ending his own life, Yin Hu would threaten him with the people in the lab. He even threatened his family's lives. He didn't dare die. Elder Tian took a few more sips of water and then recounted everything Yin Hu had been doing recently. Yin Hu had escaped Kyoto on his own. He and his men had stumbled upon this laboratory. Upon learning that Elder Tian was researching a supernatural potion, he lied and claimed to be there to protect the lab. The supernatural powers used in the supernatural potion came from the crystal cores of supernatural zombies, which contained a large amount of zombie toxins. When the first batch of supernatural potions was produced, Elder Tian discovered a major drawback. They hadn't purified the zombie toxins from the zombie crystal cores at all. If used without permission, there was a 50% chance that the user would be infected with the zombie toxins. But Yin Hu didn't care. Knowing there was a 50% chance of infection, he revealed his true colors and forced Elder Tian to develop more potions for them to use. After receiving the superpower potion, they didn't use it immediately. Instead, they found survivors from other places and experimented with them. Those who turned into zombies were killed, while those with superpowers were kept. Now, more than half of the guards in the laboratory weren't soldiers. They were captured survivors. Promised various benefits, they willingly stayed in the laboratory and became his lackeys. After hearing this news, Luo Qingtian remained silent, staring ahead in silence. Di Jiang, driving ahead, clenched his fists in anger. He gritted his teeth and said, I never thought Yin Hu would do such a cruel thing. As he spoke, the car in front suddenly rushed forward uncontrollably, and then the rear of the car caught fire. Luo Qingtian immediately stood up and said, Stop! Enemy attack. With that, Di Jiang immediately stopped the car. Yin Hu's men had already drawn their guns and rushed out. The men in the front jeep had already gotten out. The moment they left, the jeep exploded. Who is it? Come out if you dare. Following that, a roar of laughter erupted, and then, from all sides of the convoy, numerous men armed with rifles appeared, surrounding Luo Qingtian and his companions. Hey! You have quite a few cars. I'm interested in yours, and of course, your people too. Do you want to come with us? We're from tomorrow's base. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang, who was standing beside him, and asked, Does the base have so many now? If you like cars, why did you destroy the first one? Chapter 82. Di Jiang shrugged. This doesn't concern us much. We just stay out of the way when the fight starts. After conferring, The two men led Elder Tian to the rear. The three men's movements quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Although Yin Hu's men were unhappy with the two men's escape, they didn't expect Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang to do anything for them at this point. They could only quietly block the three men behind them. Soon, a fight ensued. Although these men were armed with guns, when the fighting actually began, they were almost always using superpowers. Each side had 4 or 5 superpower users, and the battle was intense. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to pack up his RV and find a safe spot to sit down. They were on a highway carved through the woods. There weren't many zombies when they arrived, but the surrounding forest was dense. Luo Qingtian and the other two could easily hide themselves. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, she had Xiao Lu form a shield around them, just in case. The battle intensified. In the end, even though they were reluctant to use their guns, they all started shooting. Di Jiang then said, "It seems that those psychics have almost exhausted their powers." Di Jiang even laughed after saying this. Luo Qingtian blinked. "Almost exhausted? Is that what I meant?" Di Jiang nodded. "Yes, that's what you meant. After using your powers to a certain extent, they run out and need to rest and recover. Only you are an exception. This is the first time I've seen someone's powers remain fully utilized." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. It seemed that since he began using his powers, he had never felt that he had run out of them. In his previous life, he wasn't a psychic, and he didn't know much about them. The two chatted obliviously, leaving Elder Tian, who was sitting nearby, stunned. From what they said, it sounded like their psychics were truly powerful. One possessed inexhaustible powers, the other was on the verge of reaching the 5th level. Is that even possible? But the two men kept talking to themselves, paying no attention to Elder Tian behind them. Until they were discovered. "There are 3 people here, and the woman you're looking for, boss." Luo Qingtian looked at the man who was pointing at him, then pointed at his nose. "Are you talking about me?" The man glanced at Luo Qingtian, his eyes flashing with sarcasm and contempt. Especially when he saw her sitting with Di Jiang. The disdain in his eyes intensified. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize that most of Yin Hu's men were dead, and the few remaining psychics had been captured by this group. He was squatting in the middle of the road, holding his head, awaiting his fate. "No way you lost so quickly," Luo Qingtian said in surprise. The leader from Yin Hu's group glanced at Luo Qingtian with disdain and turned his head away. Luo Qingtian sighed. "It seems we won't be able to reach Chaoyang base today." Luo Qingtian winked at Di Jiang, who instantly understood what Luo Qingtian meant. Di Jiang also sighed and walked behind Luo Qingtian. "Yeah. If we don't make it, I'm afraid Yin Hu will be angry." As soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly stood back to back. Di Jiang's hand flashed with lightning, while Luo Qingtian's hand manifested the flying fire mysterious bow. The two began to attack each other. Originally, the group at Tomorrow Base thought Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian were just ordinary people, but they didn't expect them to be both psychics. The two's attacks were sharp and explosive, giving the surrounding people no time to react. In just a few moments, many were killed. It was a psychic. "We've been tricked. Brothers, be careful, shoot." Just as the men were about to fire, a huge shield enveloped Luo Qingtian and the other two. Their bullets were blocked by the shield, and some were even stuck in the strange shield. When the shield faded, the two men reappeared, one firing a bow and arrow, the other unleashing a massive electric net. While the attacks didn't kill them outright, they still left them severely injured. The men soon realized they were no match for Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. They gave up fighting and began to prepare for a retreat. It was not until the men at Tomorrow Base fled that Yin Hu's psychics finally stood up. "You're so powerful. Why didn't you take action just now? You waited until so many of our brothers died before taking action. What's your intention?" Luo Qingtian squinted at the man before him and said sarcastically, "Did you ask us to take action? Besides, didn't you look down on us from the beginning? Now you're complaining about us not taking action. Why are you so difficult to please?" The man choked at Luo Qingtian's words, his eyes reddening as he glared at him. At this time, Elder Tian intervened, saying, "Captain Qi, now is not the time to argue. Those people could be back at any moment. Let's get out of here first, shall we?" Qi bit his lip, glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely, and turned to his surviving companions, saying, "Each of you drive a car. Xiaohan, follow me. Let's keep going." As Qi finished speaking, the people from Tomorrow Base, who had escaped, came running back in unison, shouting as they ran. It was as if something was chasing them. What was going on? Qi instinctively raised his rifle upon seeing those people, But when he saw what was behind them, he was trembling with fear. What was that? Winged zombies? After he finished speaking, Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian both looked over. Behind those people followed a group of winged zombies. They looked utterly bizarre. No, they looked more like ghosts and demons crawling out of hell. They were at least 7 or 8 meters tall. From their heads, arms, and legs, they had organs and parts unlike those of humans. To be more precise, these strange zombies looked more like dried human skin draped over a giant skeleton. Their arms formed long bony claws. Behind them lay a pair of enormous bony wings. The most terrifying thing was the clearest human face, visible beneath a massive skeleton, near its legs. That face even seemed conscious. He directed the upper head of the skeleton to pursue the surviving humans ahead. The upper head was a skull, its mouth vast and empty, like a pit of sin, studded with sharp fangs. Anyone caught up would be mauled to pieces by these zombies. They wouldn't even have a chance to mutate. And after the upper head had devoured the human, the lower face would show signs of genuine enjoyment. Both heads had crimson compound eyes, blinking and moving in unison. Luo Qingtian felt utterly disgusted by this scene, and there wasn't just one such monstrous zombie. Chapter 83. There were 5 zombies behind these men. The one charging in front, the largest one, actually had the aura of a level 5 zombie. Qingtian, the one in the front looks like a level 5 zombie. Luo Qingtian nodded. Don't touch the crystal core this time. I give you 2,000 kilograms of food. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Di Jiang nodded somewhat helplessly. Okay, I won't touch it this time, but where are the crystal cores of these zombies' heads? Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and said, Don't care where, they're charging towards us now. Let's prepare for battle. As they spoke, Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow reappeared, and Di Jiang condensed a lightning blade in his hand. The one charging in the front was the leader who had led the siege. At this moment, he shouted in fear in Luo Qingtian's direction, Help me, help me. I don't want to die yet. Save me. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie in the lead suddenly dived, its massive bony wings piercing him directly through the chest. Only then did Luo Qingtian realize that 2 psychics had already been impaled and hanging from those giant wings. The entire group of zombies had already rushed over. Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang's expressions darkened. These things are quite powerful, be careful. Di Jiang whispered a warning, and Luo Qingtian released Dabai. Dabai, take Mr. Tian and hide in the woods. Come out after we're done. Dabai was very upset. He also wanted to fight alongside Luo Qingtian. But he didn't want to go against Luo Qingtian's wishes, so he could only look at Luo Qingtian with a wronged look. Double the beef tonight. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Dabai stepped forward and slapped old Tian onto his back with one paw, then turned and rushed into the woods. Old Tian had been dumbfounded since Dabai appeared, and only after Dabai slapped him on the back did he finally react. Brother Tiger, where are you taking me? Dabai didn't bother to pay attention to the weakling on his back. He hopped lightly through the woods a few times, finding a high spot to ensure he could see Luo Qingtian. Then he stopped and waited patiently. After Dabai left, Luo Qingtian's expression became unusually solemn. And as the zombies charged, Qi Yi and the others all ran behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned and glanced at the others. Qi Yi gave an awkward smile. Sorry, we really can't win. You're kidding. They didn't even have the confidence to defeat the smallest of those zombies. They wanted to flee, but after seeing how the people from Tomorrow Base were stabbed to death while trying to escape, they instantly gave up on the idea. Because they believed that even if they did flee, the zombies would definitely abandon Di Jiang and his men and chase them. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take a gamble. The zombies had already slaughtered the people from Tomorrow Base, and 3 half-dead psychics were still hanging on their bone wings. At this moment, several zombies had fallen from midair, and stood opposite Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. The zombie standing in front opened the compound eyes on both sides of his head. Humans, stay. The ethereal and distant voice, the fact that zombies could speak, was enough to shock Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. The zombies before him were unlike anything Luo Qingtian had ever seen in his previous life. Their voices held a strange rhythm, making Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian feel uneasy. Suddenly, 4 shorter zombies moved, charging towards Di Jiang with uncanny speed. Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qingtian and shouted, I take them away. Be careful. I'll be back to meet you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Jiang felt a massive impact. To his shock, even with his reflexes and speed, he couldn't dodge the attack of these flying zombies. His body was thrown forward uncontrollably. Di Jiang endured the excruciating pain, rolled forward, quickly stood up, and ran away. Two zombies chased Di Jiang, while the remaining two bone-winged zombies charged directly at Qi and his group. Qi screamed in fear, but Luo Qingtian was in no mood to pay attention. She only had eyes for the giant, talking bone-winged zombie before her. "Can you talk?" Luo Qingtian asked the zombie in front of him, who pointed at him. "Your body, give it to me." Luo Qingtian nodded. "I give it to you, but you have to tell me how much you can say." The zombie opposite him twisted its skull back and forth, seemingly completely unaware of Luo Qingtian's meaning. Luo Qingtian was genuinely curious about this new type of zombie before him. Not only was it intelligent, it could actually speak. This gave Luo Qingtian a very bad feeling. I can speak, I can speak." The bone-winged zombie's voice grew increasingly distant. He didn't say much, but he was trying desperately to defend himself. Luo Qingtian rubbed his chin. "How about you recite a Chu Shi Biao for me?" The zombie opposite had no idea what a Chu Shi Biao meant, but the face of the figure on its belly was already furious. "Kill her! She's teasing you! Hurry! We're going to eat her! She's incredibly powerful!" With that, a massive figure charged towards Luo Qingtian with a fierce charge. Luo Qingtian was shocked. It turned out the two heads above and below were actually two separate consciousnesses. The skull's head, while powerful, appeared to possess the intelligence of a child, while the so-called lower head looked like a single being. Luo Qingtian sheathed his flying fire mystic bow. Just as the zombie's massive bone wings lunged towards him, Luo Qingtian's tang sword instantly appeared. He struck the giant spike at the tip of the bone wing with a fierce blow. Crack! The tang sword shattered. Luo Qingtian angrily dropped it and leaped back. He leaped up and punched the zombie's head with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. While in midair, Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to deliver 3 consecutive punches, each one catching the zombie's crimson compound eye. The zombie's body staggered backward. Luo Qingtian leaped to the ground and bounced up again. He raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's compound eye. This time, the bone-winged zombie raised its withered arm to block Luo Qingtian's kick. Luo Qingtian stomped twice on the zombie's forearm with his left and right feet, leveraging the force to leap forward and distance himself from the bone-winged zombie. The bone-spurred zombie was forced back 2 more steps. And with this single leap, Luo Qingtian leaped over 10 meters. The next moment, the flying fire mysterious bow appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. He drew the bow and shot the arrows in one go, and 9 flaming arrows whizzed towards the bone-winged zombie in front. Chapter 84. The zombie's withered arms reached out to catch the incoming arrows. But as the arrows flew in front of it, boom boom boom, an explosion occurred, sending its body reeling back several steps. The bone-spur zombie was furious, especially the head below, which shouted directly at Luo Qingtian, "You actually shot me! You actually shot me! Kill her! Kill her!" The bone-winged zombie's figure began to take on a strange appearance. The next moment, Luo Qingtian felt a flash before his eyes, and a huge, long thorn suddenly appeared before him. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped back, the flying fire mystic bow in his hand vanishing, replaced by spider legs. The spider legs were long and sharp. As the bone-winged zombie charged again, Luo Qingtian also rushed towards it. The two figures, one large and one small, began to intertwine in midair before falling to the ground. The 5th-level zombie repeatedly attacked Luo Qingtian with its bone wings, each time blocked by Luo Qingtian's swung spider legs. In between blows, Luo Qingtian repeatedly punched the head below. The head below screamed and cursed at Luo Qingtian. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive punches, Luo Qingtian quickly retreated. The bone-winged zombie tirelessly charged at Luo Qingtian again. This time, its compound eyes opened and stared at Luo Qingtian, causing Luo Qingtian to feel dizzy. Luo Qingtian cried out inwardly, "Oh no! Xiao Lu, protect me!" As Luo Qingtian's voice fell, the sharp bone wing had already pierced Luo Qingtian's chest. Fortunately, Xiao Lu intervened in time, blocking the bone wing against Luo Qingtian's chest. Luo Qingtian quickly leaped away, putting some distance between herself and the zombie. At this moment, she was filled with fear. If it weren't for Xiao Lu, she might have become one of those creatures on the bone spur. The spider leg in Luo Qingtian's hand vanished, and this time she switched to the Amos ice bow. She summoned Xiao Lu once again, letting her support her as she began a guerrilla war against the bone-winged zombie before her. Ice arrows whizzed continuously at the bone-winged zombie. The zombie dodged, spreading its massive wings and pursuing Luo Qingtian. As Xiaolu dodged the zombie's attacks, Luo Qingtian focused all her mental energy on shooting. Ice arrows continued to fire, piercing the bone-winged zombie's massive wings. The wings instantly froze. The huge body fell to the ground. Luo Qingtian stood on Xiaolu's body, and took the opportunity to fire arrows at the fallen zombie again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The only sound in the world was the sound of arrows piercing the air, and the thud of arrows hitting the zombie. The zombie's massive body was repeatedly pierced by Luo Qingtian's icy arrows, its movements becoming increasingly slow. Its massive bone claws were now firmly embedded in the ground. As it prepared to take a step, Luo Qingtian's icy arrows struck again. This time, Luo Qingtian fired 9 arrows in a row. The massive body finally stopped moving. Luo Qingtian directed Xiaolu to descend quickly. The ice bow in Luo Qingtian's hand vanished, replaced by a spider leg. Just as Xiaolu was about to land on top of the zombie, Luo Qingtian leaped off Xiaolu, her spider leg raised high. With the sharpest end, she slashed directly at the top of the bone-winged zombie's head. Crack! The huge skull fell to the ground. The head beneath it let out a loud scream. Ah! Damn human! The sound was ethereal and piercing, as if it were constantly shifting frequencies. Also, even after the skull was severed, the body continued to move. But its movements were stiff and slow. Luo Qingtian frowned. It seems the bone-winged zombie's core is in the head below. At this moment, the zombie stood up again. The head below was slowly sliding around the body. A flash of disgust and irritation flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. Flame arrows were fired continuously, all hitting the zombie's face. The zombie was engulfed in flames. Soon, burns covered its entire body. Even its bones were chipped, but these wounds and chips healed quickly. Luo Qingtian frowned. Are you a zombie with regenerative abilities? Thinking of the regenerative zombies I seen in the city, they were all flesh and blood, and their bodies were enormous. If this zombie also had regenerative abilities, it should also have flesh and blood. But this zombie, aside from its size, bore no resemblance to that zombie. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the zombie across from him pluck a human corpse from its bony wings and bring it to his mouth, chewing it vigorously. Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He drew his Feihua Xianbao to full length and fired again. This time, he aimed at the zombie's bony wings again, and a loud explosion echoed. Luo Qingtian blew up the corpse on the bony wings. The zombie's head began to move upward again. Luo Qingtian didn't know why, but he had a feeling that something terrible would happen if he let the head move to the top of his head. Through this thought, Luo Qingtian began to shoot arrows frantically again. The arrows switched back and forth between ice and fire, while the zombie across from him slowly moved its body, moving its head downwards. The wounds on its body continued to heal. At this moment, Luo Qingtian noticed that flesh had begun to form in all the healing areas. The zombie, upon seeing its own flesh, bent down to pick up corpses and limbs from the ground and stuff them into its mouth. Luo Qingtian instantly understood that this zombie's flesh and blood came from the corpses on the ground. But the more he attacked, the more flesh and blood the zombie grew. If its entire body grew, Luo Qingtian couldn't imagine how terrifying such a being would be. What to do? Luo Qingtian stopped attacking and instead began to fight with the zombies for the corpses on the ground. To prevent the zombies from growing any further, Luo Qingtian blew up all the corpses on the ground. Finally, only Luo Qingtian and the bone-winged zombie remained in the entire area. Suddenly, a long silent voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations on subduing the mutated vitality vines and preventing the primary undead from leveling up. Hunter skill upgrade. Triple arrows level 13, can switch between ice and fire attributes at will. The ultimate skill, Meteor Shower, evolves into Meteor Fireball. Trap level 4, Mental Perception level 2. Growth level 4. Healing skill level 3. Activate the 6th skill, Poison, which melts all organic matter. Can be attached to any weapon. Luo Qingtian quickly covered her forearm with her left hand. A moment later, a yellow-green icon appeared in her mind's eye. Poison? Luo Qingtian perked up instantly. Her triple arrows skill hadn't been upgraded in a while. Since this guy was so good at growing, she might as well try her poison skill. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up, and the Amos Ice Bow in his hand appeared again, aiming at the Bone Spike zombie. Amos Ice Bow released its 6th skill, Poison. Chapter 85. After the skill was activated, Luo Qingtian discovered that her blue Amos Ice Bow had instantly turned green. Drawing the bow and shooting, The arrows were no longer white, but yellow-green. The arrows struck the zombie opposite, and white smoke began to rise. Flesh and blood began to grow on the zombie again, but this time, it was corroded away, revealing the bare bones beneath. Anywhere the poison touched, no matter how much flesh grew, it would be corroded away. Seeing her new skill taking effect, Luo Qingtian began to fire green arrows at the zombie. The zombie froze in its tracks again. The head struck by the arrows began to wail in pain. Luo Qingtian's movements continued unabated. After firing several arrows in quick succession, the spider leg reappeared in her hand, and she rushed forward. She leaped high, raising the spider leg above her head. She slashed fiercely at the wailing head. However, upon realizing it was about to be chopped off, the head dug directly into the zombie's body, leaving Luo Qingtian's strike empty. The bony wings behind it stabbed at Luo Qingtian's back. Thankfully, Xiaolu noticed it in time and quickly conjured a shield, blocking the blow. This time, Luo Qingtian was completely enraged. She swung her fists, hammering down on every part of the giant zombie. Bang, bang, bang. She threw countless blows. The sound of Luo Qingtian's fists echoed throughout the forest. The zombie was pinned to the ground by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood behind the bony-winged zombie, grasping a bony wing in each hand and stamping hard on its back. Gritting his teeth and exerting force, Luo Qingtian plucked out a pair of massive bone wings. Ah! The giant bone-spurred zombie let out a shrill scream. Luo Qingtian gritted his teeth and cursed, "Undead? I wonder if you survived this time." Luo Qingtian's spider legs reappeared, but the tips had been poisoned by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood on the zombie's back, aimed at its back, and stabbed it hard. This strike directly struck the dodging head. The skeleton, still struggling to rise, instantly fell apart. The next moment, the undead's body was reduced to a pile of bones. Aside from the pair of bone wings he had plucked out, the rest of the body was completely shattered. Xiaolu circled the pile of bones, looking extremely disgusted. Luo Qingtian was speechless. "No way. I put so much effort into creating this undead creature, and you actually despise me?" Luo Qingtian continued to use her spider legs to search for something in the pile of bones, until she spotted a reddish-brown crystal core. Is this the undead's crystal core? What kind of supernatural power could it have? Luo Qingtian had just put the crystal core away, when a cry for help came from not far away. Luo Qingtian instantly thought of Dijiang. She ran towards the sound and found two bone-winged zombies chasing Qi. Luo Qingtian's Amos ice bow struck again. The next moment, 3 green arrows were released. The arrows pierced the two zombies' bodies. White smoke instantly rose from their bodies. Luo Qingtian noticed that the two zombies she had shot were still moving, and although the wounds were healing, they were much slower than the previous undead. Luo Qingtian's poison was rapidly corroding their bodies, spreading in all directions. Luo Qingtian retracted his poison skill. He fired ice arrows continuously. After a short while, the two zombies froze in place. Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed over, leaping onto their backs. He reached out and forcibly plucked the bony wings from their backs. He crushed the upper heads with his foot. He then thrust his spider legs into their bodies, stirring them back and forth until the lower head was also severed. Reassured, Luo Qingtian continued searching through the two bodies as before, finding 2 more 4th-level crystal cores. Their color was light brown. Are these two also undead? Luo Qingtian tossed the crystal cores into the space, and then had Xiaolu take him high up, searching for Dijiang. Qi, terrified, watched Luo Qingtian fly away and chased after him. "Luo Qingtian, you can't just leave me alone. I want to go with you." Luo Qingtian turned to look at Qi, who was chasing after him, and said lazily, "Then stay where you are and wait for me." Luo Qingtian, with Xiaolu in hand, quickened his pace and surged forward. The sounds of fighting continued in the distance. Purple flashes flashed in the sky. Upon noticing them, Luo Qingtian immediately sent Xiaolu flying. On the ground, Dijiang wielded his lightning blade, continuously attacking the two zombies before him. The two bone-winged zombies were already battered. Just as Dijiang was about to deliver the final blow, Luo Qingtian's arrows pierced the zombies. The two zombies finally fell heavily to the ground. Dijiang looked up and saw Luo Qingtian standing on Xiaolu, waving at him in midair. "You arrived just in time. Looks like yours has been dealt with." Luo Qingtian smiled, leaping off Xiaolu and directly over to the zombie. He tore off the two zombies' bony wings with his bare hands. Then he thrust his spider legs into the zombie's body, crushing the head inside. Then he began searching for the crystal core. Dijiang, panting, saw this scene, and his mouth twitched. He gained a new appreciation for Luo Qingtian's ferocity. In a matter of moments, 2 light brown crystal cores appeared in Luo Qingtian's sight. Luo Qingtian picked them up and carefully wiped them. Mine. I give you food. Luo Qingtian held the 2 crystal cores in his arms, and looked at Di Jiang. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian and nodded softly, yes, yours. Luo Qingtian then said contentedly, well, I give you food when I get back. Let's go. Let's go back to where we were and find old Tian. Shi Yi is waiting there too. Di Jiang nodded. The 2 of them climbed on Xiao Lu's back and flew towards the car park. Are the people on Shi Yi's side all right? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, and it seemed as if when he saw Shi Yi, he had only seen one person. He seemed to be the only one alive, right? As they spoke, they spotted Shi Yi, searching for them along the road. Xiao Lu set them down. Shi Yi's face, once lifeless, lit up with excitement as he saw the 2 men descend from the sky. You're back. You're finally back. God knows how terrifying it must be for him to be alone in this woods. Di Jiang looked him up and down and asked, are you the only one left? Shi Yi's relaxed expression suddenly tensed up again. But this tension was tinged with a deep sense of despair. Yes. They are all dead. Chapter 86. Luo Qingtian sighed, walked over to Qi Yi, patted his shoulder gently, and said, it's okay, you get used to it. After all, in the apocalypse, death is commonplace, and being mauled and beaten to death by zombies is even more common. Di Jiang, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon hearing this. Luo Qingtian's comforting skills were worse than no comfort at all. Dabai had been watching Luo Qingtian fight from a high vantage point. After seeing the battle over, he ran back with Tian Lao. When they arrived, there were 4 people and 4 vehicles. Now, only 4 people remained, and the other vehicles were all wrecked due to the ferocious fighting. Luo Qingtian took out his RV again, and the 4 of them got in and drove towards Chaiyang base. In the RV, Qi Yi took over the driving, while Di Jiang began cooking in the kitchen. After the battle, they were all a little hungry. Tian Lao assisted Di Jiang. After Dabai brought Tian Lao back, his attitude towards Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian began to change drastically. He was no longer so wary of the 2, instead feeling a surge of trust and joy. He had witnessed their battle. The sheer power of Di Jiang's lightning abilities practically dyed half the sky purple. Luo Qingtian's power was even more astounding. He had brutally assaulted a level 5 zombie with his bare hands, and even ripped the wings of a bone-winged zombie with his bare hands. This level of ferocity had elevated his understanding of psychics to a new level. Seeing the others busy themselves, Luo Qingtian retreated to his bedroom to rest. After returning to his bedroom, Luo Qingtian entered the space and ran to his duplex to shower. After washing and changing his clothes, he left the space, feeling thoroughly refreshed, and then he lay down on his bed and began to sleep soundly. Just moments after lying down, Di Jiang knocked on the door. Qingtian, come out and eat something. Luo Qingtian sat up, felt his stomach, and was indeed very hungry. He opened the door and walked out. On the table outside lay 4 dishes, a soup, and 4 bowls of rice. The aroma of the food instantly distracted Qi Yi, who was driving ahead. Although he rarely gone hungry under Yen Hu's wing, he never had a full meal either. He couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the people behind him. So, if we're eating, can I pull over to the side? Di Jiang glanced at Qi Yi, then at Luo Qingtian. Seeing Luo Qingtian nod, he said, okay, let's stop. Hearing Di Jiang's approval, Qi Yi immediately found a flat spot to park the car, rubbing his hands together, and approaching the dining table. Seeing that Luo Qingtian and the others were clean and refreshed, he glanced at his own grimy, blackened hands and gave an awkward smile. Go wash your hands. Di Jiang pointed to the kitchen faucet. Qi Yi was startled, then immediately walked over and tentatively turned on the tap. Clear water flowed out. Qi Yi was stunned. What a luxury. This is clean water. But the aroma of the food made him think too much. He squeezed a little hand sanitizer from the nearby hand sanitizer and washed his hands thoroughly, then eagerly sat down at the table to eat. Luo Qingtian ate a simple bowl of rice and began to feel sleepy again. Di Jiang saw it. Go to sleep if you're tired. I'm here, you can rest assured. Luo Qingtian nodded, put down his dishes, and went back to his bedroom to sleep. Not long after Luo Qingtian lay down, the voice came in his mind again. Kill 4 level 0 undead, kill 1 primary undead, and the hunter level will be upgraded. Triple arrow level 14, ice and fire attributes can be switched freely. Trap level 4, Mental Perception Level 2. Growth Level 4. Healing Skill Level 3. 6 Skill, Poison Skill Level 1. Triple Arrow Level 1, Luo Qingtian closed the door and entered the space. In the space, she summoned her flying fire mysterious bow. Drawing the bow, she released the arrow. Boom! A loud explosion occurred not far away, and the blast range was significantly larger than the previous one. Originally, Luo Qingtian had planned to continue experimenting with the Amos ice bow, but her eyelids were drooping, so she retreated to the RV to sleep. She slept for a long time, and Di Jiang felt anxious several times, wanting to knock on the door. But he held himself back each time. The journey had been relatively safe. Although they encountered a few waves of zombies and mutated plants, they were not very serious. They were all dealt with by Di Jiang and Qi. Finally, they arrived at Chaoyang Base the following night. Luo Qingtian had slept the entire time. He hadn't even gotten up to eat. When Luo Qingtian opened his eyes, it was already the third morning. He felt he had slept very comfortably. If it weren't for the intense hunger, he would have thought he could have slept for quite a while longer. He opened the bedroom door, but the RV was empty. Luo Qingtian walked straight outside. He saw the RV door open. Di Jiang walked in. When he saw Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang's expression was filled with relief. "You're finally awake." Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang, puzzled. "What do you mean, I'm finally awake? Did I sleep for a long time?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. "I think I only slept all night, right? Is it really that surprising?" Di Jiang smiled gently. "It's been a long time indeed, a whole day and a whole night. I was thinking, if you don't wake up today, I force you to wake up." Luo Qingtian's face showed surprise. Had he slept that long? Now that I think about it, it seems he's become a bit sleepy since he left with Di Jiang and the others. Could it be that the RV is too comfortable? Di Jiang then walked to the kitchen, lit the fire, and began to cook. "You slept for a whole day and a whole night. You must be hungry. I make you something to eat." Luo Qingtian was indeed very hungry. She had originally planned to check out the situation outside and find some food in the space, but she hadn't expected Di Jiang to come find her before she even left. Di Jiang naturally wouldn't tell Luo Qingtian that he had been watching over him since entering Chaoyang Base. He had only just heard from Elder Tian that he was going to help someone awaken their superpowers, and asked if he wanted to come check on them. Remembering Luo Qingtian was still in the car, he was worried and declined. To his surprise, upon returning, he found Luo Qingtian awake. Di Jiang found a box of pasta in the cupboard and helped Luo Qingtian make a plate of cream cheese pasta. Looking at the delicious noodles, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but give Di Jiang a thumbs up. "Great. I almost wondered if you were a chef before you joined the army." Di Jiang smiled and said, "That's not the case. I just used to love cooking and wanted to open a restaurant, so I even took classes for that purpose. But then my family wouldn't allow it. They forced me to join the army." Luo Qingtian nodded. "So that's how it is." Luo Qingtian didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his head and continued to eat. Di Jiang watched Luo Qingtian eat and smiled as he continued, "Master Tian is helping people awaken their superpowers. Let's go over and see after you finish eating." Chapter 87. Hearing this news, Luo Qingtian quickly finished his pasta, got out, packed up the RV, and headed off to find Mr. Tian. After leaving the RV, Luo Qingtian realized they were in a vast, empty field. At the other end of the field, several people were practicing with wooden sticks, surrounded by low-rise bungalows. An electric fence surrounded the bungalows. The surrounding buildings were square and eerie. "Why do I feel like this place looks a bit like a prison?" Di Jiang nodded and said, "Yes, this used to be a prison, but after the apocalypse, this is probably the place with the fewest zombies." To resist the zombies, the guards and the prisoners joined forces. Eventually, this place was transformed into a base. This heralded a fresh start. Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. No wonder it's called Chaoyang Base. So there's this hidden meaning behind it. As they spoke, they headed straight for a low-rise building. Just then, a shrill scream erupted from within. Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang exchanged a glance, then hurried inside. Upon entering, they saw a man sprawled on the ground, twitching violently. Old Tian was currently working on a machine, adjusting something. Some numbers were flickering on the machine, and Old Tian quickly took out a new potion. "Quick, hold him down." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yi and several men from Chaoyang Base pinned the man down. Old Tian quickly injected the potion. The man on the ground stopped moving. Everyone stared at his movements, as if facing a formidable enemy. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the man finally began to stir. Seeing the man move, everyone present drew their weapons and stood guard. After waiting for a moment, they heard the man lying on the ground shout, "I'm fine, don't kill me." Then everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They sheathed their weapons and looked at the man. The man had already risen from the ground. He looked at everyone present with excitement. "I feel a powerful force within me." Someone at Chaoyang Base immediately shouted, "So what superpower have you awakened? Release it quickly, and let us see it." The man extended his hand, and a small flash of purple lightning crackled in his hand. The leader of Chaoyang Base excitedly shouted, "Great! It's lightning! This power is more powerful than ordinary powers. Come on, I take you to see our base commander." The man then dragged the man away. Another man came in behind him. He approached Elder Tian and said somewhat sheepishly, "Elder Tian, it's my turn." "I'm ready." Elder Tian glanced up at the man and said, "Well, you have to understand that if you want to gain superpowers, you must be prepared to be transformed into a zombie. This thing is only a 40% success rate." The man nodded seriously. "Elder Tian, I made up my mind. Don't worry. Even if it doesn't work, I accept it. If I can't become a superpowered person, my mother and my children will starve to death. I have no choice but to fight to the death." Elder Tian sighed deeply. "All right then, extend your hand." The man extended his hand, and Elder Tian clamped the long tubes on both ends of the machine to the man's wrist. Then, he took out the machine and began to check the man's data. He then drew liquid from the bottles and cans of potion lying nearby and began adjusting the proportions according to the man's body parameters. The man then pulled his arms up to expose his shoulders, closed his eyes, and waited. As the potion entered his system, the man lay on the ground howling in pain. Hearing the screams, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but frown. Does awakening superpowers require so much effort? No wonder Yin who sent Elder Tian personally to intervene. But is this really all right? Just as Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the man lying on the ground suddenly stood up in a twisted form. His eyes were white, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, and he whimpered in pain. "He's transformed. Quick, kill him!" someone in the crowd shouted. Then a group of men, weapons drawn, charged at the man's head. In a matter of moments, the transformed man was hacked to pieces and cleared out. Old Tian sighed deeply and said, "Anyone else?" At this moment, someone else stepped forward. "Grandpa Tian, I do it." A teenager approached. Old Tian looked at the boy in front of him with a complicated expression and said, "You're doing it? You're just kidding. How old are you? Do you know that if you take this potion, there's a high chance you turn into a zombie? Aren't you afraid?" The boy bit his lip and stared at Old Tian intently. Finally, as if with a firm resolve, he said, "Old Tian, I made up my mind. I believe I can do it." Old Tian frowned and said nothing, clearly reluctant. But the boy persisted. "Old Tian, please. I really want to have superpowers. Those without superpowers live worse than dogs in the base." The boy knelt before Elder Tian as he spoke. Elder Tian stepped forward, helped the boy up, and sighed deeply. "Just think it through." With that, Elder Tian reopened the instrument and clamped the two ends of the device around the boy's wrists. The boy watched, resigned to death, as Elder Tian injected the potion into his body. After a moment, the boy began to twitch, his entire body collapsing to the ground in a twisted motion before rising again. Elder Tian couldn't bear to watch the boy like this. He waved to the people around him, "Failure." Then, they understood what he meant. Then, they saw the boy's eyes begin to turn white, and the people around him once again drew their weapons and attacked him. Luo Qingtian frowned, losing interest in watching any further, and turned to walk out of the room. Di Jiang saw Luo Qingtian leave and followed him out. The two walked in silence across the wide open space. After a long pause, Luo Qingtian asked, "Is this the process for awakening superpowers? But no matter how I look at it, there's a major problem with this potion." Di Jiang nodded, "Yes. I asked Elder Tian, and he said that after developing this potion, it wasn't originally intended for use because it was too dangerous. But Yin who didn't care and threatened the safety of his family and the lab staff. So he had no choice but to compromise." Luo Qingtian stopped and looked toward the pile of bungalows. "Elder Tian," Luo Qingtian murmured softly. In his previous life, when the superpower potion was created at the first base, it seemed to have been developed by a young man, not Elder Tian. Even Elder Tian wasn't even mentioned at the first base. Could something have happened in between? Just as they were thinking, a woman approached the two of them and said with a smile, You too, our base commander invites you. Chapter 88. Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang exchanged glances. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. The base commander knows us? The man smiled and nodded. Yin Nation's youngest admiral, how could our base commander not know such a remarkable figure? Please, both of you. Luo Qingtian shrugged. Since they're looking for Admiral Di, then there's no point in me going, right? The woman continued with a smile. Of course there's. Our base commander would like to discuss the purchase of your RV with Miss Luo. This meant someone else had their eye on Luo Qingtian's RV again. It seemed he couldn't go even if he didn't want to. Luo Qingtian sighed and agreed to go along. The base commander lived on the highest floor of the high-rise building, and that entire floor was his quarters. Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang followed the woman in the elevator to the top floor, where they saw a woman with a round waist and broad arms. She was sitting on a recliner in the hall at the end, with delicious dishes placed on either side. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Di Jiang, and she quickly stood up from her chair. General Di, I'm so glad to see you, the base commander said as he quickly stepped forward and took Di Jiang's hand in his. Di Jiang's hand was held tightly, and he tried to pull it back. But the woman's strength was exceptional. She didn't give Di Jiang a chance to pull it back. She held Di Jiang's hand tightly, occasionally tickling the palm of his hand with her fingers. Di Jiang's expression twitched, and he was about to give up. The woman finally let go and turned to look at Luo Qingtian. This is Miss Luo Qingtian, right? Hello. Please take a seat. The woman acted very calmly towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nodded and sat down on the sofa across from her. The woman looked at Di Jiang and smiled. General Di, I long heard what a brilliant and talented General Di of our Yin Nation is. Seeing him today, I can see he lives up to his reputation. Ha ha ha. The woman's voice was rough, yet also a bit bold. Of course, if she hadn't been glaring at Di Jiang with such lecherous eyes, Luo Qingtian might have had a soft spot for her. The woman stared at Di Jiang so intently that he wanted to escape. I wonder what the base commander wants us to do? Di Jiang chuckled dryly at the woman. The woman laughed heartily. Commander Di, my name is Rong Jitong. You can call me Xiao Tang Tang. Luo Qingtian, sitting to the side, almost laughed out loud at the name. She lowered her head, suppressing her laughter as she waited quietly for Di Jiang's response. Di Jiang suppressed a twitch in his eyes and forced a smile. Miss Rong, what's the matter with you calling us up here? Rong Jitong stared at Di Jiang intently, then said in a gentle, doting tone, General Di, how did you get in touch with Yen Hu and the others? As far as I know, Yen Hu has long since betrayed Kyoto. General Di is with Yen Hu. Is he planning to establish a new base with Yen Hu? Di Jiang looked at Rong Jitong with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected the woman before him to know so much. No, I'm still an officer of our Yin Nation. I won't betray my country. Miss Rong, on the other hand, seems to know Di very well. I wonder what Miss Rong did in the prison in Nanan City before. Warden, to be able to serve as the base warden among a group of psychics, and even in such a mixed bag of prisons, can only mean that this woman is very powerful, so powerful that everyone in this prison is convinced. Furthermore, many women are in leadership positions within this prison. This means that, before this, it was a women's prison. Those men arrived later. The identity of the woman before him could be roughly guessed. She must be the warden. Rong Jitong leaned gently against the chair behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Di Jiang. I believe Commander Di has already guessed my identity. Since Commander Di isn't collaborating with Yen Hu, I'm relieved. But why is Commander Di here? We're escorting Elder Tian. Rong Jitong nodded in understanding. It seems awakening my powers will be more difficult in the future. Commander Di, are you planning to take Elder Tian away? Di Jiang smiled but didn't answer. Besides, it would be a leak. Di Jiang wasn't stupid. Seeing he couldn't get any more information out of him, Rong Jitong turned to Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, right? I really like your RV. I wonder if you could sell it to me. I'm willing to trade it for food. I also give you a truck. Luo Qingtian smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, Commander Rong, my RV is very important to me. I don't intend to sell it. Luo Qingwan, whether intentionally or not, looked at Di Jiang with a gentle gaze. Di Jiang had never seen Luo Qingtian look at him like that before, and his ears immediately turned red. Their eyes met, and Rong Jitong saw it. She looked at Luo Qingtian dangerously. Miss Luo, are you really not allowed to sell your RV? You can ask for anything you want. We at Chaiyang Base can afford it. Rong Jitong said, picking up a plate of chicken from a nearby table and placing it in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at the chicken in front of him. It wasn't fresh. It looked like it had been frozen for a long time and then reheated. This chicken smells really bad. Luo Qingtian resisted the urge to vomit and continued, sorry, base commander, I really can't sell it. And I don't want to. This RV is very important to me. Rong Jitong's expression turned completely cold when he saw Luo Qingtian's refusal. Since Miss Luo won't sell it, I won't keep you. I have something to say to Commander D. Miss Luo, please help yourself. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Are you going to kick me out? Luo Qingtian stood up to leave, and Di Jiang, standing beside him, gave Luo Qingtian a lingering look. Luo Qingtian's eyebrows curved. He returned Di Jiang's helpless look and left with a smile. Di Jiang watched Luo Qingtian leave with a look of despair on his face, when suddenly his view was blocked by a huge object. He slowly raised his head and saw Rong Jitong standing before him. Rong Jitong smiled at Di Jiang and said, General Di, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Rong Jitong reached out to touch Di Jiang's hand. Di Jiang was horrified. His years of composure were almost completely shattered here. He froze for a moment before standing up. He dodged Rong Jitong's touch. Captain Rong, thank you so much for your kindness. I have other things to do tonight, and I'm afraid I'd be letting you down. If there's nothing else, I'd be leaving now. Di Jiang said, ignoring Rong Jitong's calls from behind, and strode towards the door. As soon as he left Rong Jitong's room, he saw Luo Qingtian standing outside with a smirk on his face. Oh, Commander D, you're really into romance. Chapter 89. Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qingtian helplessly. You're so mean, you just left on the spur of the moment. Luo Qingtian shrugged. They asked me to leave. I can't just refuse to leave, can I? Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian in disbelief. I never knew Miss Luo was so easy to talk to. Luo Qingtian suppressed a laugh and said nothing as she and Di Jiang headed for the elevator. After they entered the elevator, Rong Jitong emerged. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the two depart. The assistant behind her approached and said respectfully to Rong Jitong, Sister Rong, why did you just let them go? I heard from Qi Yi, and these two are very strong. If they could stay, they would be very helpful to our base. Rong Jitong shook his head. It's useless. I done some research. Di Jiang is a soldier. Obedience and loyalty are his duty. He wouldn't betray Jingdo. As for that Luo Qingtian, were they together with Di Jiang? If Di Jiang refused, it would be even more impossible for her to do so. Send them away as soon as possible. Don't let them discover our secret. The assistant nodded and turned to leave. Rong Jitong finally returned to his bedroom with peace of mind. The two left the prison building and found an open space. Luo Qingtian unleashed the RV, and they both entered. Once inside, Di Jiang turned and locked the door. What did you find on the base, Commander? Luo Qingtian glanced at Di Jiang and said with a smile, It seems Commander D hasn't completely lost his ability to think. Di Jiang glanced at Luo Qing with annoyance and said, I'm not stupid. Although Rong Jitong acted very frivolously, there was no lust in her eyes when she looked at me. And she's been testing me the whole time. Luo Qingtian nodded, yes. And my RV. She seems to like it on the surface, but she's not really that sure. Look at Yen Hu's eyes when he thinks of my RV. But Rong Jitong's greed isn't that strong in front of me. Commander D, do you think they're hiding something, afraid we find out? So they're testing me? Di Jiang was puzzled. Testing me? Why? Luo Qingtian was speechless. Because of your identity. This used to be a prison, which means everyone here was a criminal. It was the apocalypse that gave them a chance to start a new life. Now, you, a general, suddenly showed up here. They're bound to be suspicious, right? Di Jiang thought about it and agreed. Perhaps. Let's leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Di Jiang said as he stood up and walked to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He opened the refrigerator and saw some fresh vegetables today, so he took them out and rinsed them. He also found fresh chicken and pork in the refrigerator. Di Jiang quickly prepared 4 dishes and a soup. When the meal was ready, Qi Yi returned with Old Tian. As they entered the RV, they were greeted by the aroma of food. They washed their hands and quickly ran to sit across from Luo Qingtian. What a timely return. Qi Yi rubbed his hands as he looked at the meal before him. Di Jiang brought the rice cooker over and filled Luo Qingtian's bowl. He then handed the rest to the two of them. How's it going? Is everything done? Di Jiang picked up his bowl and chopsticks, picked up a chicken leg for Luo Qingtian, and then looked at Old Tian. Old Tian nodded. 10 potions for 3 people, the rest are gone. A moment of silence fell at the table. Everything was said here, and everyone present understood what was meant. Can we leave tomorrow? Luo Qingtian looked at Mr. Tian, who nodded. Yes, all 10 doses of the medicine have been used up. We can return to the lab tomorrow. Then let's get some rest early tonight. After all, Chen Hao was still in the lab, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Luo Qingtian stood up and went straight to the bedroom. For some reason, she felt sleepy again. Now all she wanted was a good night's sleep. Luo Qingtian fell asleep quickly, but her sleep was not restful. In the middle of the night, Luo Qingtian suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up in bed and looked out the window. The pitch-black night was almost starless. Luo Qingtian stared out the window in a daze for a long time. Di Zhang's voice came from outside the door. Qingtian, are you awake? Luo Qingtian opened the bedroom door and walked out. In the living room, Mr. Tian was sleeping soundly on the sofa, and Qi Yi was lying flat on the driver's seat. Luo Qingtian and Di Zhang exchanged a glance and both exited the RV. The lights were off. They exited the RV, found 2 small stools in the lower compartment, and sat down on them. What? Can't sleep? Di Zhang handed Luo Qingtian a glass of water. Luo Qingtian took it and sipped it. Well, is it your turn now? Di Zhang smiled but said nothing. Luo Qingtian set the water aside and looked up at the dark night sky. I wonder when the apocalypse will end. In her previous life, she had lived for 10 years, and it still hadn't ended. Di Zhang sighed deeply. I'm not sure, but the country has never given up on anyone. I believe that day will come. The two chatted idly. Several times when Di Zhang mentioned Chen Hao, Luo Qingtian brushed him off with a random excuse. Not far away, several figures flashed by, appearing in Luo Qingtian's third skill. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked in their direction. Is there anyone over there? Di Zhang also looked over at this moment, and saw 3 or 4 people, sacks in hand, quietly walking towards a corridor. Luo Qingtian looked at their backs and whispered, What do you think they're going to do? Di Zhang thought for a moment and said, Perhaps, they're going to the very place Rong Jitong had been trying to hide during the day. Want to go and take a look? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded yes. There's something I'd like to confirm. Luo Qingtian released the fur ball. She pointed at her RV and said, Mao, protect my car, and keep an eye on the 2 inside. Don't let them leave or drive off. The Mao didn't react. It twirled in Luo Qingtian's hands, then leaped to the ground, burrowing into the soil, taking root and sprouting. In a matter of moments, the entire RV was engulfed in the fur. To put it simply, the entire RV was being held captive by vines conjured by the fur. After confirming the RV was safe, Di Zhang and Luo Qingtian exchanged a glance and quickly chased after the men. 5 minutes later, Di Zhang and Luo Qingtian followed them into the deepest building of the prison. As soon as they entered, Luo Qingtian and Di Zhang were immediately struck by the strong odor of blood and decay. Chapter 90. The 2 men stepped quietly into the building. As they turned the corner, they heard 2 women talking from inside. It's working. Looks like this one's almost done too. Shh, keep your voices down, that thing's still feeding in there. We have to be careful, it'd be fine. Those people in the lab have already gone to bed. I just sent someone to check on it, well, as long as we don't get discovered. The base commander said to be discreet. Some have already escaped in the past few days, and we can't let them escape now. Just then, the door at the innermost corner opened, and another woman came out. It's all done. Come back tomorrow, it almost be advanced. Then, let the boss kill it, and the boss can advance again. Then they chuckled. At this moment, several people walked towards them, chatting and laughing. Di Zhang quickly pulled Luo Qingtian into a dark corner. The dark corner was filled with the smell of dust and blood. The narrow space allowed the clear thumping of their hearts. Di Zhang was moving so fast that he practically held Luo Qingtian in his arms. Luo Qingtian, sensing their awkward situation, tried to distance himself from Di Zhang. But the slightest movement landed him against the wall behind him. Di Zhang hugged Luo Qingtian tightly and hushed him softly. The next moment, they heard the footsteps of 3 people approaching from afar. They held their breath in unison, maintaining their position, until the 3 men left. Just as Di Zhang was about to let Luo Qingtian go, Luo Qingtian covered his mouth with his hand. The next moment, footsteps were heard again in the hallway. The 3 women who had just left were walking back. The 3 of them walked around the hallway, and one of them said, Sister Fang, did you hear wrong? Is there anyone here? Maybe. You know I'm a sensitive person. I clearly heard someone else's voice just now. Never mind. Why don't we just go see if those people in the square are still there? The three of them nodded to each other and turned to leave the building again. The two waited in the corner for a long time, until Luo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Di Jiang ask, "How did you know they would come back?" Luo Qingtian naturally didn't tell Di Jiang that her third skill was always active. She shoved herself out of the corner. "Hurry up, I think I saw something incredible." Luo Qingtian's voice sounded heavy. If there had been light, Di Jiang would have seen Luo Qingtian's gloomy expression. Luo Qingtian ignored Di Jiang at this moment, and headed straight for the deepest room around the corner. Di Jiang quickly caught up, and when they reached the door, Luo Qingtian pushed it open and walked in. The moment he entered, Di Jiang nearly vomited at the shock of the scene before him. In the room, a monster, neither human nor ghost, was bound by huge iron chains. But both Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian recognized this creature. It was the same bone-winged zombie they had killed in the woods 2 days ago. However, this zombie clearly hadn't yet developed bone spurs, and the head in its abdomen still had its eyes tightly closed. Luo Qingtian recognized that head. It was the young man who had come to old Master Tian for an injection in the bungalow today. The head on its shoulder was now clutching a pile of human flesh, tearing it apart frantically. Di Jiang's face darkened. Are these all bone-winged zombies? How could this be? Could Rong Jitong be creating mutant zombies? No wonder Rong Jitong had been so cautious and probing him since seeing him today. It now seemed she was afraid he'd discover this place. Luo Qingtian stared at the zombie. He recalled the scene of the young man being hacked to death. It now seemed that those who had been hacked to death had been gathered here and used as zombie food. Luo Qingwan's face darkened even further. The voice in her head called these creatures the undead, meaning Rong Jitong had actually created an entire race. This seemed absurd no matter how she thought about it. It seemed even more impossible. Di Jiang's voice was low and hoarse. This is a prison. There can't be a laboratory. How exactly were these things produced? Don't you find it suspicious? Luo Qingtian looked upstairs. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang left the room and went upstairs together. Upstairs were rows of rooms, each containing a zombie-like human. They were also evolving towards the undead, but their human nature was still clearly visible. Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian briefly glanced outside the door before continuing upstairs. The rooms on the 3rd floor were larger than those on the 2 floors below. Each room contained a bed, and a person was chained to it. The people's hands and feet were shackled, unable to move. Luo Qingtian used his third skill to confirm that no one was around, then pushed open the door and entered one of the rooms. Is my time up? Haha, I never thought this would be my final outcome. The man on the bed spoke bitterly. His eyes were blindfolded, so he couldn't see who was coming until Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang approached him. He continued to mutter to himself, "You're doing this. I'm sure one day you reap the consequences. When I become a demon, I definitely kill you." As he spoke, the blindfold was removed. The man opened his eyes, and saw Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian in the pitch-black room. "Who are you?" The man stared at the two strangers in surprise. Di Jiang whispered, "Where is this? Why are you imprisoned here? Are you new to Chaeyang base? I advise you to leave this base quickly. The commander is a demon." The man's voice trembled, and the two men could clearly sense his fear. "Tell me, maybe we can save you," Luo Qingtian said, and a spider leg appeared in his hand, severing the shackles on the man's feet and hands in 2 swipes. The man sat up in bed, still a little incredulous that he'd been rescued. He tried to get up, but then realized he had no strength left. Luo Qingtian pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to him. The man took it and wolfed it down. It was gone in a few gulps. He breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "I'm a psychic from this base, chosen by Rong Jitong as his nourishment. All the bound psychics and zombies in this building are Rong Jitong's future nourishment." Hearing this, Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian frowned. Chapter 91. Can you explain in detail? I'm Di Jiang from the Yin Nation Army Special Forces, and I'm currently the head of the first base. You can choose to trust me. Di Jiang's voice was low, but powerful. This instilled in the man before him a certain level of trust and affection for Di Jiang. Are you a soldier? Yes. As long as you're a citizen of Yin Nation, we won't give up on you. The man finally couldn't help but weep softly after hearing Di Jiang's words. The man's name was Chen Xiang. He was a person with acquired superpowers, awakened by Elder Tian's medicine. He wasn't originally from Chaeyang base, but had stumbled upon the site. The hierarchy within the base was strict, and ordinary people without superpowers lived a life worse than a dog's. Furthermore, the number of superpowers in the base decreased every few days. The base commander would always encourage them to participate in the drug trials. That day, he finally made up his mind to become a superpower at the base, and he went to the base director to sign up for Elder Tion's medicine. Although he knew this was dangerous, it was difficult for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse. Rather than waiting to starve to death, he decided to give it a try. It was still better than starving to death. Finally, he passed the potion test and gained water-related abilities. He began going out on missions with the team. He thought everything would gradually improve, but one day, their team leader disappeared from the base. Also missing were other team members. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he went to ask the base commander. Rong Jitong told him that these team members, unable to fully absorb Elder Tion's potion, were showing signs of becoming zombies. So they arranged for someone to bring them here and lock them up. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang refused to believe it and insisted on seeing them in person. The base commander then arranged for someone to bring him here, and he was locked up there. Upon arrival, he saw a doctor in a white coat dissecting his companion. He had even grafted the zombie's body onto his companion's. He had heard about this doctor before. He was a surgeon who enjoyed dissecting people, but was later imprisoned. When the apocalypse arrived, she was the first to escape from the women's prison. She also saved the base commander and his group, and together they founded the Chaoyang base. It turned out that this doctor had discovered that zombie cores could enhance the abilities of those with special abilities, especially those from zombies with special abilities. However, zombies with special abilities were often of a high level, so the doctor came up with this plan. Let the people in the base gain special abilities, then arrest and lock them up under the pretext that they couldn't absorb the potion. Then they transformed them into zombies, and nurtured them bit by bit. But the perverted doctor knew they would all die sooner or later, so he began operating on them, stitching together the body parts of the psychics with those of the zombies. The result was a creature neither human nor ghost. Some of those stitched together lost consciousness, while others became a new type of zombie. Some even grew wings for unknown reasons. It was a terrifying sight. But the crystal cores in these zombies could actually allow them to continuously grow new bodies. After Rong Jitong learned this, he ordered the perverted doctor to continuously produce this new type of zombie. At this point, Chen Xiang could no longer contain his fear and burst into tears. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at Chen Xiang and asked, "Are there any other living people in this building?" Chen Xiang shook his head. "I don't know. That's all I know. I was originally going to be made into a monster, but my superpower is water-based, and what I need most right now is water. That's why they couldn't bear to kill me. They've been keeping me locked up here, forcing me to transform into water every day." The perverted doctor said she wanted to get rid of me outright, but so far, no water-based superpowers have appeared in the base, so I have to keep my life for now. After listening to Chen Xiang's story, Di Zhang's finger bones crackled under his grip. Luo Qingtian patted Di Zhang's shoulder soothingly and said, "Now's not the time to be angry. Tell me, what do you want to do? If you want to fight your way out, I have to tell you, there are at least hundreds of superpowered people here. I won't do anything that won't earn me any money." Di Zhang gritted his teeth and said, "It hasn't been long since the apocalypse began, and I didn't expect someone to become so evil, so wicked, so appalling. Qingtian, I want to destroy this place." Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "Destroying this place is fine. I just happen to have some explosives." Luo Qingtian began to pull out the explosives. Di Zhang was shocked to see the explosives Luo Qingtian had produced. Although he didn't know where they came from, as long as he could destroy this place, none of that mattered. Just as the two were about to continue talking, Luo Qingtian suddenly covered Di Zhang's mouth and dragged him towards the door. The two hid near the door, and Chen Xiang also pretended to be tied up and lay on the bed. After a while, the door opened. A figure walked in. "Haha, you should know what I'm going to do by coming here at this time, right? Someone in the base has awakened water powers today. I can finally sew you and my beloved babies together." "Ha ha." The woman's voice was sharp. She didn't notice Di Zhang and Luo Qingtian coming out from behind her until Di Zhang stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her neck, strangling her tightly. Luo Qingtian, holding the spider leg in his hand, pierced her chest directly. The woman didn't say a word until she died, falling heavily to the ground. The sky was turning pale. Luo Qingtian and Di Zhang were running out of time. Luo Qingtian handed the explosives to the two men and told them to place them along the stairs. Each person was responsible for one floor. After finishing, the three of them met downstairs. It was already bright daylight, and fortunately, there was no one in the square. Luo Qingtian kept his third skill active. After making sure there was no one around, Luo Qingtian and the other two quickly rushed towards the RV. The RV had been protected by a fur ball. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, the fur ball quickly retracted itself and let Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang get in. Chen Xiang stared at the RV in shock, a hint of disbelief. You really want to take me with you? Stop talking nonsense. Before Chen Xiang could say another word, Luo Qingtian kicked him into the RV. When Luo Qingtian and the others returned, Tian Lao and Qi Yi had both woken up and were stunned by the people Luo Qingtian had brought back. Di Jiang said, "Drive. Let's go!" Qi Yi was still confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Hurry up, drive. Chapter 92. Di Jiang's tone was harsh. Qi Yi didn't dare delay and started the car, heading straight for the base gate. The base gate was guarded 24 hours a day. When Luo Qingtian's car left, someone even came out to take a look. Seeing it was Qi Yi, they didn't stop him. The group successfully left Chaoyang base. About 10 minutes after they left, a huge explosion erupted from the Chaoyang base behind them. The explosion started on the 3rd floor and spread all the way to the 1st floor. 3 floors of artificial zombies were completely destroyed. In the morning, Rong Jitong was awakened by the explosion. She suddenly sat up in bed and rushed to the window, only to see the building across from her collapse right in front of her. She immediately thought of Di Jiang. At this moment, her assistant walked in. Base Commander, the lab building collapsed, and Sister Lu is missing. Someone reportedly saw her go into the lab building last night, and hasn't come out since. I'm afraid she's already. The assistant didn't speak, completely captivated by the aura emanating from Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong's hair stood on end, and her body began to twist. Where's Di Jiang? Rong Jitong gritted her teeth, convinced that Di Jiang was definitely involved in the lab building collapse. The assistant looked at Rong Jitong guiltily. Base Commander, I just heard the guard at the gate report that Di Jiang left Chaoyang base early this morning. The guard, thinking he was familiar, didn't stop him. Rong Jitong's entire body trembled. A hurricane enveloped her, her hair flying, and she floated in midair like a demon from hell. The next moment, Rong Jitong burst through the upstairs window and flew out. On their way back, they passed the woods again. Luo Qingtian lay awake in bed, restless for some reason. Finally, she sat up. Di Jiang, Old Tian, and Chen Xiang, who had followed them, were sitting on the sofa, talking about something. When Luo Qingtian came out, she overheard them talking about Rong Jitong. How many superpowers do you think Rong Jitong has? I don't know. I only seen 3, maybe more. No one has seen all of Rong Jitong's abilities. I doubt even his assistant has seen them all. Luo Qingtian walked over to the sofa across from them, and sat down. They nodded slightly at him. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow and asked, You seen 3 superpowers. What are they? I know of wind, fire, and control abilities. As for the others, I'm not sure. Luo Qingtian nodded. Suddenly, a light flashed through her mind, and she instantly understood why she had been so restless all this time. Qi Yi, stop the car. Qi Yi reflexively slammed on the brakes upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words. Let's go. Get out. Luo Qingtian was the first to rush out of the car. The others, confused, followed him anyway. The moment everyone got out, Luo Qingtian folded up the RV. Qingtian, what happened? Luo Qingtian kept her 3rd skill active, carefully observing her surroundings. Qi Yi, is there a place with fewer trees? Qi Yi pointed to the next road. That used to be a provincial road, but it's now overrun by mutant plants. As long as we don't go over there, we won't be attacked. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian rushed over, Di Jiang following closely behind him. A white tiger had appeared beside Luo Qingtian. Dubai, take Mr. Tian and run forward. Find a safe place to wait. Come back when this is over. Dubai obediently ran towards Mr. Tian. He slapped Mr. Tian on the back. Then he ran away, out of sight of Luo Qingtian and the others. Let's go, get away from this woods. Luo Qingtian continued running. Di Jiang understood. Are you saying the people from Chaoyang base are chasing us? Luo Qingtian's face was gloomy. She stopped and looked grimly into the air. Not chasing us, but already here. As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Jitong floated in midair. Qi Yi and Chen Xiang also looked over. Seeing Rong Jitong's expression, Qi Yi's mouth twitched. Holy crap! Is this a super scion? Or a woman? Rong Jitong's surroundings moved without a trace of wind, her hair standing high from her wind-based abilities. She floated in midair, her face gloomy. You blew up my building, and you want to just leave like that? Rong Jitong's voice was practically gritted out, her face glaring at Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. Especially when facing Di Jiang. Rong Jitong nearly gnashed her teeth to pieces. General Di, I treated you like a guest of honor, and you dared to destroy my building. How do I settle this account? Di Jiang glared sarcastically at Rong Jitong in midair. Your building? Why don't you tell me about those psychics you had killed, and those zombies you created? Rong Jitong sneered. You really know everything. What should I do? No one who knows this secret will escape alive. As Rong Jitong spoke, a fireball materialized from his hand and shot out, striking Di Jiang in the chest. Get out of the way. Several people quickly dodged to the side, and Di Jiang rolled several times on the ground. In midair, Rong Jitong saw that his first strike had missed, and continued to produce fireballs. Whoosh 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 they shot towards Di Jiang. After Di Jiang dodged these fireballs, lightning flashed around him. A lightning shield quickly enveloped him, and all the fireballs struck it. There were crackling explosions, but none of them affected Di Jiang. Watching this from midair, Rong Jitong's eyes flashed with surprise, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. General Di, I think your electrical abilities are quite impressive. I give you one last chance. Stay at Archyang base, and become my man. I make you its second in command. I give you the best in the world. What do you think? You better think carefully before answering. After all, being my man won't be a loss. Luo Qingtian, dodging on the side, almost laughed out loud. She barely managed to draw her bow steady, aiming at Rong Jitong. Di Jiang's face was filled with gloom. No need to think about it. I refuse. Rong Jitong wasn't surprised by Di Jiang's answer, but with Di Jiang's blunt rejection, she felt she had given up. If that's the case, then go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding stones trembled. Rong Jitong opened his arms, his face grim, and roared softly. Chapter 93. Then, the surrounding rocks, boulders, and even trees were uprooted and floated into the air. Whoosh! 3 flaming arrows pierced through the rocks and shot directly at Rong Jitong's heart. All the objects that had been floating in the air fell to the ground, and Luo Qingtian's flaming arrows stopped in front of Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong stopped attacking Di Jiang and instead looked at Luo Qingtian on the ground. No wonder General Di likes to bring you along. So you're also a psychic, and a fire type. Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes. What a shame you only just discovered it. Rong Jitong narrowed his eyes at Luo Qingtian. I don't know which fire type is stronger, yours or mine. As he finished speaking, huge fireballs appeared in Rong Jitong's hands again. He raised his hand like a shot put, and hurled them all at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian dodges. At this moment, a lightning blade materialized in Di Jiang's hand, and he flung it directly at Rong Jitong in midair. At the instant the fireballs were released, Luo Qingtian switched to the Amos Icebow. He fired 6 arrows in quick succession, piercing all the fireballs. The fireballs were extinguished in midair by the ice, and vanished into thin air. Rong Jitong, caught in the lightning blade's attack, lost his balance in midair, and fell to the ground. Di Jiang, taking advantage of Rong Jitong's landing, swiftly rushed forward and punched him in the face. Rong Jitong reached out, and grabbed Di Jiang's fist. Nice punch, Di Jiang. I like you more and more. Are you really not considering staying at Chaoyang base, and being my man? Di Jiang's face was gloomy. You are such a scoundrel who treats human life like dirt. Even for the sake of those innocent victims, I will eliminate you, Di Jiang said, dong, 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 and threw 3 punches at Rong Jitong's face. Alas, Rong Jitong caught them all. Di Jiang took 2 steps back. I didn't expect you to have speed and strength. Di Jiang was utterly shocked. Multi-type abilities were everywhere these days, and there was actually one besides Luo Qingtian. Rong Jitong's palms ached so much that she could barely speak. She hadn't expected Di Jiang's strength to be so great that it could numb her knuckles. She feigned composure and said, yes. My abilities are so numerous that they're no match for your single-type abilities. She opened her hands again, one palm condensing into flames, the other into a small hurricane. It was in this gap that Luo Qingtian launched another flaming arrow. Startled, Rong Jitong once again directed the flaming arrows in front of her, but before she could react, 3 ice arrows followed. They broke through her control and pierced her chest. Aya! The wind and fire she had condensed vanished, and Rong Jitong began to retreat. She stared at Luo Qingtian, who was not far away, in shock. You even possess both ice and fire. Luo Qingtian shrugged, not denying the attack, but Rong Jitong was already considering retreating. Her heart was positioned opposite to a normal person's. Therefore, Luo Qingtian's 3 ice arrows pierced her heart. They only penetrated where her heart should be, without damaging it. She endured the pain, clutching her chest, and the wound healed itself. This scene shocked both Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. You have regenerative abilities? Luo Qingtian was a little uneasy. This guy actually had more abilities than him? Qi Yi and Chen Xiang were equally shocked. Chen Xiang's eyes were red as he said, "The regeneration ability belongs to Brother Bai. The strength ability belongs to Huang Zhemong. What did you do to them?" Rong Jitong shook his head sarcastically, saying, "What can I do? I simply turned them into zombies, and took their crystal cores. When ordinary people evolve into psychics, and then into zombies, their crystal cores can be directly absorbed, allowing you to inherit their abilities. You didn't know this, did you?" This news stunned everyone present. Even Luo Qingtian was shocked. She hadn't heard of this in her previous life. But it makes sense. If this method became known to others, then even more superpowered people will be persecuted. It might even trigger another crisis of human extinction. It must have been deliberately concealed by the military. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Rong Jitong smiled even more cheerfully. "It seems you truly don't know. But it's true. This superpower potion just came out, and we at Chaoyang Base were among the first to use it. You should be grateful that I'm sharing this news with you." Di Jian looked at Rong Jitong coldly. If his gaze at Rong Jitong just now had been filled with anger, now it was filled with undisguised murderous intent. He stopped talking to Rong Jitong. The electric light in his hand grew stronger and stronger, forming a net that enveloped both him and Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong wasn't worried. He hooked his fist at Di Jiang, and the two engaged in a fight within the electric net. Sparks occasionally erupted from the net. They struck both of them, but their wounds quickly healed. It was then that Rong Jitong realized that Di Jiang also possessed regenerative abilities. She looked at him with regret in her eyes. "Di Jiang, if you're willing to be with me, with our abilities, we definitely dominate the world." "Shut up!" Di Jiang roared angrily, swinging his fist at Rong Jitong's chest. Rong Jitong crossed his arms to block the blow, when suddenly 3 flames shot from above. "Get out of the way!" Luo Qingtian stood atop Xiaolu, midair, her bowstring fully drawn, waiting for Di Jiang to dodge. Di Jiang dodged quickly, and the electric net vanished with him. The next moment, 9 arrows blasted down from above. The flames engulfed Rong Jitong. Immediately, explosions followed one after another. The explosions echoed one after another, causing Rong Jitong to scream in agony. When the explosions ended, Rong Jitong fell heavily to the ground. Qi Yi, who was watching the show, murmured softly, "With such severe injuries, he's going to die this time, right?" As his words fell, the dust gradually cleared, revealing a massive figure lying on the ground. Neither Luo Qingtian nor Di Jiang approached. They stood not far away, staring intently at the figure lying on the ground. After a while, a strong wind suddenly blew around Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. They knew that this wind was clearly the supernatural power of Rong Jitong lying on the ground. The spider leg in Luo Qingtian's hand instantly appeared, followed by the lightning blade in Di Jiang's hand. They both rushed towards Rong Jitong. At this moment, Rong Jitong suddenly exploded. She was enveloped by a hurricane, and she soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying into the distance. Chapter 94. Watching Rong Jitong fly away, Di Jiang's face darkened. "Go after her. We absolutely cannot let her get away. People like her will cause endless trouble." Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes at the receding figure and whispered, "Of course she can't escape." With that, Luo Qingtian stood on Xiaolu's body and flew into the air. Xiaolu chased Rong Jitong, and Luo Qingtian drew his bowstring to full length. Swish, 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 9 flaming arrows blasted towards Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong was still desperately running, completely unaware of the arrows flying behind her. By the time she noticed, it was too late to control them with her mental power. All 9 arrows pierced her body. She slammed heavily to the ground. From a distance, Di Jiang saw Rong Jitong fall and sped towards her. Luo Qingtian had already jumped off Xiaolu's body. Spider legs appeared in her hand, ready to decapitate Rong Jitong right there and then. Rong Jitong's fall dislocated her internal organs. Despite the pain, she dared not relax. She could sense Luo Qingtian approaching. She abruptly stood up and launched the dagger toward Luo Qingtian's face. The dagger was incredibly fast, intercepting it just before reaching the tip of Luo Qingtian's nose. The mask appeared suddenly, then vanished behind Luo Qingtian. This sight trembled Rong Jitong's heart, and she felt a surge of regret. She shouldn't have chased Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. It was clear they had no intention of letting her go today. She leaped up and punched Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian grabbed her fist and crushed it with a single push. Although Rong Jitong could heal herself, she felt the pain. It was then that she truly realized that Luo Qingtian's strength surpassed both her and Di Zhang's. And the look Luo Qingtian gave her was undisguised murderous intent. One could even say it was as if he were looking at a dead person. Rong Jitong was panicked, but she endured the excruciating pain and fought Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's speed was swift, forcing Rong Jitong back step by step. She had no chance to fight back, and could only passively withstand Luo Qingtian's attack again and again. At this moment, Di Jian also rushed over, seeing the two men preparing to fight together. Luo Qingtian's voice rang out, "Stand aside and wait." Di Jian stopped in his tracks, and waited nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtian punched Rong Jitong in the stomach, head, and chest 3 times in a row. The speed of the punches left Rong Jitong no chance to dodge. Rong Jitong was knocked to the ground with a heavy blow. Luo Qingtian switched to a spider leg again, wielding it step by step towards Rong Jitong. "You absorbed the core of a mutant. How is that any different from cannibalism? You die here today." As Luo Qingtian finished speaking, the spider leg slashed towards Rong Jitong's neck. Rong Jitong was in a state of panic. She rolled to avoid the blow, taking advantage of the opportunity to unleash the fireball in her hand on Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian dodged sideways. He raised his foot and kicked Rong Jitong hard. Rong Jitong was sent flying far away. Luo Qingtian quickened his pace and rushed towards him. Rong Jitong fell to the ground, his bones broken by Luo Qingtian. She looked at Luo Qingtian with resentment at the oncoming Luo Qingtian, thinking of the blood in her pocket that she had taken from the mutant zombie. "Trying to kill me? No way." She took out the can of blood and plunged it into her arm right in front of Luo Qingtian, injecting it forcefully. As Luo Qingtian rushed to Rong Jitong's side, Rong Jitong's figure was growing at a visible rate. The flesh on her body was falling off rapidly, revealing her bare bones. Her arms and legs were constantly growing, tearing her flesh apart, then growing again and falling again. The only thing that remained unchanged was her head. Ultimately, because it hadn't grown with her, it remained at her lower abdomen. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of familiarity. Was she going to turn into a bone-wing zombie? As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from Rong Jitong's back, though they looked much brighter than those of the bone-wing zombies before. "You're such a badass," Di Jiang, standing nearby, said speechlessly. Luo Qingtian was so angry that she almost cursed. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go right ahead before she finishes transforming." Luo Qing's spider legs had already transformed into the flying fire mysterious bow. And Di Jiang once again wielded the thunder blade. "I thought you weren't going to let me go," Di Jiang said, charging towards Rong Jitong first. Luo Qingtian, with Xiaolu supporting her, soared high into the air and began firing arrows at Rong Jitong. But this time, Luo Qingtian's flaming arrows vanished quickly after hitting Rong Jitong. What happened? Luo Qingtian was shocked, then realized that Rong Jitong was now a zombie, and her flaming arrows wouldn't work against zombies with fire abilities. She immediately switched to the Amos Ice Bow and whizzed her arrows again. The freezing impact of the arrows significantly slowed Rong Jitong's transformation, and even his body lost its rapid growth. Di Jiang had already rushed in front of Rong Jitong, lightning flashing in his hands. An electric net enveloped the entire area. Crackling lightning struck Rong Jitong's body, sending puffs of white smoke billowing out. A skull began to appear on Rong Jitong's enlarged body. Luo Qingtian saw the head and understood. She waited for it to fully develop. Rong Jitong's transformation was successful. Although Luo Qingtian was still unsure how terrifying the transformed Rong Jitong would be, a voice resonated with her. She must not let Rong Jitong succeed. Luo Qingtian suddenly jumped off Xiaolu and leaped towards the soon-to-be-formed skull. She landed steadily on the emerging head. Luo Qingtian clamped her legs together and pumped her feet vigorously. A cracking sound was heard. Luo Qingtian grabbed Xiaolu with one hand and launched himself into the air. He flipped and leaped, kicking the massive skull sideways. Rong Jitong's head, nestled in the abdomen, screamed in agony. The massive bone wing twisted and stabbed at Luo Qingtian's back. Luo Qingtian grabbed Xiaolu with one hand again, swinging his spider leg with the other. The wing collided with the bone wing. Crack! The spider leg shattered. The bone wing continued its thrust towards Luo Qingtian's chest. "Dodge!" Luo Qingtian shouted. Xiaolu quickly dodged the bone wing's attack range, and Luo Qingtian stood on the platform Xiaolu had woven. He switched his bow and arrow to the Amos ice bow. Swish, swish, swish. 6 consecutive ice arrows blasted towards Rong Jitong, who lifted his bone wings. He blocked all the ice arrows. Meanwhile, Di Jiang was continuously unleashing lightning attacks on Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong was distraught, and glared at Di Jiang fiercely. Kill you, kill you! Chapter 95. Rong Jitong's voice was ethereal and distant, her eyes slowly transforming into compound eyes. Rong Jitong, look at you now, ugly and disgusting. Is this the power you seek? Di Jiang's voice was thick with mockery, but Rong Jitong's consciousness was growing hazy. Her only thought now was to kill Di Jiang, to kill Luo Qingtian. She retracted her bone wings and lunged at Di Jiang. Di Jiang leaped back. Her bone wings followed. As Di Jiang dodged, her speed increased. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and unleashed her second skill, unleashing a dozen traps at Rong Jitong's feet. Rong Jitong had just raised his leg to chase Di Jiang when he was caught in Luo Qingtian's trap. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to smear the poison on Amos's ice bow and unleash 6 more arrows in quick succession. All 6 arrows, laced with green venom, struck Rong Jitong. Rong Jitong's body sizzled as it dissolved. It worked. Luo Qingtian was overjoyed, releasing arrows continuously, drawing his bow faster and faster. Each arrow landed accurately on Rong Jitong, who howled in horror as she watched her body dissolve bit by bit. She gritted her teeth, broke free from the trap, and rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu distance herself from Rong Jitong, and Rong Jitong stopped chasing Di Jiang. She flapped her wings, intending to soar high into the sky to catch up with Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian gave her no chance. After removing the poison, the ice arrows pierced the bone wings, rapidly freezing them. She was left running on the ground. A new wave of Di Jiang's attacks arrived. She was irritated, but she still had to dodge carefully. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, watching Rong Jitong's massive, sluggish form. A question suddenly occurred to her. This bone wing wasn't the first time it had broken her spider's legs. What if she used it as a weapon? Furthermore, Rong Jitong's bone wing was clearly far superior to the bone wings of the previous first-level undead. But Rong Jitong's intelligence was clearly far superior to those of the previous bone wing zombies. If she jumped down to pluck out the bone wing, she might be stabbed by it. Luo Qingtian pondered for a long time, then suddenly looked at her fist. After some thought, she retrieved a dagger from her space. Poison, the 6th skill activated, and Luo Qingtian's fist immediately glowed green. Luo Qingtian stared intently at it. Noticing no smoke coming out of his fist, and no discomfort, he was immediately delighted. It seemed her skills wouldn't harm her after all. Luo Qingtian finally felt confident. She leaped from Xiaolu's body with a whoosh. This time, she landed right next to Di Jiang, who was now striking Rong Jitong with lightning. Rong Jitong's body was covered in marks, but they vanished in a flash. Sweat dripped from Di Jiang's forehead, and he looked exhausted. I do it! Luo Qingtian rushed towards Rong Jitong. Fists rained down on Rong Jitong. Dong dong dong, the fists echoed as they struck bone. Exhausted, Di Jiang took a few steps back and sat down, panting heavily. Then he saw Luo Qingtian beating Rong Jitong back with punch after punch. Luo Qingtian's punches made it impossible for Rong Jitong to heal. The venom from his fists, once contaminated, began to corrode Rong Jitong's body, and Rong Jitong watched helplessly as his body melted away bit by bit. It controlled its bony wings to pierce Luo Qingtian. But seeing Luo Qingtian's fists, glowing green, she felt a renewed fear. While enduring Luo Qingtian's blows, she twisted her massive body and ran backwards, trying to escape. Luo Qingtian was enjoying the fight when he saw Rong Jitong turning and walking away. Luo Qingtian unleashed his 4th skill, Growth. Instantly, the grass in the field ahead grew wildly, each blade of grass growing into vines as thick as a wrist, binding Rong Jitong firmly to the spot. Luo Qingtian rushed over, leaping onto Rong Jitong's back. She grabbed a bone wing with each hand. Gritting her teeth and exerting force, she forcibly ripped the wings from Rong Jitong's back. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the air. Luo Qingtian, ignoring Rong Jitong's pain, once again activated her poison skill. She clenched her fists and hammered at Rong Jitong again, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, until her body began to crumble. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of her fists striking echoed throughout the area. Not far away, Di Jiang watched the fierce Luo Qingtian, his mind racing. From now on, he would resolutely fight to the death, and never anger Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian beat Rong Jitong into a pile of broken bones. Luo Qingtian finally stopped. Di Jiang also stood up and walked towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was squatting on the ground, searching for something in the pile of broken bones with a small stick. Are you looking for a crystal core? Di Jiang walked over to Luo Qingtian, picked up a small stick from the ground, and searched with Luo Qingtian among the broken bones. Soon, a light green crystal core was uncovered, followed by a reddish-brown one, a red one, a white-green one, and a red-gold one. Both were stunned by the sheer number of crystal cores. Di Jiang pointed at the cores and said, "Are these the ones Rong Jitong absorbed?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, "So, the cores she absorbed formed new ones after she became a zombie?" This discovery caused the two to fall silent again. If outsiders knew about this, I'm afraid it will cause considerable unrest throughout human society. It's even more likely that many psychics will be assassinated, and even worse, someone like Rong Jitong will appear. Luo Qingtian, can you guarantee that this won't be told to anyone? This is too important. If anyone gets to know, it'd probably cause a huge uproar. Luo Qingtian nodded. I know. Don't worry about it. I absolutely won't tell anyone. My psychic abilities are somewhat unique. While I also need crystal cores, my absorption method is completely different from yours. But Qi and Chen Xiang, are you sure they won't say anything? Here, Di Jiang fell silent. Luo Qingtian looked at Di Jiang and continued, if you're worried about them, I can help you kill them directly. That's better than them spreading the news. Di Jiang thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. After I bring Mr. Tian back to the first base, I tell him about this and have him modify the potion's properties. As for Qi and Chen Xiang, I bring them back to the first base and keep them with me. Chapter 96. This time the harvest was quite fruitful. A total of 5 crystal cores were collected. There was also 1 crystal core that surpassed the 5th level, and the rest were all 3rd and 4th levels. Di Jiang looked at the crystal cores and didn't want any of them. All these crystal cores are yours. How much food can you give me? Thinking of the origin of these crystal cores, Di Jiang felt uncomfortable. 3,000 kilograms of food. Luo Qingtian didn't care. After all, these crystal cores were for the space to absorb. Luo Qingwan happily stored all the crystal cores into the space. Now that Rong Jitong is dead, I arranged for someone to negotiate at Chaoyang base. Now that Rong Jitong and the perverted doctor are gone, I think we have an easier time next time we come. Well, these are all matters for your military. Now that the battle is over, let's go back. Chen Hao and the others are still waiting for us in the laboratory. Luo Qingwan took out a whistle, put it to his lips, and blew it vigorously. Soon, Dubai was seen running towards them from a distance, carrying old Tian. Qi and Chen Xiang also caught up. Seeing that everyone was gone, Luo Qingtian retrieved the RV from the space again. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, she returned Dubai to the space. She yawned and stepped into the car. I'm so tired. Don't wake me until dinner time. Luo Qingtian walked straight into the car, entered the bedroom, closed the door, and then entered the space. First, she went to the small villa and gave herself a nice hot bath. After cleaning herself up, she left the space and lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. Just as Luo Qingtian laid down, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations on killing a level 6 psychic, killing a level 2 undead, and upgrading your hunter level +1 hunter skill. Triple arrows level 15. Increases range by 100 meters. Total range 1,300 meters. Trap level 4. Mental perception level 2. Growth level 4. Healing skill level 4. Can regenerate severed limbs. Poisoning skill level 1. Luo Qingtian's pupils trembled when she heard this voice. I didn't expect Rong Jitong to give me experience twice in a row. Did this experience directly upgrade her skill level? Last time, it was hunter level. This time it was hunter skill. Now, both are upgrading at the same time. What exactly is the difference between the two? Luo Qingtian was confused. She reached out and touched her forearm, and saw a large icon at the front of all the skills. It was a small figure wearing a hunter's hat with the number 3 written on it. Behind the icon was a row of skill icons. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian finally understood what was going on. Hunter level refers to the leveling of one's own ability, just like the hunter ability itself belongs to a container, and the skills belong to the container. After reaching a certain level, hunter skills will slow down, or even stop leveling up. Only after the hunter level increases, and the container's capacity increases will other skills gradually level up. Advancing hunter skills alone will significantly improve Luo Qingtian's overall quality. Before this, Luo Qingtian always felt extremely sleepy, but after advancing her hunter level, she discovered that her physical strength had increased. And she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt incredibly energetic. If it had been before this, after such a battle, she would have been completely exhausted and fallen into a deep sleep. She'd been lying down for so long, yet she wasn't even a bit sleepy. The rest of the journey was smooth. It took just over a day to get back to the lab. They'd taken 4 jeeps on the way there, but by the time they returned, not a single one was left. Yen-Hu frowned at the returning Qi. His eyes seemed to devour Qi. Boss, it's not that I don't want to bring them back, it's just that those zombies we encountered this time were incredibly powerful. If it weren't for General D, I'd probably have died there too. Waste. Yen-Hu's voice was practically gritted out. Those dead were all psychics. Only 3 or 4 out of 10 survived. God knows how many he wasted to get so many out. He glared viciously at Di Jiang, then at Luo Qingtian, and finally at the RV behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian noticed his gaze and, in front of Yen-Hu, stored the RV in his space. Commander Yen, this RV will be yours sooner or later, but I can't give it to you yet. Can you at least show us where my friends are? Yen-Hu was furious, but he still smiled at Luo Qingtian. Miss Luo, I'm not in a hurry. Since we're going to be partners, I won't treat your friends unfairly. Chen Mao, take Miss Luo and General D to find their friends. Soon, a man with a rifle over his shoulder approached and gestured to Luo Qingtian and Di Jiang. Luo Qingtian pointed at Chen Xiang and said, "This is the man who followed us out of the base. His name is Chen Xiang. He stay in the lab and serve Commander Yen with us." Yen-Hu laughed heartily. Okay, Miss Luo is truly a heroine. Then come along. Chen Xiang bowed and saluted Yen-Hu, then quickly followed Luo Qingtian inside. In a bungalow at the innermost part of the laboratory. Chen Hao and the others were imprisoned here. Although Yen-Hu hadn't done anything to them these days, he wasn't allowed to leave the room. They practically ate, drank, and urinated in it. These past few days, Wishiyu was practically going crazy. No matter how she explained to the people outside, they wouldn't let them out. Now everyone was in this room. It was practically suffocating her. Ah, what's wrong with you people outside? Even if you really want to imprison us, at least separate the men and women. The man guarding the door gave her a half smile. Separate? Sure, call me uncle, and I make sure you have a comfortable stay. As he spoke, he looked Wishiyu up and down. Wishiyu couldn't move her arms. If she really lived alone, she'd probably be bullied by these people. She glared at the man who spoke with a fierce look. Finally, she gave in, took 2 steps back, and ran behind Ma Ji and the others. The man guarding the door glared at her sarcastically and fell silent. Wishiyu sat on her bed, gritting her teeth in hatred. She secretly vowed to herself that when she returned to the first base, she would have her father send troops to strangle everyone here. At that moment, the sound of a lock unlocking could be heard at the door, followed by a voice saying, "These 2 are here to pick someone up. Open the door." Then the door opened, revealing Luo Qingtian, Di Jiang, and a strange man standing at the door, smiling at them. Chapter 97. Boss? Qingtian, you're finally back, Chen Hao said as he rushed over. Wishiyu also became excited when she saw Di Jiang. She trotted over to Di Jiang and leaned forward, ready to throw herself into his arms. Di Jiang coughed at the odor of Wishiyu. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, avoiding the 2 men's approach. Wishiyu then thought of her own odor and suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind her, Luo Qingtian was leaning against the wall. She was fresh and clean. Compared to the rest of them, she was a world apart. Especially her skin, as white and tender as a peeled egg. This made Wishiyu jealous. The man at the door had been staring at Luo Qingtian since the moment she appeared. By the time Di Jiang went to open the door, he had already walked over to Luo Qingtian with a smile. "Hello, beautiful lady." Luo Qingtian gave the man a cold glance, a look so chilling it practically froze him. The man shuddered, nearly urinating with fear. "Get out." Luo Qingtian's voice was so chilling that the man took 2 steps back. He sank to the ground. The man felt humiliated as he sat there. He raised his rifle. You're courting death." He aimed at Luo Qingtian, ready to fire. Luo Qingtian kicked the rifle away, spun around, and delivered a spinning kick, sending the man flying. The man's body slammed into the wall behind him, instantly dead. This scene left Chen Mao, who had brought them there, stunned. "Miss Luo, how could you be so cruel?" Luo Qingtian sneered. "Didn't you see he was about to shoot me?" If I didn't fight, I'd be the one to die. Chen Mao pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and said, Miss Luo, here, anyone who gets into a fight will be put in solitary confinement. Since you want to be our partner, come in and be locked up with them. After saying this, Wishiyu immediately jumped up. Why? She was the one who started it, not us. If you want to lock her up, just lock her up. Why lock us up too? Di Jiang glanced at Wishiyu coldly, then turned to Chen Mao. What do you mean? Is this Yin Hu's idea or yours? Chen Mao said sullenly, Don't make things difficult for us, gentlemen. Luo Qingtian laughed. What does your making things difficult for us have to do with us? After all, Yin Hu doesn't even know you're going to lock us up, right? Or are you afraid that Di Jiang and I staying here will affect your position? Luo Qingtian approached Chen Mao step by step. Sweat quickly formed on Chen Mao's forehead. His body trembled slightly. He had assumed these people were weak and vulnerable, so he deliberately made things difficult for them, giving Luo Qingtian and the others a warning. This would help him establish his position in the future. But it seemed these people weren't as obedient as he imagined. His hand went to his waist. Luo Qingtian, what do you want to do? Luo Qingtian, do you really want to know what I'm doing? Chen Mao could no longer contain his fear. He pulled a pistol from his waistband and pointed it at Luo Qingtian. Smack! Luo Qingtian slapped Chen Mao in the face the moment he aimed it. The slap was resounding and crisp. It sent Chen Mao spinning in circles. Snap! Another slap. Chen Mao was also slapped on the other side of his face, and Luo Qingtian knocked out several of his teeth. This time, Chen Mao was truly furious. He looked at Luo Qingtian and roared, You bitch, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, vines sprouted from his body, reaching out in unison towards Luo Qingtian. Bai Su, Jiang Ziyuan, and the others' faces changed when they saw Chen Mao's vines. It's over. She's dead now. Yes, the two whispered, while Wishiyu, beside them, looked incredibly smug. Let her die. She was the one who acted so arrogantly and provoked others. I don't think even Brother Dijiang is going to help her this time. The two looked at Wishiyu with idiotic expressions, then tacitly distanced themselves from her. Chen Mao's vines, each as thick as a baby's arm, were already charging towards Luo Qingtian. Hit me. Bitch, even the boss can't save you today. The vines moved swiftly, wrapping around one of Luo Qingtian's wrists. Luo Qingtian looked at the vines with disdain. He grabbed a vine with his backhand and exerted a slight force. All the vines were ripped apart by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian clenched his fists. He shook his neck back and forth. With just a few vines like yours, they don't even have half the strength of my fur ball. How dare you mess with me? Luo Qingtian had vanished from her spot, and the next moment, she appeared in front of Chen Mao, punching him hard on the jaw. There was a crack. Chen Mao's jaw was shattered by Luo Qingtian. Chen Mao screamed and immediately pressed a warning bell on his body. As the bell rang, dozens of psychics rushed out from the surrounding area, surrounding Luo Qingtian. Chen Mao, clutching his chin, stood up and cursed Luo Qingtian. But his shattered jaw left him powerless. All he could hear was, Hurry her! Hurry her! The people around him exchanged bewilderment. Then, they figured out what was going on, and unleashed their psychic powers on Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang, upon seeing this, quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian's side. The two of them engaged in a back-to-back fight with the psychics. Xiaohu, Jiang Ziyuan, and Bai Su also rushed out. They joined the two in the fight. Instantly, a crackling sound of explosions and blows erupted from the vicinity of the room. The noise grew louder, causing the guards and sentries, psychic or not, to rush towards Luo Qingtian and his companions. Just as Luo Qingtian was engaged in a fierce battle, Qi Yi returned to the lab with old Tian. Seeing the guard at the door, Qi Yi took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Brother, you worked hard. Everyone knows how precious cigarettes are these days. The man at the door excitedly took the cigarette. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, but couldn't bring himself to smoke it, so he tucked it behind his ear. Brother Qi, you're so polite. I heard your trip wasn't going well, Qi Yi sighed. Yeah. We encountered a high-level zombie. Luckily, I was more skilled and helped old Tian escape, otherwise I would have been left there. Open the door first. Let old Tian in. The man quickly opened the door. Okay. You're back today? Everyone in the lab has been waiting here for old Tian. Qi Yi nodded in understanding. That's good. As he spoke, a loud explosion was heard not far away. Qi Yi looked over there, then looked at the gatekeepers and said, Maybe those outsiders are causing trouble, you all go and help. I guard here. Chapter 98. The two men exchanged glances. They had no doubts about Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi had always led any activities in the lab, and now that he offered to help, he must have something to ask old Tian and the others. Naturally, they had to give him some face. The two nodded. Brother Chi, we leave this place to you. Chi-Yi smiled and nodded. Go ahead. I just take a break here. Hee. The two nodded, picked up their weapons, and ran toward the explosion. After the two men left, Chi-Yi gave old Tian a look. Old Tian quickly walked into the lab and said to the others, Xiaowei, Xiohe, follow Chi-Yi to drive. Let's get out of here while the commotion gets serious. The two men's eyes lit up when their names were called, and without further ado, they quickly left the lab and followed Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi led them to a designated parking area, where there were more than a dozen large jeeps. Chi-Yi handed the two men the keys and drove one directly back to the lab. At this moment, all the scientists and medical experts emerged from the laboratory. 3 jeeps stopped at the laboratory entrance. They boarded in unison, and Tian Lao got into Chi-Yi's car. Chi-Yi, where are we going? The Emperor said we wait in the woods. Chi-Yi nodded. Then I lead the way, and one of you can drive. Tian Lao without another word, swapped places with Chi-Yi and, with the 2 cars behind him, drove out toward the laboratory gate. This was the moment when the entire laboratory was least guarded, and everyone was drawn to Luo Qingtian's direction. Because the commotion was so loud, even Yin who followed. Chi-Yi took advantage of this moment to lead Mr. Tian and the others out. When they reached the gate, 4 or 5 guards were watching Chi-Yi leave with so many vehicles. The leader immediately tried to stop them, but Chi-Yi said nothing and simply aimed his submachine gun at them, firing. Mr. Tian charged forward. At Chi-Yi's words, Mr. Tian closed his eyes and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The gate burst open, and Mr. Tian, leading the scientists behind him, drove towards the woods. Yin Hu, his face sullen, approached Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang, Luo Qingtian, what do you mean? Luo Qingtian sneered. I want to know what Commander Yin means too. We agreed to be partners after joining you, but you let Chen Mao lock us up straight away. So, is this how you treat future partners? If joining means being locked up, then I, Luo Qingtian, prefer not to join. Yin Hu listened to Luo Qing and glared grimly at Chen Mao, who stood aside. Chen Mao's jaw had been broken by Luo Qingtian, and he whimpered, trying to speak. But whenever he spoke, the pain in his jaw pierced, making it even more impossible to speak. Yin Hu, assuming Chen Mao was guilty, gnashed his teeth in anger. Looking around, he saw that Luo Qingtian had destroyed most of the surrounding houses in the fight. Yin Hu's mood worsened. He watched Luo Qingtian suppress his anger. This is Chen Mao's misunderstanding of my meaning. It's my fault. This matter ends here. Hearing Yin Hu's words, Luo Qingtian retracted his weapon, and Di Jiang also retracted his lightning blade. Seeing Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian's truce, the others also retracted their supernatural powers. Yin Hu looked at the nearly destroyed house with heartache, his eyes tinged with murderous intent as he looked at Luo Qingtian. But thinking of Luo Qingtian's words, he almost understood that Luo Qingtian wasn't one to give in. He continued, Luo Qingtian, the house is in such a state of ruin. What do you think we should do? The house is in such a state of ruin, Luo Qingtian should probably get the RV out. Luo Qingtian feigned ignorance and looked at Yin Hu, saying, Is the base commander blaming me? But it was clearly Chen Mao who started it first. He was the one who called the shots, and he was the one who forced us into jail. Commander Yin, shouldn't you deal with Chen Mao first? Wanting your own RV. Dream on. Yin Hu's fury was barely contained, but thinking of what Chen Mao had done only made him angrier. This guy actually gave orders behind his back. Now he could see that Luo Qingtian had no intention of staying. He looked at Luo Qingtian coldly, suppressing his anger. Forget it, he said. I see you guys don't want to stay. How about this, Luo Qingtian, you leave your RV behind, and I let you go. I take care of the broken houses myself. It's just a few houses lost. At worst, I can have the Earth-type psychic rebuild them. Besides, this group came here and got nothing, and they even helped me escort Mr. Tian back. If I get the RV, it won't be a loss no matter how I look at it. Luo Qingtian smiled at Yin Hu. After all, Commander Yin is here for the RV? I thought Commander Yin would really do something for us comrades. It seems we were wrong after all. Luo Qing had appeared deeply sad when she arrived, as if she had truly been betrayed by someone. Yin Hu's eyebrows twitched with anger. Stop the nonsense and just talk about the RV. Are you giving it to me or not? Luo Qingtian spread her hands. No. Her straightforward answer made Yin Hu laugh. Okay, okay, okay. Yin Hu uttered the word okay 3 times in a row, and then his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you're so ungrateful, I take it myself. Kill them! With that, the psychics who had been fighting earlier rushed forward again. Luo Qingtian calculated the time and realized that Mr. Tian should have run far away by now. Then, there was no need to hide her incompetence. She exchanged a glance with Di Jiang. Leave Yin Hu to me, and you take the rest. Is that okay? Di Jiang's lightning blade reappeared in his hand. Of course. Yin Hu is a cunning and treacherous man. Be careful. Luo Qingtian looked at Yin Hu across from her with a half smile. I understand. She had just used her 3rd skill to observe Yin Hu. He was close to a 5th level Esper, though she didn't know what kind of Esper he was. But dealing with him would definitely be no problem. He'd be a huge experience bar. It was far more powerful than killing a group of 1st and 2nd level Espers. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian broke through the crowd and charged directly at Yin Hu. Yin Hu looked grimly at Luo Qingtian charging at him, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Want to kill me? Hee hee, then try. Just as Luo Qingtian rushed in front of Yin Hu vanished into thin air. Luo Qingtian was shocked. Vanished out of thin air? Could it be teleportation? Or even flash? Luo Qingtian's 3rd skill had been active the entire time, and she carefully observed her surroundings. There was no sign of Yin Hu anywhere. Chapter 99. Luo Qingtian stood motionless, realizing that no one was approaching her. Especially Yin Hu's men, who were all avoiding her, intentionally or unintentionally. Luo Qingtian looked around cautiously. It seemed that these people were aware of Yin Hu's special abilities. Then Luo Qingtian noticed that the ground she was standing on was turning muddy. And her legs were sinking, bit by bit. Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered that in her previous life, there seemed to be a base commander with a special ability called Swampland. This special ability was incredibly powerful. During battle, he would envelop his enemies in a swampland. Then, that person would be trapped in the swampland. Unable to fly, that person would have no way of escaping the swamp, and could only watch themselves sink deeper and deeper into the swamp until they suffocated. Could this Yin Hu be the legendary base commander? At this moment, behind Luo Qingtian, a figure slowly rose from the swampland. Luo Qingtian, you're such a jerk. If you just handed over the RV, perhaps you wouldn't have died so tragically here. Luo Qingtian's body was still sinking, bit by bit. Not far away, Di Jiang had noticed Luo Qingtian's situation and wanted to come to his aid. But Hu Shiyu suddenly rushed behind him, blocking a flying ice blade. Hu Shiyu fell heavily onto Di Jiang. Di Jiang supported Hu Shiyu. With a backhand strike of lightning, the ice-powered user's head was completely shattered into black ash. But Hu Shiyu was still injured, right in the heart. Di Jiang supported Hu Shiyu and shouted, Chen Hao, come and help. Soon, Chen Hao rushed over from the crowd. Di Jiang handed Hu Shiyu to Chen Hao. Have Yang Rui treat her injuries. I go help Qingtian. Di Jiang was about to run towards Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian's legs were already deeply sunken in the swamp. She turned to look at Yin Hu behind her. So this is your ability, the swamp domain? Yin Hu laughed. It seems you're quite clever. You even recognized my ability. My ability never fails. After all, anyone trapped in the swamp will have their abilities absorbed by me. Have you felt you're slowly fading? Luo Qingtian felt it for a moment. It was indeed a little, but not much. It seemed like just a few experience points had disappeared, but experience points were more important to Luo Qing than life itself. Luo Qingyan's eyes twitched. Dare to absorb my experience? With that, Luo Qingtian took out a handful of seeds and threw them into the swamp, activating his growth skill. The next moment, a large number of vines appeared in the swamp, taking root and sprouting in the ground. After Luo Qingtian dragged Xiaolu out of the swamp, he continued to throw seeds into it. Soon, the entire domain was filled with Luo Qingtian's seeds, sprouting and growing. Later, more and more vines appeared, completely filling the entire domain. Di Jiang, who had been trying to rush over from behind, no longer felt anxious after seeing this. He figured, why would Luo Qingtian, so powerful, need his help? He gathered his thoughts and continued to fight with the other psychics. Yin Hu was completely stunned. He hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to fill his domain with plants. Even more than he expected, he, who had always been so agile in his domain, would be restricted in his movements. His swampland, overrun by vines, was no longer a swamp. Luo Qingtian looked at Yin Hu with a half smile. It seems Commander Yan's plan has failed again. Yin Hu gritted his teeth. My territory. Do you think you can defeat me just by filling up a swamp? With that, Yen Hu suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of Luo Qingtian. Whoosh! Yen Hu's fist whistled towards Luo Qingtian's head. Bang! Luo Qingtian caught the blow with his fist, then followed it up with another. This one struck Yen Hu hard in the face. Dang! Bang! Bang! Luo Qingtian's fists rained down on Yen Hu, forcing him back step by step. Yen Hu retreated, trying to find a way to escape. He had always believed Luo Qingtian was just a spatial ability user, so he didn't think much of him. Now it seemed he had underestimated Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's strength and speed, within his own domain, were surprisingly equal to his own. No, to be more precise, they surpassed him. In the swamp, his strength and speed were amplified dozens of times. And the enemy's speed and strength were suppressed within his domain. But even so, Luo Qingtian could still hold his own. He could already imagine what would happen to him once Luo Qingtian left the swamp. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, not noticing that he and Luo Qingtian were inching closer and closer to the outside of the domain. It wasn't until a sudden, sharp pain shot through his body that he realized he had been struck hard in the chest by Luo Qingtian. His body was flung back like a tattered rag. Before he could even get up, Luo Qingtian had already rushed in front of him and, without a second thought, kicked both of his legs in half. Ah! Yen Hu roared in pain. Luo Qingtian, annoyed by the noise, punched him in the head again, flattening it flat. Instantly he was dead. Luo Qingtian cast a disdainful glance at the slain Yen Hu and said with regret, "Xiao Lu, his ability is incredibly rare. See if you can absorb it." Xiao Lu climbed down from Luo Qingtian's head, transformed into a ball of seaweed, and devoured Yen Hu's body in one gulp. But Luo Qingtian couldn't help but feel that Xiao Lu's expression was one of disdain. Luo Qingtian extended his hand and released several small green balls of growth energy. Xiao Lu instantly perked up at the sight of the green balls. It quickly shrank and clung to Luo Qingtian's arm, devouring them all. Then, with a satisfied burp, it returned to Luo Qingtian's head, continuing to serve as a hairpin. The battle on the Dijiang side was almost over. Although these people possessed abilities, most of them were at the elementary, first-order level. At most, they were only at level 2. For Dijiang, whose abilities didn't exceed level 5, it was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The entire laboratory was quickly cleared out by Luo Qingtian and his group. The items in the laboratory were valuable, so Dijiang took advantage of this opportunity to take Ma Ji on another round of looting. They took away all the instruments they could carry, the laboratory data, and some food. They also discovered 7 or 8 military jeeps. These items were valuable to the base, and Ma Ji excitedly took them all. After making sure nothing was left behind, they reunited at the laboratory's main entrance. Ma Ji took out the jeep, while Luo Qingtian took out his RV, and they quickly drove towards the woods. Chapter 100. Half an hour later. The group finally gathered at the woods. If the journey back went smoothly, it would take about a day and a night. In Luo Qingtian's RV were Mr. Tian, Chen Hao, and Di Jiang. Chen Hao and Di Jiang took turns driving, while Mr. Tian sat on the sofa, looking at the data he had retrieved from the lab. The road ahead was remarkably smooth. Even the zombies they encountered were easily dealt with. They refueled the car twice along the way. Finally, they arrived back at the base the following afternoon. After arriving back at the base, Luo Qingtian discovered that the first base looked almost identical to the one he had seen in his previous life. They drove into the first base without any problems. The group prepared to separate when they reached the first ring of the city. Di Jiang got out of the RV and said with a smile, "Thank you for all your hard work. And I come get you some food when I'm done here." As he said this, a hint of guilt still lingered on Di Jiang's face. Luo Qingtian didn't think much of it. "Well, let's put it this way. I'm coming to see you this time because I need your help." Di Jiang was stunned, then, as if a thought had occurred to him, he smiled and nodded. "Okay. Then you can take a break today. I meet you at the office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Then, meet me at the first ring road entrance. I arranged for someone to pick you up." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Okay, then I go back first." Di Jiang, Chen Hao, Mr. Tian, and the others got out of the RV and watched Luo Qingtian leave. Before entering the residential complex, Luo Qingtian stored the RV in his space and walked into the complex. After entering, Luo Qingtian saw many unfamiliar faces. Building number 1, where the military had originally lived, had been completely transformed. The entire military had been relocated elsewhere. This part of the community had already been rented by some outsiders. As soon as Luo Qingtian appeared in the community, many people looked over. In the apocalypse, simply having enough to eat was enough to be content. Water was scarce in the base, and monthly water and electricity bills required a certain amount of material payments. The water bill was even significantly more expensive than the electricity bill. Those who could live in this community were considered relatively well off. While they didn't eat particularly well, at least they wouldn't starve. But the water available, aside from what they could drink, was rarely used for washing. This made the residents of the community appear dark and thin. Even their clothes were stained black. Luo Qingtian's clothes were not only white, but his face was pale, and his thick, black hair was particularly striking. This made it clear that he had never suffered from hunger, implicitly telling those around him that he had plenty of food. Although there were soldiers watching the base, this didn't stop those with ulterior motives from plotting against Luo Qingtian. Soon, someone followed Luo Qingtian, wanting to see where he lived. Luo Qingtian didn't care after noticing. If these people dared to follow her, she would show no mercy. She slowly walked towards Building 2. In front of the men, she opened the hallway door and walked in. The leader's heart skipped a beat when he saw Luo Qingtian enter Building 2. Brothers, this woman is not to be trifled with. Let's give up. The other two brothers were puzzled. Boss, what's wrong? This woman in Building 2 looks like a fat sheep. Let's go over and see what happens. We might make a killing. They hadn't had any meat in months, and their mouths were already dry. The leader looked at the person speaking with a look of idiocy on his face, and said, "You're late. You don't know? There's a witch in Building 2. She's very scary. Someone from up there has warned us not to mess with anyone in Building 2, especially those above the 30th floor. Don't blame me for not warning you. The cleaner you dress in Building 2, the more dangerous you are. Don't end up dying without knowing how you died." The leader turned and left. He had finally managed to live in this community, and he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Thinking of his past life near the 4th Ring Road, he felt a chill run down his spine. Men, women, and children all lived in the same room. They often fought to the death over food. He had enough of that. Seeing the leader leave, the others were still a little reluctant, but remembering his words, they followed him. But one short man, dressed in rags, remained. He watched his boss leave and spat inwardly. "What a witch! You still want to be our boss? What a coward!" The man said as he arrived at Unit 2 and, without a care in the world, walked straight into the hallway. Luo Qingtian didn't go upstairs directly, but waited for a moment. Just when Luo Qingtian thought these people would stop coming, the hallway door opened, and the short man walked in. Seeing Luo Qingtian at the entrance, he panicked for a moment. Then, feigning composure, he walked to the elevator and pressed the button. Luo Qingtian stood behind him, watching him with a half smile. The elevator door opened quickly. The short man was even more nervous this time, unsure whether he should enter the elevator until Luo Qingtian stepped past him and entered. He finally woke up and followed him into the elevator. Luo Qingtian pressed the elevator number, and the smaller man panicked. The 33rd floor? Isn't this the witch the boss mentioned? Could this person be the legendary witch? Someone even the military wants to protect? The smaller man began to regret his actions. He hadn't even noticed the elevator close and began to rise. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang in his ears. "Aren't there 4 of you following me? Why, are you supposed to lead the charge?" The smaller man frightened and sank to the ground. He felt 1,000 regrets. He wanted to escape, but he was in the elevator, so he had no chance. Luo Qingtian stepped forward, grabbed the smaller man's neck, and continued to ask, "How many people have you harmed this way?" The smaller man looked at Luo Qingtian in horror. He tried to struggle, but many tentacles appeared from Luo Qingtian's body, pinning him down firmly. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." The smaller man was so frightened that he begged for mercy with all his might. "Say, my patience is limited." Luo Qingtian's tone wasn't pleasant, but it was enough to scare the little man into telling the truth. "Not much, just the 2 families who just moved into Building 1. We went and grabbed some food, and there's nothing else." 2 families. Luo Qingtian nodded thoughtfully, exerting a little force. Crack! The little man's neck was snapped by Luo Qingtian. At this point, they reached the 33rd floor. Luo Qingtian tossed the little man's body out of the elevator and followed. She brushed the non-existent dust off her hands with disdain and said, "Xiaolu, eat it. It might not taste good, but leaving the body here is a hassle."